Chapter 1. Handsome guy photo exposure place beauty check-in spot. Zhou Tu opened his eyes drowsily and felt that the wind was very noisy today. After the wind blew, he shivered and woke up instantly. Then he realized something was wrong. All I see is blue sky and white clouds, a vast expanse of white that I can't see too far. Where the hell is this? I'm not in bed. Zhou Tu suddenly realized something and quickly stood up and walked around. He found that this was an island with a diameter of about 10 meters and there was nothing on the edge. Standing on the edge of the sky island, looking at the white clouds floating by, with nothing below, he felt a little dizzy. This is actually a floating island. What's the fuss? I'm dreaming. Zhou Tu didn't believe what he saw, so he pinched himself hard and felt the pain in his flesh. Hiss, he's not awake yet, it hurts. It's not a dream. This is truly a world of floating islands. But there is nothing on this island. What can we eat and drink? How do you spend the night when you don't even have a place to stay? A sense of crisis lingered in my heart. After exploring the floating island, Zhou Tu found a white crystal in the center of the island. He went over and picked up the diamond-shaped crystal. It had the texture of jade and felt smooth and cold to the touch. At the same time, a 3D panel shot out from the crystal appeared in front of me. Welcome to the floating island survival world. Congratulations, you have bound the heart of the island owner and become an island owner. On your own floating island, all animals are under your control. Your floating island number is GAN-B, 10,086. I really traveled to the floating island world. Zhou Tu turned over the diamond-shaped white crystal in his hand, feeling a little uncomfortable. He just bought a lottery ticket and won 200,000 yuan. He traveled through time before he could redeem it. At least give him a chance to redeem the prize. But such an outrageous thing could happen. Could it be a prank by that advanced civilization? Then text continued to appear on the panel. Everyone over the age of 18 in the world has traveled through time. Survival is your only goal. If you want to survive, remember the following points. 1. The floating island is your place of survival, with endless potential. You can build houses, reclaim wasteland, dig lakes, even upgrade and expand the floating island. If you can do these, the floating island can become a paradise. 2. The floating island can move in the east, south, west, north, up and down to encounter other islands. Each movement consumes 1 grid of the island owner's heart energy. The current island owner's heart energy is level 1, 10/10, and the energy is restored by 10 per day. 3. Strange islands have opportunities as well as dangers. You can go to the island to plunder the island's resources to build your own floating island. The stay time on a strange floating island is 1 hour. If you do not return to your own floating island within a certain period of time, you will be lost on the strange floating island. 4. This is not a game. Death here is real death. Don't joke with your own life. 5. The floating island world is divided into day and night. The danger increases during the night. Please be sure to explore and get enough supplies during the day to ensure your survival. 6. If you meet someone of the same kind, you can choose to trade, form an alliance, or plunder the supplies on his island. 7. The current area is a storm-hit area. Please build a room as soon as possible to protect against the storm. 8. Concentrate your mind to communicate with the island owner and open the panel. More functions are waiting for you to explore. In addition, the novice gift pack is in place. Please start your journey to the Sky Island. Zhou Tu browsed through the points that were reminded to remember, and a trace of solemnity flashed across his face. If he died here, he would really die. There are disasters in the area where the floating island is located. He took a look at his floating island. There was no fence at all. It was bare. If the wind was strong enough, wouldn't he be blown off? Zhou Tu suppressed the sense of urgency in his heart and faced the reality. After all, panicking would not solve any problems. Look at the wooden box that appeared in the middle of the floating island. This should be the novice gift pack that the island owner's heart mentioned. Zhou Tu went over and opened the small box, inside which there was an axe, a shovel, and a backpack. Space backpack, 20 slots, each material can be stacked up to 100 units. After reading the introduction, Zhou Tu just wanted to say awesome. It seems that this is the backpack prepared for looting supplies from other floating islands. An axe to chop trees, a shovel to dig the ground, these should be the tools I need to survive on the island. Zhou Tu swung the axe and felt that it was still smooth. He couldn't help but sigh, a good life has suddenly turned into survival on a floating island. The quality of life has plummeted. Looking around, he found that there was nothing on his island except grass. He's also building houses and lakes. This island owner is really ambitious. The panel was opened as instructed. 4 modules appear. Communication channel trading building supply backpack. Zhou Tu focused his attention on the communication channel. 2 new channels appeared, world channel and regional channel. Zhou Tu scanned the world channel and found that many people were posting messages. Help! What kind of floating island world is this? I don't want to survive in this floating island world. I want to go home. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that my 50-year-old body has turned into a 30-year-old body. That's great. With my life experience, I will dominate the world. The world is ending and everyone is going to die. I'm from the 258th Regiment, Pagoda to suppress the river monster. I know the contact. I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. Who can trade with me for a meal? I want to go home. I don't want to be in this damn world. The conversation was quickly skipped over and Zhou Tu only saw the general outline. He noticed there was a small speaker underneath, and the zone channel was the same, with a 1 at the end. That is, everyone can say one sentence for free. It seems that the rules prohibit people from communicating without restrictions. After all, it is easy to survive by sticking together. Open trading, no one is trading yet. Zhou Tu entered the regional channel again. There are 10,000/9992 people in the regional channel. The name is a combination of name and avatar. His profile picture is as handsome as he is, followed by his island owner number 10,086. A quick glance at the regional channel revealed that 8 people had already died. Zhou Tu's expression was a little subtle. The 8 people were killed instantly on the ground. Change the channel to the regional channel is also lively. Are there any people in the same area who want to form an alliance? Since we are in the same area, the chances of meeting each other should be higher. If we form an alliance, it will be easier for multiple people to survive. After the free loudspeaker is used up, you need crystal energy to buy a loudspeaker to speak. I suggest controlling the floating island to go to other islands to collect resources. Saying one more word here is a waste of the resources of a floating island. Who knows if the floating island we encounter is dangerous? Are you really not afraid of death if you go there rashly? Let's take a look at their situation first. I traveled through time, but where is my cheat? I come from Blue Star but I don't have a cheat. The one above, do you think you are the protagonist? It seems like everyone in the world has traveled through time here. The island owner's heart is a cheat. Zhou Tu glanced at the screen for 2 minutes and chose to exit. It seems that there are still some smart people. He remembered the person who made the suggestion, Li Zhongping. In such an environment, not many people can remain calm. Most people are overwhelmed by their emotions, or are afraid or timid, and have lost their basic ability to think. Zhou Tu discovered that some people spoke more than once in the area. Once the energy of the island owner's heart was consumed, they could only eat the grass on the island. Every extra word you say uses up 1 grid of energy in the crystal, which is an unbearable loss in the early stages. And as I warned you before, there are dark nights on the floating island, and it is currently a typhoon-hit area. He felt a little cold during the day, and if there was a strong wind at night, he might have died of hypothermia. It seems that we must build a house before nightfall. Time is still very tight. Open the building. Island Master's Heart, LV1, upgrading can improve the quality of crystals, increase the area of a euro the floating island, and increase the number of chats, mud 100, stone 20. Zhou Tu glanced at the upgrade requirements. Upgrading the island owner's heart only requires basic materials. But there are many functions. This made Zhou Tu very excited. The floating island was too small, and making it bigger was the basis of everything. Simple house, wood 20, soil 5, grass 5, rope 5. Simple workbench, 4 pieces of wood, 2 pieces of stone. Simple wooden bed, 4 pieces of wood, 2 ropes. Upgrading the island owner's heart can increase the area of a euro the floating island. If the problem of food and accommodation is solved, upgrading the island owner's heart is the first priority. He didn't feel safe at all on the floating island with a diameter of 10 meters. Zhou Tu's eyes fell on the island owner's heart. Using the island owner's heart, he could control the movement of the floating island. The floating island currently has 6 directions to move forward. Front, back, left, right, up and down. With 6 directions, Zhou Tu was in a dilemma. Which direction should I choose? Zhou Tu looked at the hazy floating island in the distance, and suddenly, the information floating in front of him appeared in his eyes. Move forward to the floating island and meet the succubus. She will negotiate a business worth hundreds of millions with you. Zhou Tu. Chapter 2. In an instant, Zhou Tu's heartbeat accelerated. Of course, it's not that I was moved by the succubus, but that the plug-in arrived. I can actually see the danger warning on the floating island. I can see the danger, and as long as I am steady, I can avoid it. Gather resources, then slowly develop, and eventually you can turn the floating island into a paradise. But after a moment, Zhou Tu calmed down. Succubus, there are actually such creatures on the floating island? Then the floating island is not as simple as it seems. Succubus is just one of the races, there may be other kinds of creatures as well. Zhou Tu looked to the left. Move the floating island to the left and you will come across a bee island with birds singing and flowers blooming. If you can deal with those poisonous bees, you will get a lot of honey. Move the floating island to the right. This is an ordinary floating island where you can find some ordinary supplies. Move the floating island backwards. There is no floating island here. It is an empty area. Move up the floating island and you can get a lot of supplies and blueprints. Moving down the floating island, there is a floating flaming mountain. After collecting information about the floating islands above, below, left and right, Zhou Tu chose to move the floating island upwards. Generally speaking, the danger level in the early stage was not high. As long as you are not very unlucky, the chances of survival are very high. Holding the crystal, he communicated with the island master's mind through his thoughts, and soon he felt something pressing on him, as if he was sitting in an upward elevator. This is a sign of being overweight. The white clouds in his eyes suddenly faded away. The movement of the floating island was beyond his imagination. In an instant, he felt a violent collision under his feet. His floating island was too small, and he even felt that it was about to capsize. Zhou Tu's heart was in his throat. He decided to expand the floating island after building the house. Calm your mind. Looking at the floating island that appeared in front of him, this island was much larger than his island. There were some trees and a few dilapidated houses on it. For a moment, Zhou Tu wanted to move to this island to survive. The island owner's heart reminds you that after each island docking, it takes 5 minutes to restart and select the direction to go. Zhou Tu was stunned. This means that if you encounter an island with dangerous animals and don't want to go up, you will need to defend on your floating island for 5 minutes. This setting puts the floating island in danger, and choosing not to go up to the island is also dangerous. Zhou Tu landed on the island carrying a backpack, an axe, and a shovel. Looking back at his own island, it was small and bare, with only green grass on the ground. He felt like a pirate, driving a small boat up to a large ship. However, this thought only flashed through his mind before he dismissed it. Suddenly, the island owner's heart was shaken. Remaining time, 59:02 minutes. I can only stay on this island for 1 hour. Collecting supplies and building a house is the first priority. Zhou Tu reminded himself that if he could find something like the island owner's heart on this floating island, he could naturally change islands. If he couldn't find it, it would be better to go back and build his own island. Entering the dilapidated house, Zhou Tu picked up the yellowed craft paper on the table. Island owner's heart reminder, obtain small house structure blueprint +1, yellow. I got the house structure drawings right away. This is a great start. After packing up the house structure blueprint, Zhou Tu began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. Island owner's heart reminder, get tape +1 island master's heart reminder, obtain iron nail +12 island owner's heart reminder, get gauze +1, get scissors +1, get paper +1. Looking at the empty wooden cabinets and tables, Zhou Tu paused, then raised the axe in his hand. Bang! Wood foam was flying everywhere, high up in the sky, and some dust particles were dancing in the sun. Obviously these tables and cabinets are quite old. He felt that the air in the room was a little turbid. Island owner's heart reminder, get wood +1 island owner's heart reminder, get wood +1 island owner's heart reminder, get wood +1. Soon, all the things in the room were put into Zhou Tu's space backpack. Looking at the various things in the backpack, Zhou Tu frowned. The backpack was too small, with only 20 slots. A small thing like a nail actually takes up a space. If you collect too much supplies in the future, some small but useful things don't need to be put in the space backpack, you can carry them directly on your body. Left the house. Zhou Tu ran towards the 3 trees in the distance. Time is limited, there are only 35 minutes left. When he arrived in front of the trees, Zhou Tu discovered that these 3 trees were actually apple trees, and the apples on them were green apples. Zhou Tu picked up an axe and chopped down 3 apple trees. Obtain wood +12, green apple +52. Zhou Tu wiped the sweat from his head and felt a little thirsty. Cutting trees was really tiring. I looked around the island and pulled up some tall green grass. Get grass +20. There are only 3 minutes left. Zhou Tu jumped back to his own floating island from the tiny connection and watched the floating island opposite disappear. He let out a long sigh. It's not that he doesn't want apple trees, but his floating island is not suitable for planting now. His island is only 10 meters in diameter, and there is not much space to build a house. And digging trees takes much more time than cutting them down. I took a look at the things I brought back from the floating island this time. Small house structure blueprint 1, wood 28, tape +1, nail 12, gauze 1, scissors 1, green apple 52, paper 1, grass 20. Take a look at the materials for making simple houses. There are still 5 pieces of soil left. But now that we have the blueprint for the small house structure, why do we need a simple house? Just build the best one currently available. Zhou Tu opened the blueprint for a small house. Wood 40, nails 20, stone 15, grass 20. A small yellow building blueprint requires so many materials. But when he thought of the materials he had just collected, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you choose the right floating island, collecting materials is very quick. Taking out a green apple, Zhou Tu ate the unripe apple while recovering his strength and opened the chat channel. Regional chat room, 10,000/9732, Zhou Tu discovered that more than 200 people had died in such a short period of time. As expected of a survival world, so many people died in such a short time, the mortality rate is really high. How did they die? Is this floating island so dangerous? Is there any big guy in the area who can take me with him? We are in an alliance. I am light and graceful, and I have a lowly voice. I'm starting to get thirsty now. Is there anyone who can give me some water for free? I'm also very hungry. Can you give me some food? You won't die of starvation if you don't eat for a day. Instead of chatting, why not control the floating island and go find supplies? Zhou Tu watched the conversation. After such a long time, many people have not taken the first step out of the floating island. But it's none of his business. Now the best choice is to develop floating islands and build houses to resist the darkness of the night. Feeling that his strength had recovered a lot, Zhou Tu turned his attention back to the front. Now he needs to find an island with food and water. Such a supply island is the preferred island. Concentrate and look forward. Move the floating island forward and you will encounter a snake island full of snakes. Chapter 3. Move back to the floating island, where there are burrowing rodents with strong attack power. Move the floating island to the left. This is an ordinary floating island where you can find some ordinary supplies. Move the floating island to the right. The supplies here are very rich. You can find useful supplies, and there is a treasure chest waiting for you to open. Move up to the floating island. There are many strange birds here. They are very aggressive. Move the floating island down and you will return to your original position, with nothing. Zhou Tu looked at the information he had obtained, thoughtfully. Move the floating island downwards and it will return to its previous position, which means you only have 5 chances to choose this time. If he detects that there are dangerous floating islands on all sides, he can retreat to his original position. However, if we retreat, too much energy will be consumed, which is not cost-effective at all. According to the information this time, there are monsters on the 3 floating islands. If you are lucky, you will be safe. If you are unlucky, encountering these floating islands with monsters will be very dangerous. It seems that in addition to building an island, we also need to make weapons to arm ourselves, or arm our own floating island. If we encounter danger, staying on the island and not going up is also a solution. Zhou Tu pondered secretly. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the moving floating island on the right. This island is bigger than the last floating island I saw, and there are more houses. Zhou Tu headed straight to the center of the island. A rusted treasure chest is inside a house in the center of the island. It's an iron treasure chest. Zhou Tu directly put the treasure chest into the space backpack. Return to your island and open it. Now the important thing is to plunder the supplies on the island. After collecting the treasure chests, Zhou Tu did not miss any corner of the room. Island Master's Heart Reminder, obtain iron nails plus 18 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get tape plus 1 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get nylon rope plus 1 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get silicone doll plus 1. Looking at the pretty doll in front of him, Zhou Tu was a little confused. What is this? He casually put it into his backpack. Even if you don't use it, it's easy to trade it off. Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get tissue plus 1 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get small bread plus 10 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get 400 ml of mineral water plus 16 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get lighter plus 1 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get Zonghua cigarette plus 1. Looking at the things in the backpack, Zhou Tu felt secretly satisfied. It is indeed a wealthy island. The supplies were abundant, and the most important thing was that we found the basic supplies for survival. Food, clothes, a lighter, and a pack of cigarettes. It's a pity, though, that he doesn't smoke much. After searching all the houses on the island, his 20-grid backpack was completely full. He had to take out small items like cigarettes and lighters and put them in his pockets. These items could not be stacked in the backpack and took up space. Glancing around the house, Zhou Tu felt that the doors and windows of the house were pretty good. Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get wood plus 1 Island Master's Heart Reminder, get glass plus 1, good, the needle doesn't poke. As expected, this is the wealthy island I mentioned. The supplies here are several times more than the previous island. I should be able to build my house now. He explored the floating island inside and out, and in the remaining time, he dug for a while in the places where there were stones on the floating island. Reminder from the Island Owner's Heart, obtain stone plus 20, soil plus 20. Looking at the 20 units of stone in the backpack, Zhou Tu wiped the sweat off his face. Collecting stone is not easy. More than 20 pieces of stone material are considered 1 unit of stone in the heart of the island owner. And it takes 100 shovelfuls of soil to count as 1 unit of soil. Living on a floating island is not easy. After sighing, he returned to his own floating island and watched the floating island opposite disappear from his sight. This is what we call being lost. Then he opened his backpack and counted the gains from this exploration of the floating island. Iron nails 18, tape plus 1, nylon rope plus 1, silicone doll 1, tape 1, tissue 1, small bread 10, 250 ml mineral water 16, lighter 1, Zonghua cigarette 1, wood 41, glass 5, stone 20, soil 20, iron treasure chest 1. He had explored this island and the previous one, but unfortunately there was no crystal like the island owner's heart on the small island, which made his idea of a euro looking after each island fail. However, after 2 explorations, the materials obtained were enough to build the house according to the yellow blueprint. The materials needed to build a house are wood 40, nails 20, stone 15, grass 20. The island owner's heart prompts that the island owner has collected all the yellow blueprint materials and can use the blueprint to build a house. Do you want to spend 2 grids of energy to build the house and use the relevant materials for optimization? Build now and optimize. Zhou Tu chose to build without hesitation. The floating island with a diameter of 10 meters had nothing on it. It was floating in the sky, and he felt very insecure. The disaster in this area is a wind disaster. If the floating island moves to another area, what to do in cold areas? What to do in hot areas? These are all potential threats, but the island owner's heart has not reminded them. In this world of survival, we must be prepared for danger in times of peace, learn from past experiences and have a sense of crisis. Zhou Tu was now relaxed, but he was becoming more and more uneasy, with all sorts of random thoughts in his mind. Essentially speaking, he has a bit of paranoia. After he used 2 grids of energy, a 5A5M small house appeared inside the crystal, and below it was the foundation of his floating island. You can choose the location to place the house above. Once selected, it cannot be changed unless it is removed. The floating island was too small and there was not much room for choice, so Zhou Tu chose to put the house in the middle of the island. All of a sudden, the foundation of a house appeared in the middle area of a euro the floating island. Just like 3D printing, the rooms were quickly formed layer by layer. A small house with windows appeared on the floating island. Materials that meet the requirements for optimizing the room are detected. Do you want to optimize? Optimization. This optimization uses 5 pieces of glass, 1 nylon rope, 1 silicone doll, 1 roll of tape, and 1 pack of paper towels. FK, they even optimized my silicone doll into it. Zhou Tu looked unhappy when he saw some plastic material on the window. He originally wanted to make a deal, but he didn't expect it to be gone like this. He opened the door and walked into the wooden house. Looking at the small house, he felt a little safer. The small box sent by the system was also placed in the house. This small box also has certain space functions, but like the backpack, it currently has 20 slots. It can be imagined that when more supplies are collected in the future, they will need to be placed on the floating island. Looking at the empty hut, Zhou Tu sighed, no wonder the island owner's heart is a construction column. You can think of the island owner's heart as something like a base vehicle. If you have a blueprint, energy, and materials, you can use energy to build it, which saves a lot of effort. After relaxing, Zhou Tu immediately felt thirsty and hungry. After working intensively for more than 2 hours, he felt a little tired. After delivering all the supplies to the cabin, I took inventory of the remaining supplies. Nails 10, tape 1, small bread 10, 250 ml mineral water 16, lighter 1, Zonghua cigarette 1, wood 29, soil 20, iron treasure chest 1. The food I consume at this rate can only last for 1 day. Zhou Tu finished 5 small loaves of bread and a bottle of water in 1 meal, and only then did he feel better. Looking at the remaining food, Zhou Tu frowned, it's not enough to eat and drink, we still have to explore the floating island. But open the iron treasure chest first. He rubbed his hands, silently told himself that he was a lucky guy, and opened the iron treasure chest. Chapter 4. The island owner's heart reminds you that you have obtained the bow and arrow production blueprint, green blueprint. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. It was an offensive weapon. 2 elm wood, 1 tendon. The materials required are still somewhat unfamiliar. Zhou Tu memorized the materials and placed the blueprint in the room. If you come across these materials, collect them. Weapons such as bows and arrows will definitely be used in the later stages. He couldn't keep avoiding Monster Island and not exploring it. Moreover, the probability of encountering a Monster Island is still very high. One day, all the island information will be monsters, and then we will have to face it. Zhou Tu felt that some supplies could only be produced on Monster Islands, and ordinary islands probably could not produce them. So the Monster Island must be explored. Zhou Tu opened the door, prepared to detect information, and continued to collect supplies. I saw the clear sky turned into a dark yellow. It was a huge sandstorm, like a desert covering the sky. Zhou Tu closed the wooden door with a bang. He heard sand hitting the wooden door, and his floating island was shaking gently. Standing in the wooden house, Zhou Tu seriously watched the sesame-sized sand grains hitting the glass, making a slight rubbing sound, like a monster grinding its teeth. My heart sank. If the house had not been built, the sandstorm would have definitely covered him in dust. The yellow sand is crushing the island. I don't know what happened to the others. Not daring to go out and explore, Zhou Tu opened the regional chat channel. Some people really can't help but use their energy to buy loudspeakers to speak. FK. The sand is coming too fast. If I hadn't had the shovel stuck in the ground, I would have been blown off the island. There are now hundreds less people chatting in our area. I was wrong. I don't want to survive on an empty island. I want to return to the prosperous, democratic, and harmonious society I once was. I lost my grip on the axe and it fell. What should I do? It will be more stable if the 2 islands are connected together. Li Zhongping reminded. Someone quickly asked, has Boss Zhongping started exploring the floating island? Are there any supplies on Boss Zhongping's island? However, these people's questions did not receive a response from Li Zhongping. Zhou Tu silently opened Li Zhongping's profile picture. It was a middle-aged man with clear facial features, especially his eyes, which were very sharp. He had seen this kind of person in soldiers before. There is no shortage of strong people who want to survive. He also consumed energy and gave away the information he obtained. There are not many good people like him in this world now. Zhou Tu looked at the people in the area, which now numbered 9,208. This means that this sandstorm took away at least 400 people. But it is understandable if you think about it. Each person's island is only 10 meters in diameter, and one will fall down if one is not careful. Zhou Tu estimated that the 8 people who were killed on the ground fell directly from the floating island. Gradually the sandstorm stopped. It came and went quickly. Zhou Tu walked out of the house. The originally new house was now covered with sand, as if it had changed its skin and looked a bit old. But the original green grass on the island suffered. The green grass was gone after being blown by the sandstorm. The sandstorm killed all the green grass on the floating island. Grass is the only food on the floating island. There are people who would rather eat grass than explore the floating island. Now that there is no grass to eat, they must explore the floating island. Zhou Tu was not focused on eating grass, but pondered, now it's a sandstorm, what disaster will it be in the future? The island is so small, can the yellow blueprint cabin really withstand the extreme climate in the future? Zhou Tu held an axe and looked at his island and hut, which were still too small. Going to be bigger. As long as the island becomes larger, there will be more available space, and the ability to resist unknown risks will naturally increase. Cast your gaze into the distance. Move the floating island forward and you will encounter a wounded elf. This elf has a bonus effect on plants. Move the floating island to the left and you will come across a stone island where you can collect stone. Move the floating island to the right and you will encounter an iron ore island where you can collect iron ore. Move back to the floating island, there are many wild boars inside. If you defeat the wild boars, you can get a large amount of meat. Move up the floating island and you can get a lot of supplies and blueprints. Move down the floating island. There is a strange stone tablet inside, and nothing else. Zhou Tu first ruled out Wild Boar Island. Although he wanted to eat meat, he didn't want to die. Wild boars have thick skin and flesh, so it's better not to kill them. He also ruled out the 2 mining islands. Now he only had an axe and a shovel. It was okay to dig sand, but to mine? The price/performance ratio is too low. The strange stone tablet island was also ignored by him. All that's left is to rescue the injured elves or choose between going to the blueprint island. The supplies are plentiful, the blueprints are tempting, but injured elves are hard to come by. After all, with the information prompts, he can see the supplies on all the islands, so it is easy to find blueprints and supplies. But injured elves also have a bonus effect on plants. This is what moved him. The plant bonus may not mean much now, but his floating island is destined to expand in the later stage. If there is an elf, he can farm. The most important thing is that he is bound to the heart of the island owner. On his island, all animals are under his control. Are elves considered animals? Zhou Tu asked the island owner with some uncertainty. Special lives on the island are also controlled by the island owner. The island owner with the heart of an island owner has supreme power on his own floating island. The island owner's heart explains. With the explanation of the island master's heart, Zhou Tu became more determined to rescue the elves. Suddenly he thought of the succubus he saw for the first time. If this succubus came to his island, according to the island owner's heart, he could also suppress the succubus. Then Zhou Tu shook his head and threw these messy thoughts out of his head. Even if we could get these to the island, there's no room for them. We really have the will but not the ability. A floating island moving forward. An island with lush vegetation quickly grew from a small dot to a large one before appearing before our eyes. The flowers and plants on it were very dense, and the diameter was about 1,000 meters. Compared to his island, it is very big. Is this the island where the elves are? How lush is the vegetation? It seems that this elf is a grass attribute elf. Zhou Tu stepped onto the island and felt the soles of his feet were soft. The sandstorm did not destroy the vegetation here. The floating island in the wild was not affected by the sandstorm. Or is the injured elf related to the sandstorm? Zhou Tu was very confused. But the most urgent task is to find the injured elf. Using a shovel to push aside the dense vegetation, Zhou Tu began searching. Half an hour later, Zhou Tu stood in the center of the island and looked around, but he didn't find the elf. This injured elf actually hit himself. Chapter 5. Time was running out, but he had already searched all over the Sky Island in half an hour and still couldn't find the elf mentioned in the information. In half an hour, the floating island would disappear, and Zhou Tu couldn't help feeling a little anxious. How can I find the injured elf? He had never seen this special creature before. If he had seen it and knew the specific appearance of the elf, it might be easier to find it. But after a moment, he calmed down. The information above says that elves can promote the growth of plants, which means that elves are related to these plants. There are a lot of plants on this floating island, and it is very likely that the grass elves are hiding among these plants. As long as you destroy all the grass, you can find the elf. Just do what you want to do. Zhou Tu placed some wood on the floating island and prepared to light it. Suddenly, a shout was heard in my ear. Don't do that. A crisp sound rang in his ears, and an orchid in front of him suddenly made a sound. Zhou Tu was delighted. The elf was found, and she could actually turn into a flower. This elf was really beyond people's expectations. Zhou Tu asked hypocritically, "Who are you? Why are you disturbing me? This is my island and you are destroying it." Lan Hua said angrily. "This is clearly an ownerless floating island. Haha, I've seen many shameless people like you. Don't try to deceive me. Leave my island as soon as possible. I planted all these flowers and plants." Zhou Tu remained unmoved. The elf was injured, and now forcing him to leave was obviously a show of strength on the outside but weakness on the inside. If he wasn't injured, he might have attacked him. But his purpose is to bring the elves to his island. But it seems that it is a bit difficult, because this elf has seen humans. I have an island. Can you come? Although it is still small, it can continue to grow. Zhou Tu tried to make an invitation. Seeing that Zhou Tu seemed to have no habit of taking action, the orchid in front of him suddenly turned into an elf floating in the air. An elf with green skin and a faint emerald glow appeared in the air. She was wearing clothes made of grass and flower petals, and her 2 little hands were clasped in front of her chest. "Go away, this is my island." The elf looked a little angry, looking at the islands around him in the distance, and said with some disdain, "My island is so much bigger than yours, and you actually invited me to your island? Your island can't even guarantee my basic survival." Zhou Tu was silent for a moment. It was just as the elf said. His island was now only 10 meters in diameter. It is very small and has a weak ability to resist some disasters, but at the same time, the lower limit of his floating island is low, but the upper limit is infinite. "Can your floating island move freely?" Zhou Tu asked, changing the subject. "My floating island can float, but it can't move." Zhou Tu nodded. The elf's floating islands could only float randomly, but his island could choose the direction of floating. This is the essential difference. Maybe the elves are very powerful, can transform, and have some special abilities, but even so powerful they can still be hurt in this sky world. An empty island that stays in place can only float randomly, and if it encounters some other disasters, it can only wait for death. My island is free to move around. I can take you wherever you want to go. If you encounter anything on this island, you can only wait to die. I have been living well for such a long time, how is it possible, the elf said with some pride. Haha, if you had this ability, you wouldn't be hurt, and you wouldn't hide. Zhou Tu exposed the elf and revealed the fact that she was injured. Just as Zhou Tu expected, the elf immediately became a little depressed when he mentioned that he was injured. If there hadn't been a sudden sandstorm, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You'd better leave now, you're a liar. There's no way I'm going to your island. Zhou Tu's expression changed slightly. This elf was so ungrateful. If he wasn't injured, he might be afraid, but it was obvious that the previous sand explosion had an impact on this elf. If he hadn't been injured, this elf would have probably attacked him directly. If you don't come to my island, I'll order you to set fire to your floating island. Zhou Tu threatened. Sure enough, humans are not good people. The elf was a little angry. Zhou Tu took out a lighter from his pocket, opened it with a snap, and a red flame jumped out. I just need to get some more wood, and I can set your island on fire. Come with me, or your floating island will be set on fire. Your choice. The elf was silent and looked at Zhou Tu with some anger. If it weren't for the sudden sandstorm, she would have consumed a huge amount of energy to protect these plants, damaging her origin, and she would not have been injured. Now he is threatened by a human. Go to his floating island with a diameter of 10 meters. What can be developed on such a small floating island? Watch as Zhou Tu tries to literally set the island on fire. I'll go with you, said the grass elf. It should have been over earlier. You had to make me use force. Zhou Tu put away the lighter, but he felt relieved that he had finally subdued the elf. But it seemed that the elf was somewhat disdainful of him. Let's go. Pack up your things on your island and go to my island. The elf chuckled, but still obediently collected some flowers and plants on the island. Some of the surrounding flowers and plants merged into the elf's body. Zhou Tu was amazed. It seemed that this little elf also had similar space equipment. However, when the elf was collecting the flowers and plants, it became visibly weaker. Zhou Tu guessed that the strength of the elves was related to plants and trees. How do you treat your injury? The elf pouted, I won't tell you. This abominable human being, if she recovers in the future, she will kill him first. Then look for a new, larger island. Zhou Tu shrugged and said, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. He forced the elf to come to his island, and the elf had a bad temper. Although a forced melon is not sweet, it is very thirst-quenching. Once you arrive at his island, the elves have no control over it. Zhou Tu has always felt that feelings can be cultivated slowly, after all, love can grow over time. The moment the elf followed Zhou Tu into the floating island, she felt suppressed, as if her body was seen through. What have you done to me, you despicable human? At this moment, Zhou Tu's island master's heart sent a reminder. Congratulations to the island master for obtaining a special life, grass elf, injured state. The island master can consume energy to heal the special life. Chapter 6. It can heal elves. Zhou Tu sighed that the energy of the island owner's heart is really a good thing. It seems that elves are indeed a kind of life form similar to energy bodies. Zhou Tu looked at the energy needed for treatment and found that it actually required 3 grids of energy from the island master's heart. 3 grids of energy can allow the floating island to move forward 3 times. It seems that the grass elves have indeed spent a lot of money to protect the flowers and plants on the original island. However, Zhou Tu chose not to receive treatment. It took 2 squares to build the house, and 4 squares to move the floating island. Now there are 4 squares left to replenish the energy of the elf. How can he develop? Collecting resources is the first priority, and this grass elf is obviously a little dissatisfied with him. Since the injury is not fatal, there is no need to treat this grass elf at the moment. It was impossible for him to lick his face and try to please an elf. I didn't do anything to you, but this is my island, I am the owner. On my island, you will naturally be suppressed to a certain extent. There was some displeasure on the elf's little face. I just secretly decided that if I came across a big island, I would definitely go up there, because the island Zhou Tu was on had no future. Zhou Tu didn't care what the elf was thinking, but opened the trading channel. He explored several islands and wanted to see what was available on the trading channel and what he could get. There were no trade items before, but now there are a lot of original stockings in exchange for 1,000 bottles of water. 1 bottle of water is exchanged for 10,000 units of wood. 1 piece of bread is exchanged for 100 units of soil. 1 blueprint in exchange for 10,000 glasses of water. Zhou Tu refreshed the page and found that there were a lot of supplies and a variety of transactions. However, many transactions with outrageous prices did not succeed. Why is it different from the novel? Why are there so many supplies? Zhou Tu thought that there were people like Li Zhongping in the regional channel, and with so many people in the world, there must be a lot of elites. Not to mention elite organizations such as the military of each country. There are also many people with an adventurous spirit. As long as they are lucky enough to come across a resource island, they can produce a lot of supplies. Thinking of this, Zhou Tu opened the public chat channel. Can the transaction be more practical? A bottle of water for a blueprint? Damn it, are you bullying people who don't understand prices? These special items are obviously rare items, are you bullying fools? Can you starve to death if you don't eat or drink for a day? People are offering to exchange a bottle of water for 10,000 units of wood? It's really stupid. Although I am hungry, aren't the items you are trading a little too outrageous? With such outrageous transaction prices, I want to explore the island by myself. Fortunately, the transaction also has a search function. I came across a water island. If you need water, please send me a private message. You need to bring your own container. Zhou Tu closed the chat. When a trading platform accommodates a large enough number of transactions and the number of exchanges is limited, the price of objects will basically be difficult to manipulate. It is also a barter platform. Supplies are scarce, and the person who came up with the blueprint is not a fool. He can't exchange the water in his hand for a bottle of water. People have more choices. Now we have encountered a mining island, a material island, and the people in the channel have encountered an island with abundant water resources. With such a large population base, the chances of survival are still very high if they unite to survive. After exploring several islands, his need for food was not too urgent, at least he could still have a meal. As the people in the channel said, you won't die if you don't drink water or eat for a day. Since there is no rush, the remaining thing is naturally to upgrade the island and expand the area of a the floating island. The island is too small now. When faced with a storm, it shakes constantly and there is no sense of security. In addition, the elf said that his island was too small, and his words were full of disdain. Island upgrades will be the main theme in the future. Zhou Tu clenched his fists. If he wanted the elves to farm for him, he would need a very large island. The upgrade requirements for the island owner's heart are 100 mud and 20 stone. This time, Zhou Tu didn't think this demand was a simple one like before. He was sweating profusely when he was digging stone materials before. This thing looks very simple, but it is very labor-intensive and time-consuming to actually obtain. You know, the exploration time on an island is only 1 hour. If we spend all this time on mining, it would be a huge waste, and we wouldn't even have enough time to explore the island. He can see the general supplies on the island and can choose high-value items to exchange for these basic supplies to expand his island. Mining is impossible to mine. Focusing his eyes on the front, this was his 5th time moving the island. After using it up, the island master's heart only had 3 times of energy left. Move forward to the floating island. There is a golden treasure chest on the island, but there is a giant snake guarding the treasure chest. Move the floating island to the left. This is a desert floating island rich in sand and gravel. Move to the right of the floating island, there are some myriapods here, they have venom glands. Move back to the floating island, the supply island, there are some supplies inside, you can get some supplies, and a blueprint. Move up to the floating island, there are many mutant dogs here. Move down the floating island, it's empty. Looking at the information he obtained, Zhou Tu sighed. Half of the islands that came out this time have monsters, which means that if you choose blindly, there is a high possibility of encountering danger. If there were no monsters, he would definitely choose the gold treasure chest. But now I have no choice but to give up. He had no intention of going to any island with monsters. Even if there were rare supplies, he would have to survive to get them, unless it was like the last time on the elf island, where the elves showed signs of being injured. This kind of trip is acceptable, but the others are accompanied by huge risks, so it is impossible for him to go. Moving to the left is a gravel hill. This made Zhou Tu even more certain that these floating islands were resource islands. The last time he encountered an ore island, and now he encountered a gravel island. This was the best evidence. Although there are many resource islands, the blueprint is more important. After all, he has already enjoyed the benefits brought by the blueprint, and the house is the best choice. If the requirements for the blueprint he got this time were lower and he could produce the materials, he could use the materials to exchange for other things. This way development will be very fast. Key to floating island teleportation. The unprepared elf was still floating in the air when suddenly the floating island moved rapidly. He bumped into Zhou Tu's house. Shouldn't you say something when you were controlling the floating island to move? When the elf flew up again, Zhou Tu had already stepped towards the island that appeared in his eyes. It's really possible to manipulate the floating island to move. The elf was surprised. Its island could not move and could only float passively, but this small island could. It seemed that the human was not lying. If this is the case, the initiative will be much greater. She looked at the floating island opposite from afar and chose not to go up. This floating island is not as big as her previous floating island. If this is the case, one day, this guy will encounter a suitable island, and then it will be time for her to leave. Zhou Tu went straight to the island and began a locust-like search. Island owner's heart prompt, get iron ore +5 island owner's heart prompt, get stone +5 the island owner's heart prompts that the Tang sword blueprint, yellow, has been obtained. Chapter 7. Zhou Tu took the blueprint, and a knife pattern appeared on the drawing. The materials for making the Tang sword also appeared in his eyes. Only 1 unit of iron would be enough. He was delighted. Finally, there is something I can use. The supplies on the island were not what he had imagined. Resources such as water and food were not very popular on the trading platform. In addition, there are too many people, and the trading platform can always exchange materials or replaceable items at some acceptable prices. Only processed items can be exchanged for more materials. Zhou Tu watched the time, searched for supplies, and observed the elves on his island. He found that the elf seemed to be floating above his house, and he had no idea what it was thinking. Soon the supplies on the island were collected. The collection this time was not easy, and the ore and stone also took him some effort. Return to your island. Looking at the elf on the roof, he was still the same, very cold. Zhou Tu said, want to come in? The grass elf glanced at Zhou Tu and ignored him. She was still angry at Zhou Tu for moving the floating island without informing her. She was already injured, and now she hit her head against the house, and her head was still dizzy. Her impression of Zhou Tu became even worse. Zhou Tu didn't care about the grass elf's indifferent look. As an island owner, he had plenty of time and means to survive in this world. He was not a saint. He opened the door and walked in. I counted the harvest from this island exploration, and got 15 units of stone, 10 units of iron ore, a blueprint of the Tang sword, and 10 units of green grass. In general, there are already a lot of supplies, and the original storage boxes provided on the island can no longer hold some of them. Some things can only be piled up in the open air. It seems that we need to trade away the useless supplies as soon as possible and exchange some of the excess resources for the ones we need. But currently, making the island bigger is the top priority. Zhou Tu took a look and found that the island still needed 100 units of soil and 5 units of stone to upgrade. He planned to make a Tang sword in exchange for these basic supplies. Tang Dao blueprint detected. Do you want to mass-produce Tang Dao? Once produced, this blueprint cannot be traded. A hint came from the island owner's heart. Zhou Tu took a look and saw that he could consume the energy of the island master's heart to make 10 Tang swords. Since the blueprint could not be traded, he simply ignored it. Without hesitation, I chose OK. The energy in the island owner's crystal instantly became 2 bars. The iron ore disappeared, and the Tang sword was printed out like 3D. Zhou Tu couldn't help but sigh at the island owner's greatness. Having energy can save most of the time. I just don't know if those who use their energy to speak will regret it. And one of his speakers was still unused, which was a wise choice. Zhou Tu first took a look at the trading area. Click into the weapon. What surprised Zhou Tu was that someone used the axe and shovel initially given by the system to exchange for food. Only a few pages though. He didn't know how to evaluate these people, perhaps they had their own ideas. Buy and sell weapons such as iron knives. Not at this time. In other words, these Tang swords are listed on the weapons page for the first time. He is the only one of his kind and he has the power to set prices. Zhou Tu thought about it and realized that what was needed now was soil, stone, and iron ore. If they need iron ore, they will naturally continue to make Tang swords to sell. There are many monsters on the floating island. If one can survive after encountering monsters, it means that these people have a certain ability to collect resources. These people have certain abilities and correspondingly certain resources. Zhou Tu put the Tang sword on the shelf. A Tang sword can be exchanged for 50 iron ore. Is it not too much for him to raise the price 50 times? After all, making a Tang sword requires energy, and energy is very precious in the early stages of the game. In exchange for iron ore he could keep his trade going. He exchanged other Tang swords for soil and stone. A Tang sword can be exchanged for 100 units of soil. A Tang sword can be exchanged for 60 stones. 3 Tang swords were put on the shelves, but Zhou Tu did not put any more on the shelves. In his opinion, his price was too high, so he decided to see if anyone was trading. If it is sold out in seconds, it means that the demand is very strong. If it is not sold out in seconds, it means that the price of the Tang sword is too high. The fact is just as Zhou Tu expected, no one bought it. This shows that the price of his material exchange is too high. 100 units of soil. If you find a suitable soil island, it will take about an hour to dig. He wants 1 hour's labor results from others in one go, so these people still need to weigh it up. But Zhou Tu was not in a hurry. There are so many people in the world, and the base is too large, so the price seems very high, but in reality, there are still people who may need it. Among so many people, there must be fools. But soon, a private chat came. He was a man with a resolute look on his face, named Shi Yuran. Brother, I only have 50 stones, can I exchange it for a Tang sword? Zhou Tu thought about it and replied, sure. The island master's heart reminds that the two parties had a private chat and the communication channel has been stably established. Zhou Tu took a look and found that his free trumpet had been used up. It takes energy to establish a stable private chat with others. However, a chat channel has been established, and he and Shi Yuran can chat without restrictions in the future. Shi Yuran obviously also received the hint from the island master's heart. I am dying of suffocation. This energy is so useful. How did you make the Tang sword? This speed is too fast. How many islands did you explore? Zhou Tu first put on the shelf a Tang sword that Shi Yuran wanted, and changed the stone required for the transaction to 50. Shi Yuran was doing transactions when he found out Zhou Tu had added something new. He immediately sent a message, brother, you're pretty fast. Looks like you found the blueprint. Must. How many islands have you explored? Shi Yuran continued to ask. What about you? Zhou Tu asked back. He had explored too many islands and it was not convenient to reveal them all. 3 islands, one of which is a stone island, you can only dig stones on it. I have 3 too. Zhou Tu said. Then you are very lucky, you found the blueprint directly. I guess so. Zhou Tu did not deny it. He felt that Shi Yuran was trying to get information from him. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Tu did not speak any more to Shi Yuran. Because someone else came to chat privately, Zhou Tu took a look at the profile picture. It was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. Her name was Jian Rui. Handsome guy, 50 mud and a Tang sword, how about that? He came here to bargain, and this time the bargaining resulted in a huge price cut for him. Zhou Tu did not reply, because replying required energy, he did not have any extra energy, and every drop of energy was a resource. From the transaction with Shi Yuran, he could be sure that someone would be able to accept his price. As long as a handsome guy comes across Zhou Tu Island, there is a high chance that his Tang sword can be sold. With a base number in the hundreds of millions, this situation is very common. He doesn't mind waiting a little longer. Sure enough, after a while, the transaction of exchanging the mud for the Tang sword was successful, and no one came to bargain. Your Tang sword has been successfully exchanged for 100 units of soil. At this moment, Zhou Tu had 100 units of soil and 50 stones in his hands, which was obviously enough to upgrade the island. Finally I can upgrade my island. Chapter 8. Whether to use 100 soil and 20 stone to upgrade the island. Upgrade. Then the earth and stone materials he had obtained disappeared. Zhou Tu walked outside. The entire island seemed to have gained some energy and began to tremble slightly. It seemed to have come to life and grew a lot bigger. The tremors stopped, and his island became 11 meters in diameter, a lot larger in area. It has been detected that the area of a the island has increased, and the ability of the island owner's heart has increased. The current level of the island owner's heart is 2, and the energy limit is +1. The materials required for the next upgrade are 200 soil and 30 stone. The island master's heart has been upgraded to level 2, the energy has become 11 billion Argentine pesos, and the available energy has become 3. The materials required for the next level increased by 100 units of soil and 10 units of stone. Zhou Tu nodded, getting bigger is a good thing. Who doesn't like big? The island has grown in size and the energy has increased by 1 level. From the perspective of the current survival mechanism, the benefits brought about are immeasurable. This means there is one more island to explore. If you have a blueprint, you can make things for trading, or you can use it to talk. But if he used it to speak, Zhou Tu felt it was a waste. However, it also shows that his previous judgment was correct. If he went mining and digging the soil himself, the efficiency would be far less than trading. The resources needed to upgrade the island still need to rely on trading. The elf stood on the roof, a flash of surprise in his eyes. She naturally felt that the floating island had grown bigger. This human didn't lie. If that's the case, keep working hard and the island will grow. But it's too slow. It's rising 1 meter a day. I don't know how long it will take to reach 1,000 meters. She is not optimistic. Zhou Tu glanced at the elf and ignored it. The floating island became bigger, and Zhou Tu felt that he would not be able to drive it away. Open the chat. Many people sent him messages, many of whom said that the Tang sword was too expensive and hoped it would be cheaper. Zhou Tu ignored it. With such a large population base, there will naturally be people who need it. When the time comes, you will choose a floating island with monsters and need a knife to kill them. There is no need to bargain at this time. I took a look at the number of people chatting in the area, and now there are 8,728 people. A few hours later, more than 1,000 people had died in the area chat. Zhou Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. Survival is cruel. So many people died in such a short time. It is not easy to survive on the floating island. The guy selling Tang swords seems to be from our area. Selling a knife at such a high price, you are a black-hearted person. We actually have a big boss here. If I meet him, I am willing to go to his island to lend a helping hand. Your abacus beads all collapsed on my face. Zhou Tu silently closed the area chat. He felt that the people chatting were all dying. These people don't understand the importance of energy. Use it all for chatting, it will become more and more difficult later. Your Tang sword has been successfully exchanged for 50 units of iron. Your Tang sword has been exchanged for 60 units of stone. It has been successfully exchanged. Iron deal successful. Zhou Tu was delighted when he saw the storage box that came with the island. He felt the price of the iron deal was too high, but he didn't expect it to be successful. Looks like someone needs it. The transaction of the 3 Tang swords listed on the trading channel was completed. There are 50 units of iron ore, and the stone transaction was successful, with a total of 90 units. There are still 6 Tang swords left from the previous production. From now on his trading can be cyclical. Zhou Tu put 2 Tang swords on the shelf. Exchange for 100 units of soil material. If this transaction is successful, his island can be upgraded to level 3. This time the Tang Dao has just been put on the shelves. After a while, it was sold. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. It seemed that these guys had been watching the market before. Now his products were sold out within seconds after they were put on the shelves. Zhou Tu didn't think much about it, because there were enough materials for another upgrade, so he upgraded again immediately. It has been detected that the island area has increased, and the ability of the island owner's heart has increased. The island owner's heart is currently at level 3, with an energy limit of +1, 12, and available energy of 4. The materials required for the next upgrade are 300 soil and 40 stone. The elf standing on the roof felt some movement on the island. She found that the island had increased in size again. What's going on? Is it so easy to increase the size of an island? The grass elf found it hard to believe that this human was tinkering with something in the house and that the area of a the island had increased again. If the diameter increases by 2 meters a day, it won't be too slow to reach the original size of the island. This human island is really strange. Zhou Tu took a look at the materials needed to upgrade the island master's heart, and as he expected, the soil increased by 100 and the stone increased by 10. With each upgrade, the materials increase continuously, with soil increasing by 100 units and stone increasing by 10 units. It can be imagined that the amount of soil and stone needed to upgrade the island later is huge, which can be calculated using an arithmetic progression. To upgrade to level 10, a total of 5,200 units of soil and 490 units of stone are required. Even if all the iron ore is exchanged for resources, there is still a long way to go. Zhou Tu was silent. In the long run, upgrading an island is not easy and requires constantly looking for resources on other islands. It is easy to upgrade the island level at the beginning, but as the level continues to increase, it becomes increasingly difficult to expand the island. I guess no one will sell the basic supplies later. 2 grids of energy were used to make 20 tang swords, with 30 iron ores remaining and 2 grids of energy remaining. Put 24 tang swords on the shelf, exchange 20 for soil, 2 for stone, and try your luck with the 2 for iron ore. If you can get a lot of iron, you can start the cycle again. Then upgrading to a level 10 island within one day will not be a problem. A large number of tang swords were put on the shelves, causing excitement in the entire public chat channel. How come Zhou Tu has so many knives to put on the shelf? Whose powerful general is he? Why not exchange for basic water or food? Exchange for wood and stone here, are you upgrading the island? This guy is so lucky. I haven't explored an island yet. I hope I can find a good island with my remaining energy. At Zhou Tu, give me a knife. When you return to the real world, I will give you a small goal and guarantee that you will be rich and prosperous throughout your life. Is there any trick you can tell us? After all, we all come from the blue planet, from the same hometown. Don't believe this BD Yang Chui. He cheated people out of their resources. He even cheated them out of my 10 bottles of water. Realized someone was at him. Zhou Tu took a look at the public channel. With so many weapons on the shelves, there was indeed a heated discussion in the public channel. If someone you know in real life is watching the chat channel, they may come and find you. Zhou Tu also has some ideas to promote by putting so many items on the shelves at once. There are many people in the channel, but I don't know any of them. In an environment with strangers, trust is very important. It would be much better if the people you know in real life. And being famous now is also a way to demonstrate one's ability. If I collect any materials in the future, I will have an advantage over others. This is just the initial layout. Ignore the people in the channel who were painting big rosy pictures for him. The person who was talking now was wasting his own potential and closed the chat channel. Zhou Tu concentrated and looked forward to get information. Chapter 9. Move the floating island forward, this is a wolf island. Move the floating island to the left. This is an extremely cold island. You need protective measures before you can go to the island to check it out. Move the floating island to the right, there are some hurricane eagles hovering here. Move back to the floating island, there are many stone men inside. Although they move slowly, they can still deal with an ordinary person like you without any problem. Move upwards to the floating island. There is a tiger here and there is no chance of survival. Move down to the floating island, an ordinary island. Zhou Tu looked at the information about all the islands this time and was speechless. His luck was bad to a certain extent. There are 6 islands, 4 of which have dangerous creatures. One is Iceland, the other is an ordinary island. Zhou Tu was silent for a while. It seems that in the future, we may encounter dangerous animals or dangerous islands. It's right to arm yourself. It is very safe to have a weapon with you. At the very least, you can defend on your own island. If you cannot go to the opposite floating island, you can defend for the minimum stay time and then activate the floating island to leave. Without much choice, Zhou Tu chose an ordinary island. Start the floating island moving downwards. This time the elf stood directly on the roof, and the movement of the floating island did not have much impact on her. Zhou Tu walked towards the distant island. The elf thought about it and followed Zhou Tu to the island. The elves are about to leave the island, do you agree? A hint came from the island owner's heart. Zhou Tu chose to agree. This time the island is an ordinary one, with few resources and sparse vegetation. Even if the elves came out, they would not be interested in this floating island. In addition, the grass elf's wounds have not healed yet. If it doesn't come back, he can just destroy the elf. This is not a good solution. A floating island with a diameter of about 500 square meters. The tour was completed in no time. It is indeed just like the information you see, ordinary and without much content. Even the soil is a thin layer. Although there was not much value in digging, Zhou Tu still took the shovel and dug for nearly an hour. Time is material. He only had 1 energy bar left. What if the next island was the same as this time? Wouldn't he get nothing? Calm down and tap into soil resources. The elves in the sky seemed to have difficulty understanding Zhou Tu. When these humans were on her island, they also cut down trees indiscriminately. There are very few resources on this island now, and this man even scraped off a layer of soil. It's simply outrageous to a certain extent. When the island owner's heart reminded him that there were 3 minutes left, Zhou Tu stopped digging. He then discovered that the elves had returned to their island. Still very autonomous. Zhou Tu smiled inwardly and decided to go back to see how the tang sword was selling. If it could be upgraded today, he hoped to upgrade the island to level 10. Return to your island. Zhou Tu was somewhat dissatisfied with his health. He lacked exercise in his last world and today he was working intensively, which really exhausted him. We could have dug a little more soil, but we were unable to do so. However, this world has elves, succubi, giant snakes, and other strange creatures. As the island is constantly upgraded, things that enhance your own capabilities will definitely appear. There is no rush on the journey. His harvest on this ordinary island was 2 wood, 3 stone, and 30 soil. The ordinary island is ordinary, and even the harvest is ordinary. Open the transaction channel and the successful transaction information will be refreshed. Your tang sword has been exchanged for 100 units of soil. It has been successfully exchanged. Your tang sword has been exchanged for 100 units of soil. It has been successfully exchanged. Your Tang sword has been exchanged for 60 units of stone. It has been successfully exchanged. The Tang Dao successfully exchanged soil 15 times, and successfully exchanged stone all times, but failed to exchange iron ore. It obtained 1,500 units of soil and 120 units of stone. Iron ore trading is still on the trading channel. It seems that exchanging one Tang sword for 50 units of iron ore is indeed a serious premium. It was already a great achievement to have succeeded once before, perhaps it was because he had too many Tang swords on the shelf. But he didn't care. He changed the exchange of Tang sword for iron ore to one Tang sword for 40 iron ores and continued to see the situation. After taking inventory of the materials obtained from the trade, 120 units were obtained from the stone trade, 50 units were left over from the last time, a total of 170, and 1,500 units of soil. Zhou Tu calculated that the island could be upgraded to 3 levels in a row. Without hesitation, the upgrade was carried out immediately. There was a violent tremor from the floating island. Boom! A huge sound came from the island. The elves on the roof were startled, and this time the noise was particularly loud. She saw that the edge of the floating island extended outward again, and this time it seemed to extend several meters. It turns out that the people before collected supplies in order to expand their island. The grass elf understood a little. Expanded 5 meters in diameter in one day? The grass elf was a little surprised. At this rate, it would take only 200 days to upgrade the island to the size of her original island. This was a speed that her island could never reach, it was an island of infinite growth. The grass elf's mentality is somewhat complicated. It has been detected that the island area has increased, and the ability of the island owner's heart has increased. The island owner's heart is currently at level 6, with energy, 4/16. The materials required for the next upgrade are 600 soil and 70 stone. Zhou Tu looked at the expanding floating island outside and felt more secure. After the house was built, it occupied part of the floating island. As a result, when walking on the edge of the house, it is easy to touch the outside, making him feel like he is about to fall off the island at any moment. Now the diameter of the island has reached 15 meters. If you put a small 5A5 house inside, it will be much more spacious and there will be no sense of urgency as before. As long as you continue to collect basic supplies, your hope of survival will grow. The original remaining energy grid has become 4 grids as the island expands and the island owner's heart is upgraded. Zhou Tu looked at the extra energy and felt satisfied. Only when the floating island expands and has energy can it be qualified to communicate. In a sense, as the area of a the floating island increases, the probability of survival also increases. Open the chat. He wanted to see if any friends in the real world would come to him after he became famous. But the message that caught my eye was, "Can you return the iron ore to me?" It's not easy to open the box. The message was sent by a man named Li Xian. Zhou Tu smiled. It turned out that the European emperor opened the box and found iron ore. When he saw him trading the Tang sword, he traded it without thinking much, which made him pick up a big bargain. But to be honest, in this world of floating islands, if you are lucky, you can make a name for yourself. Zhou Tu ignored Li Xian. It was impossible to return or exchange the materials. Why should he return or exchange the materials that he had obtained through trading with strength? Continue reading for private chat. Boss, can you give me a discount? I can trade you my tight black stockings. Brother Zhou Tu, can you tell me how you made the Tang sword? With so many things on the channel, he is undoubtedly famous, and many people chat with him privately. While reading the private chat records, Zhou Tu's eyes suddenly focused. He saw a female classmate from college. Shen King He, Zhou Tu, can you give me a free Tang sword? I can show you my private photos. Chapter 10. Give her a Tang sword for free? Private photos? Zhou Tu frowned. Shen King He was the campus belle of his university. Since so many people pursued her, Shen King He unconsciously started raising fish. At that time, there were 7 or 8 fish in Shen King He's fish pond when there were many fish, and 3 or 4 fish when there were few fish. There were too many people around her, and she couldn't finish eating the food sent by the bootlickers every week. Relying on many bootlickers, she had no worries about food and drink in college. She honed her abilities in college, and became an elite in a certain company after going out into the society. Her sophisticated selfishness allowed her to do well in life. Zhou Tu didn't want to comment on how everyone's life was, but this guy actually found him and asked for a Tang sword. Zhou Tu curled his lips. There was no need for him to pay attention to someone who felt so good about himself. What he wants is someone who can move forward together in the world of survival, not someone who feels good about himself. Read hundreds of private chats. Zhou Tu frowned, as his good friends didn't send him private messages. It seems that the publicity is still a little bit weak. He continued to put Tang swords on the shelves and used energy to make 20 more Tang swords. The iron ore was completely gone, so Zhou Tu changed the transaction of Tang swords into 20 iron ores. Watch as the energy of the island owner's heart became 1. Zhou Tu sighed. The energy in the island master's heart was still not enough. If the island was upgraded to level 50 or 100, there would be a lot of energy available. And there are more options too. Your Tang sword has been exchanged for 20 units of iron successfully. Iron succeeded. This business is getting harder and harder. Before, there were people who could be cheated into exchanging 50 units of iron for a Tang sword, but now it's only 20 units and you still have to wait for a while. However, as long as the market for Tang swords exists, he can continue to make Tang swords in exchange for resources. This forms a cycle, continuously expanding the floating island, and his island can be upgraded to level 10 tonight. As long as other people don't provide drawings of blades, his tang sword business can continue. After Shen King he sent a message to Zhou Tu, he began to wait. She and Zhou Tu were college classmates, so there shouldn't be any problem in giving her a tang sword. However, just when he refreshed the transaction, she found that Zhou Tu had sold dozens of tang swords again. Damn it, there are so many tang swords, why don't you give me one? You don't even want the original stockings. She had sold stockings live before, and they were very popular. Shen King he stared at Zhou Tu's trading items on the transaction board, his expression changing constantly. At this time, Zhou Tu was already smiling from ear to ear. The tang sword was a bestseller, and his tang sword trade was on the right track. When there is a shortage of iron, they trade iron, then make the iron into tang swords and sell them, forming a cycle. I have to say that the first person to try something new is the best. Upgrade, upgrade. Boom, boom, his island kept getting bigger. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the ability of the island owner's heart has increased. The current level of the island owner's heart is 10, with energy, 1/20. The materials required for the next upgrade are 1000 soil and 110 stone. It's level 10. Suddenly, the island master's heart in my hand prompted, a level 10 island has been detected, and the island points ranking list is now open. Zhou Tu looked over quickly. I saw a list appearing next to it, which was the island owner points ranking list. Zhou Tu took a look at the ranking. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level 10, overall score, 102,345. Island owner, Danka, level 7, comprehensive score, 1,520. Island owner, Pan Gukan, level 6, overall rating, 1,448. Island owner, Li Shijiang, level 5, comprehensive score, 1,308. Island owner, Iris, level 5, overall score, 1,221. Island owner, Bayat, level 5, comprehensive score 1,011, I have over 100,000 ratings. Zhou Tu was surprised for a moment and then calmed down. Needless to say, this score probably took his elf into account, so the score was so high. But he also glanced at the other people. The heroes of the world should not be underestimated. Even with such a large base, there are also outstanding people who have reached level 7. As far as this single T is concerned, it seems to be the person who found Mizushima at that time. The other few people are also outstanding. Zhou Tu looked at the familiar avatar and was slightly stunned. There's even Bear Grylls. In his previous world, he often watched Bear Grylls' survival. As expected, people with survival experience can stand out no matter what the environment is. At this moment, all the people on their floating islands also received the news that the first level 10 island in the floating world had appeared. It appeared, but Zhou Tu's first score was too high, directly leading the second place by more than 100,000 points. This gap was like a depth charge, filling the public chat with topics related to the rankings. FK, is this the strength of Master Zhou Tu? No, why does Big Brother have a score of over 100,000, while the previous ones only have a few thousand points? It's just the beginning, has Big Brother already got such a high rating? I remember that Big Brother Danka became popular after he met Shuideo selling water, but Big Brother Danka's rating is only a fraction of Big Brother Joe's. This is outrageous, I only gave it a 10, is this weekly schedule open? Maybe he encountered some adventure island and got some good stuff. Another Ugu. The regional channel suddenly became lively. After Li Zhongping advised people to use energy carefully, people in the channel became very energy efficient and could not utter a word for several hours. Now that Zhou Tu has reached the top directly, many people really can't hold back any longer. At Zhou Tu, big man, please come out and say something. Boss, why do you have such a high score? What did you gain? Big Brother is too cool, he shouldn't be so lacking in energy at level 10, right? No, the boss doesn't even have the energy to chat? No, no, no. Zhou Tu secretly peeked at the screen. To be honest, he really doesn't have the energy to chat. He immediately used the energy he had just upgraded to make a tang sword and added it to the cycle. There's no extra energy for chatting. One cell of energy is nothing to other people, but to him, it is the resource of an entire island. With the ability to see information about the floating island, one grid of energy is a massive resource in the early stages, and he cannot help but cherish it. Maybe we can talk freely when the level of the island is higher. However, Zhou Tu smiled as they watched the conversation. The number of people chatting with him privately reached a terrifying level. This is the benefit of being famous. Private chatting requires energy. He replies with one sentence, thus establishing a stable communication channel, and from then on private chatting with this person is free. It is much more efficient to let others actively seek him out for trade than for him to seek out others for trade. And his rating is listed above, which is a reflection of his strength. Brother, I have 2 tendons. I wonder if I can exchange them for a tang sword? I know your power may be limited. I will directly put it on the shelf and ask you to trade. A piece of news caught my eye. Chapter 11. Zhou Tu's eyes lit up. Someone actually obtained the tendons. His previous bow blueprint required elm wood and tendons. With a bow and arrow, he could make some preparations and go to some islands with small animals. Or you can sell it directly. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel and saw 2 tendons being exchanged for a tang sword, and it was designated that he was the one making the transaction. I couldn't help but smile. This man named Li Yusheng is indeed an expert. He has taken every aspect into consideration. This made him compare himself with Shen King He. This woman was so ungrateful that she wanted to exchange his knife for a pair of useless torn stockings. He got it for free here. Your Tang sword has been exchanged for 100 units of soil. It has been successfully exchanged. Your Tang sword has been exchanged for 100 units of soil. It has been successfully exchanged. Your Tang sword has been exchanged for 60 units of stone. It has been successfully exchanged. Your Tang sword has been exchanged for 20 units of iron successfully. Seeing the island master's heart prompt that his items were traded successfully, he couldn't help but smile. Women only affect the speed at which he upgrades the island. The Tang sword may not have been so popular before. But now there is a ranking list and he is at the top. This is the star effect. The transactions are not just divided into weapons, but also basic supplies, materials, clothing. Now that he is on the list, it is equivalent to giving him a wave of publicity. The materials he traded were exposed, and since such a long time had passed, news about the monster island had already appeared, so weapons were naturally popular. With such a large population, the Tang swords he hung on it would naturally be gone soon. After taking a look at the resources, he could upgrade again. Upgrading will gain 1 more energy, but the island's upgrade resources are constantly increasing. Now 1000 units of soil are needed to upgrade 1 level. Upgrading gains 1 grid of energy, and making 10 Tang swords requires 1 grid of energy. If all are sold, there will be enough mud for upgrading, not to mention the shortage of stone. After reaching level 10, his energy was no longer enough to be converted into basic materials for upgrading the island. Previously, he could upgrade by selling 2 Tang swords, but now he could not upgrade by even 1 level even if he sold 10. Sure enough, upgrading the island is becoming more and more difficult. With the help of the star effect, Zhou Tu's Tang swords were quickly used up, and when Zhou Tu glanced at the sky outside, it was already dark. Spying on other people's chats and upgrading my island took so long. Zhou Tu will use the materials obtained from the trade to upgrade the island. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the ability of the island owner's heart has increased. The current level of the island owner's heart is 15, with energy, 1/25. The materials required for the next upgrade are 1500 soil and 160 stone. Level 15. Zhou Tu sighed, he was stuck at a level. Don't think that each time the materials only increase by 100 units of soil and 10 units of stone, but with each upgrade, the quantity will be huge as it is accumulated. The time he spends on the island is limited each time. Even if he spends the whole time digging soil, with his physique, he can only dig about 100 units of soil. This requires him to encounter an island with rich soil resources. From the perspective of survival, the size of the island is the source of all power. Zhou Tu walked out of the house, looked at the island with a diameter of 25 meters, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Now that he was standing on the island, he no longer had the insecure feeling that he might fall at any time. The area of a euro your island is increasing very quickly, said the elf on the roof. Zhou Tu smiled slightly. This was the elf speaking to him on its own initiative. Yes, my island can continue to collect resources and grow. Sooner or later it will be as big as your island. He knew that the elf was not convinced, but he still wanted the elf to farm for him in the future. Love grows over time. Before the day was over, the elf had spoken when he saw the changes in his island. In this way, there is great potential for elves to farm. Moreover, when the island rankings are released, an injured elf will get 100,000 points. If it is well, the score is probably higher. This shows that the potential of elves is huge. We circled the island and it was gradually getting dark. He tried to gather information. You can also see information about the floating islands in front, behind, left and right at night. This means he can operate at night. But now he had no night lighting equipment, so it was very dangerous to move. He had not intended to travel at night, and his energy was exhausted. Ponder for a moment. The wind was getting stronger. Zhou Tu looked into the distance and saw nothing but darkness. The night wind was like a huge beast rushing towards the floating island. It is even more depressing in the lonely night and puts greater psychological pressure on people. Zhou Tu looked at the floating island that had grown larger and the house that had already been built, and invited the elf, "It's a dark and windy night, come in." The grass elf looked at the storm coming from afar, his face stern, and floated into the house. Zhou Tu also hurried into the house. As soon as he closed the door, he heard sand hitting the wall of the house, making a rustling sound, like the whisper of a devil. Zhou Tu was somewhat glad that he had brought the elf with him. One person, one island, even with a chat system, could still cause mental illness over time. But it's different when you have a companion. There was nothing to be seen outside the window, the wind and sand obscured the view. Before, he felt the floating island shaking slightly, but after the diameter of the floating island exceeded 25 meters, he could no longer feel it. This is the benefit of having a bigger island. The elves didn't speak, and Zhou Tu had nothing to talk about with the elves. After all, they were two different races. Zhou Tu opened the chat channel. It was so windy, luckily I dug a hole and got a small wooden board to bury myself. Help, sir, help, at €1, can you give me some wood so I can cover myself, the wind is too strong. Boss Zhou Tu, why didn't you warn us about the coming of the storm earlier? You only know how to plunder the resources of various island owners to expand your own floating island, and don't care about others. The wind at night was so severe, I am going to die, someone give me something, I am going to die. Boss, why didn't you tell me earlier about expanding the floating island? You must have built houses on such a big island. There were many people asking him for help in the chat channel, and there were also people asking him for help in private messages. Seeing that he didn't reply to the message, some people got angry and started cursing at him. Said he had no helpful spirit. Zhou Tu was disdainful. Instead of spending time talking with energy, he might as well give it a try. If you place your hope of survival on others, you will die sooner or later. I took a look at the people in the channel. There were 7,844 people just now, and now there are 7,332 people left. A storm killed more than 500 people. Some people even used up all the energy of their island master's heart during the day and never sent out any messages until they died. The storm has just begun. Big brother, please save me, I can be your slave. Boss Zhou, please give me some clothes to wear, my clothes were blown away by the storm. Give me some supplies, my child is dying. He did not respond to those who asked him for help. After all, he had no energy. He had supplies, but why should he give them to strangers? Didn't they have hands or brains? Moreover, at the very beginning, the island owner's heart had already been announced. This is a storm-hit area, and there were already sandstorms during the day. Now, when you encounter danger at night, you get anxious, but what do you do during the day? Even if he had the ability to save them, he couldn't save so many people. Zhou Tu lay on the wooden board and turned over. Time passed little by little, and it was early morning, and the energy of the floating island was refreshed. Zhou Tu looked at the island master's heart and his eyes lit up. All 25 energy bars were full, and a free small horn was refreshed at the same time. Chapter 12. The energy of the island owner's heart means resources. If you have a blueprint to make corresponding materials and sell them in the trading channel, you can expand your island. Moreover, his Tang sword business has entered a cycle stage. As long as no one else discovers the blueprint and produces something useful, he can keep doing this business. However, Zhou Tu estimated that this business would not last long. After today's storm, it will be equivalent to screening out those who are not suitable for survival. Some people will start exploring the island during the day, and by then a lot of supplies will appear like a blowout. He silently put new Tang swords on the shelf, spending 20 points of his energy, a total of 200 swords, and then Zhou Tu fell into a deep sleep. In the world of survival, it is very important to maintain energy. Now there is a house and elves on guard. If he still encounters danger, he will just accept his fate. The spirit floating in the room looked at Zhou Tu who was falling asleep and curled his li. Chapter 13. Zhou Tu opened the transaction to check the water business situation. 1 liter of water replaces 100 units of soil. 1 liter of water can be exchanged for 40 units of stone. These are put on hold and no transaction has been successful yet because the price is too high and no one is trading. After all, the total price is as high as his Tang sword. There may be fools, but not so many. Zhou Tu opened the world chat history and looked through the chats about water to see what the specific situation was. Give me a bottle of water. I haven't had any water for a day, and I had a mouthful of sand at night. A bottle of water and Mr. Zhou Tu's Tang sword are sold for the same price. Are you crazy? Can you guys be a little slower? How can you fight for a bottle of water? It's gone in seconds. Boss, please be kind and give us some more water. Damn it, I've explored 4 islands and there's not a drop of water. I can only lick the dew on the grass. The boss above has explored 4 islands, but according to his ability, he can exchange for water. The floating island world cannot let itself down. Ha ha ha, I've encountered a water island. Come if you want water. A bottle of water costs 50 pieces of soil. Take it or not. Don't be fooled. The person above used the name of encountering Mizushima to defraud other supplies. Zhou Tu read through the speech about water quickly. After a day, many people are short of water, and now there is a lot of noise in the channel. However, there are also people who encounter islands with water. But more people are evil-hearted and want to exchange other materials for high prices. Some people even use various pretexts to defraud materials. Unfortunately, there are still many people who have been deceived. Even though the transaction system has confirmed the transaction, they are still cheated. There are many such people. Zhou Tu closed the world chat. The real big guys are developing silently, for example, the big guys on the leaderboard, I have never seen them speak. However, it is better to sell condensers directly than to sell water. After all, water is just a basic commodity, and most of the materials traded are also basic commodities. When people encounter more water islands, the value of water will continue to decrease. But the condenser can maintain its value to a certain extent. After all, who wants to be controlled by others? The most important thing is that there are many condensers to be made, which takes time to accumulate and collect. This is undoubtedly a waste of time for him. He can gain more by exploring the island with this time. It would be better to sell the water condenser and let others do the water business and collect resources. He has the ability to see through the world of floating islands and has no shortage of good things. We need to train a group of people to collect resources. He can take the most and cannot be petty. Zhou Tu took a look and found that the Tang sword was no longer useful to him. It takes 20 Tang swords to collect enough materials to upgrade the island to the next level. It is not cost effective to make Tang swords anymore. After processing all the Tang swords on the trading channel, Zhou Tu's island reached level 18. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The island owner's heart is currently at level 18, with energy, 7/28. The materials required for the next upgrade are 1,800 soil and 190 stone. Zhou Tu's heart moved slightly. In fact, the Tang sword was still very popular, but he had a better one. If you don't come across a golden treasure chest, you still have to make the Tang Dao. If he didn't have the ability to see through the floating island, he might have sold water, but obviously, as someone with special abilities, selling water wasn't the best option for him. But how much does the condenser cost? This is a question. Zhou Tu looked at the water condenser in front of him and directly put it on the trading channel, exchanging one water condenser for 5,000 soil materials. Then I made a note that special materials and blueprints can be negotiated. Buying and selling high-end items requires a foundation. If he wants high-end materials, people in this world may not have them now, but basic materials such as soil can be found by saving and collecting them. The condenser is installed. Zhou Tu took a look at the upgraded island, which still had 7 grids of energy today. If we follow the previous idea of a euro plundering all the islands, this amount of energy would be enough. But if we only go to the high-value islands and take the best things as we do now, this amount of energy is obviously not enough. Upgrading the island to gain energy is the first task. Holding his breath and concentrating, Zhou Tu looked at the information of other floating islands. Move forward to the floating island. This is a desert island with an ancient city buried inside. Once you enter, you will be lost. Move the floating island to the left. There are many fish in the floating island. Be careful not to be eaten by fish. Move to the right floating island, there is a kind of hornet with amazing venom, don't challenge their toxicity. Move back to the floating island, this is an ant nest, they can really eat an elephant. Move upwards to the floating island, there are mutated zombies, if you go there you will die. Move down the floating island, there is a mechanical city with blueprints inside. It is not dangerous, you can go and take a look. Zhou Tu frowned and looked at the information in front of him. There were dangers in 5 of the 6 directions. If I didn't have the ability to see through information, I would be in great danger. Luckily I have a hook. However, increasing the island's strength also needs to be put on the agenda, and arming ourselves is also very important. He had a hunch that if he moved the island more often, he might encounter a situation where all 6 directions were dangerous. By then, you won't have any choice but to make a choice. Only by strengthening your own island can you dominate the world. I want to move the island downwards. Zhou Tu reminded the grass elf. The grass elf nodded silently. The island was still growing very quickly. Now its diameter was almost 30 meters. She approved of Zhou Tu's promise. Her island didn't move as she wished. Now the island around her gave her hope. As long as the surrounding islands continue to expand, it will only be a matter of time before the distance exceeds 1,000 meters. The island moved downwards instantly, and a city with a modern technological texture appeared in Zhou Tu's eyes. Steel, glass, and stagnant cars made Zhou Tu feel like he had returned to his original world. Zhou Tu felt a little tearful for a moment. This island was so much like the blue planet where he lived before. Coming to this world full of floating islands, he saw information about hundreds of islands, and this was the floating island that most resembled his hometown. The estimated diameter is 2 kilometers. The grass elf was also stunned when she looked at the huge island. She had never seen such an island city before. Following Zhou Tu, she saw many islands, and now this island was beyond her understanding. I want to go up and take a look, the grass elf requested. The pace of the island on the way forward paused. He was a little worried that the grass elves would take a fancy to this floating island and fly away on their own. After all, this floating island is too luxurious and large. What will happen if there is no one to farm for him? Chapter 14. Once he arrives at this mechanical island, he will no longer be able to suppress the elves. Although the grass elf's attitude towards him had changed a little, he was still unsure of the grass elf's thoughts. He seemed to notice Zhou Tu's hesitation. The grass elf smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will be back." Zhou Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had this idea, it was better to have the grass elf say it out loud, "You can only stay on each island for 1 hour, and you have to come back within an hour." The grass elf simply said, "No problem." A man and an elf boarded the mechanical island together. Just when Zhou Tu arrived at the mechanical city island, the chat channel exploded. As Zhou Tu is the one with the highest points on the island, his points changes are always being watched. The condenser was made and a lot of points were added. While everyone was still guessing what the reason was, I found that Zhou Tu directly put things like condensers on the shelves. On the second day of survival, the condenser was put on the shelf. Logically speaking, it is a good choice for Zhou Tu to keep the condenser to condense water and sell it. But Zhou Tu actually sold condensers directly, which shocked most people. After all, most people now sell basic supplies. Food, drink, clothes. Zhou Tu suddenly put something on the shelf that can be made into a drink. It was like setting off a bomb. Who would sell the thing that lays golden eggs all at once? Is Zhou Tu mentally ill? He is selling this condenser. Doesn't he sell water? Selling water would be great. This condenser is made of such basic soil material, is it crazy? FK, there is a water condenser like this. On the floating island, the problem of drinking water can be completely solved. It is simply a permanent solution. Boss Danka is selling water, but Boss Zhou Tu is selling condensers directly. Isn't this ruining the business? Outrageous, is it really that outrageous? You can just exchange the condenser, but why use such basic materials just to upgrade the island? The island is very easy to upgrade. I have explored 2 islands and now it is level 3. Boss Zhou Tu does not exchange valuable things for such basic supplies. Does the boss need your evaluation of what he does? The boss is at the top of the list, this is strength. With basic materials, everyone explores more and digs more diligently, and then exchanges some materials, it will be enough for the materials of a condenser, but he is still not satisfied. Zhou Tu is not an ordinary person. If you had his brain, you would also be on the leaderboard now. This is the big guy. He will share good things directly. As long as we collect enough basic materials and buy a water condenser, we won't have to worry about water on the island in the future. There was a huge uproar in the public channel, and Zhou Tu became a complete celebrity in the floating island world. Shen Qinghe, who had sent a message to Zhou Tu before, was now stunned. Zhou Tu was reluctant to give away his Tang sword, so he started selling water condensers. But in this way, Zhou Tu is truly an elite of the floating island. In the previous world, Zhou Tu seemed to be doing okay, but he exploded in this world of floating islands and became the strongest survivor in this world. This forced Shen Qinghe to weigh her own worth and decide how to treat Zhou Tu in the future. He and Zhou Tu knew each other before, which was an advantage that no one else could match. Shen Qinghe took a look at the regional channel she was in inside. She knew that she was not good at survival, so she observed everyone in this channel and found that there were no big guys in their regional channel. Her wish to get on his good side was dashed. It would be great if I could be on the same channel as Zhou Tu. There was an uproar in the world channel, and the regional channel where Zhou Tu was located was also in an uproar. Originally, under Li Jiangping's popularization of science, the regional channel where Zhou Tu was located cherished its energy very much. But at this moment, the people in the regional channel did not listen to their brains at all and wanted to find out why Zhou Tu wanted to sell such important materials. There is a big guy in the channel. Others are still selling water, but Big Boss Zhou started with something that makes water. I feel like if he has this thing, survival on the floating island won't be a problem. What is the pattern? This is the pattern. Big Boss Zhou Tu actually used soil materials to exchange for a water maker. This is too down to earth. I'm working hard to dig a hole to resist the storm, and this week the boss is almost at level 20 on the floating island. The gap between people is sometimes worse than that between pigs. What you eat now may not be as good as the pet pig in the last world. The defense was severely broken. When he arrived at the machinery city, Zhou Tu was a little shocked. This mechanical city looks quite good, with a lot of machines inside. Zhou Tu said a few words to the elf, asking him to be careful, and then began to explore alone. After all, we only spend an hour on this island. You must cherish your time. Perhaps as the level of the island increases, the time you spend exploring other floating islands will increase. According to the information previously observed, there is no danger on the island. This proves that all the machines seen can be moved to one's own island. I have never encountered such a large island before. Now it seems that the islands I encountered may actually have something to do with the size of the islands themselves. Zhou Tu shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. I walked up to a car, opened the door, and tried it. Zhou Tu failed. I tried to put the vehicle directly into the backpack, but was told that the components of the vehicle were too complex to fit in. I'm very angry. It actually makes sense that a small car can't fit into a space backpack. But people can't just see the car in front of them. There are many things in the mechanical city waiting for them to explore. After looking at several cars and finding none of them could move, Zhou Tu gave up. Go directly into the mechanical city, maybe there are other important supplies in the mechanical city. Entering the center of the mechanical city, there were quite a lot of houses here, so Zhou Tu had to walk towards the largest house. There was something that looked like a chip on the table, and Zhou Tu picked it up. Island owner's heart prompts, obtain Hongmeng 9's chip. It turned out to be a chip. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. He had obtained the elf before and now he had obtained the chip. This shows that this floating island world not only has extraordinary power, but also technological power. Moreover, the floating island is somewhat like a combination of the supernatural and technology. This reminded him of the games he had played in the world before, such as Clash of Clans, Boom Beach, and Spatula. Recalling the monster floating island I encountered before, Zhou Tu's mind was racing. After choosing a direction, he would need to stay for a few minutes when he encountered other floating islands. During these few minutes, if the opposite side was a monster floating island, there was a high possibility that monsters would rush over. There are no defensive measures on the floating island, so it may be conquered by monsters. Thinking of this, Zhou Tu felt a little heavy-hearted. The floating island world was indeed dangerous. Suppressing the danger of the floating island in his heart, Zhou Tu calmed his mind and continued to look for supplies. Tips from the island owner's heart, obtain 10 steel materials. Tips from the island owner's heart, obtain alloy X10. In an office that looked like a research room, Zhou Tu found a huge blueprint. Tips from the island master's heart, get the production drawings of the light prism tower. Damn, the production drawings of the light prism tower. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. This way, you can build a defense tower on your own floating island. Chapter 15. Took a glance at the materials needed to build the light prism tower. Light prism tower, purple, chip 1, steel 500, alloy 300, identifier 1, continuous voltage 3 kV, covers an area of a euro 5A5. Zhou Tu frowned when he saw so many special materials. As for materials like steel, he saw only a few people trading it on the trading channel. The chip was just obtained, and no one has been seen trading other alloys and identifiers. The most important thing is the stable voltage of 3000 volts. Where can we get such conditions? It seems that a power plant needs to be built on the floating island. Zhou Tu feels that it is easy to obtain drawings, but it is difficult to collect construction materials. From the perspective of blueprint quality, the levels of drawings are divided into yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. The higher the quality of the blueprint, the more construction materials it contains and the rarer the materials are. The materials required for this light prism tower are top-notch, and it also requires supporting measures, so it is not easy to build. But it also proves one thing, that the island owner can arm his own island. As long as he armed his island well, he could protect himself even if he couldn't defeat the monster floating island. Collected some more materials. Tips from the island owner's heart: get the log of the floating island in the mechanical city. Zhou Tu saw some cars in a garage and tried to take them away, but he couldn't. They were vehicles that needed identification. However, there is a motorcycle called Wild Wolf that has keys and gas and can be ridden. Tips from the island owner's heart: get a Wild Wolf motorcycle. Zhou Tu's eyes lit up when he saw this ready-made means of transportation. Having transportation can save a lot of time, and you can also carry supplies back and forth on the island with a backpack, which is undoubtedly much more convenient. I looked at the time and it was time to go back. Standing on his own floating island, Zhou Tu felt a little regretful as he watched the huge mechanical city floating island disappear before his eyes. There were many houses on the 2-kilometer floating island, but due to limited time, he only visited a small part of it. Since they were modern buildings, they were difficult to dismantle, and many large and complex items could not be put into his backpack. But the most important thing is that we didn't stay on the island long enough. Will the time we stay on other islands increase as the island's level increases? Zhou Tu asked the island owner Shui Jing. As the level increases, the stay time will increase. Zhou Tu nodded. As long as the island owner's heart continued to upgrade, it would be possible for the floating island to stay on other floating islands for a day. Time would no longer be a limitation for collecting resources. If he encounters a suitable island, his floating island is big enough to empty the opposite floating island. This is what I brought back from the floating island across the street. The grass elf took out some of the things he had collected. I can't use these things. Please save them for me first. Zhou Tu's eyes lit up as he watched the grass elf in front of him take out some seeds or plants from somewhere. The fact that the grass elf could help collect things showed that she had already identified with his island to some extent. Or was it something like a plant? I was right about the grass elf. Now I know how to prepare for farming in the future. As the island expands, you can let the elves try to grow the plants they have obtained. The most important thing is that the grass elves also have the desire to collect resources. When time is limited, they go to the opposite island to collect resources. One more person means more strength. Now the floating island has a limited time to stay on the opposite island. If there are enough people on the island, the efficiency of exploring unfamiliar islands will also increase. Zhou Tu took inventory of the island he explored, and the most valuable item was undoubtedly the production drawings of the light prism tower. There are also some special materials: steel 10, alloy 10, chip 1, sunflower 10, motorcycle 1, energy drink 10, compressed biscuits 50, and some sundries. Of these materials, only steel had been seen on the trading channel. He had never seen the other materials. The steel was piled on one side of the house, with stone, wood, and iron not far away. Piles of them are like small hills. The previously bare floating island is now filled with materials and looks a bit messy. But in Zhou Tu's eyes, these are all necessities for better survival. This made him feel a little emotional. It would be better if the floating island was bigger. If it was still the floating island with a diameter of 10 meters, there would be no way to put so many materials in the backpack and box due to insufficient space. Zhou Tu took out the heart of the island master and checked the status of the grass elf, which was still injured. He had no intention of healing the grass elf. The main reason is that the current energy is still insufficient. Open the transaction and check the status of the transaction items. His condenser is still hanging on the transaction channel. He thought it was normal. The transaction required too much soil and it was only the second day, so the materials were limited. But many people have already chatted with him privately. Big boss, can you please reduce the amount of materials needed for the condenser? Although soil is a basic material, it still takes time to dig it out. It is impossible to dig up so much material in a short period of time. Can the materials be mixed and exchanged? The soil material required is too much. Do you think others are fools? Can you sell water? What kind of condenser are you selling? Are you maliciously expanding the market and lowering the price of water? Boss, can you wait a minute? We need this condenser, but we don't have enough soil materials. I order you to give me a water condenser, otherwise I will give you a head. Many people sent him direct messages to scold him, and of course there were also some who looked like they were buying things. Zhou Tu would block all those who cursed him. He didn't need others to point fingers at him when doing things. There were always some people in this world who were not living as they wished, which amplified the negative impact. To be honest, the condenser requires a lot of soil materials, and its purpose is to set a certain threshold. The people who exchanged the condensers now proved that they knew how to survive. In a sense, he is also a screener. But today I finally found his brother Yumengli. A masculine girl who grew up in an orphanage. She was often beaten by Yumengli when she was a child. They grew up together and have a very good relationship. This made Zhou Tu feel very good. In this world, you can still find the person you have the best relationship with. Although you cannot meet them now, you have the ability to see through the floating island. If you keep moving, you will meet them one day. Wow, I didn't expect that in this world, you are actually ranked first in the floating island. And you are far ahead. Zhou Tu used today's free times to establish a communication channel with Yumengli. Average, best in the world. If you need anything, I can support you. But I didn't wait for Yumengli to reply. The sky became dark. No time left, just explored the strange floating island and are chatting. Zhou Tu, be careful. The storm is coming again. After sending the message, Zhou Tu immediately pushed the wolf motorcycle he had just ridden back into the house to avoid the storm. These wind disasters are too frequent, happening day and night. Typhoon, don't stay on the edge of the island. I've been blown off. These are my last words. Damn it. I was just about to explore the island and took the first step, but was stopped by the wind. This kind of wind disaster happens every day. According to the initial hint, there will be other disasters in the future. How will we build a floating island then? Ha ha ha, I found an island of modern technology, haha. The chat channel is mostly filled with useless words, but sometimes there will be one or two thought-provoking words. Some questions popped up in Zhou Tu's mind. Natural disasters happen all the time. If we have to farm in the future, how will we farm? Build a greenhouse on the floating island. Perhaps the elves have given a certain answer, and their abilities can be used to protect the crops on an island. Chapter 16. This storm lasted longer than the day before. Zhou Tu took a look at the chat and saw wailing everywhere. After one day and one night, there were only 6,322 people on the regional channel. In less than 2 days, nearly 40% of the people who had been stranded on the island had been killed. People have to pay a huge price in the early stages of adaptation to a dangerous environment. When many people are in danger and cannot survive, they will simply leave a message in the chat channel about the danger they are facing. As a survival knowledge for future generations, it revealed some information and saved many people. Although the storm raged for half an hour, not as many people were killed as the first time. Zhou Tu silently closed the chat and walked out of the room. His island is covered with sand, which feels a bit rubbing when you walk on it. Behind the house, behind the steel and stones, there is a thick layer of sand. The wooden boards were blown apart, and some small pieces of wood disappeared altogether, carried away by the strong wind. Zhou Tu's face was slightly tense. This wind outside could really blow someone who wasn't paying attention off the island. He leaned over and picked up a handful of sand. If there are buildings or other facilities on the island, they can actually block the sand blown by the wind, which is equivalent to automatically collecting sand. Zhou Tu found tiny seeds in the sand by moving the sand in his hand. This surprised Zhou Tu a little. The island is large enough, and the floating island can evolve naturally. Zhou Tu began to understand why there was a disaster on the floating island. Perhaps these natural disasters are part of the evolution of floating islands. Wind disasters seem to have flattened the islands, but they also bring new life and seeds. Hey, these are sea buckthorn seeds. The grass elves also discovered the seeds brought by the storm. Sea buckthorn? What's it good for? This seed grows on floating islands in the desert. It is not afraid of wind disasters and has a certain ability to fix the soil. Zhou Tu was delighted when he heard this, but he remained calm and asked, "Can we plant them on our island?" "Certainly." After getting the grass elf's affirmation, Zhou Tu thought to himself, "It's stable." The grass elves took the initiative to plant grass, which was naturally much better than him urging them to do so. Is there any benefit from this storm? Before Zhou Tu could react, the grass elf grew a row of sea buckthorn on the edge of the island. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. This elf also has this kind of magic, which can directly stimulate the growth of plants, giving his floating island a hint of green. I walked over and took a look at the sea buckthorn. It was newly grown and only 10 centimeters tall. It seems that this world is indeed a bizarre world, with both technology and magic. As expected of a grass elf with a rating of 100,000 points, this ability is indeed quite impressive. If the elf is willing, it can give birth to some vegetables, fruits, and the like. He has a good relationship with the elves, so he will definitely not starve to death on the island. It seems that increasing the area of a euro the floating island is the right choice. As long as there is more land, we can have everything. After the storm, Zhou Tu decided to build a house as a new residence, and used the original house as a garage and utility room. However, building a house requires energy, so Zhou Tu decided to build it when the energy refreshes at night. Opening the chat, Yumengli sent a message after the storm, "I'm curious why your rating is so high? Is there anything special about your floating island? You will know this when you arrive at my floating island." Yumengli didn't ask any more questions. She felt that Zhou Tu was comforting her. Among the billions of people in this world, the probability of two people meeting each other was too small. As long as the other person is safe in this world, it will be a sunny day. Do you have ranged weapons? I encountered some monsters that were best attacked with ranged weapons, such as bows and arrows. Zhou Tu nodded, took out the drawings he had collected before, and put them together with the drawings of the light prism tower he had collected now. A product of a primitive age, a product of a civilized age, this world also has elves and succubi. All of this shows that this is a world where the past and the present meet, where backwardness and civilization coexist, and where technology and magic are intertwined. However, it is normal that Yumengli encountered a monster. Is the monster strong? Is it dangerous? Zhou Tu asked with concern. Then it depends on whether you have powerful weapons. What I encountered was a mutant rabbit. If you have weapons, you can try it. Zhou Tu remembered that Yumengli was a leader among the children when she was young, but later she learned martial arts and became fond of force, so he was not too worried. I have the blueprint for a bow and arrow, but I haven't collected all the materials. The bow and arrow require sinew and willow wood, and I'm still short of some willow wood. I just happen to have some tendons, which I got from a treasure chest. Please help me make a bow and arrow. Zhou Tu nodded. He already had some strength before, so it would be good if Yumengli was helping him. After opening the trading channel, Zhou Tu found that Yumengli had specifically sent him 5 tendons. Zhou Tu raised the corner of his mouth. People from the same family are straightforward. This is trust. There are not so many twists and turns. The tendons are there, but now we are still lacking willow wood. Zhou Tu searched the trading channel and found that someone was exchanging willow wood for water. He had collected water before, so he easily gathered all the materials needed for the bow and arrow. 1 grid of energy was used to create 5 bows and arrows. He directly gave Yumengli a bow and arrow, some drinks, and food. He has the ability to choose floating islands. Although he always takes the most important things, he can't help but stock up on some daily necessities. Food and water were all he could gather on a daily basis as he chose to explore the islands. As long as you are brave and cautious, you can live well on the floating island for survival. You still have a drink. You are lucky. I have explored many islands, and they were either deserts or monsters. You even had a drink. It seems that you are doing well in this world. Zhou Tu laughed. It seems that your luck is very bad. There will be enough food and water in the future. When there are surplus supplies, I will give you a water condenser. After talking to Yumengli for a few words, Zhou Tu found that most of the miscellaneous items he had posted had been traded successfully. That's the benefit of being a celebrity. Many people found that he had put a lot of items on the shelves and exchanged them. And what he wanted to exchange was simple, just stone and soil. The large area of a euro the island is the foundation for carrying everything. His current island is level 18 with 6,021 units of soil and 660 units of stone. 3 levels is enough. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The island owner's heart is currently at level 21, with energy, 8/31. The materials required for the next upgrade are 2,100 soil and 220 stone. It has been detected that the island owner's heart has been upgraded to level 20, and the new function island owner attribute panel has been enabled. Zhou Tu's face paused. At level 10, the island owner's comprehensive rating system was activated, and at level 20, the island owner's attribute panel was activated. The floating island can bring benefits every time it breaks through a certain limit. Zhou Tu immediately opened the property panel and looked at it. Island owner, Zhou Tu, age 24, strength, 7 stamina, 6 agility, 6 charm, 8 observation, 10 comment, a weak island owner with very keen observation skills, who can often turn danger into safety. Others, not enabled. Looking at his own attributes, Zhou Tu was stunned. His observation ability was so strong and this evaluation was very pertinent. However, the attribute panel did not show his ability to see through the information of other floating islands, which made him feel relieved. Chapter 17. The ability to see through the island's information is unique to him, and he doesn't want the island owner's heart to detect it. However, there is another function on the properties panel that is not enabled. This means that he has other attributes. What conditions must be met to activate them? Zhou Tu knew nothing. Close the properties panel. Zhou Tu pondered. It seems that not only can the island continue to grow larger, but he, the island owner, can also continue to become stronger. But currently I don't know what conditions or means can be used to become stronger. There are elves, succubi, and special creatures in this world right now, and when the time comes, we will naturally be able to find things that increase our own attributes. If you explore enough islands, you can understand the world. Judging from the information obtained, if extraordinary creatures have appeared, then it is also possible that extraordinary humans have appeared. Sort out your complicated emotions. Zhou Tu took a look at his energy and saw that there were still 8 points left. Moving the floating island consumes energy, making bows and arrows consumes energy, upgrading the 3rd level island gains energy, and the energy is restored by 8 points. It is very comfortable to keep this rhythm, upgrade consumption and then use the energy gain to the maximum extent possible. Zhou Tu thought about it and directly took out 4 points of energy to make 4 new condensers. The remaining 4 points of energy were used for exploration or emergency. The newly made condenser was placed on the floating island to condense water. These condensed water resources are free and do not require energy consumption. They can be sold as resources, so the water selling industry can be developed. It doesn't require energy, but it is more troublesome and takes time to collect. At the same time, Zhou Tu put the remaining 3 bows and arrows on the shelf, leaving 1 for himself. 1 handful is priced at 3,000 for soil, 1 handful is priced at 1,500 for stone, and 1 handful is priced at 20 tendons. There are also some surplus materials used to exchange for plastic. After all, he needs to make a water condenser in the future, and he needs to replicate the model of the previous Tang sword to form a cycle. The role of the condenser is very important and can be said to be an evergreen tree. People need a condenser in the early and middle stages of survival. As long as he has the energy, Zhou Tu feels that he can sell condensers until everyone has one in the later stages. Zhou Tu felt that the price of the condenser was a bit low now, and he would raise the price of these materials when people had more supplies. Zhou Tu opened the channel to collect information. Although the people in the channel were not very strong, they would sometimes reveal certain information. I encountered a desert cat. It was very fast and could bite people. I had no weapon, so I suffered a great loss. I don't know if the wound will get infected. Wow, my luck is so bad today. I encountered an ice island. I wanted to go up, but the ice spread over me. The icy air almost froze my island. Fortunately, I ran fast. Why can't I meet Mizushima? I've been so lucky this whole week. I came across a forest island with lots of fruits and supplies. Brothers, if you want supplies, please message me privately. I am a soldier. I encountered Hurricane Eagle Island. My simple wooden house could not stop the attack of the monsters. I said goodbye to my beloved family. This is my last value. I met someone, the BD robbed me, my family, be careful of a man named Li Chengcheng. Big boss, new attack tools are available. Can you lower the price? We are only at the development stage. Who has so many basic supplies? There are so many monsters on the island, I don't dare to explore them. Is there any big guy who can lead me? I haven't even taken a single step out yet. Zhou Tu silently turned off the channel. There are many people in the channel who post about the monsters they encounter, and there are also many people who post their last words and what they encounter before they die. This made Zhou Tu sigh, there are still good people in this world. Being able to reveal some information when dying shows that such a person has noble character. It is of great help to the living in their survival, as people's fear comes from the unknown. The more information you know about the floating island outside, the better defense you can prepare and the greater your chances of survival. Strengthen the defenses of the makeshift house and get some weapons. Maybe when we encounter the Hurricane Eagle, we can survive and even try to kill it. This shows that the Hurricane Eagle is not that scary. As long as we do a good job of safety, ordinary people can face monsters. But it should be a good thing for me. The news of someone's death was revealed in the channel. While getting the information, it also made people panic. So in the future exploration of the island, weapons will be the top priority. Weapons, especially long-range attack weapons, should become popular. Weapons should be able to increase their prices in the future. A price increase shouldn't be excessive. Zhou Tu thought to himself that by then, upgrading his island should be faster. Seeing that there were still 4 billion Argentine pesos of energy, Zhou Tu continued to move forward. Only by exploration could he develop better. With the light prism tower, Zhou Tu had a new goal. That is to arm your own floating island. Even if he encounters a monster island in the future and he doesn't go there, he can still ensure that the monsters won't come to his island to harass him. Zhou Tu looks ahead to get information. Move forward on the floating island and you will meet people from the regional channel. Move the floating island to the left. This is a floating island with water. You can get a lot of water resources. You can also go fishing on the island. In the sky area, this is a treasure land for fishermen. Move the floating island to the right, the yellow sand island, the sand is soft, and you can get huge sand. Move back to the floating island, the supply island, which has abundant supplies and 10 bison on it. Don't anger the bison, there will be no danger. Move up to the floating island, there are many mutant dogs here. Move down to the floating island, there are a lot of carbon deposits here, which are very good resources. Zhou Tu glanced through the information. In this message, I actually met someone like me. This is the first time I have met a human being. He remembered the tip from the island master's heart at that time, that when they met their own kind, they could form an alliance, plunder and trade directly offline. Zhou Tu found a lot of people in the channel, complaining in the regional channel that someone was snatching supplies. In the world of floating island, everyone is struggling for survival. Supplies are scarce and there is almost no trust between people. Looking at the materials piled up on the floating island, Zhou Tu increasingly felt the importance of establishing defensive measures on the floating island. If you encounter someone with bad intentions, you can just use the defensive buildings you have built to eliminate him. He gave up the idea of a euro meeting anyone. Now was not the time to meet anyone. This time he was lucky enough to find a floating island with water. Zhou Tu looked at the water condenser on his island and suddenly felt it was a bit useless. He has the ability to see through the information of floating islands. These basic water resources that seem to be very important are not so important to him. As long as the movement frequency is high enough, he will always encounter some basic material islands. The island that others dream of, he has nothing to desire here. He has to collect the water on the water island before he can trade it. This is why a large number of basic supplies are sometimes suddenly put on the trading channel in exchange for other supplies. It is impossible for one person to take all the water away from the island within a certain period of time. This is why many people cannot sell their basic water resources at high prices. With such a large population base, if you don't lower the price, some lucky people will come across Mizushima and sell at a lower price. It is almost impossible to exchange basic resources such as water for important materials such as blueprints here. Zhou Tu discovered that someone was posting messages on the trading channel in exchange for high-value items, and then the message stayed idle for a long time without anyone coming to trade. Water resource islands are of no use to me. Zhou Tu made his judgment. There was no way he was going to dig sand, it would be such a waste of time. The Wild Dog Island is also not a good choice, it is very dangerous. What remains is the Supply Island. Although there are 10 bison, please be reminded that it will be fine if you don't anger the bison. The last one is carbon accumulation, and there are also floating islands of carbon resources. The sky world is huge, there are really islands everywhere. Zhou Tu thought that this is a wind disaster area, and maybe due to environmental changes, there will be a cold wave area, and then the carbon deposits will be used. At that time, we will have to store some carbon to survive the cold wave area. Calming down, Zhou Tu chose Bison Island, which was rich in supplies. Chapter 18. There are 2 reasons to go to Bison Island. First, because Bison Island is rich in resources. Second, the floating island is now more than 30 meters in diameter, so maybe it would be possible to attract bison to its own island. Bison are also very good supplies. If they can be tamed by him and recognized by the island owner, they can become creatures on his island. There are grass elves on his island now. Although the vegetation is sparse now, it will definitely be lush in the future, so raising cattle will be no problem. When the cycle is formed, you can eat beef. There are not many chances of encountering an island where you can move animals from another island to your own. After saying something to the grass elf, Zhou Tu moved to the floating island. After a few seconds, an island appeared in front of us. The island is about 1,500 meters in diameter and has lush vegetation. Zhou Tu looked around and saw 10 black cows above. The big one is 3 meters long and the small one is 1.5 meters long. They have thick horns and look very powerful. The arrival of the floating island attracted the attention of all the black bulls. Pairs of eyes as big as eggs shot over, some with surprise and some with vigilance. Zhou Tu originally wanted to ride his bike to the opposite island, but then he thought it would make too much noise. He had to give up the idea of a euro riding his bike, because if the cows got frightened, they might run over and hit his motorcycle. Zhou Tu took his tools and went to the floating island opposite. The elf also asked to go to the island to take a look. Zhou Tu thought about it and set the elf's permissions to allow it to land on other islands. The fact that the elf can stimulate the growth of plants on the island shows that he has a certain fondness for the island. Moreover, his potential has been demonstrated. His floating island will sooner or later grow into a large floating island. As long as this elf has a brain, he will definitely know how to choose. Even though Bison Island was many times larger than his own island, he still gave it permission. He and the elves appeared on Bison Island at the same time. However, the elf can fly, and attracted the bison's attention. Compared to walking on land, the elves flying in the sky are obviously more eye-catching. Elves have such uses. Without further ado, while the bison was attracted by the elves, Zhou Tu quickly explored the island. The bison's attention was partly on the elf and partly on Zhou Tu, but when he saw Zhou Tu digging here and folding there, he was alert but did not take any action. Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get wood +1 Island Master's Heart Reminder, obtain alloy +5 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get plastic +10 Island Master's Heart Reminder, get fluff +10 Island Master's Heart Reminder, obtained oxbone +50. He got some special supplies, and of course, he also collected anything that came in handy as he passed by. There are still some supplies on Bison Island, and Zhou Tu plans to abandon them. It is important to have the ability to see through the information of floating islands and explore high-value islands, and not be tied down by things like basic materials. We must pursue efficiency and pay attention to value. Bison are a resource, and now he needs to find a way to get them to his island. As long as we get it to our own island, we will never have to worry about food. This is a sustainable meat resource. The elf looked at Zhou Tu who had returned to his island and was a little confused. How come the exploration was completed so quickly this time? Zhou Tu took out the bow and arrow in his hand and aimed it at a black cow. I want to attract these cows to my island. The elf frowned. The surrounding islands were only very small, and the island opposite was just big enough to support these bison. Although she is now optimistic about the growth of Zhou Tu's island, promoting the growth of sea buckthorn grass is also a gesture of goodwill to ease the relationship with Zhou Tu. But it was obviously not the best time to introduce cattle. Let's talk about it later. Your island is too small to support them. Zhou Tu pulled the bow hard. It was only the second day of survival, and many people had slowly realized what kind of world this was. When fear is overcome and difficulties are faced, human productivity will surge. After all, humans were the overlords of the little planet at that time and the strongest species that had evolved on the little planet in millions of years. They roamed the earth, traveled through the starry sky, and did things that other species could not do. Unity, cooperation, endurance, resourcefulness, etc. are all human strengths. When arriving in a new environment, the mortality rate is inevitably high. But once the human race understands the basic operation of the floating island and the laws of the sky, they will develop rapidly and try to conquer the sky world. He has the upper hand, so the growth rate of the floating island's area must be very rapid. Now attracting the bison to his floating island, disciplining them also requires a process. I don't know when I will encounter the next biological island, so it would be best if I can attract bison to my island now. The island will get bigger, believe me. As he said this, the arrow in his hand flew away. The arrow flew a long distance, about 20 meters. The shot missed, but it did alert the black bull. This is exactly what Zhou Tu wanted. He wanted to stir up the emotions of these cows and make them rush to his floating island. Then he would use wood to separate them, and this way he would be able to harvest the bison. Zhou Tu continued to shoot arrows. The black bulls felt provoked. 5 of them stood up and ran to the edge of the floating island and hesitated. The elf laughed softly now. These cows obviously saw that Zhou Tu's floating island was too small, so even though Zhou Tu provoked them, they stopped at the edge of the floating island. Your island is too small. Even a cow with low IQ would have to think twice. Zhou Tu had an ugly look on his face. It was bad enough that the elf looked down on him, but this cow also looked down on him. Zhou Tu took out a brightly colored red cloth. As a member of the island, you should have the obligation to help the island owner develop the island. The grass elf folded her arms. At first, she disagreed with Zhou Tu's introduction of bison, but when she thought that these bison needed land to survive and it could also help Zhou Tu expand the island, she agreed in her heart. You can't help me either. After the floating island expands, I want to use half of the land area to grow crops. The larger the area and the more species she grows, the stronger her ability will be. If she could reach a consensus with Zhou Tu, the larger the floating island was, the more land she could control, and maybe she could evolve into the legendary Elf King and gain more abilities. How about it? Zhou Tu frowned. Half of the area was used for farming. He doesn't care even if they are all planted. I originally thought of letting this elf farm, but I didn't expect this elf to come over and farm. In this way, this elf decided to develop on my floating island. Good things. But I can't let the elves know that I actually want to farm. Zhou Tu was embarrassed. I asked you to help, but you put forward conditions and asked for half of the land to grow crops. I really invited an ancestor. The elf felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, Zhou Tu's island would definitely become bigger in the future, and it was indeed a bit too much for her to ask for half of it, not to mention, it was for her own benefit. Seeing the elf's expression was a little bit off, Zhou Tu continued, forget it, just grow crops, I promise you. Chapter 19. The elf looked at Zhou Tu in surprise. He thought that his request was too much. Half of the area? Actually, 1/3 of the area would be fine. But Zhou Tu just agreed. It seems like it was a bit easy to agree to. Zhou Tu didn't give the elf much time to think, just carry this red cloth in front of these bison, and then lead them to our sky island. Are you sure this is okay? Zhou Tu explained, cows don't necessarily get angry when they see red, but I have already provoked them. As long as you keep waving the eye-catching cloth in front of the cows, they will get excited and forget about the floating island environment and rush over. Good. The grass elf took the red material from Zhou Tu's hand and swayed it up and down, left and right, Baba, in front of the cow's eyes on the edge of the floating island. Attracted all the black bulls on the opposite side. The 10 black bulls, who had originally had some rationality, immediately began breathing heavily. Zhou Tu could see the black cow's nostrils enlarged and exhaling white air. The grass elf's actions made the black bulls excited, and it was visible with the naked eye that 10 black bulls were chasing them. The grass elf brought the mad cow to the small floating island on Zhou Tu. The island owner's heart reminds you that wild buffaloes have invaded the island. Please deal with them as soon as possible to avoid causing huge losses. Zhou Tu ignored the prompt, what he wanted was a biological invasion. Control the island owner's heart and check the island opposite that has been explored. Bison Island slowly disappears from sight. As long as he builds some fences on the island to enclose the black cattle inside the island, the bison will become captive bison. It is not a domestic cow, but it will become a domestic cow after a long time. With the help of the materials piled on the island, the grass elf returned to Zhou Tu's house, leaving a group of angry cows standing on the island, at a loss. Some were on the top timber, others were wandering on the edge, seemingly trying to find their way home. When they arrived at the house, the grass elf said proudly, the mission is accomplished, you must remember your promise. Zhou Tu smiled and nodded, of course. This was what he wanted to see most. After all, this is his island, so won't the crops grown by the elves be under his control? What's more, when the island is upgraded, its attribute panel also comes out. Since there are attributes on the panel, it proves that you can use methods to improve your attribute points. At that time, he can not only build defense towers on his own island to strengthen the island's defense, but he can also collect supplies to become stronger. Zhou Tu clenched his palms, everything was under control. After opening the trading channel, Zhou Tu looked at his hanging bow and water condenser. No transaction was successful. Zhou Tu had expected this. There are 2 reasons why a transaction fails. The first is that the value is not equal, so it fails. The second is wanting something but not having the resources to match it. Both of his tools require a lot of soil resources. Although they are basic materials, the quantity required is too large. Zhou Tu opened the floating island points ranking. Let's first take a look at how these people are developing in this world. Only by collecting enough resources can you know how much your things are sold for at this stage and make the most profit. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level, 21, overall score, 154,241. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level, 17, comprehensive score, 25,812. Island owner, Hu Qunlin, level, 16, overall score, 21,267. Island owner, Huang Yao, level, 14, overall score, 16,153. Island owner, Jian Yuntian, level, 14, overall score, 10,194. Island owner, Danka, level, 13, comprehensive score, 10,013. Island owner, Wang He, level 13, overall score, 9,842. Island owner, Li Shijiang, level 12, overall score, 9,422. Island owner, Bei Yat, level 12, overall score 9,211. Island owner, Yu Changliang, level, 12, overall score, 8,996. I glanced at the rankings and found that except for him, the other top 5 had changed. Dan Cha, Li Shijiang and even Bear Grylls have not developed the other 4 people. In just over a day, he was overtaken by others. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. How did these people make the list? Their survival ability is so strong? A bit strange. Out of curiosity, Zhou Tu clicked on Zhang Yiwei's profile picture, and a sense of decency came over him, making him feel somewhat special. He clicked on Hu Qunlin's profile picture again and felt a serious feeling. Zhou Tu thought that the temperament of their university's chief instructor was similar to that of Hu Qunlin. I kept clicking on the profile picture until I reached the fourth person, Jian Yuntian. This middle-aged man had a resolute face, and a kind of iron-blooded aura could be seen directly through the photo. Zhou Tu understood. This should be the military of Xia State. Only the military spirit of the Xia country's soldiers can be seen through the photos, giving him a special feeling. Only the soldiers of the Xia country in the last days, with only a limited number of chats, can form a group and develop rapidly under discipline. This is the cohesion and trust that is unique to the Xia country's army. Apart from Xia, no other country's soldiers dare to trust their backs to anyone else. It's not that Zhou Tu looks down on other countries. But except for Xia, no country's soldiers fight for their homes and families. In the end times, there is no trust in such organizations, and the ranking list also explains everything, like a magic mirror, killing other makeshift teams. Even Bear Grylls made the list thanks to his fame and was able to maintain his first mover advantage. I have cheated. Putting aside the elf points, I almost failed the organization. Zhou Tu sighed a little. The collective power is amazing. Some organizations can grow to become the world's #1 without the help of other external forces. After thinking for a while, Zhou Tu opened the private chat and found that many people were bargaining with him. He was a celebrity and many people took the initiative to chat with him privately. There were still many level 1 island owners sending him messages, so Zhou Tu directly set a threshold for private chats, so that only people above level 5 could chat with him. Yu Mengli's good brother has been found and the private chat channel has been opened. These other people no longer matter. Moreover, the tools he sells are unaffordable for people below level 5. After looking carefully at the private chats, he found that Zhang Yiwei and Hu Qunlin had also sent him messages. Zhang Yiwei, hello, Master Zhou Tu, I am from the XX division, numbered XX, we can work together to develop the island. In addition, Hu Qunlin, Huang Yao and several other people are an organization. Hu Qunlin, hello, Master Zhou Tu, I am from the XX division, numbered XX, and we can work together to develop the island. In addition, Zhang Yiwei and several other people are an organization. Zhou Tu carefully read the messages sent by the two people, and they confirmed their relationship. In fact, he had roughly guessed it without the two of them sending messages. His attitude towards this is of course cooperation. We are not afraid of god-like opponents, but we are afraid of pig-like teammates. An organization like Zhang Yiwei and Hu Qunlin are naturally super teammates, so cooperation is a foregone conclusion. And he dared to say that this group of people was the most efficient organization in the world in collecting resources. Although there is a hang, what's wrong with hugging the thigh? At this moment, Zhang Yiwei was chatting with Hu Qunlin. Zhang Yiwei, this Zhou Tu must be a survival god. All of us have failed to get a score higher than him. He is a god. Chapter 20. Hu Qunlin, with such a high score, he must have some outstanding qualities. I wonder if he will believe us. He doesn't look like he has a military background. Trust is a big problem, and how to cooperate is also a big problem. Zhang Yiwei, he has such a high score, and he has exchanged a lot of things just by making things. It seems that he is very good at resource exchange. We are at such a high level and have the ability. He should not refuse. Hu Qunlin, anyway, it's best to get him into our organization. If you can't, just cling to him. With such a high score, he must have some outstanding qualities. Zhang Yiwei, you old fox. Your 5 tapes have been exchanged for 1 tendon, which has been successful. Your 10 screws have been replaced with 1 rib, which is a success. Your bow and arrows have been exchanged for 3,000 units of soil. This has been successful. Zhou Tu clicked on the transaction and dealt with all the excess debris and useless things on the transaction channel. In return, he naturally got things that were about to be made. However, the bow and arrow were able to exchange the soil successfully very quickly, which surprised him a little. Someone gathered the materials I needed so quickly. I took a look at the transaction partner and found that it was the person on the list, Wang He. He is not a member of the organization like Zhang Yiwei. He collected the soil in such a short time and exchanged it for a bow and arrow. It seemed that he needed it urgently. In the early stages of exploration, even for basic supplies, only the big guys on the list could gather so many basic supplies. Naturally, no one has bought the condenser yet. Zhou Tu didn't care. He hung one up first and let the other condensers condense water. There was a lot of water now. I went over and collected some water. There is nearly 8 liters of water in the kettle. Even if you only take the important resources, it will waste a lot of time, not to mention the operation of attracting the cows. Zhou Tu had never felt time pass so quickly. At the beginning, he planned to quickly collect valuable items on the island, but in reality, the island he encountered was somewhat beyond his expectations. But now, let's upgrade first. The bigger the island is, the greater the probability of survival. Living a good life with the grass elves is more important than anything else. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The island owner's heart is currently at level 23, with energy, 6/32. The materials needed for the next upgrade are 2,300 soil and 240 stone. No matter what situation you encounter, the pace of upgrading cannot be interrupted and the energy must be maintained at a certain level. As Zhou Tu upgraded, new movements appeared on the floating island. Black Bull, whose excitement had just disappeared, was frightened by the noise and jumped up again. However, no cows fell off the floating island. These cows were all the remaining black cows from the previous floating island. The cows that could survive on the island had been screened. Zhou Tu took a look. The steel, alloy, stone, and other materials were collected and rearranged to restrict the movement range of the cattle and form a cattle pen. This way, he could explore other islands without being disturbed by the cattle. Naturally, the black bull ran around within the area he had defined, unwilling to be restrained. It was detected that the island owner was taming the black cow, and the taming progress was 10%. Looking at the prompt from the island master's heart, Zhou Tu's eyes lit up. These cows were not like the elves and acknowledged that he was the island master. But it was forced. Zhou Tu had an idea to keep these black cattle in a pen, which could be considered as taming them. However, if you want to raise more things, you need more land, so you have to upgrade the island to make the floating island larger. Zhou Tu glanced at the time. After exploring the island a few times, it was already noon. Time flies. Turn off the chat. It is as fascinating as tomato novels and TikTok short videos. You can't help but want to watch it again after watching it. It really requires strong self-control. Zhou Tu looked into the distance, collecting information about the floating island. This time the floating islands were not satisfactory. There were 4 monster islands, 1 very dangerous island, 1 deserted island, and 1 island with mediocre resources. Arrived at an island with mediocre resources. Zhou Tu felt that if it weren't for the mandatory stay time when making contact with the floating island, he would have been too lazy to go to such an island with scarce supplies. Although there are some resources, they do not bring any qualitative improvement to him. On the contrary, if you look at them carefully, it would be a waste of time. However, Zhou Tu still went up and picked up some junk during the mandatory stay. Zhou Tu, with a speechless look on his face, continued to activate the floating island. I threw Lei Laomu, and my luck ran out. Goddess of luck, smile. Zhou Tu's luck was even worse this time, and he encountered 5 monster islands and a deserted island. This time, the deserted island doesn't even have an evaluation of mediocre resources. 2 energies were wasted. However, Zhou Tu still discovered that the island would not be filled with monsters in all 6 directions, which left people with a glimmer of hope. However, we cannot be completely sure. After all, the reference group is still limited. After 2 times, his energy became 3 billion Argentine pesos. Zhou Tu clasped his hands together and said to himself, I am the king of Europe. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the information about the floating island appeared before his eyes. Move forward to the floating island. This is an island rich in resources, and there is also a blueprint for an engineer shovel. The excavation efficiency of the engineer shovel is 10 times that of the original shovel. Move the floating island to the left. This is a tropical island with many animals and plants, which can enrich the ecosystem of the island owner's island. Move the floating island to the right. There is a hospital inside the island with many medical facilities. If you get some minor illness on the island, the medicines you find in the hospital can keep you safe. Move backwards to the floating island. There is a food processing factory on the island. You can search for a huge amount of food, enough to last you a month, provided you can move it out. Move upwards to the floating island. Here is an island with singing birds and fragrant flowers, beautiful scenery, a tourist destination, and a rare scenic island in the sky. Move down to the floating island, where you can explore some secrets about the sky, which will be of great help for future actions. Ha ha ha, the goddess of luck finally came to me. Zhou Tu was overjoyed after seeing the message. I had 2 bad choices in a row, but this time my luck finally turned around. But choosing which island to go to became a problem. I am an adult now, can I have them all? But it was obviously impossible. Which island should I choose? Chapter 21. Looking around at all the information about the islands, this time he was lucky. In fact, he wanted them all, but unfortunately he could only choose one. He felt that he didn't really need the secret of the sky. With the ability to see through the information of the floating island, he would know the secret of the sky one day. Tropical island, floating island. Zhou Tu shook his head. Now his island is limited in size. What is the use of these species? If he plants the peonies, they may be chewed by these black bulls. There is an island with a hospital, which contains a lot of medical supplies, which are very useful, but Zhou Tu feels that he does not need them at the moment. No food is needed either. Traveling is also impossible. Now is not the time to enjoy the scenery. Look towards the last island, where there is a blueprint for an engineer shovel. Engineer shovel, 10 times the digging speed. What is the concept? With an engineer shovel, the efficiency of collecting soil will be greatly improved. What is the most important thing about the floating island? Is the area requires soil and stone to be continuously upgraded in order to expand the floating island. From the very beginning, we have been working hard to make the floating island bigger. Even now, on the trading system page, the condenser is still hanging there and no one is trading. It's because no one has collected so much soil in such a short period of time. If we could sell engineer shovels, the soil production of the entire floating island world would be raised to a higher level. As long as everyone worked harder, the island would develop quickly. As the island becomes larger, there will naturally be more materials for production, which will make it easier to sell things. Moreover, the floating island is at a high level, so he can speak with confidence. The level of his floating island is as high as over 20, and his points are far higher than others. These people have seen the benefits he has gained. In the chat channel, some people were so envious of Connor that he turned purple. Many people chatted with him privately, wanting to do business with him and establish a relationship with him. Zhou Tu felt that as the number 1 in the points ranking, he needed to do something to help the development of other island owners. It is very necessary to choose the drawings of the engineer shovel. If these island owners become prosperous and sell things, will they still worry about no one using their supplies to exchange for them? This not only expands the area of a one's own floating island, but also increases the survival rate of others, which is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. The more frequent the transactions, the more materials are circulating and the greater the probability of survival. Without much hesitation, Zhou Tu activated the floating island and headed for the island with the engineer's shovel blueprint. Soon the island appeared before his eyes. The engineer's shovel island is an island rich in resources and has many buildings. And there is not much vegetation, the island tends to be realistic in style. There are also nice roads for him to ride his bike. Push out the wolf motorcycle. Zhou Tu got on the motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator, and with a roar, the motorcycle rushed out. He stepped on the brakes immediately. If he could rush out of the floating island, it would be a lot of fun. Riding a bike on a floating island is a brand new experience. It only took Zhou Tu half a minute to reach the largest room on the island. With a motorcycle, mobility efficiency is greatly enhanced. The elves followed in. Now the relationship between the elves and him is getting better and better, and they are becoming more and more free. Who wouldn't like an elf that can automatically farm and collect things by itself? When Zhou Tu entered the room, he found that there were indeed a lot of supplies in the room. It is indeed a floating island with abundant supplies. Zhou Tu was naturally not polite about these supplies and put them all into his backpack. Island owner's heart reminder, obtain 1 box of bread. Island owner's heart reminder, obtain 1 box of milk. Island owner's heart reminder, get the engineer shovel blueprint. Yellow, the island master's heart reminds you, your backpack is full. As expected of an island rich in supplies, bread, milk, and other supplies were given in boxes. However, when he thought of his 2 previous choices, Zhou Tu felt relieved. If there is no prompt information, even if there is such an island, there is a high chance that it will not be selected. The reason why we have such a resource island today is because of his hard work in collecting information. He didn't get much in the first 2 times, so it's reasonable for him to get so much now. Riding a motorcycle, Zhou Tu returned to the island. The backpack can be stacked, and now it is full of supplies. Although the small things can also be stacked to 100, the sundries he obtained are too many. Including the space in the box given at the beginning of the floating island, it was also filled up by him. The house is still too small. Zhou Tu filled the house he was building with sundries and placed some supplies in the house he lived in. There are still some supplies that have nowhere to be stored. It can only be placed in the open air. Zhou Tu placed some unimportant and heavy items on the island, then rode on a motorcycle and used the engineer's shovel to collect the supplies on the island. Reminder from the island owner, get 1 pack of screws. Island owner's heart reminder, obtain toolbox A1. Reminder from the island owner, obtain 10 boxes of instant noodles. The island master's heart reminds you, your backpack is full. The backpack was full again. Zhou Tu sighed. The backpack was too small. This time the supply island is so awesome. I won't have to explore the food island for a long time. When the time was up, the engineers who were shoveling supplies from the island disappeared and rode back to their own island on their motorcycles. Now his island master's heart is at level 23, and the diameter of the island is 33 meters. Apart from the 2 houses in the center of the island and the newly built cow shed on the side, the rest of the area was not very large. The things he collected could not fit into the space box, so they had to be piled outside. There are a lot of materials, and they are placed on the island, which is a bit messy. How can we farm like this? When he remembered that he still had the production drawings of the light prism tower, he realized that this attack-type building also needed a place to build. Zhou Tu felt that the island was not very large. We still have to keep expanding the area of the floating island. Let's not talk about expanding the floating island to 9.6 million square kilometers in the future. Let's first increase the area of the floating island to 10,000 square kilometers as our goal. After taking a quick look at the supplies, I found that there were many that could not be used. Although the floating island was very large, if these miscellaneous items were not dealt with, many supplies might be lost in the future. This is probably the trouble of having too many supplies. Zhou Tu took a bite of bread and glanced at the time. He was very careful to save time during the day, and before he knew it, 10 hours had passed. Originally, I thought I would only take the most valuable things from the island. Who knew that there were so many supplies on the island that they couldn't stop themselves? They simply couldn't stop themselves. He knew that this was not the most efficient way to collect supplies, but seeing boxes of supplies, if they were placed on these islands and then disappeared, that would be a sin. Zhou Tu, whose hamster attribute exploded, couldn't control his hands at all. I'm too greedy. Zhou Tu shook his head and calculated the time and remaining energy. There are 2 hours until night falls, and there are only 3 billion Argentine pesos of energy left. After replenishing his strength, he decided to use up the remaining energy during the day. Chapter 22. It seemed that all my luck had been used up when I encountered the engineers shoveling the island. The next 3 islands encountered had good things, but they all had powerful creatures. Zhou Tu had no choice but to search on floating islands with not too many supplies and no powerful creatures. Zhou Tu didn't want to come into contact with these dangerous creatures too early. First, it takes time to fight the creatures on the floating island. The opponent's creatures may not be destroyed yet, and the time may be up. Second, it is still unclear whether we can win or not, and the risk is too great. Before, on Black Bull Island, his bow and arrow missed the target. If he encounters a dangerous animal and fails to kill it, he will just die. Zhou Tu secretly decided that he would go back and ask Yu Mengli for advice and practice archery to make sure he was fully confident before deciding to explore the island with animals. As I thought about this, the sky gradually darkened. The bright sky loses its original color, and as night falls, sandstorms tend to come. With his peripheral vision, Zhou Tu looked at the floating island filled with supplies, feeling a little depressed. Others say that there are too few supplies, and in the trading channel, everyone wants to get them for free. But he had too many supplies and had no place to put them, so he could only place them randomly on the floating island. This means that some lighter materials may be blown off the floating island by these strong winds. The previous wind disaster blew away the wooden boards he had piled in the yard. Caused certain losses. Zhou Tu looked at the supplies that filled the floating island and quickly put on the shelves the miscellaneous items that were of little use to him at the moment. According to the prices he had learned from the trading channel before, he quickly put the relevant items on the shelves. It's much better to have these items on the shelves than to be blown away by the wind. Soon, the trading page of the trading channel was refreshed by Zhou Tu. He not only covered one page of trading items, but several pages of items. The most important thing is that the items he trades are basic materials such as soil and stone, which is very beneficial to other island owners. FK, does Mr. Zhou have so many supplies? He put more than 3,000 kinds of things on the shelves at once, and the coverage is so comprehensive. He actually wants basic supplies. Why is this happening? Because he is kind. The big guy at the top of the island owner rating list is extraordinary every time he makes a move. He only needs to put items on the shelf, but ordinary island owners like us have more things to consider. Why do you put so many supplies on the shelves? And they are all traded with basic supplies, but we are also short of basic supplies now. There are so many benefits to upgrading the island. Not only can you gain energy, but the area of a the floating island will also increase. You can also use energy to make things. The role of energy is so huge. This is the last time I will talk about energy in the channel. In the island points ranking, the boss's island is level 23, and it has 33 energies. I'm so envious. At night, the wooden house crackled with the wind and sand. Zhou Tu lit the candles he had collected, lay on the bed, ate the food he had collected during the day, and drank milk. While spying on the mobile phone messages of people in the chat channel, I was also processing transaction information and looking at the prompt of successful transaction. Zhou Tu was quite satisfied with his development over the past 2 days. In 2 days, humans with high mobility have begun the exploration. At the beginning, there were fewer and fewer messages asking for help. If you can't survive, you will die. The world of floating islands is very cruel. More and more people are aware of the problem of the area of the floating island. Soil and stone, which seem basic, are actually not basic at all. These two materials break through the general material properties. In the Sky Island world, soil and stone materials are becoming universal trading items and are becoming the RMB of the Sky Island, but it is not obvious yet. As for Zhou Tu, all his items can be exchanged for these two materials. It is no exaggeration to say that soil and stone are the foundation of Sky Island. And he is also reaping the benefits of being the number 1 in points on the island. Almost every moment, there are people discussing him or talking about him in the chat channel. The Sky Island points ranking gave him a perfect advertisement. His speed in selling items is unmatched by others. Your bread was exchanged for 100 units of soil. It was successful. Your mineral water has been exchanged for 100 units of soil. It has been successful. Your milk was exchanged for 100 units of stone, successfully. Watching these excess supplies being transformed into basic materials, Zhou Tu smiled faintly. Even a small mosquito is still meat. It is reasonable to exchange these supplies for 1 hour of work time on the floating island in the apocalypse. The benefit of the celebrity effect is that his items are sold out quickly. The items on his trade list right now are the water condenser and the bow and arrow, and the prices for these two tools are too high. Zhou Tu glanced at the engineering shovel drawing in his hand. As long as these engineer shovels are mass-produced, a large number of drawings can be obtained. However, it is more important to upgrade the floating island now. After upgrading the floating island, you will get energy, and the energy can be refreshed after night. In this way, his energy utilization efficiency can be maximized. After dealing with the debris, Zhou Tu looked at the supplies for upgrading the island. Accumulated water forms a river, and accumulated sand forms a tower. He also obtained a lot of soil and stone in exchange for sundries. These materials were enough for him to upgrade the floating island to level 4. Zhou Tu started upgrading the floating island without hesitation. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The island owner's heart is currently at level 24, with energy, 1/34. The materials required for the next upgrade are 2,400 soil and 250 stone. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The island owner's heart is currently at level 27, with energy, 4/37. The materials required for the next upgrade are 2,700 soil and 280 stone. Now my island has a diameter of 37 meters. Zhou Tu felt a little emotional. In 2 days, the floating island only reached 37 meters, which was not a fast speed. On the ranking list, the highest ranked person, Zhang Yiwei, has not yet reached level 20 among the floating islands of related organizations. He decided to contact the organization after the night and the loudspeaker was refreshed. At that time, we will provide the organization with engineer shovels, and the organization will provide materials for upgrading the island. If the organization can enforce discipline, the island's development and resource collection will reach a terrifying level. When Zhou Tu did business with the organization, he had a certain level of trust in his heart, which was thousands of times stronger than that with other strangers. After integrating resources and upgrading the floating island, Zhou Tu had new energy and took out the blueprint of the engineer shovel he obtained during the day's exploration. Chapter 23. The engineer shovel blueprint is a yellow blueprint, and a yellow level blueprint can produce 10 shovels with 1 point of energy. The material required for production is steel, and 1 unit of steel can produce 1 shovel. Zhou Tu was thoughtful. The blueprint for the engineer shovel was of low level, but the material required was not easy to obtain like soil and stone, but slightly rarer steel. However, once the engineer shovel is produced, the efficiency of collecting soil resources will be greatly improved, and the upgrade speed of the floating island will also be accelerated. He said he would promote the engineer shovel no matter what. After all, the things he sells are more advanced products that require labor resources to develop. The engineer shovel is the basis, and he is needed to promote it. Zhou Tu took a look at the steel reserves. He now had 423 units of steel. In other words, 42 points of energy are enough to consume all the steel. He had just reached level 4. After midnight, the island's energy would be restored. By then he would have 37 energy points so that the 400 units of steel could be consumed. About 400 diggers were produced at once, which was a considerable force. Zhou Tu first consumed energy to produce 40 engineer shovels to avoid wasting energy. As the energy was consumed, a shovel was made. The front end of the shovel is shiny and sharp, and it is obviously a tool for digging soil. Let's send it to our good brother first. I opened the private chat. Even though I had set a chat threshold, there were still many people sending messages. Fortunately, he had divided the chat into groups, otherwise it would be troublesome to find people. My good brother Yumengli sent me a message. I encountered a rabbit island during the day, killed a few rabbits, and got some meat. After eating it, I felt full of strength in my body, and I also dug a lot of soil. Zhou Tu looked at the message with a slightly fixed gaze. Feeling full of strength? Zhou Tu opened his property panel. Island owner, Zhou Tu, age 24, strength, 7 stamina, 6 agility, 6 charm, 8 observation, 10 comment, a weak island owner with very keen observation skills. He can often escape danger in storm-hit areas. If the panel wasn't turned on, Zhou Tu wouldn't think too much about what Yumengli said. But now that the panel was opened and he had the attributes of the island owner, he couldn't help but think about it. He had been thinking before about what could be done to improve his personal attributes. Encountering giant snakes guarding treasure chests, mutated creatures, succubi, and now elves, everything hints at something extraordinary. Now Yumengli told him that after eating the rabbit he had caught, his body was full of strength. Zhou Tu made a bold inference. Eating animal meat can increase attributes. In this way, the value of my black cattle has increased, but it depends on how the situation develops in the future. If you really eat meat, you can increase the attributes of the island owner. By then everyone will be an extraordinary individual, and in the future, the crisis of trust between people will increase. Zhou Tu's face looked unhappy. Having come here, people didn't trust each other much. Once a way to become stronger appeared, I'm afraid many people would have ulterior motives and would be murderous. I sent a private message to Yumengli and informed her of my situation. I have opened the attribute panel here, please pay attention to the changes in your body. In addition, I have traded the engineer shovel and some supplies to you, please check them and upgrade the island as much as possible. Thank you Brother Fu for the tools and supplies. I will pay attention to my own condition and report to you if there is any situation. In addition, I have traded a rabbit I shot, so please check it. There was also a rabbit exchanged, and Zhou Tu's face lit up with joy. It seems that after arriving in the floating island world, Yumengli's adventurous spirit has been aroused. This is not bad. Yumengli focuses on exploration, and he focuses on developing the floating island. The two have different focuses, but they can complement each other. It is not tiring for a man and a woman to work together. If you need anything, I can support you. I am incredibly rich now. Zhou Tu added. There are not many people in this world who can be trusted. Zhou Tu exchanged the rabbit from the trading channel. There were bloodstains on the rabbit's fur, obviously wounds caused by a bow and arrow. Thinking that Yumengli could shoot animals as small as rabbits, but he couldn't shoot the black cow, Zhou Tu decided to practice archery for a while. I looked outside through the window and saw that the storm had slowly stopped. Go build a fire outside and roast a rabbit. Knowing that eating animals in this world might increase his attributes, Zhou Tu's heart warmed up. Let's first practice and see if we can increase the attributes. At this moment, Zhang Yiwei was chatting with several people in the organization. During the day, the organization was busy exploring and did not collect comprehensive information. At night, it is the best time to communicate and collect information after reviewing and taking stock of what you have gained. Zhang Yiwei, Zhou Tu hasn't responded to my message yet. He seems a bit arrogant. After all, I'm second on the island points ranking list. Hu Qunlin, I guess his energy is limited. It's a pity that he can't form a small group, so the information exchange is a bit blocked. Energy is too important. This may be the reason why he didn't reply. From this point of view, this person is a master. Zhang Yiwei sent a message with some sigh, this is too economical. He and Hu Qunlin came to make friends with Zhou Tu with great sincerity, and they both sent messages to Zhou Tu to express their sincerity. Zhou Tu's silence made him impatient. Hu Qunlin, with such a high score, he must be very busy. It is normal for him to ignore people. When the horn refreshes at night, let's see what he will do. It's impossible for him to explore the island at night. The probability of encountering Mizushima is too small. I don't know if he can rent the condenser to us. I don't know if we can deliver the soil in installments. This is the survival world. Does Zhou Tu still trust people like us? Hu Qunlin sent a message saying, I think it is a bit mysterious. Our people were communicating with some other people and encountered fraud. Some people even refused our cooperation. As a result, we suffered a lot of losses. Zhang Yiwei was also somewhat helpless. In the previous society, there was a crisis of trust between people. Now in the world of survival, this crisis is even more obvious. The rabbit in front of Zhou Tu was roasting with a crackling sound and grease splattering. As a top island owner, he naturally traded for seasonings on the trading channel. Looking at the roasted dark yellow rabbit, Zhou Tu swallowed his saliva. The rabbit is so cute. I hope he won't let me down. Zhou Tu tore off the rabbit meat and tasted it. It tasted good. Opening the property panel, Zhou Tu's face froze. Chapter 24. There is no change in the properties panel. Zhou Tu turned off the panel. He had just eaten the rabbit, so the effect shouldn't be that quick. After gnawing on a rabbit leg, Zhou Tu felt full. After all, he had just eaten something before. He put the roasted rabbit down, picked up the bow and arrow and shot at the wooden board for a while, practicing the bow and arrow for a while. As a modern person, we rarely come into contact with offensive weapons in the city. Unless one is very interested in weapons and has been to relevant places for training, such a slightly professional person has a chance of surviving against mutant creatures. Due to the difference in force, he might encounter some creatures and end up dead. If it weren't for the ability to see through the information of the floating island, such unscrupulous exploration of the floating island would have long become the nutrients of the sky world. There are many people who died in this way in the channel. Therefore, Zhou Tu is very optimistic about the organization. He can make corresponding weapons and equipment and let others explore the way ahead. It is crucial to find your own position. It's not too late to try exploring the monster island after your attributes become stronger. With the ability to see information and a powerful military organization behind it, the combination of the two is definitely a win-win situation, and the development speed is definitely unparalleled. This is the correct way to grow. It's late at night. The energy is refreshed, and the speaker is refreshed too. Zhou Tu used the free loudspeaker to establish an information communication channel with Zhang Yiwei. The rapid development of the floating island depends on Zhang Yiwei. After the channel was established, Zhang Yiwei immediately sent a message. Master, we finally got in touch. As masters on the points ranking list, if we unite together, it will be easier to survive in this sky world. I sincerely invite you to join our organization. You just need to take on certain responsibilities. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Yiwei, Zhou Tu frowned slightly. He is not opposed to finding teammates, but joining an organization means taking on certain responsibilities and obligations. Although the other party is powerful, he has the ability to see through information and does not want to join the organization. He just wants to make a good deal with the organization and does not want to take any responsibility. In the sky world, everyone is the owner of an island. I believe that most people yearn for freedom. The organization is too complicated. It's okay in the early stage of survival, but who knows what will happen in the later stage. In a word, you can cooperate, but there is no need to join. Forget about joining the organization, I prefer to cooperate. Zhou Tu expressed his opinion. He is the first on an island, so he needs to join the organization? Obviously, there is no need for him to join any organization, he is fully capable of building his own organization. But this is a floating island world, and the trust between people is too poor. It is impossible to organize an effective organization like Zhang Yiwei did in a short period of time. Cooperation is the only choice. Zhang Yiwei looked at the message sent by Zhou Tu and expressed his understanding. He was just testing the waters. It would be best if he joined, but it didn't matter if he didn't. He is number 1 on the island rankings, and it is impossible for him to join just because someone else tells him to. How do you want to cooperate? Zhang Yiwei asked. Zhou Tu asked back, how do you want to cooperate? Zhang Yiwei was choked by Zhou Tu's question. Yes, Zhou Tu was number 1 in the world of floating island, and his score was far higher than his, who was the second among tens of thousands of people. Maybe he lacks something. Anything can be sold on the trading channel, or obtained from trading. Condenser, knife, bow and arrow, anything you can make an offer. Then you can trade the condenser first, and let me see your strength. Zhang Yiwei felt embarrassed. Now all the materials dug by the organization to upgrade the island were supplied to the head island. As a result, many islands of level 10 or more were created, and a large number of islands were included in the rankings. Some of their islands are responsible for collecting information, and some are responsible for making things on the blueprint. Then I discovered that energy is a good thing, but there is never enough of it. Energy limits the upper limit of blueprint production. The upgrade and development of the island was given top priority, and all efforts were made to upgrade the island. Although the soil required by Zhou Tu was basic material, it was used as it was dug. Where can I find so many materials for upgrading the island and exchanging them around? Can we buy on credit? I mean, I can use your tools first, and then pay you back with the materials you need in a few days. Zhou Tu's eyebrows were knitted together. Every tool that could not be realized would affect his development. Just like the price of the condenser is too high and not everyone can afford it, its energy cannot be converted into island area and form an effective cycle. Now Zhang Yiwei actually has this plan. It is still an important issue. Trust. In the world of Sky Island survival, what should I do if his condenser is eaten? By selling a condenser, he can upgrade his island to level 3, and the energy exchanged can be used to make 30 current engineer shovels. The subsequent value is immeasurable. Even later on, when supplies are plentiful, the price of something like a condenser can be raised. He is also sad about the loss now. How can I trust you? Zhang Yiwei also had a headache when he saw Zhou Tu's question. Since coming to this world, they have only gathered more than 10,000 people, which already showed their super strong organizational ability. It is becoming increasingly difficult for subsequent people to join. Many people who were in the previous team learned about them in this world, and after being persuaded, they did not join the newly established organization. The people in a team lack effective trust. How can Zhou Tu, an outsider, trust them to sell these supplies on credit and let them use them first? There have been quite a few people in the channel who borrowed things and then took them as their own. Many people borrow things and then say, why should I return something I borrowed with my own ability? It directly deals a fatal blow to kind-hearted people. Trust was gone in just one day. Survival is survival, why pretend to be a saint or have good intentions? Zhang Yiwei had no choice but to say, I used to be a senior military official. I can guarantee that the things I took from you will be returned according to our agreement at that time. Zhou Tu looked at the message with a calm expression. In the floating island world, there was no such thing as a compulsory contract to stipulate that one must fulfill one's duties. Once the transaction is confirmed, it is non-refundable. As for buying on credit, even if you have powerful military force, you can't find anyone in the Sky World now. Whether it is Blue Star or Sky World, only a big fist can ensure the transaction. Trading useful things in the Sky World and forming verbal agreements is a complete test of human nature. Human nature cannot stand the test. However, Zhou Tu did not intend to test it. When he found the engineer shovel, he already had a certain plan in his mind. Since the other party was able to form an organization in a short period of time, it means that the organization currently has centripetal force. I currently have a tool that can make a digging tool called an engineer shovel. The digging efficiency is 10 times that of the original shovel on the floating island. Looking at the message sent by Zhou Tu, Zhang Yiwei's eyes widened suddenly. The digging efficiency is 10 times higher than before. According to the information they gathered, as long as they didn't encounter any special islands, they could always search for some soil on the island, but they could only stay on an island for 1 hour. In most cases, the soil resources on the island are endless. If Zhou Tu provides a shovel, the island's development speed will be 10 times faster than it is now. 10,000 people have 10 times the speed of obtaining soil. Just thinking about it, we can infer that the organization's resources are increasing rapidly. My heart was moved, it was moved deeply. I don't know what the transaction conditions are. Can I use other materials or blueprints as collateral and redeem them later? Chapter 25. Zhou Tu raised the corner of his mouth. His current plan was to become a supplier behind the organization. He didn't join the organization because he didn't believe in human nature. Now people can come together because of the survival crisis, but people's hearts will change over time, because the world of the sky is too big and there are no means to restrict people. Everyone is an island owner, the owner of a piece of land that can grow. After development, who is willing to listen to the previous leader? Sky World is best suited for lone wolves. When doing business, the best option is to mortgage things that are useless now but will be useful in the future. Zhou Tu stated his trading conditions. I now have 200 engineer shovels, each of which is intended to carry 1,000 units of soil. I believe that if you have the blueprints for their use and some special materials, and you provide items of similar value, then you can dig up the resources and trade them to me and I can redeem them. Looking at Zhou Tu's transaction request, Zhang Yiwei secretly cursed Zhou Tu as a capitalist. A sapper shovel can handle 1,000 units of soil. The person must have a dark heart. Together, that's 200,000 units of soil. However, the transaction volume of 200,000 units of soil resources is too large. If each person is allocated 20 units, he needs to seek the opinions of his subordinates. Zhang Yiwei privately told Hu Qunlin, Huang Yao and Qian Yuntian about Zhou Tu's conditions. Reactions varied from person to person. Huang Yao was somewhat indignant. If this guy were in the previous world, I would have arrested him and shot him. Merchants are the source of cholera, and we cannot let them master the core technology. Qian Yuntian calmly suggested, the efficiency of the engineer shovel in digging soil is 10 times that of the original shovel. Why don't we exchange 50 of them to try it out? Huang Yao, you didn't tell him what kind of organization we are? How could he just ask for anything? There are so many of us. Although the drop rate of blueprints is not high, sooner or later we will encounter engineers shoveling blueprints. Hu Qunlin, since they can make it, and the engineer shovel has 10 times the digging efficiency, I think I can accept the conditions. Who can blame them for having the first mover advantage? Zhang Yiwei felt overwhelmed when he saw the opinions of everyone below. When an organization becomes large, there will be all kinds of opinions, and it is difficult to satisfy everyone. Zhang Yiwei felt that what Hu Qunlin and Qian Yuntian said made sense, so he tried a few dozen first to test the waters. When the time comes, whoever encounters an island rich in soil resources can trade there to dig the soil and maximize efficiency. Zhou Tu used energy to make 200 engineering shovels. After waiting for a while, there was no news from Zhang Yiwei. Zhou Tu estimated that there was a problem within Zhang Yiwei's organization. Currently we can only communicate one-on-one, and the transaction efficiency is not very high. I wonder if there will be a group that can be built by ourselves after the island is upgraded. If the island is upgraded and people can be added to form a group, communication will be much more convenient. A large organization, with limited energy, usually has single or dual lines of communication, and only the top islands may have multiple people setting up chat channels. If no results can be reached during the discussion, Zhou Tu will put the engineer shovel on the trading channel as soon as day comes, and it will then be directly available to the world. This world is just full of people, and actually they are already very inclined towards organization. Zhou Tu opened the private chat. There were too many messages in the private chat, so he looked to see if there was any important information left. Shen King He, I'm almost starving, can you give me something to eat? We are college classmates after all, are you just going to watch me starve to death? I am really dying. I came across an island with monsters and got injured. I can't bear it anymore. Please have mercy on me. Give me something to eat. I know I raised fish in college and my reputation is not good, but with so many people pursuing me, shouldn't I choose carefully? If it were you, you would choose carefully too. Shen King He actually insisted on sending him a message every day. Zhou Tu couldn't help but want to laugh. People can't teach people, but things can teach people. In just 2 days, Shen King He realized the cruelty of the world, and she no longer felt self-righteous when talking to him. But he ignored Shen King He. Because he felt that Shen King He was pretending. He might be injured, but he definitely couldn't be dying. If I were dying, I would definitely send him a lot of messages. Zhou Tu thought about it and thought that when the situation became most critical, he might be able to lend a helping hand. After all, they were classmates, and even though Shen King He had a bad reputation, it didn't affect him at all. It's just that he subjectively doesn't like such girls, but it's not to the point of really watching them die without helping. Continue reading, Master Zhou, can I exchange the blueprint for a condenser? Cyan blueprint, manual fruit juicer, if you are interested, please see the transaction, it has been specified. Fruit juicer? Zhou Tu saw a conversation between a man named Wu Yang. Cyan drawing. Judging from the floating islands we encountered in the past 2 days, the drop rate of blueprints is not high. Sometimes, after looking through the information of dozens of islands, there is not a single blueprint. The drawings he encountered were all chosen actively. If it was purely a matter of luck, the drop rate of the drawings would actually be very low. Once a blueprint is made on an island, it becomes an item engraved on the island owner's heart and cannot be traded. Even if this blueprint is the lowest grade yellow, it is still very precious. Zhou Tu thinks that it is okay to have a manual juicer drawing. Once the engineer shovel is sold, when people's material collection speed increases, the required materials will be upgraded. Drawings and other things need to be collected as soon as possible, and we need to make an advance payment. A condenser can be made if you have the materials and energy, but blueprints are not often available. He has 4 condensers that are currently in the idle stage. These condensers are also somewhat useless. They rely on sunlight to condense during the day and are extremely inefficient at night. Maybe I'll come across a better condenser drawing in the future. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel and saw the transaction specified by Wu Yang, replacing the juicer with a condenser. Without much hesitation, the drawings were exchanged. Looking at the juicer drawing in his hand, Zhou Tu also felt it was useless. First, you need energy and materials to make a juicer, and second, you need fruit to make juice. Obviously, it is not the drawing used now when supplies are scarce. Nowadays, people have problems with food, clothing, and shelter in order to resist wind disasters, so it is impossible for them to make such tools that are of little use. Only after most people have survived the harsh environment and have a comfortable life, will they have the spare time to use a juicer. But now it is a storm-hit area. After encountering carbon deposit islands, he could speculate that he might encounter extremely cold areas in the future. If he encountered a volcanic island, he also had reason to speculate that he had encountered an extremely hot area. These days may become more and more difficult after experiencing the education of natural disasters. Does anyone else have the leisure to drink juice? After thinking about it, Zhou Tu shook his head. No matter what area it was, he would just do his best to develop it. Just think of these drawings as enriching the heritage of your own island. Just live in the present moment. Continue to chat, all of them are worthless private chats. Gradually Zhou Tu felt a little sleepy. He put away the island owner's crystal, put these trivial matters behind him, and took a rest first. It is very important to maintain good energy in the survival world. Chapter 26. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Tu was awakened by the barking of the black cow outside. He must be hungry. The island was hit by a storm at night, and some plants were covered with sand. It was normal to be hungry without food. Zhou Tu shook his heavy head and got up from the bed. I remember not reading the logs of the floating mechanical city I collected during the day. I explored the strange floating island, sorted out the materials, traded, planned the placement of materials, collected animals, and fed them. In the future, we will have to plant crops on the island and build defense towers. There are so many things to do. When Zhou Tu thought of this, he felt that the road to upgrading the floating island was long. Time is too tight. If we encounter the same human island, can we find help? This thought emerged in Zhou Tu's mind. But now everything is still focused on expanding the floating island. Open the channel. If Zhang Yiwei's organization has not yet reached a conclusion, the engineer shovel produced will be put on the channel. Zhang Yiwei gave the message, we want to exchange for 50 engineer shovels, using sausage roaster blueprints, water heater blueprints, toilet production blueprints and some alloy materials as collateral, Zhou Tu was a little speechless. Is the number one organization in the sky so cautious in doing things? He originally thought that he would get at least 100 engineering shovels in exchange, but he didn't expect to get only 50. However, 50 swords also mean an income of 50,000 units of soil materials. Zhou Tu felt a little disappointed with this cooperation. After all, it takes a certain amount of time for these transactions to have feedback. According to the current situation, the organization is not grateful. Zhou Tu agreed to the deal, offering 50 engineering shovels to Zhang Yiwei's organization and paying back 50,000 units of soil in the evening. Just think of it as an investment. During the trade, he obtained some blueprints and some sundries as collateral. After checking the warehouse, he found 148 engineer shovels, so Zhou Tu put them all on the shelf. 100 are used to replace soil, 28 are used to replace steel, and 20 are used to replace stone. He kept one for himself and one for Yu Mengli. It is very important to transform resources into energy for the floating island. To be honest, if he didn't value the foundation of Zhang Yiwei's organization, he would not have given such a benefit. In a word, the world is huge, and there are many people who lack supplies. The engineer shovel, a magical tool for digging earth, was created to expand the area of a the floating island. Zhou Tu put 148 engineer shovels on the channel and noted that the digging efficiency was 10 times that of the original shovel, so he ignored it and first checked on the cattle in the pen. Zhang Yiwei received 50 engineer shovels and distributed them immediately. Sent a message to several responsible persons, give priority to those who encounter islands rich in soil resources during the day. Qian Yuntian, if the digging efficiency is really 10 times higher, then that's fine. Our upgrade efficiency may be greatly improved. Huang Yao, such a shovel requires so many of our resources, and also mortgages a lot of blueprints. He'd better not use our blueprints to trade, I'm afraid I can't redeem them. Zhang Yiwei ignored Huang Yao's complaints. Ultimately it was a question of trust. I had to mortgage a lot of things to get the engineer shovel. They didn't trust Zhou Tu very much, and Zhou Tu didn't trust them much either. In the first transaction, Huang Yao thought they were at a disadvantage and Zhou Tu was getting the upper hand. But Zhang Yiwei didn't think so. When he saw these shovels, he knew that they were produced by the island owner's energy and were of very good quality. Zhou Tu was taking huge risks by trading with them. Zhou Tu could just hang up on the trading channel. Why would he cooperate with them? Isn't it because he values their organizational ability? To some extent, Zhou Tu was biased towards them, but unfortunately the organization had too many people and when there were too many people there would be disagreements. Huang Yao continued to send messages and said that Zhou Tu directly posted 150 engineer shovels on the trading channel, and also marked the price of one engineer shovel in exchange for 1,200 units of soil. This black-hearted person is a pure businessman. When we negotiated the price, we should have lowered it a bit. Zhang Yiwei saw Huang Yao's private message and quickly opened the trading channel. Zhou Tu's latest product is all engineer shovels, with a note at the back that the digging efficiency is 10 times that of the original shovel. Zhang Yiwei's expression changed slightly. He is currently the head of the organization, processing the information gathered by the people in the organization, responsible for resource allocation, collecting dangerous information that appears in the chat channel, summarizing knowledge about the sky, and picking up leaks in the channel and collecting rare materials. When he saw Zhou Tu's transaction information, he understood that Zhou Tu actually directly made 200 engineer shovels. Zhang Yiwei beat his chest and stamped his feet. After reviewing the conversation with Zhou Tu, he understood that Zhou Tu had initially intended to trade 200 engineer shovels directly, but they only took 50. In other words, Zhou Tu actually has a good impression of the organization. Send a message to Huang Yao, in fact, we have already taken advantage of Zhou Tu. Huang Yao, we took advantage? It's more like he took advantage. If it were the real world, he wouldn't even have a chance to see us. The power of so many of us combined is unimaginable. You also said, the real world, but this is the floating island sky world. Haha, there are so many of us. If we unite, it's only a matter of time before we surpass the surrounding islands in development. Let's talk about development. Remember to collect soil materials. Your task is 10,000 units of soil and trade them at night. Huang Yao on another floating island looked at the message sent by Zhang Yiwei with an unhappy expression. Zhang Yiwei actually sided with an outsider. This is a lack of confidence in one's own potential. I checked and found that no one has traded the shovel Zhou Tu hung up, and the price has been raised by 200 on the trading channel. Does this mean he is doing us a favor? Hehe. A smart businessman. Zhou Tu came to the front of where he kept the black cattle. After one night, the black cow turned into a sand cow and became restless in the cow shed. The sky elf next to him said calmly, "These cows you brought here are nothing to eat." Zhou Tu glanced at the elf next to him, and this reminded him that the grass elf was obviously showing its value. Previously, the elf took action to accelerate the growth of sea buckthorn. Now that the cow is hungry, the elf has an idea. However, since the elf was obtained, it is still in an injured state. Zhou Tu took a look at the remaining energy in the island owner's crystal, and there were still 19 points left. Healing spirits requires 3 energy points. Thinking of the previous agreement with the elf, Zhou Tu came to a conclusion in his mind. It's time to replenish the elves' energy and let them act independently. Since the elves have been abducted to the island, we should trust them. If we doubt the elves, we don't use them, and if we use them, we don't doubt them. I can provide you with energy and heal your injuries. Oh. The grass elf was a little surprised. She remembered the scene when Zhou Tu came to his island. It seemed that Zhou Tu had certain abilities and was not just an ordinary human. What do you want me to do? Just help me raise these cows. So simple. The grass elf looked at Zhou Tu in surprise. Zhou Tu nodded, it's that simple. Then use the energy of the island owner's heart to heal the grass elves. In an instant, the grass elf felt the usable power on the island squeeze into her body, filling it up. At this moment, the origin that was lost due to protecting the island was instantly replenished. The feeling of full strength. Never has there been such a wonderful gesture. She suddenly felt that following Zhou Tu had a bright future. Chapter 27. Zhou Tu was observing the state of the elves on the island master's heart. The grass elf was now in its prime. I glanced at the island rankings. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level 27, overall score 354,249. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level 18, overall score 30,818. Island owner, Hu Qunlin, level 17, comprehensive score 24,025. Is there such a huge gap between an injured elf and an elf in its prime? A gap of 200,000 ratings. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. It seemed that the potential of the grass elves was more than that. When the island became bigger, the land and animals would need elves to manage them. I only do one thing, and that is to enjoy. How does it feel? Zhou Tu asked. Thank you, island owner. I am in great shape now. The grass elf flew around the island. Although the floating island was small, it was filled with all kinds of materials and was as messy as a ruin. But at this moment, the grass elf's eyes were filled with infinite hope. Looking at the anxious black bull surrounded by building materials. The grass elf's heart moved slightly, and a green light fell on the sand under the black cow's feet. The grass that was originally buried broke out of the sand as if it had taken a tonic. In a short period of time, the branches and leaves began to twitch and grow rapidly. Moo. Moo. When Zhou Tu heard the black bull's happy cry, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It turned out that curing the grass elf was the right choice, and his meat-eating business was secured. There are still 16 points of energy left, which is a lot of energy left today. Zhou Tu secretly made up his mind that he could explore carefully in the first 6 hours of the day and explore carefully if he encountered an island rich in supplies. For the next 6 hours, everything focused on collecting the most important supplies on the floating island. After eating the remaining rabbit from last night, Zhou Tu held his breath and looked ahead. Just when Zhou Tu landed on the first floating island of the day, the chat channel exploded. What kind of monster is the first one? The points of this island are starting to increase by tens of thousands. 300,000 points, what did they do on this island to be so awesome? The boss put so many engineer shovels on the shelves without saying anything. Is it true that the digging efficiency is 10 times higher? The price of these engineer shovels is so high, isn't it a bit outrageous? Are we one world? The gap between people is bigger than that between pigs. The boss is so high level, come out and speak. From the beginning to now, it seems that the boss has not said a word, and he doesn't even read my private chat. This is too cool. At €1, give the child something to eat, he is starving. In the floating island world, some people are about to die, while others are as relaxed as if they were on vacation. If they used this energy to develop, they would have no shortage of food and clothing. I saw people meeting people in the channel before. Has anyone met Mr. Zhou Tu? Come out and say something. Shen King. He looked at the messages that flashed by quickly. He snorted in his heart. We know each other in real life, and he didn't even reply. How dare the strangers in this channel be so shameless? Everyone was surprised at Zhou Tu's island owner points. Shen King. He also went to the interface to check the island owner's points. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands, it's really more than 300,000. Shen King. He counted silently and fell silent. She only has a few hundred points now. The points are the comprehensive score of the island. If you get 10 pieces of bread, you will get 1 point. If you eat them, you will lose 1 point. That is, the higher the points, the more supplies the island has, and the points reflect the living standards and material levels of the island. The higher the score, the easier it is to survive in the Sky Island world. Looking at Zhou Tu's name with high points, after a moment, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Survival is too difficult. If you want to live and live a fulfilling life, you can only hold on tightly to brother Zhou Tu's thighs. Ask a question every day is just my basic operation. However, when I went to the trading channel, I saw that Zhou Tu was trading engineer shovels on several pages. Shen King. He pouted again. We are classmates. Zhou Tu has so many shovels. It would be nice if he could give me one. After recognizing the true nature of this world, I realize that I am not just a vase. Shen King. He sighed and turned off the panel launched by the island owner's heart. She took the island owner's heart and decided to explore the strange island to try her luck. It was not a good idea to stay still. She had collected a lot of information in the past few days. On a messy little floating island. As someone who has established a communication channel with Zhou Tu, Shi Yuran is very proud at the moment and is bragging to his good friend Song Dai. I may be the first person in the sky area to have a big boss as a friend. Then why is your island only level 10? Some people are talking, right? Are the bosses too lazy to read it? Shi Yuran was speechless for a moment on the island. Apart from chatting for a while after adding each other, he sent a message, but Zhou Tu did not reply. He said stubbornly, haha, how can someone like you know what the boss told me? Some people are just stubborn. Lend me 500 soil materials. Shi Yuran said, changing the subject. You don't want to buy the engineer shovel that Zhou Tu hung up, do you? Although he said that the digging efficiency is 10 times, who knows? What if you get cheated? There are many high-level island owners in the channel who cheat people. Shi Yuran was silent. Fortunately, people used real names in chats and there was a limit on the number of chats. Otherwise, there would be more scammers and there would still be people who make a living by cheating. You are really cheated here. Apart from a few curses, don't expect anyone to cross the area to look for you. But Shi Yuran believes in Zhou Tu. There is no need to lie about the number 1 island. If the engineer shovel really has 10 times the digging speed as Zhou Tu said, then this engineer shovel is a divine tool for digging soil and an important tool for expanding the floating island in the early stages. Must get it. Would you like to borrow it? Then we can share a shovel to dig materials. Your idea is good. I'll provide half of the soil and we can use it together when the time comes. Shi Yuran breathed a sigh of relief. His brother chose to believe him, which meant they could survive together. Now the people in the channel have made people lose their trust. Many people are in real danger, but no one is willing to help. Either barter or die. He was somewhat happy that his childhood friend was trustworthy. Soon, Shi Yuran traded for an engineer shovel from the trading channel. When refreshing the engineer shovel, it was discovered that more than a dozen engineer shovels were missing, which proved that someone like Zhou Tu had collected soil resources for trading. Many people in the channel said that it was expensive, not cost-effective, and a waste of soil, but they were very quick in action and sold more than a dozen in just over 10 minutes. Shi Yuran shook his head and took the engineer shovel in his hand. It felt a little heavy. With a wave of his hand, he inserted it into the soil of his current floating island. Silky easy to use, it's easy to shovel up a shovel of soil. It is indeed much more efficient than the original shovel. He immediately sent a message to Zhou Tu to share his joy. This shovel is indeed much more efficient than the original one. It can easily shovel the soil on the floating island. Zhou Tu, I'll try the trade too. Shi Yuran didn't think much about it and traded it to his good brother. How is it? Is it useful? Brother. Ding ding. A few minutes later, Shi Yuran sent several messages, but they fell on deaf ears and received no response. Chapter 28. Damn it. Looking at the chat records with Zhou Tu, Shi Yuran probably knew what was going on. The bond between us is so deep, but it can't withstand an engineer shovel. Shi Yuran was a little bit unbelievable. When I sent the message again, my good brother deleted me as a friend. Shi Yuran was silent, looking at the white clouds floating in the distance. The sunlight shone through, but he felt like there was a layer of shadow covering it. Even his most trusted brother betrayed him. Shi Yuran felt that this world was cold and icy. Shi Yuran opened the chat channel and saw a group of people playing crickets around. Don't buy a shovel if it's too expensive. If you have the time, you can use an ordinary shovel to dig enough soil. Black-hearted Island Master Zhou Bop, can the condenser be lowered? Who can gather so much mud in thousands? Today I went to the floating island and encountered a monster. Please don't exchange the boss's bow and arrow until I have enough materials. Shi Yuran turned off the chat. These people were talking but thinking falsely. Just now, he used an engineer shovel to test the digging efficiency, and it was indeed 10 times faster. That is to say, when you encounter a resource island, you can dry up about 1,000 units of soil within an hour. When you come across a similar floating island, the shovel will pay for itself, and then it's time to quickly expand the island. He is much better than others and doesn't have to be so reserved when talking. These people are speaking sarcastically. It seems that sometimes what some people say in the chat channel needs to be read in reverse. Zhou Tu returned to his island. Today was his first time exploring an island, and the goddess of luck was not on his side. He saw that the floating islands he saw were all useless islands. Even the information presented on the monster island was of little use to him. But Zhou Tu has already adapted, and he didn't get any good results from the several attempts yesterday. It is normal that there is no harvest now. He has reserved a lot of energy today, and he has enough energy to carefully select islands and build them at will. Zhou Tu continued to look forward to get information. Move forward to the floating island. There are abundant herbs on this island. You can get a lot of useful herbs, especially hemostatic grass and the magical grass of the sky world. Move the floating island to the left. This is an iron ore island. Without the corresponding tools, mining is extremely difficult. Move to the right, the floating island is full of monsters. They have been trapped on the floating island for a long time and are eager for a new world. Move backwards to the floating island, an ordinary island with scarce resources. Move upward to the floating island, an island with abundant water resources. With such an island, your water resources will no longer be scarce. Move down to the floating island, a huge ant kingdom island. They will invade the island silently and it will soon be assimilated into an ant island. Look at the information obtained. Zhou Tu analyzed it carefully. This is the first time I've seen an island rich in herbs. I saw a lot of people getting hurt on the channel. Herbs are hard currency, and the prospects are very good. Iron ore island, don't even look at this kind of island now. You might be able to pick up a few units of iron there, but it's not very useful. The island is full of monsters. These monsters are longing for a new world. It seems that the floating island defense structure needs to be built. I can land on the floating island opposite. The monsters on the opposite island are trapped on an island with a limited range. They are very impatient. If a strange island approaches, they will definitely explore. In this way, the island invasion is actually mutual. Ordinary islands were excluded. An island with abundant water resources is great and may be of great help to others, but it is of no use to me. Ant Island, or Ant Kingdom Island. Being able to assimilate an island into one's own territory is indeed very powerful. After comprehensive analysis, Zhou Tu chose the herbal island. He took a fancy to the hemostatic grass. The probability of him encountering a monster island is so high, and other people will also encounter the same situation. Injuries are inevitable, and by then the hemostatic grass will be the magical grass of the sky world. Don't forget that there are grass elves on his floating island. He can transplant these grasses to his floating island and let the elves ripen them. Then, he can sell the herbs directly on the floating island. This thing is the same as the water condensed from a condenser. It has no energy cost, only time cost. It is a sustainable industry, it is a mine. In this way, the herb island is much more valuable than other islands. If there were no elves, the herb island would be unremarkable to him, but with the elves, everything was different. I don't know when I will encounter some extraordinary creatures. The succubus I encountered for the first time seemed to be a supernatural creature. I just don't know if I can withstand its suction from behind. As we waited, a lush island appeared ahead. Even though the two islands had not yet come into contact, Zhou Tu had already sensed some pleasant smells coming over. It is worthy of being called the herb island. Log in, herb island. Zhou Tu took a step forward with an engineer shovel. This island is not suitable for cycling. The grass elf's eyes lit up when he saw the lush island. There are many plants here that she has never seen before. Collecting and cultivating unfamiliar plants will help to train her abilities. Following the island master Zhou Tu, there is indeed a bright future. See what has never been seen before and create a brilliant future. The elves also quickly came to the island. Zhou Tu carefully dug out a herb with thick leaves, making sure the roots of the hemostatic herb were not damaged as it was going to be transplanted to the island. The island owner's heart reminds you to get hemostatic grass +1, can be cultivated. Putting the hemostatic grass into his backpack, Zhou Tu smiled and said, according to the description and appearance of this hemostatic grass, as long as we pick the thick leaves and apply them on the wound, it will stop the bleeding. Good medicinal herbs, dig more. Zhou Tu dug his shovel deep into the ground and saw the grass elves on the other side out of the corner of his eye. The grass elf, whose injuries had all recovered, was about the same height as a 7 or 8-year-old child. It had transformed into 4 wings as thin as a cicada's wings, was light green in color, had blue eyes, and was flying over the herb island. I saw a green light suddenly appear in the other party's small hand. The herbs in the herb bush flew out of the soil and disappeared into the other party's hands. And it seems that the herbs collected are those with strong vitality. Zhou Tu touched his nose and said, humans and elves cannot be compared. Seemed to feel Zhou Tu's gaze. The elf flew over and said, Master Island Master, let me pick the herbs, but it seems that these herbs need medicinal soil underneath to be planted. Zhou Tu said, you pick the herbs and I'll dig the soil for the herbs. The island owner is so smart. Zhou Tu picked up the engineer shovel with an expressionless face, and with one shovel, the black humus medicinal soil was dug up. It was awkward for this grass elf to praise someone, but he liked it. Reminder from the island master, get +1 unit of medicinal soil. Chapter 29. Island master's heart reminder, get medicinal soil +15 units. An hour later, Zhou Tu and the grass elf returned to the floating island. Zhou Tu stretched and rubbed his sore arms. I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape the fate of digging the soil. For an hour, he worked at full speed, swinging the engineer shovel in his hand like a hot wheel, and dug 1,134 units of medicinal soil. These are all humus black soils for growing medicinal herbs. The man and the elf began to take inventory of the resources obtained from the herb island. The grass elf said, collected 1,523 hemostatic grasses, 1,252 yanhuang grasses, 521 huangji grasses, 681 qixu grasses. 21 types, a total of 10,824 herbs. Zhou Tu was secretly surprised that the elf's collection efficiency was much higher than his. If he dug as carefully as he did before, collecting 60 plants would be enough. It turned out that every profession has its own expertise, and it is best to leave professional matters to professionals. And when digging the medicinal soil, he also looked at the properties of other herbs, including those that increased qi and blood, and those that increased physical strength. He speculated that eating these herbs could enhance attributes. It's a big harvest. The grass elf nodded. Unfortunately, our island is too small, and you put too many things there. The current area is not enough for planting, and there are sandstorms, so it is difficult to grow herbs. Zhou Tu felt a sharp pain in his teeth. As the first island inhabited by human beings, it is indeed too small. Cultivating medicinal fields requires a lot of land. Even black cattle need living space, not to mention the storage of a lot of supplies. Overall, the area of a the floating island is indeed quite small. Zhou Tu did not refute. He opened the trading channel to see how the engineer shovel was selling. He had explored 2 islands and found that the engineer shovel had excellent performance. If someone had better physical fitness than him, it would be possible for him to dig 1,500 units of soil from an island, or even more. Your engineer shovel was exchanged for 1,200 units of soil. It was successful. Your engineer shovel was exchanged for 1,200 units of soil, successfully A93. Your engineer shovel was exchanged for 800 units of stone, successfully A15. Zhou Tu took a look and found that 93 units of soil were successfully traded. The engineering shovel alone had 111,600 units of soil and 12,000 units of stone. Tens of thousands of units of soil, tens of thousands of units of stone. Zhou Tu was a little intoxicated by so many resources. He had never had such a wonderful start before. But after a moment, he woke up. As the area of a euro the island increased, the materials needed were accumulated step by step. By then, these tens of thousands of units of materials might only be able to be upgraded to one level. At the beginning, only a few hundred units of materials are needed to upgrade the floating island, and the resources needed later are gradually added up. However, there should be a more convenient way to collect islands later. The island master's heart is currently at level 27, with energy, 14/37. The materials required for the next upgrade are 2,700 soil and 280 stone. Zhou Tu suppressed the excitement in his heart. The communication with the island owner in the mind was upgraded, and the materials in the trading space were consumed quickly. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The island owner's heart is currently at level 28, with energy, 15/38. The materials required for the next upgrade are 2,800 soil and 290 stone. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The island owner's heart is currently at level 29, with energy, 16/39. The materials required for the next upgrade are 2,900 soil and 300 stone. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island master's heart has increased in power. The current level of the island master's heart is 53, with energy, 40/63. The materials required for the next upgrade are 5,300 soil and 540 stone. The floating island was upgraded 27 times at a time, and its diameter increased by 27 meters. Now the diameter of his island has reached 63 meters. If we calculate based on the area of a basketball court being 420 square meters, his island is about the size of 8 basketball courts. The island has grown so much in just 3 days, Zhou Tu is quite satisfied. This shows that his decision was correct. If he sold basic resources such as water, it would be impossible to obtain so many supplies. The time cost is too high. Only by selling high-value items can you obtain so much soil resources in the early stage of the floating island. And now there are still 50,000 soil materials that have not arrived. When the time comes, he will come over in exchange for some supplies. Today's island should be able to expand to a diameter of 70 meters. Before Zhou Tu could see what features the upgrade had. Then they found that the black cows outside were frightened. The expansion of the huge floating island frightened the black cows in the cow shed and made them run around and scream. Zhou Tu came outside and saw that Hainu's eyes were red. He didn't care and nothing could happen. The circular island has expanded a lot and its area has greatly increased. If it was the size of a ping-pong ball before, it is now the size of a ping-pong racket. Before, we put a lot of supplies in it and it felt a bit cramped, but now it is much more spacious. The floating island has increased so much in size, I can plant the herbs we just collected. The grass elf was a little excited. She had just hinted that the area of a the floating island was too small, but she didn't expect that the area of a the floating island would increase several times in an instant. She didn't care how Zhou Tu made the floating island so big, but she was focused on what was in front of her. Anyway, just give her room to develop, she is an elf who is easily satisfied. Where do you want to farm? Zhou Tu suppressed the waves rising in his heart and said calmly, you can choose for yourself. Can you let me farm the eastern quarter of the island first? The grass elf opened his blue eyes wide and asked Zhou Tu for his opinion. In the Sky Island world, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The floating island is a round island that can be divided into 4 directions, east, south, west and north. Zhou Tu usually chooses the direction according to the orientation of his house. The grass elf wanted the east side, a place where Zhou Tu didn't put many sundries and where he used to read information about the floating island. Zhou Tu nodded in agreement and said, the area where the sky is now is a wind disaster area. If we plant these herbs, they may suffer losses. What can you do? The elf flew around to the east. The little hand cast a green light, and Zhou Tu also found some seeds mixed in it. As the green light in the elf's hand continued to radiate, the seeds that had just been planted had sprouted. After the grass elf came back from farming, he said, just plant a few rows of shelter belts. Ever since the last storm that affected her island, she has been thinking hard about how to protect the plants on the island. As she followed Zhou to many other islands, she discovered a tall, broad-leaved tree with lush branches and leaves, and the answer came to her mind. If there were such tree species on her island before, she could use them to protect the island from wind erosion. Let's check the situation at night. When these trees grow up, please ask the island owner to spread medicinal soil here. Then it can become a medicinal garden. In fact, Zhou Tu was already very happy in his heart. Workers with autonomy and initiative are very good. With good employees like the grass elf, the floating island actually has no shortage of wood. Maybe others were still going to the island to collect wood, but he only needed to pick up an axe and go over to chop wood. The grass elf has this ability, and now it seems that it can bring back some fruit tree seedlings or vegetables to plant on the island. He remembered the apple tree at that time and he was still obsessed with it before, but now it seems that his vision is too narrow. When the time comes, plant an apple orchard. It is worthy of being an elf with a rating of hundreds of thousands of points. Zhou Tu said loudly, our floating island has a bright future. He regards the grass elves as his own people. Although he is suppressed by the authority of the island owner, he prefers to make friends with extraordinary creatures like grass elves and cultivate feelings. The grass elf nodded, agreeing that at Zhou Tu's speed of upgrading the island, it would take about 2 months to reach 1000 meters. The future is bright. Zhou Tu opened the prompt of the island master's heart. After so many levels, the panel has undergone new changes and new functions have been unlocked. Let's take a look at the new functions first. Chapter 30. Now the island master's heart has reached level 50. When I was at level 10, the floating island points ranking list appeared, and when I was at level 20, the attribute panel appeared. Zhou Tu looked at the 3 messages that appeared in the island master's heart. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 30, the floating island's ability has increased, the floating island owner's ability on the island has increased, and the island owner's movement speed has increased by 10%. It has been detected that the island area has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 40, the floating island's ability has increased, and the floating island's stability has increased. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 50, the floating island's capabilities have increased, and the blueprints of the same level collected by the island owner can be synthesized by spending energy, yellow 50 energy, green 100 energy, cyan 200 energy, blue 400 energy, purple. Once synthesized, the original blueprint disappears. Zhou Tu looked at the first one and saw the bonus given, the island owner's movement speed increased by 10%. Zhou Tu tried walking and found that his speed seemed to have increased a little. Just now, I was so happy to see the floating island increase in size that I didn't notice my own condition. Now he felt that his speed had indeed increased a lot walking on the floating island, he felt that the soil on the island was jumping for joy. It was a strange feeling. As expected, as the floating island grows in size, the bonuses given to the island owner increase. The island owner is worthy of being the island owner. Zhou Tu was certain that now that the movement speed bonus was available, there would definitely be other bonuses if the game continued to upgrade. That is to say, I have my own attributes. After the floating island continues to grow, it can also add bonuses to me. That is, the bigger the island, the stronger the bonus. It seems that this island is still a little too small. The second one is that the stability of the floating island is increased. If the island master's heart hadn't reminded him, Zhou Tu would have paid little attention to the increased stability of the floating island. He just felt safe. He was afraid of falling at any time before, but now he didn't feel that way at all. The floating island became bigger, the movable area increased, and the sky world became more stable. The grass elves planted a row of sea buckthorn directly on the edge of the floating island. He feels extremely safe. The third one is blueprint synthesis. Regarding this one, Zhou Tu is keeping a wait-and-see attitude. The main problem is that the explosion rate of blueprints is a bit low. Once synthesized, the original blueprint disappears and a new blueprint appears. Zhou Tu does not reject the merger, but now is not the right time. The main reason is that the synthesis requires too much energy. How is it possible to synthesize the blueprint when energy is so scarce now? The first two are somewhat useful, but the blueprint synthesis at the end is a bit useless now. He opened the chat, mainly to see if Yumengli had sent him a message or asked him if he needed anything. You are a profiteer. You sell a shovel for 1200 and make a lot of money. Everyone in the channel is scolding you. You leveled up dozens of levels in an instant. You're so fast. I didn't even have time to react. But to be honest, your shovel is very smooth when digging the soil, and it is very easy to use. I feel that 1200 units of soil are too cheap. Wow, my island is not yet level 12, I can't upgrade it by digging. Yumengli sent several messages. Zhou Tu smiled after reading it. To be honest, he also felt that the price of the shovel was a bit too low. Although the shovel is a tool made from yellow drawings, its attribute of 10 times the digging efficiency is too powerful. The most important thing about an island is its area, and the shovel is a tool that is linked to the area of a euro the floating island. Now only 1200 units of soil are needed because Zhou Tu took into consideration the production efficiency of the people in the sky world. The buying and selling of materials must be linked to people's consumption level. Just like his condenser, it is still on the trading channel. Everyone is coveting it, but no one has the resources to buy it. However, when these people have shovels and their production efficiency is improved, they will have the resources to buy. What's more, he has a set of combined punches waiting for him to reap these island owners. Do you want hemostatic herbs? Do you want painkiller grass? Do you want advanced attack weapons? He who saw the information needs to be generous in doing things. In the sky world, he can be a lone wolf, but a lone wolf will definitely develop slowly. If the results are spread and drive the development of a group of people, he will not only save these people and promote their development, but these people can also promote his development in turn. If you have the ability to see through the information of the floating island, you should generalize your ability and play a leading role. Don't be like other worlds where people only know how to enjoy themselves after getting rich. After the experience of digging, he has given up this job. As for Yumengli's comment that digging cannot upgrade the island, Zhou Tu just smiled. That's true. African farmers cannot get enough food to grow. Drivers don't make as much money as the platforms. Those who are dressed in silk and satin are not silkworm breeders. This has been the case since ancient times. If he had been doing that kind of small business before, he would have never upgraded and would have wasted his ability to see through the floating island's information. This should be the case that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Although he cannot monopolize anything in the Sky Island world, as a weather vane, it is easy for him to be the one to overturn the table. He and Yumengli grew up together and were like family. Every bite of meat he ate was accompanied by a bone from Yumengli. Zhou Tu comforted her, "It's okay, I've got your back. It doesn't matter if you don't explore the island. The bond between us is unmatched. Yu Mengli didn't reply, she must be busy. Zhou Tu looked down at his friend's message. He only established communication channels with 3 people, Yu Mengli, Shi Yuran, and Zhang Yiwei, all of whom were established by free loudspeaker. Shi Yuran seemed to want to trade something and sent some messages. Can you exchange an alloy for an engineer shovel? It's funny, I found my good childhood friend, we grew up together for a while, and when I saw your engineer shovel was on the shelf, we decided to buy one. I offered the big end and he offered the small end. I tried the engineer shovel and told him it was very useful, but he never took it back and even deleted me as a friend. I can't help but ask, is there any trust in the sky world? I can't help but ask, is human nature so ugly in the survival world? We grew up together as childhood friends, how can such a bond be so fragile in this world? Zhou Tu looked at him in silence. There was also a gap between the bonds. Maybe what Shi Yuran said was true, or maybe he made up the story to gain his sympathy. But exchanging an alloy for an engineer shovel, this deal can be done, and he may even get a great deal. Alloy is the material his light prism tower needs. From the floating islands he encounters, if he encounters an island with living creatures. This creature has stayed in one place for a long time, so it must be curious about the new island. It is very likely to come here, even if it is just to explore the way. Therefore, the floating island's defense system needs to be established, its own attributes need to be improved, and of course rare materials need to be collected. Although his floating island welcomes other species, it would be difficult to deal with if the species that come are extremely destructive. Now that his floating island has grown to a considerable size and has certain assets, it needs to be defended, or the extremely destructive invasive species can be directly eliminated. One alloy can be exchanged for an engineer shovel, let's trade it. Chapter 31. Thank you, big guy. Shi Yuran sent the message with a grateful look on his face. After talking to Mr. Zhou Tu through the free channel, he felt much better. Holding the engineer shovel that he had just traded, his face was filled with heartache. He knew that the alloy was very rare, but the most important task at the moment was to upgrade the island. The only way is to make the island bigger. 3 days is enough time for people to explore the importance of the energy of the floating island world. Shi Yuran dug a shovel into the ground, and the shovel collided with the soil on the island with a hiss sound. It had the same effect as the shovel that was traded in at the beginning, but the sound was like the shovel in his heart. Who can you trust when your heart is broken? But fortunately, I have the private channel of the big boss Zhou Tu. This is the luckiest thing for me. In addition to the conditions set by the boss, I can also try to trade with the boss with my own conditions. It might be a loss, but who among the vast crowd has the opportunity to chat and trade with Zhou Tu? On a floating island of over 50 levels, there is so much energy available every day that there are so many things to do that it is estimated that I would be too busy to handle them all. The first step was to pull the second place up 30 levels. The points are even more frightening, like a rocket, jumping up by tens of thousands, with no visible tail flame. Maybe there is a boss Zhou, who is my cheat in this world. Zhou Tu processed the news briefly and planned to continue exploring other islands. Time is limited, so you need to seize it. Suddenly, a notice came from the island master's heart. The number of people in the channel has dropped to 5,000. The channel will be merged with other channels into one channel, and the number of people in the channel will return to 10,000. Zhou Tu was stunned. In 3 days, half of the people were killed? The world of floating islands is really cruel. In fact, a foolproof solution has been discussed in the chat channel. That is to build a house on the floating island, or dig a cellar, which can perfectly hide the breath. When you encounter an island with living creatures, hide and there is a high probability that you will pass. Although many people have revealed this in the global chat, the death toll is still decreasing. Zhou Tu ignored the conversation. Daytime is not his time for chatting, just a quick glance once in a while is fine, development is his main theme. Everything he has today is due to his hard work and self-discipline. Zhou Tu looked forward, and a message appeared in front of him, I hope I can find something simpler to defend the floating island. The merger of regional chats was not too abrupt. In the global chat channel outside, there was already news of the merger of chat channels. But being with new people always brings a lot of freshness. Some people just like looking at other people's profile pictures. FK, this has been merged into the chat channel of Boss Zhou Tu. Let me first say that he is awesome. At Big Brother, please come out and say something. Welcome new friends, now that you have seen the boss, why don't you kneel down? How can a mere Zhou Tu be considered a big shot? Tell me where he is and I will kneel down and greet him. We have merged twice. Is this the third time? How about you? It turns out that you have been screened twice. You are still so arrogant. Then kneel down. We are the first regional group. Are all the members in a group with a big boss so awesome? Shen Qinghe looked at the merged group with a worried look on her face. For some reason, there wasn't a single big boss in the group she was in before, let alone someone like Zhou Tu, who wasn't even in the top 100 in island points. This made it difficult for her to find a good target to rely on. It was merged twice, and the people in the two chat areas were packed up at an astonishing speed. She also summed up the rules, especially people who like to talk, die the fastest. Those who stayed behind barely spoke a few words a day, and even when they did, it was always about requests for supplies, help, etc. No one cares about what is posted in the public chat because it refreshes too quickly. Only a big shot like Zhou Tu speaks up can it attract the attention of others. After browsing the chat in the group, Shen Qinghe's face, which was covered with mud, faltered. He saw 2 words Zhou Tu. It's Zhou Tu, what a hot man. The big guy in the rankings, her classmate, the person she messages every day but never replies. I scrolled down to the chat group members again and confirmed. The face in my memory appeared before my eyes. It was him, that was him. Shen Qinghe smiled. It was the first time she smiled in these days. Lucky is coming. Shen Qinghe carefully collected Zhou Tu's information. Currently, Zhou Tu's island level is the highest and the floating island has the highest score. A high island level means a large area, and a high score means more supplies. There are so many supplies, but the trading items Zhou Tu posted on the trading channel are very simple. It's either soil or stone. Yesterday she also found that Zhou Tu had posted a lot of items on the channel, some of which were sold below market price. This shows that Zhou Tu actually doesn't have much time to take care of these supplies. Zhou Tu's time is actually limited, and all his time is used to upgrade the floating island. What a good man. If I were to handle these supplies, I would get more, and my living standard would definitely not be what it is now. Shen Qinghe pursed her li. Chapter 32. Zhang Yiwei was speechless after being treated so harshly by Huang Yao. He felt that Huang Yao did not understand the current survival world and was used to being superior, thinking that everyone revolved around him. He is exactly like the shrimp head man mentioned on the internet. Not long ago, all the engineer shovels that Zhou Tu posted on the trading channel had been successfully traded. Zhou Tu trusted them and facilitated this cooperation because he realized their real identities. If Huang Yao did this, wouldn't he be disgusting Zhou Tu? Being a person requires sincerity and honesty. There are still 7 engineer shovels left. Your team can also complete the assigned tasks. Don't delay. With the engineer shovels, you can upgrade quickly. Huang Yao shook his head, feeling that Zhang Yiwei was too soft. Forget it. If you don't want to say anything, recommend me to Zhou Tu, and I will set up a private chat channel, and I will tell you. Zhang Yiwei's face turned cold. Are you sure? I think you are on the wrong path. Huang Yao, what's wrong? Are you going to turn against me for an outsider? We are on the same level outside. On the 3rd exploration, Zhou Tu saw the information about the islands and sighed that some islands are not suitable for cycling. Although motorcycles are very suitable for various terrains, there are too many terrains to encounter on floating islands. So far, the types of floating islands he has encountered include mountain islands, ice islands, volcanic islands, forest islands, lake islands, mining islands, and relic islands. The terrain of these islands is complex, and it is highly likely that you cannot ride a bicycle on some of them. There are very few floating islands such as city block islands and building islands. These floating islands usually provide materials that can be used directly, or blueprints for making tools. In terms of the probability of meeting, it is not high. It would be great if I could fly like an elf. Zhou Tu chose the floating island he was about to arrive at. Move the floating island to the right. It is a forest floating island with a yellow fruit tree in it. The fruits on it can increase the character's attributes. After collecting the information, Zhou Tu eliminated other floating islands and finally found a good island after 3 attempts. There was a silver treasure chest on the island that was abandoned this time, but he didn't consider it. Just because the fruits on this island can increase attributes. His current panel attributes island owner, Zhou Tu, age 24, strength, 7 endurance, 6.02 agility, 6 charm, 8 observation, 10 from the time he ate the rabbit given by Yumengli to now. His endurance has increased by 0.02, which is negligible, but this cannot deny the importance of attributes in this world. Creatures like elves and succubi appeared. All these signs show that people can continue to grow. How could he be content to be just a mortal? When he encounters something that adds attributes, he will naturally choose it. Even if the treasure chest is made of gold, he will definitely choose to get the fruit tree. With the grass elf, the cost effectiveness of this fruit tree will be greatly improved. Arriving at the forest island, Zhou Tu was a little dumbfounded. There were many trees in the forest. Which one was the yellow fruit tree? It would be difficult for him to find a tree whose name he only knew among the vast sea of A-euro trees, not to mention the time limit. Fortunately, he had help. Zhou Tu called the elves who went to the island with him. Elf, there is a very special tree on this island. You are plant friendly. Can you find that special tree? The grass elf said, I need to look for it. There are too many trees and the smells are mixed together. It's hard to distinguish them. Zhou Tu was thankful that he had a flying elf, otherwise even if he knew there were good things on the floating island, it would not be easy to bring them to his own island. When the elf was about to disappear, the elf's ethereal voice came, also, call me Bisha from now on. I have a name. Zhou Tu was stunned. When he brought the elf back, he told the elf his name. But the elves were silent at that time. After all, he took advantage of the elves' misfortune and forced them to come to his island. It was normal for the elves to dislike him. Now that he took the initiative to tell him his name, it undoubtedly showed that he was one step closer to the elf's heart. Time really brings love. Zhou Tu walked into the forest with a shovel and carefully checked the surroundings. The yellow fruit tree is the most valuable thing on this island, but you can also take this time to explore other supplies. When they came to the base of a tree, Zhou Tu dug down with a shovel. He saw granular soil, which was the sign of earthworm activity. Zhou Tu's mind moved. The area of A-euro the floating island has increased. Now there are only big black cows on his island. Some small animals also need to be introduced. Earthworms are decomposers, and putting them on the island will also be of great benefit. Zhou Tu dug up several units of soil containing earthworms and planned to bring them back. Just when Zhou Tu was about to continue exploring, Bisha flew over and said, "We found special trees and have collected them." Zhou Tu touched his chin and said, "See if there is anything else that interests you. Once you have collected them, we will leave. Leave professional matters to professionals." When it comes to plants, he is several levels behind the elves. Zhou Tu walked from the forest island to his own island. On the east side of his island, rows of trees had already grown, much taller than the sea buckthorn trees on the other edges. Viewed from the forest island, the edge of his island looked like it was wearing a ring of green grass with vines hanging down the edge. There is a house in the middle of the island, and there are piles of debris next to it. Zhou Tu smiled lightly and stepped onto his own island. When he looked at the forest island opposite, he no longer felt that the forest island was lush and full of vitality. Zhou Tu knew that his mentality had changed. His floating island has a brighter future. He threw the soil with earthworms into the woods in the east, and these earthworms would become old employees of his floating island in the future. At this moment, the elf Bisha who came back with them was smiling. Finding special plants and collecting some plants she had never seen before was of great help to her. I had some slight resistance to Zhou Tu in my heart before, but now there is no resistance at all. She discovered that Zhou Tu didn't seem to be a normal person and had some treasure hunting attributes. Of course, there are many abandoned islands encountered along the way, but when there are gains, it is really valuable. Bataya took out the yellow fruit tree from the space. The tree was more than 4 meters tall and looked dark green. There was still some soil on the brown roots. There was no sign of flowering or fruiting yet. She said, "This fruit tree is indeed different. It seems to have stronger vitality than other trees. I planted the fruit tree in the east." Zhou Tu nodded, feeling sorry that the tree had no fruit. If it had, he could try to see what properties it would increase. But having elves is not a problem. "No problem, cultivate as soon as possible. Bisha, the bigger the island, the stronger my ability is, and the faster I can grow plants." Zhou Tu took a deep breath. This was a different way of expanding the island. It was really close to the north. He asked, "The storm won't affect anything, right?" He treasures this yellow fruit tree very much. If it cannot withstand wind disasters and is destroyed, it would be better not to plant it. "No, I have already done my best to promote the growth of the forest on the east side. It is very resistant to wind disasters. It won't be a problem to plant the yellow fruit tree under the protection of other trees." Zhou Tu nodded. He trusted the elf Bisha to do the job. All he needs to do next is wait for Bidya to ripen the fruit trees so he can eat them, and then see what properties are increased. However, the rabbits in this Sky Island world can increase their attributes, so eating other creatures can definitely increase their attributes as well. On the road to becoming stronger, humans are consistent. If it is revealed in the channel that eating animals can make you stronger and increase your attributes, offensive weapons will become popular items. Zhou Tu turned his head and said, "Let's sell the shovel first and stock up on some materials for making bows and arrows to prepare for future development." Chapter 33. After completing the exploration of the forest island, Zhou Tu was quite satisfied with this exploration. He obtained a yellow fruit tree, which could increase its properties, and some earthworms, which could change the soil quality on his floating island. This is how the ecological island was slowly developed. I glanced at the time and it took 40 minutes. Time flies by fast when you are working. The next floating island. Just as Zhou Tu was collecting information and preparing to go to the next island, the sky darkened. A sandstorm is coming to the storm-hit area. Zhou Tu glanced at his island and saw piles of stone, steel, and ore beside his house. The stone in particular was 6 or 7 meters taller than his house. It was pulled directly from the trading channel and stacked using the island owner's heart. Outside, there is a forest of trees, like guards, at the edge of the island. The black cow was kept in the cow shed, feeling a little uneasy. After the inspection, Zhou Tu felt relieved. The debris has been optimally placed, everything is working fine on the island, and the wind can't blow anything away. Afterwards, Zhou Tu walked into the room, opened a bottle of Coke, and lay down on the wooden bed. While waiting for the storm to pass, open the chat channel and start collecting information. "Are you human? You all say that the boss's shovel is not good. In just one morning, all the shovels are gone. We just dug enough soil for the transaction, and there is no more. When will the boss release a shovel? Why are blueprints so rare? I found a blueprint for making a toilet. It's amazing. I can just stick my butt up on the floating island. What's the use of a toilet? I am one of the smart ones. I met Fei Kun. Fei Kun came to the island and I activated the island. Now the game starts with one person, one Kun, and one island. I can eat Kun right away. Do you have a basketball? I do, exchange it for 10 units of soil. We came across an Iceland, but we didn't dare to go up there. It was too cold. Anyone got clothes to trade? There may be extremely cold areas in the future. We need to stock up on supplies. On the 3rd day of the journey, simple houses have been built and there is enough food. We are currently waiting for the storm to pass. The island is shaking a bit, and the planted trees have been blown away by the strong wind. Plants should not be planted on the floating island in the early stage. There is no ability to resist wind disasters, and a single tree cannot make a forest. Explore the island in sandstorm weather. Now it is quiet, the world channel is still very lively, with messages flying by one after another. It's just that there are fewer people chatting and more people doing practical things. Trading, building, planting, everyone found their own way to survive. There are fewer anxious people, or some are directly swallowed up by the sky world. Those who stayed were all people who had something of their own, and the selection was cruel. This is a bloody lesson. Zhou Tu sighed, after suffering a loss, I learned my lesson. Switch the channel to the regional channel. The regional channels have been merged. He has not taken a good look at them yet. The current number of people in the regional channels is 9527/10,000. Energy is the most precious resource in the sky. One grid of energy can explore an island. There are infinite possibilities. Don't talk unless necessary. After this sentence was uttered, the regional channel fell silent. Zhou Tu glanced at the profile picture and was stunned. This person turned out to be Shen Qinghe. The sky world is so big, and there are so many regional chat channels. It is really a fate that he can encounter this. You will be assigned to a regional chat channel. Next time you choose an island, there is a certain probability that you will meet each other, and you can then form an alliance together. Zhou Tu began to understand why Shen Qinghe spoke like that. Based on his understanding of Shen Qinghe, she is a rather self-centered and sophisticated egoistic woman. How could she say such survival-friendly words on the channel? The reason is that I saw myself in the group. So I send this kind of language to attract my attention. After all, Shen Qinghe had sent him messages for 3 consecutive days, but he hadn't replied to any of them. Now she was just using this method to attract his attention. I thought she had changed her personality after coming to the survival world. Zhou Tu continued to look up at the chat history. The chat channels were merged together not long ago, and everyone was shocked to find that he was in the chat channel. FK, the sky giant is in our chat channel, there's hope for our survival. When will Zhou Tu put another batch of engineer shovels on the shelves? There were not enough resources in the morning, and now there are resources but they are out of stock. I was lucky enough to grab one, it is very useful, digging soil quickly, and the investment can be recovered in an hour. I feel that the price is too low. The shovel that increases the digging efficiency is very useful at this stage. Li Euro, big boss, when I meet you, please take me in. I am light and soft and easy to push down. I can also cook. Please, I really can do anything. This is a regional chat channel, don't send B across the air. Zhou Tu glanced at the chat and saw some flattery for him. Originally these people called him Big Boss, but now they call him Giant Boss. Zhou Tu understood why these people called him that. In the real world, if a person achieved something in a chat, he might be hyped up as a big shot, a giant, a god. Anyway, there is no loss in saying nice things, so just praise them as much as you can. Such flattery may make the other party happy, and they may send a red envelope or something, so that one party feels the emotional value and the other party receives monetary benefits, and a win-win situation is achieved. Just like him now, when he saw these people flattering him, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. I am still a person with rich emotions after all. Zhou Tu sighed as he opened the island owner points ranking list to see how the top bosses in the sky were doing. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level, 53, overall score, 753,141. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level, 24, overall score, 45,669. Island owner, Hu Qunlin, level, 23, overall score, 38,127. Island owner, Huang Yao, level, 20, overall score, 36,153. Island owner, Li Zhongping, level, 20, overall score, 33,694, took a glance. Zhou Tu used 4 words to summarize the current development of his floating island. Far ahead. There are elves who have been collecting important materials, such as yellow fruit trees, blueprints of light prism towers, tens of thousands of herbs, not to mention a huge amount of building materials. These are the basis for points. Now the trees on the island have also grown under the blessing of the elves. To put it bluntly, these trees are wood materials and can also be considered points. So do animals. Even if he didn't bring anything back from other islands, his points would continue to rise. People in the chat channel call me Big Boss, and they are not wrong. But this Li Zhongping is on the list. Zhou Tu remembered that this person was the one who reminded people in the chat channel to save energy. This was not like Shen Qinghe's idea with other purposes, but was proposed sincerely. This person is indeed a master. While collecting information, Zhou Tu discovered that the sky outside had cleared up again. The wind has stopped, the sand has settled, it's time to get to work. Chapter 34. The storm comes from a different direction each time. This time the wind is from west to east, so it is a westerly wind. As soon as Zhou Tu walked out of the house, he saw that the entire floating island was yellow and white. The island was covered with sand brought by the strong wind. The greenery on the floating island was once again painted with old colors, and his breathing felt a little sluggish. The elf did not enter the house during this sandstorm. The yellow fruit tree had just been planted, and the elf Bisha was taking care of it. Zhou Tu looked towards the beautiful forest in the east. He was also concerned about the yellow fruit tree he brought back. The fruit tree was the key to his becoming stronger. When he arrived at the grove, he saw that the elf looked unhappy. The grown trees do serve as a barrier, but they cannot stop a storm that fills the world with sand. The floating island was too small, like a wisp of sand in the sky. The newly developed grove had not yet established an ecosystem and would be shattered by the strong wind. Seeing Zhou Tu coming, Bataya said, "The wind and sand are too strong, so we can only save the yellow fruit trees. According to the intensity of the wind and sand, we need to build 3 or 4 layers of shelter forest to protect a small piece of the medicinal garden. The planting of medicinal herbs may have to be postponed. If they are stored here for too long, they will lose their activity. 10 days is about the limit. And my ability to grow plants is limited. Plants need water and soil to grow, and we are currently short of water. Zhou Tu touched his forehead. The situation of the floating island was not optimistic. Resources were necessary for development. The elf was talking about the current situation of the floating island. If a small area wants to fight against the external environment, it must have everything. What the elf meant was that the medicine garden could be opened, but in order to protect it from being affected by wind and sand, at least 3 layers of protective forest had to be built. To build 3 or 4 layers of shelter belts, the floating island needs to be large. How can you build a shelter belt without land? Moreover, if you can't plant medicinal herbs within 10 days, they will lose their activity. Last but not least, growing plants requires resources, including water. He has no shortage of drinking water, but plants need drinking water. The gap is huge and cannot be solved by a few liters or milliliters. So it's clear what to do next. Expanding the area of a the floating island comes first. I need to find a water island and move the water from it to meet the water shortage of my floating island. Keep these 2 questions in mind. Zhou Tu walked out of the grove in the east and inspected the cow shed. The black cows were covered with a layer of yellow soil, making them look less black. Seeing him, these black bulls became a little irritable. Zhou Tu took a look at the island master's heart. These black cattle have obviously not yet been domesticated into the species on his floating island, and the current progress is only 50. But this is a good thing. Being able to keep these species captive and raise them on his floating island is a success. In the future, he can directly lure those species whose IQ is not too high and whose attack power is not too strong to the island, first make them invasive species on the island, and then slowly turn them into resident animals on the island. When he arrived at the place where the materials were piled, Zhou Tu found a lot of loose sand piled up under the materials. Zhou Tu was delighted, as this was also soil resources. Originally, he had traded the soil resources from other people. Now the wind disaster has also brought soil resources. As expected, the island is so big that the storm brought destruction but also brought supplies. As long as we pile up some wind-blocking objects on the floating island, we can intercept the things carried by the storm. The sand and soil intercepted by the building piles can still be soil resources that can be used to expand the island. After walking around the pile of materials, Zhou Tu found that there was about 5,000 units of sand piled up under the materials. 5,000 units of dirt. Zhou Tu was somewhat surprised at the amount of soil he estimated. This is just the soil around where he piled the materials. There is also soil blocked by trees on the entire island, soil accumulated on the flat ground, and a lot of soil in nooks and crannies. Zhou Tu walked all over the floating island and took a rough look. There were about 10,000 units of soil collected. The wind disaster was a disaster for the small floating islands. Although it also brought damage to the larger floating islands, it was not without benefits. A smile appeared on Zhou Tu's face. The island was bigger, and the natural disaster had become a good thing in a sense. 10,000 units of soil is a lot. He has to sell 8 or 9 shovels to get 10,000 units of soil. One typhoon can upgrade my island by 2 levels. The most important thing is that it does not require the energy of the island owner's heart. Zhou Tu looked at the piled up materials and had an idea in his mind. A debris pile can accumulate 5,500 units of soil resources. Then I will pile up more stone walls, steel walls, or walls and wood piles on the floating island to form a wall array. Then, every time a wind disaster occurs, tens of thousands of soil resources will be directly intercepted. This is much better than doing business, and it's very profitable. Most importantly, it doesn't require any energy. As long as a wall is built in the typhoon-hit area to block and collect sand, the soil can continue to accumulate, as if it has become a perpetual motion machine. I looked at my island level and energy. The island master's heart is currently at level 53, with energy, 37/63. The materials required for the next upgrade are 5,300 soil and 540 stone. The energy of the island master's heart is currently 37 points. Zhou Tu took out 20 points of energy and made 200 engineer shovels. He felt that 17 points of energy were enough as a backup. He could explore the strange floating island with all his strength without necessarily using up all the 17 points of energy. In the process of landing on the island to search for supplies, there are always a lot of supplies that need to be collected, which takes time. It was not at all what he had imagined. He would not go to the island to get the most important supplies and leave. Often at that time, he would see this and that he could take away, and his hoarding attribute would explode. Invisible consumption is the most deadly. Zhou Tu sighed, but more than 20 explorations a day should be my limit. Put the engineer shovel on the trading channel. This time the price has changed, and the materials in exchange have also changed. There were only 20 pieces of clay to trade, and he raised the clay exchange rate to 1,500 units. The engineer shovel is so popular that it can be found on the channel. Many people have saved up soil, so the price needs to be raised. The other 100 engineer shovels were exchanged for stone. The remaining 80 engineer shovels were exchanged for steel, ore, and other materials of relatively large mass. This was his preparation for building the sand collecting wall. Once successful, soil will accumulate continuously in the storm-hit area, and the island itself will then become larger. This is what he values. Chapter 35. However, everything is still based on exploration. Only by exploring the sky world can one become stronger. The floating island is just his home, and he himself must also be strong. Visual ahead, move forward to the floating island. There is a silver treasure chest here. There are many monsters and it is very dangerous. Move the floating island to the left. This is a water island with many ponds. Move the floating island to the right and you will encounter an island with the same humans. Move back to the floating island, here is a farm tool manufacturer with many useful equipment. Move up to the floating island, the oil island, which contains a large amount of oil. Move down to the floating island, where you will find special bees. If you are stung by them, you may end up lying flat on your back. There are many monsters in the silver treasure chest. Zhou Tu thought to himself it was a pity. These islands with treasure chests are sometimes dangerous and sometimes not. He would naturally avoid exploring the dangerous ones. If you meet the same person, there is no need to look. He doesn't need oil. Even if he had it, he couldn't refine it, so it's useless. Even moving the oil up now might pollute his island. This time the bees are very dangerous and they are special species of bees. This was not on the same level as the bees he had seen before, so Zhou Tu did not plan to take any risks. What remains are water islands and farm tool islands. The elf just said that the island is short of water, and now it is happening. He made a summary based on the information he saw about the island. Most of the islands you encounter are islands with monsters, some are abandoned islands, followed by resource islands and special islands. Floating islands with water are resource islands, and there is a high probability of monsters appearing on resource islands. The island was quite nice as there were no threatening creatures on it. Choose to go to Water Island. Zhou Tu thought about it and gave up going to Water Island and chose the island with agricultural tool production equipment. It's just because in his information, this type of island appears the least. Although water islands are rare, people in the channel often encounter them, so they must choose according to the probability of encounter. Although the floating island lacks water, we can still hold on. Water is necessary, but not so urgent. Tools may have the potential to expand the floating island, so we chose Tool Island. Just when Zhou Tu went to explore the island of agricultural tool production equipment, the chat channel exploded. A large group of people were attacking Zhou Tu's black-hearted maggots. The engineers previously shoveled 1,200 units of soil, and now 1,500 units. How can you be so black-hearted? You are already number 1 on the floating island rankings, can't you let something out to benefit people? I swear to never buy anything from Zhou Tu. I can accept 1,200, but I can't stand the price increase. There will definitely be better mining tools in the future. I'll take a look first. Why are most of the materials and ores exchanged this time? How can you be the best person in the world? How can you do things without any spirit of dedication? Boss, you are awesome. 1,500 is just enough to screen these people. If you can't afford it, don't say anything. The previous engineer shovel is very useful. Buy one and give it to your relatives. You can buy it or not. What is the dog barking about here? If you have the guts, make it yourself. What does the barking mean here? When some people in the chat channel complained that Zhou Tu's tools were too expensive. The shovels in the transaction are decreasing one by one. Su Ming was the one who bought a Zhou Tu shovel in the morning. When he saw people in the channel discussing that Zhou Tu had put a batch of shovels on the shelves, he almost didn't hesitate and directly exchanged for 2 shovels. One was exchanged for soil, and the other was exchanged for steel found in a treasure chest while digging. 10 times the digging efficiency is really beneficial to an honest man like him. He came to a deserted island and dug 2,000 units of soil. In addition, he also dug up a box. This shovel, if he didn't support Zhou Tu, would not work. Although Zhou Tu has increased its prices, those who have used shovels produced by Zhou Tu know that they are produced by the island owner's heart. I have it, but my relatives don't have it yet, so I'll keep it for now. Su Ming's thoughts are so pure. Of course, there are people like Su Ming, especially those who bought a shovel before, who almost have to look at the transaction when they see the information. Although the price of the engineer shovel released by Zhou Tu has increased a bit, the cost effectiveness is still too high compared with the benefits it generates. Those who had not bought a shovel before gritted their teeth and bought one. After all, they had been waiting for a long time. 200 shovels were swept away in no time. FK, what do you mean? You cursed Zhou Tu, but you didn't slow down at all. You say no with your mouth, but why is your body so honest? NMLGB, bought Zhou Tu's shovel, and then traded it for 5,000? Are you still a human? Why doesn't Mr. Zhou Tu sell it at such a high price? If he sold it at such a high price, these people wouldn't bark. Because he is kind. On an island, a woman with a melon seed face was looking at the chat channel expressionlessly. This woman was Yumengli. Ever since Zhou Tu ranked first on the island, she had been paying special attention to everything related to Zhou Tu's day. Zhou Tu's engineer shovel was sold at such a low price. She also wanted to suggest that Zhou Tu raise the price a little bit, so that Zhou Tu's island should be upgraded faster. But then I thought that if I didn't have this engineer shovel, I wouldn't have developed so fast. Zhou Tu is already pulling these people who want to make progress. Yumengli understands Zhou Tu a little. Xiao Tu has such a high score, so it makes sense for him to do this. Zhou Tu had previously told her that island upgrades could bring bonuses, and that eating sky creatures could increase attributes, so her desire to explore was aroused. Born in an orphanage, she is strong-willed and self-reliant. Yumengli flipped through the chat history with Zhou Tu's day. Zhou Tu's chat history mentioned a lot of sky islands, including giant snake creatures, violent mosquitoes, hurricane eagles, and a series of other creatures. Some even offer preventive measures. Yumengli was a little confused. How many islands did Xiao to explore in the sky to have so much information? I explored about 6 islands in one day, and the time for sorting and packing was gone. I don't know how Zhou Tu got so much information. She had a lot of things in her heart, and wanted to tell Zhou Tu to be careful but she couldn't say them out loud. She, a little Camilla who was not on the list, told a big guy on the list to be careful, which made her want to laugh. Never mind, let's explore the island first. Yu Mengli checked her equipment, bows and arrows, tang swords, engineer shovels. This time she chose to move forward. As soon as the floating island stopped, several black creatures rushed over from the opposite side, making rumbling sounds when their hooves hit the ground. Yu Mengli's eyes widened as she encountered a large sky island creature. Board charge. Chapter 36. The creatures on the sky island that Yu Mengli had encountered before were all small, and her floating island was relatively small, so these animals did not have much interest in her floating island. Now her island is a little bigger. The noise caused was completely different. A wild boar on the opposite island directly charged and launched an active attack. Moreover, this wild boar did not look like an ordinary wild boar. It was much larger than the wild boars seen on Blue Star before, especially its two protruding teeth, which were very long and covered with some dirt. I saw her rushing over. Yu Mengli reacted after a moment of hesitation. After all, she was mentally prepared after seeing Zhou Tu tell her some information about the monster island. He turned around and hid in the simple wooden house. Is this house useful? The answer is no. Bang. With a crisp sound, the door of the simple wooden house was smashed into pieces by the wild boar. There was no time to break the wild boar, and its head directly hit a hole in the wooden wall opposite, with the entire head stuck on one side of the wooden board. Yu Mengli, who was hiding in the corner of the room, was seen holding a tang sword. Seeing this good opportunity, he gathered his strength and chopped the wild boar's butt with his knife. The imagined phenomenon of blood flowing did not occur, and the tip of the knife was stuck a few inches on the pig's butt and could not move any further. The toughness of the wild boar's butt was beyond Yu Mengli's imagination. Snort. A huge angry roar came from the pig's head on the other side, and then the wild boar shook violently, and the whole makeshift house shook under the huge strength of the wild boar. Yu Mengli drew out her knife and struck again. This knife was very cool, it stabbed directly into the wild boar's anus. The wild boar was so angry that the whole makeshift house seemed to be collapsing. In Yu Mengli's opinion, this should be an adrenaline burst. Seeing that the wild boar was about to escape, Yu Mengli turned around and ran towards the high place where the stones had been piled up earlier. And the wild boar also escaped. Rushed towards Yu Mengli's calf as she was climbing up. Bang. With a loud noise, a wild boar tusk was blown away by the stone. Yu Mengli also groaned and took a breath of cold air. The wild boar's fangs grazed her calf. If it had been more accurate, the calf muscle would have been pierced by the fangs. Is the attack power of the sky boar so strong? Not afraid of people? Yu Mengli sat on a high place built of stones, looking down at the angry wild boar. When I was in college, my best friend from the countryside told me that her pigs had almost bled out and then got up and ran away. Now it seems that what he said is true, and this pig is even more outrageous. She cut the wild boar's butt with one knife and stabbed it into its anus with the other knife. Now the wild boar is bleeding profusely, but it seems to have no effect at all. Is this wild boar a supernatural creature? After a period of stalemate, Yu Mengli originally wanted to imitate Zhou Tu and keep the wild boar on her own island, but when she saw the area of a her floating island, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, it is difficult to store materials or even accommodate a person. Keeping a wild boar in captivity would be too limiting. It's not certain whether this injury can kill the pig. Keeping it on the island would only waste her time. After a while, the wild boar left. Yu Mengli, who was sitting on the stone, breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed before she felt the burning pain in her wound and red blood kept oozing out. It looks like we won't be able to explore the island these days. She thought of Zhou Tu and her best friend, and gave her best friend a tool. Her best friend immediately disappeared. Zhou Tu, after all, was a good brother. The unknown world in the sky not only destroys the trust between people, but also amplifies the evil and fear in people's hearts. Good brother, awesome. On Tool Island, Zhou Tu rode his motorcycle back and forth frantically. After exploring the island, he discovered that the Tool Island was a water pump manufacturing factory. He found water pumps, diesel engines, and mechanical parts on the Tool Island. Compared with the last time he encountered the mechanical city, this Tool Island was simpler. Things aren't that high-end. He was provided with some tools such as wrenches. In the previous mechanical city island, it was not easy for him to dismantle a table. Things are much simpler on the Tool Island, as there are many tools, including wrenches and chainsaws. Reminder from the island owner's heart, get 10 water pumps. Reminder from the island owner, get 3 diesel engines plus. Reminder from the island owner, obtain 20 mechanical parts. Island owner's heart reminder, obtain 15 sets of batteries. Reminder from the island owner, get 20 water pipes. Reminder from the island owner, get plus 20 barrels of diesel. Reminder from the island owner, get 2 emergency generators. As the rear wheel of the last motorcycle rolled onto Zhou Tu's floating island, Zhou Tu declared this husky-like house demolition operation a perfect success. There are a lot of supplies. The supplies obtained this time are very useful. He only dismantled a little bit of the things in a factory, just like XX company, he only needed to take a little bit to become rich instantly. But I am still grateful for the motorcycle. These water pumps are made of complex materials and take up more than 10 spaces in the backpack. I can only pack a few in the backpack, so I can only make more trips back and forth. Zhou Tu took a quick look at the supplies that had been brought back. There are a lot of modern materials. It can be said that these materials lifted him from the Stone Age into the semi-mechanical age in one fell swoop. It turns out that exploration is the primary productive force. After returning to his island, Zhou Tu felt a little tired. It was also quite tiring to transfer things using the space backpack. Especially seeing some modern machinery on this floating island where there is not a single hair left, it feels very familiar. I gave it my all and now that I'm retreating from the passion, I feel exhausted. But the finishing touches are not over yet. This is a storm-hit area, and these machines will be damaged by wind and sand if left outside. Fortunately, the construction of simple houses is built into the floating island and does not consume energy. Build a simple room, optimize it, and put some machines in it. First check the sales of the shovels posted in the trading channel, so that you can upgrade the island. After the upgrade, you can plan where to build the rooms and where to store the supplies. Zhou Tu opened the Island Master's heart panel. The island owner's heart reminds you that your engineer shovel has been traded successfully, and you have obtained a total of 30,000 units of soil, 50,000 units of stone, 800 units of steel, 1,500 units of iron ore, 200 units of copper ore. The island owner's heart reminds you that the 4 condensers have been traded successfully, and 24,000 units of soil have been obtained. In just over an hour, all the transactions were successful, even the condenser was successfully traded. Zhou Tu touched his chin and thought, in 3 days, half of the people died, and nearly 5 billion people survived. Most people understood the basis for survival. Plus, I'm so famous and discussed so much, so it's normal for me to sell these things. What Zhou Tu was interested in was soil and stone. These two materials were the basis for the island to become bigger. The engineering shovel sold for 30,000 yuan of soil, the condenser was sold for 24,000 yuan, and the storm brought in 10,000 yuan of soil. Adding the previous gains, I now have 66,000 units of soil. The Island Master's heart is currently at level 53, with energy, 16/63. The materials needed for the next upgrade are 5,300 soil and 540 stone. Zhou Tu calculated that the current soil could be upgraded to a level 10 floating island and the level of the island owner's heart could reach level 63, and there would still be 2,200 units of soil left. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. It has been detected that the island area has increased, and the ability of the Island Master's heart has increased. The Island Master's heart is currently at level 63, with energy, 26/73. The materials required for the next upgrade are 6,300 soil and 640 stone. The island that started upgrading from level 10 is now level 63 and has a diameter of 73 meters. Although it was only upgraded to level 10 and the diameter increased by 10 meters, the area reached 4,183 square meters. The original level 53 island had a diameter of 63 and an area of euro only 3,115 square meters. The upgrade is equivalent to an increase of 1/4 in area. If we upgrade it a few more times, it will be as big as a standard football field. Of course, it will consume a lot of energy. Fortunately, we have found a way to make the island bigger by itself, but I don't know how effective it will be after we build the wall. Zhou Tu decided to build a windbreak wall immediately. After all, there is no fixed pattern for wind disasters, so the sooner you build, the sooner you will reap. But now that the floating island has grown bigger, he needs to plan its future development. As the area of the Sky Island becomes larger, it is necessary to fix the general development direction of each area. A floating island without a development direction and plan will inevitably be in chaos in the future. An island owner who does not have a plan for the development of architecture, biology, and technology is bound to be a failure. He already had some ideas about how to divide the island land. The purpose of dividing the island land is naturally determined based on the foundation. The materials collected so far can be roughly divided into 3 categories: technology, magic, and biology. Technology, machinery is the synonym, and the light prism tower is the prominent feature. Magic, elves are one of the representatives. When they sprinkle some substances in their hands, plants will grow quickly. Biological species, various animals that far exceed the capabilities of mortals appear in the sky, including giant snakes, hurricane eagles. The perimeter planning takes the center of the floating island as the base point, and the 3 directions occupy 120 degree azimuths and scatter to the outside, forming an area that just divides the circular floating island. In this way, the floating island is divided into 3 equal parts, and then technology, magic, and biology will develop on their own. He then built an Island Master's Palace in the center of the floating island to handle various information. This was a very reasonable plan. Chapter 37. It has been detected that the area of the island has increased, and the island owner's heart has exceeded level 60. The floating island's ability has increased, and the island owner has gained a short floating effect. The floating time is 10 minutes, and the cooldown is 3 hours. The speed is the island owner's running speed, the floating ability is effective within the island range, and the floating height is 10 meters higher than the highest object in the island. As long as the island owner communicates with the island owner's heart through his mind, he can control the direction in which he floats, just like controlling the forward movement of the floating island. Zhou Tu's eyes lit up when he heard the reminder from the Island Master's heart. The ability provided this time is very useful. The island owner has the ability to float in the air, which means that I, the island owner, can fly on my own island. Not bad, really good, the floating island can float, now I, the island owner, now have the ability to float, very beaver. When he saw the elf could fly, he was so envious that he even wanted the elf to take him flying. But I always feel that the relationship with the elves is not enough, and there is some inexplicable indifference. Now that I can finally fly, it's amazing. After a little thought, Zhou Tu realized that the island owner's ability to fly was very useful. As the development continues, the area of a the floating island becomes larger. The owner of an island needs to control the island and cannot only plan the development of the island on the ground. Although the island owner's heart has a three-dimensional imaging function, it is more intuitive to fly into the air to observe the island. 3D is completely different from what we see with our naked eyes. As for the floating time, Zhou Tu didn't mind the short time at all. The island owner's heart unlocks some small bonuses every 10 levels. As the level of the floating island continues to increase, the floating time will definitely increase. Zhou Tu felt that when the floating island was upgraded to a certain level, he, as the island owner, might have the ability to teleport to every corner of the island. Only then will you be considered the true owner of Sky Island. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Zhou Tu floated in the air. Looking down, the ground is getting farther and farther away from me, the perspective is getting wider, and the house is getting smaller and smaller. Zhou Tu was both excited and thrilled. This feeling was not like riding a plane or a hot air balloon, but like floating on his own, a feeling of power and self-control. Moreover, flying over your own island greatly increases your sense of security. These black bulls posed no threat to him from then on, and he could even run directly into the territories of some animals running on the ground. You can fly too. The elf Bisha was a little surprised when she saw Zhou Tu floating up. Before, a mortal could only run on the ground, but now he can fly. I have racked my brains but still cannot figure out why humans can fly. This is just the ability of an island owner. Now it has been developed and it is a basic operation. Island owner's ability? Jingling thought about how she was suppressed when she first came here. These days, she had been getting along very easily with Zhou Tu, and she had somewhat forgotten Zhou Tu's identity. It seems that the island owner has signed some kind of contract with the island under his feet. The elf circled around the circle a few times and said, "But you look so stiff when you fly, like a puppet. You can't expect me to be as skilled as you in flying on my first try. Do you need me to teach you how to fly?" No need. Okay, you better be careful and don't fly out of the island. It will be troublesome if you get lost. Bataya said with concern and went to the woods in the east. Looking at the elf disappearing into the woods, what a creature that likes farming, but now you actually care about him. As time goes by, love grows. Now that he can fly, the elves look at him differently. In the past, the elves always looked at him from the air, but now they were looking at him level, and he didn't have that feeling anymore. Zhou Tu suddenly realized that the indifference was actually a damn sense of superiority. As expected, strength is the foundation. To make these special creatures convinced, it is important to show strength and pay attention to attributes. Zhou Tu floated above the island. Everything on the floating island was in his sight, including the woods, debris, materials, sand piles, black cows. He could see every detail of the objects on the island clearly from the air. He made minor adjustments to where he would build the wall. Fly into the air and release the materials temporarily stored in the trading space for construction. Building walls in the air is more intuitive than selecting locations for placement in 3D mode, and the control over details can be more in place. This is an advantage in space that cannot be compared on the ground of a floating island. The shape of the surrounding wall is a plus sign, with the and sign wall being 10 meters long and 8 meters high. In this way, no matter which direction the wind blows from, it can be blocked by a wall of this shape. In addition, the wall with the plus sign is very stable, and the bottom and the ground form a triangle. Building a wall is very simple. Just take out the supplies from the temporary space of the trading channel and use the island owner's heart to control and place them where you want. Soon, he had built 20 walls, 5 in each of the 4 directions, east, south, west and north, staggered and arranged to form a windbreak wall. Looking above the floating island, you can see many plus signs evenly distributed all over the floating island. Looks a bit strange. It seems like a heritage of some kind of ritual. While he was thinking, the floating time was up and Zhou Tu fell to the ground. He was still not satisfied with his flying ability. The cooling time was too long and the floating experience was too short. The way of casually taking out materials from the temporary trading space to arrange the island is really intoxicating. Zhou Tu came down and saw that the many walls had blocked his view. I couldn't help but shake my head. With some more materials, these walls could be combined to form a floating island maze. The interception defense has been completed, and he is actually looking forward to the arrival of the storm. At that time, the wind disaster would be a natural disaster for other people's islands, but it would be a great tonic for his floating island. Looking at the wall, Zhou Tu fell into deep thought. After all, a wall was just a small thing. He thought of Mount Rama, the highest peak on Blue Star. If such a high mountain is built on the island, it can block any wind. Moreover, with such a high mountain, I don't know whether ice and snow can form on the top of the mountain. When the temperature in the mountain is low, ice and snow will condense. When the ice and snow melt, the water flowing down can nourish the entire island. The entire island has completely formed a floating island ecosystem. Maybe I can dig a well on the floating island and get water. Buzz buzz buzz. A fly flew past him, flapping its wings, and made a sharp turn, passing by his eyes, interrupting Zhou Tu's fantasy, as if saying, "Stop fantasizing." Zhou Tu's fantasy was interrupted by a fly. He wanted to get rid of the fly, but he held back. His identity is the owner of a floating island, an island owner with a promising future. Although he hated flies, every creature could be a part of the ecology of his floating island in the future. He could kill them as he pleased, but he could not deny the role of these small species. Moreover, the appearance of flies on the floating island also shows that the floating island has made certain achievements in its growth and has entered a new stage. Do other island owners have this kind of thing on their floating islands? A gust of wind blew them all away, not even the animals could be saved. This is progress. Open the chat channel and see how your good brothers are doing. The good brothers have been exploring the island, and sooner or later they will encounter powerful creatures. Zhou Tu is still a little worried. Zhou Tu, I'm injured. It hurts so much. Woo woo woo. Zhou Tu's heart trembled when he saw the news. These were his few brothers. But she can still speak, which means Yu Mengli is still alive. As long as she is alive, there should be no big problem. Of course if he died, he might be sad for a while. However, Yu Mengli can still send messages. The worst result is that she will be injured and unable to move. In his opinion, not moving is a good thing. How did you get injured? Zhou Tu asked. My leg was scratched by a wild boar's tusk. Now I've applied your herbs to my leg and it feels much better. However, I still can't do strenuous exercise. I can't explore the island anymore. Wow. Yu Mengli sent a message and stared at the chat, expecting Zhou Tu to send a message to comfort her. FK, I haven't pushed you yet, but you've been pushed by a wild boar. Seeing the message from Zhou Tu, Yu Mengli felt her face burning. After a while, she sent a message, go to hell, you straight man, you scumbag. Chapter 38. Zhou Tu saw the news and smiled lightly. As long as Yu Mengli was calm, it was good. He saw in the chat channel that some people came to the floating island world, couldn't find their relatives, couldn't make a living, encountered sandstorms, had mental breakdowns, and many of them committed suicide. In the sky world, people not only face enormous pressure to survive, but also loneliness because they cannot see people. When they see people, they have to guess whether they are good or bad people. There are many things that go against common sense under high pressure. Many people feel that life is hopeless and commit suicide. The fact that Yu Mengli can still send messages to scold him now shows that Yu Mengli's emotions are stable. Zhou Tu sighed and sent, I am such a warm man. Taken is warm. Not only does the floating island need to develop well, but you also need to take care of your brother's emotions. Yu Mengli said disdainfully, tisk. However, the wild boar has high attack, defense, and speed. Be careful when you encounter these creatures. Seeing Yu Mengli's concern, Zhou Tu felt warm in his heart and said, now animals on land pose basically no threat to me. Look at what you can do. If you stand by the river often, your feet will get wet. Be careful so that you can sail to the floating island. Zhou Tu took a coke to replenish his energy while gathering the supplies and placing them in the build house. He took out the pump and pipes and stored them separately. Once you see the water island, just bring the water pump and pipe over there and pump the water on the water island to your own island. This is much more convenient than him working hard to collect water and then transport it to his own island. Although space backpacks can be stacked, they can only be stacked up to 100 times, which is a bit troublesome for large quantities of supplies. The resources his island needs now range from a few hundred to thousands, and now the number of materials has reached tens of thousands. Although the space backpack is good, its weakness is also evident. The space backpack and the initial space box can now only store some more precious items. He glanced down and saw that Zhang Yiwei had sent him a message, recommending that he add Huang Yao. Zhou Tu was a little confused. Why did an organization need to add 2 more people? You are from the same organization, I only need to add 1 person. After a while, Zhang Yiwei sent a message, we have split into 2 organizations. Zhou Tu seemed to be thinking about something. After coming to the floating island world, he had seen many scams, such as depositing 1 unit of soil with someone and returning 2 units in 3 hours. After the return, the amount of soil deposited can be slowly increased. Some people deposited 1,000, and the other party directly deleted them as friends, so the scammers didn't even have to run away. Moreover, these scammers are recruiting people openly in the channel. Yu Mengli's best friend turned against her over a shovel. The trust between Shi Yuran and his childhood friend was lost. It's not your life, why should you help him? Such things happen in the channel every day. He had long predicted that the Sky organization would have trust issues, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. However, Zhang Yiwei still recommended that he add more people, which showed that their relationship was not too strained. We'll see when the time comes. Zhou Tu replied. Zhang Yiwei fell silent after reading the message Zhou Tu sent back. He also saw that Zhou Tu was a person who valued energy very much. It seems that the other side has their own ideas about tomorrow's free speakers, which is really well planned. Opening the points ranking, Zhou Tu's points are over 990,000. The points are close to 1 million, and if you look closely at the score changes, you can see that they jump up by dozens of points almost every second. During this period of time, his island has only been upgraded to level 7, and this was with the help of an engineer shovel and the efforts of thousands of people. The higher the upgrade, the more resources are needed to upgrade the floating island, and the more difficult it becomes to upgrade. How did he upgrade the floating island? This is too abnormal. After some self-reflection, Zhang Yiwei concluded, digging soil won't upgrade the floating island. We need to sell goods. I have been stumbling along the way, can I lead the whole team to the other side? Can I carve out a path in this sky area? Zhang Yiwei feels that studying Zhou Tu is enough. If Zhou Tu knew what Zhang Yiwei was thinking, he would definitely persuade him that he could learn from him, but he must go his own way because his way is not replicable. He now has a farming spirit who is always looking after the trees. Also, if you come into contact with the floating island, some small animals will automatically spread in. These are all supplies. If you are extremely hungry, you can eat earthworms. Of course, this is just an analogy. Zhou Tu visited so many islands that the supplies he took were enough for food and drink. His supplies of food were piled from the ground to the roof, and the whole house was like a warehouse. Physical strength replenished. Zhou Tu was not reading the chat in the channel. Time was running out, with only 4 hours left in the day. The first half of the day was very fulfilling and deviated from the plan he had made in the morning. The island master's heart still has 26 points of energy left today. I need to explore the island like crazy. I haven't seen the blueprint for a long time. There are people selling swords in the channel. Zhou Tu murmured, in this sky, there are not many people who use more energy. You have to change your habit of hoarding rats, and get rid of the bad habit of wanting to pick up everything you see on the floating island opposite. I'll just go to the low-value islands and leave, otherwise I'll be wasting my abilities. The higher the value gained from exploration, in a sense, it will also drive the development of other floating islands. The engineer shovel is the best example. Most of the first people who bought his shovel sent him private messages, which is a reflection of his value. Whatever he got into his hands, he would definitely spread it out. For example, condensers and bows and arrows, which seemed very expensive in the early stage, now seem to be priced a bit low. But Zhou Tu didn't care. Better things are still waiting for him to explore. These things are used for the development of the people on these islands, so that there won't be a situation where he has good things but no one buys them. If the things collected are too advanced, then we need to increase the speed at which others accumulate resources. Supporting a group of floating islands will be more suitable for the development of my floating islands. Zhou Tu looked ahead and information about a floating island appeared in the distance. Monster Island excluded. Deserted Islands excluded. All that remains is a Calcopyrite Island. This round-trip plan to explore the resource-rich islands was not ideal. I can't help it. I've already seen it. I have to go to the mining island for a tour. I have no choice but to go for a tour. At this moment, some people in the regional chat channel were wailing. There is no pain as painful as watching the big guys in the channel rising rapidly on the leaderboard. I am simply afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Garen whispers, silencing and breaking the defense. There is very little chat in the channel. With the previous reminders, many people have tried their best to improve the level of the island owner's heart. Now the island level of the remaining 9,312 people has been improved to a certain extent, and is generally above level 5. You can gain a little energy limit at each level. Then people found that exploring strange floating islands was very tiring. They had to go up to the islands to explore, dig things, and take emergency shelter when encountering monsters. Exploring 8 floating islands a day was almost the limit. The remaining energy was actually left over even without the blueprints. Naturally, there are people popping up in the channel from time to time. Zhou Tu's upgrade was like a depth charge, directly blowing out the silent fish in the regional channel. I heard that there are people out there who are meeting and forming an alliance. I am using the luck of everyone in the channel to exchange for a chance to meet Zhou Tu. Chapter 39. You can meet the big boss whenever you want. It's so annoying. When will the big boss sell the Tang sword and engineer shovel again? There is a weapon similar to the Tang sword and 500 units of soil out there. Why don't you go and grab them? Now that the big boss has stopped selling them, I realize how economical these materials were at the time. I really want to know how the boss faced the monster floating island. The boss has been here for 3 days and hasn't said a word. It's really outrageous. Is it difficult to say a word? What kind of people are those who know the big guys? I can get close to them. Oh shit, the big island score has officially exceeded 1 million, let's celebrate. Awesome, I don't know what's on the Giants Island, why it has such a high rating. Li Zhongping silently opened the island rating ranking. The score is a comprehensive evaluation of an island. He is also on the list, but is currently suppressed by the people above him. But as a floating island on the list, he has no worries about food and drink, and the wind disaster can no longer cause him any harm. With abundant supplies, we can survive in the sky for more than 10 days even without exploring the island. He felt that he was already a winner in the sky, a leader in survival, and the leader of an entire family. But one look at the first, million ratings. The second is the people in the organization. He knows that, but the number of the organization's head island is less than 100,000, and the surrounding area is 1 million. Isn't this gap too big? He couldn't imagine how many things there were on the surrounding islands. The supplies on them would probably last for several years. I saw people in the channel calling him Big Brother and saying that he used to talk about survival tips, but why doesn't he talk about it now? He didn't even dare to answer and could only pretend to be dead. Zhou Tu didn't say anything, so it was better for him to pretend to be dead. Shen King he peeked at the screen silently. She was the one who knew Zhou Tu, but Zhou Tu did not reply to her message. She herself can't even get close to Zhou Tu, but these people are still fantasizing about getting to know Zhou Tu through the media, which is a bit presumptuous. Zhou Tu was too lazy to even set up a communication channel, and I didn't realize he was so tough when I was in school. A million ratings tempted her just like 100 million RMB in real life. Logically speaking, Zhou Tu, who ranked first, should have explored many islands, so why haven't people on the islands seen it? Shen King he was a little depressed. At this moment, the sound of the floating island moving came from the side. Is it human? The island they came to was a floating island for humans. Shen Qinghe took a look at the floating island. It was not big and was instantly disappointed. She still had some hope in her heart. If the floating islands were moving in the same channel, there was a chance that they would bump into each other. What if it was Zhou Tu? Seeing the small floating island, she relaxed her vigilance a lot. The small size of the floating island means that the opponent is not very powerful. If he is strong, he would not have such a big floating island. In a sense, the size of the floating island is a symbol of status and strength. Seeing a floating island of the same size meant that the other party was just as much of a rookie in the sky world as himself. The figure on the opposite island became clearer and clearer. There was a little girl about 1.5 meters tall with some dirt on her face on the island. The girl had twin ponytails and yellowish hair. Shen Qinghe recognized the girl as Li Yuro. The reason why I recognized him was because he said that he was light and easy to push. It seemed that Zhou Tu did not hide his progress at all and sent him straight to the sky. So Li Yuro remembered it after just one reading. And she remembered it very clearly. She didn't dislike this practice. If she met a big guy in the channel, she would definitely be able to survive. There's nothing shameful about doing it to survive. Seeing him now, Shen Qinghe muttered to herself, isn't it easy to knock down a man who is only 1.5 meters tall? Li Yuro, is she a sister from the same channel? Yes, you are Li Yuro. Sister, do you know me? Li Yuro was delighted. Meeting someone she knew would make the danger much less. I was worried about encountering monsters, but I didn't expect it to be a floating island for girls. Shen Qinghe, I've seen it on the channel. So sister, are you going to form an alliance? Alliance? Shen Qinghe did not hesitate much. Forming an alliance would be beneficial to her. She could act together with the other party in the future. Survival in a group is much better than alone. Only by uniting together can we have greater strength, and the other party is a lowly. Shen Qinghe feels that she can suppress her. Whether it was strength or white skin, she had the advantage. And there is one thing in common, that is, this lowly wants to give it. That's exactly what she thought. This gives us a common language. Both of them have advantages and can complement each other. She may not be attractive enough alone, but it will be different if she is paired with a legal lowly. The two girls became familiar with each other after just a few words. Shen Qinghe revealed that she knew Zhou Tu in real life. The little girl was surprised. Sister, you know Zhou Tu the giant in real life? Then you won't be successful. Now he has 1 million ratings. Sister, can you take me with you then? Shen Qinghe smiled and said, of course I will, as long as we can find him. Chalcoholic or Island, Island owner's heart reminder, get brass plus 10 coming down from the brass island. Zhou Tu shook his head. Now, even dogs wouldn't dig on the mining island. This kind of island is obviously in the later stage. Only with tools and floating islands can some of it be dug with the corresponding tools. After picking up a few units of brass, Zhou Tu came down from the island. Continue to explore the new island, Island owner's heart reminder, get the blueprint hatchet, yellow. Zhou Tu took the blueprint and put it into his backpack. It can be used to chop wood after being made. It may be very useful to others, but it is useless to him. Low-value blueprints will not earn you much resources after making them. But collect them and synthesize them later, and then see what happens when you synthesize the blueprint. Zhou Tu left the island. We conducted the 3rd exploration, the 4th exploration, and the 5th exploration, but did not harvest much, just some miscellaneous items. 5 explorations, 6 options each, a total of 30 options, none of them are good. Zhou Tu was a little depressed, the goddess of luck is crying. He took a look at the energy and saw that there were still 21 points. He was not panicked at all and his mentality was still very stable, neither anxious nor impatient. He already has a lot of things. Safety is the most important thing right now. He can find the materials he wants by exploring slowly. There are many people in the channel who are anxious about something going wrong. You have ranked first, so you need to have a good attitude. You cannot take risks and put yourself in danger just because you are ranked first. After all, his ability is to collect information, not to fight, so development is the bottom line. Zhou Tu felt that his mentality had grown tremendously, which was beneficial to his survival in the floating island world. Gather information again. When he saw the information about the first island, Zhou Tu clenched his fist and said, good stuff is coming. Chapter 40. Move forward to the floating island, where you will get a blueprint for a small wind turbine. Move the floating island to the left, there is a golden treasure chest inside, but this treasure chest is buried deep underground and requires a long time to dig. Move the floating island to the right, you will find the recipe for making strong cold capsules. You can collect supplies to make strong cold capsules. Move back to the floating island. This is an island with abundant water resources. There are sea turtles in it. Be careful of turtles biting you. Move upwards to the floating island, a black soil island with lush vegetation and many animals, which is somewhat dangerous. Move downwards to the floating island and you will encounter a group of pheasants. They have strong attack power, but the danger is not very great. If you search carefully, you can get a lot of bird eggs. Looking at the information he obtained, Zhou Tu secretly thought that his luck was really good. I didn't get anything good for the previous 5 times, just some sundries or monsters, so I was forced to choose a useless island. Now there are 6 directions that all have good things to offer, and his old problem has come back, which is decision-making difficulty. The first ones to be excluded are the Golden Treasure Chest Island, Black Soil Island, and Yekan Island. The Golden Treasure Chest needs to be dug, and the black soil is a bit dangerous. Even if you go up, you still have to dig the black soil. As for Yekan Island, the pheasants have great attack power, are a bit dangerous, and are not cost-effective, so he gave up. The remaining ones are the small wind turbine blueprint island, the cold capsule making recipe island, and the water island. Small wind turbines can directly push my island into the electrical age. Not only can they improve island life, but selling wind turbines directly will also be very good. Wind energy is a sustainable energy source. There is no shortage of it on the floating island. Even in the face of wind disasters are no longer disasters but resources and are more cost-effective. The second is medicine making, which can produce strong cold medicine. While collecting information during these days, Zhou Tu found that many people were sick with colds. In the normal world, a cold may not be a big deal, but getting sick in the Sky Island world is like getting a debuff, which affects all aspects. You may be able to survive for a day, but over time it will bring many other negative buffs, such as hunger, lack of water, exploration injuries, etc. Negative buffs accumulate, and in this world without trust, no one will help you and you will basically die. In the Sky Island world, personal condition is very important. You should make adjustments when necessary. Only by facing the unknown in the best condition can you have the greatest chance of winning. The potential of the drug is immeasurable and can bring huge profits. If it is produced now, it can save lives and gain some reputation. Plus, medicine is a necessity in the floating island world, and it will maintain its value in the future. It's very valuable, but I don't need it urgently. Zhou Tu excluded the drug formula island. The first thing to consider when choosing is the value it brings. If he could choose multiple items, he would definitely choose them, but he can't choose multiple items, so he can only choose the item that will give him the greatest improvement at the moment. Water island is what the elf keeps nagging about. The floating island needs water so that she can grow plants. But wait for now. Zhou Tu calculated that the plants can be stored for another 9 days, so his floating island still has a lot of room for growth. If the floating island becomes bigger, it will be easier to plan. In addition, blueprints are relatively rare. You will only encounter blueprints after prompts and choices. There are many blueprints. It is rare to find an identical blueprint, so a wind turbine blueprint is a must. Activate the floating island, and a sand and stone floating island appears before your eyes. There are several wind turbines standing on it, with 3 blades standing still. The wind turbines have stopped working as no one is maintaining them. The white paint on the pillars supporting the wind blades had fallen off, revealing the rusted steel, and it was obvious that they had been abandoned for a long time. Seeing the island this time, the elf Bisha said helplessly, "Your luck seems to be a bit bad. You have activated the floating island so many times, but you haven't encountered an island with water resources." Zhou Tu was stunned for a moment, then smiled guiltily and said, "Yet. What damn luck. If I had come across an island with abundant water resources, my floating island would have been covered with trees long ago. By then, the environment of the floating island would have changed greatly." Bisha flapped her 4 wings and said with emotion, "Luck and choice are very important in the sky. I just hope that we will have better luck and find an island with abundant water resources as soon as possible." Zhou Tu nodded, "We should be able to find it if we explore a few more times. Our luck won't always be so bad." Bisha felt the same way. She was injured because of bad luck. "I don't like this desolate island. If you need anything, call me." Zhou Tu smiled lightly, "Okay." After several consecutive visits to the abandoned island, not only did he not gain much, but the elves also did not gain much when they went there. In addition, after a few days, the elves had lost their curiosity about the strange islands. Bataya only showed interest when she encountered an island with lush flowers, plants, and trees. Zhou Tu didn't care, as long as the elves could farm well, the elves had already helped him a lot. As for luck? Is he a man who relies on luck? Sorry, he can choose what he wants. I can only say to the elf in my heart, I will definitely do it next time. I rode a wolf motorcycle into the gravel island and stopped in front of a house with yellow walls. After entering the house, Zhou Tu discovered that this was the control room for wind power generation, and there were also some books about the lines. Pick up a bunch of complex drawings. Island owner's heart reminder, get wind turbine blueprint +1, blue, steel 100, wire 10, battery storage 1, control panel 2. Zhou Tu glanced at what was needed in the blueprint and put it into his backpack, taking along some unused books. Books are the ladder of human progress. Collected. I took a walk outside and collected some supplies. I found a spare control panel, several reels of wires, electrician's black tape, a wrench, and some other small items. The higher the quality of the blueprint, the more materials are needed. Relatively speaking, these materials are also more difficult to collect. Once a blueprint is made, it will be engraved in the heart of the island owner, and the owner will lose the qualification to trade the blueprint to others. Now his island has a lot of materials and no energy storage devices. One reason is that he usually trades soil and stone, and the other is that he does not have much time to look at these things, and cannot effectively organize resource exchange like Zhang Yiwei. But the Sky Island world is so big, there must be materials. After dismantling and taking away the important supplies, Zhou Tu rode his motorcycle back to the floating island. I took a look at the energy of the island master's heart. There were still 20 points of energy left, and there was only an hour and a half left during the day. I have clearly saved a lot of time, but when I look back I find that the exploration of the island has become a memory. What happened in reality was beyond the original plan and consumed some time. That's all. Just remember to save time. Continue exploring, using as much energy as possible before dark, Zhou Tu made a decision. The island owner's heart reminds you to get an iron treasure chest +1. The island owner's heart reminds you to get the musical instrument cello +1. The island owner's heart reminds you to obtain dried ginseng +1. The island owner's heart reminds you to get a house blueprint +1. Chapter 41. The sky quickly darkened and Zhou Tu returned to his island. 20 points of energy, and for the rest of the time, even if you go full throttle, you only use 12 points of energy, and there is still 8 points of energy left for the day. His purpose is to find high-level blueprints and supplies. All the materials discovered were thrown directly on the edge of his island. After all, it takes time to take supplies out of the backpack, and choosing which island to go to also requires decision-making. Transfer supplies to the center while it is dark. Zhou Tu was speechless to find that the house was no longer big enough to store the supplies he brought back, and the simple house built at the back was also full. In the world of survival, who is worried about having too many valuables to put away? Maybe it's just me. There were originally 8 points of energy left, and Zhou Tu planned to use this energy to make another engineer shovel and submit it to the trading system. It seems that it can only be used to build houses now. Pain and happiness. Several more houses were built to connect directly to his original house. This formed a suite with 3 rooms. Zhou Tu optimized the room again, adding a lot of steel, soil materials, looted light bulbs, wires. The main body of the house is no longer wood, but steel, plus wooden boards and soil. The thickness of the house wall increased, and if a wild boar, as you mentally said, crashed into his house, its fangs would only be knocked off. Looking at the optimized room, Zhou Tu was quite satisfied. The space reached 200 square meters. As long as you replace the battery storage device and the control panel in the trading channel, you don't need to light candles or kerosene lamps in the house, you can just use light bulbs. Once wind power generation is completed, it can be said that we have entered the electric age. Bishan noticed that Zhou Tu's place had changed, and immediately flew in, looking at the room Zhou Tu had expanded, and commented, "It finally looks a little like a place where people live." Zhou Tu felt that this was already pretty good. In the elf's mouth, it actually looked a bit like a human residence, A with circumflex trademark A with circumflex trademark. Bisha dropped a bombshell. In fact, if there is water, I can create a tree house. Then you can live in the tree house and see the island from a distance, and it will look small. Tree house, can you give birth to a tree house? To be honest, Zhou Tu was tempted. If there was a tree house to live in, and a tree grew in the center of the floating island, he could have a bird's eye view of the entire situation on the floating island from the tree house. The island owner wants to live in this unique place, and it is really not decent to live in a place that looks like a human residence. The elf raised his head and continued, "Of course, I can also create the shape of the treehouse according to your requirements." Zhou Tu took a deep breath and suddenly felt that this newly built house of several hundred square meters was not so attractive. The elf not only had farming functions, but also had some construction functions. He now agreed with what the elf said, this house was indeed not suitable for human habitation. He knew the elf was trying to motivate him in another way, but he ate the cake anyway. Tomorrow we will find an island with abundant water resources. It's a deal, you can't lie to me." Zhou Tu smiled and said, "When have I ever lied to you?" Bataya said nothing, turned around and flew away. The woods in the east were taken care of by the elves. The elves no longer lived in the room. The woods were the elves' home. After Bataya left, Zhou Tu looked at the room. He lost all his interest and became bored. Looking at the things he brought back, Zhou Tu began to take inventory. 1 iron treasure chest, 1 cello, 1 box of ham sausage, 1 dried ginseng. Just make tea with ginseng or something like that. 10 pieces of toilet paper, 10 rows of hahua, some books, 1 finger strength machine, 1 Hercules cup, some men's and women's clothes. Zhou Tu put together the electrical engineering knowledge and the logs collected in the mechanical city and other textual materials. He would also make a bookshelf to store the books. All useless items are put on the trading shelf. Putting them here is just taking up space. Zhou Tu was holding some sundries and suddenly reflected on himself, why didn't I feel so useless when I was holding these things? It's just like when you shop, you think something is useful at the time, but realize it is useless after you buy it. The situation is the same now, he brought these miscellaneous items back and found out he can't use them. Zhou Tu's products were put on the shelves, and the group members who were always keeping an eye on his movements spoke up. "Chen Chaoqiang, I grabbed the Hercules cup that the giant put on the shelves tonight. After using the things that the giant used, I think I can become a giant too. Tonight I will sleep with the giant's Hercules cup. I feel that this cup has the aura of the giant." The chat channel has become much more active. In 3 days, the lessons learned from the loss of lives have taught people to save energy. The energy that was not explored during the day can finally be spoken at night. At E trademark E, a 1/4 degree, can you please stop being so disgusting? You are a man who truly knows the changes in the world and defies the will of heaven. I envy those who have houses. I didn't expect that after coming to the Sky Island world, I still have to worry about houses. Now I still live in a cellar. The simple house was finally built and optimized. I should be in the Sky world with a good quality of life. Chen Chaoqiang, those scumbags who can't make the rankings should not talk about their quality of life, okay? Also, you are here to say that I am disgusting because you didn't get the God Cup. What little trash. The 2 big guys in our channel didn't say anything, but they are all competing with each other for where to live. They can't even have 4 hot dishes in their lifetime. Your life is disgusting. The island master's heart reminds you that your Hercules cup has been successfully exchanged for 1,000 pieces of soil. Zhou Tu was a little surprised when he heard the prompt. A fecund cup was so expensive, but it was sold so quickly. As expected, there are old SBS in that world. Zhou Tu thought that if he made a blueprint of the fecund cup, it would definitely sell well. It turns out that niche markets have their own niche markets. Desires do not diminish because of changes in circumstances. What people in the channel like most now is to watch the growth of the big guys. The level of the giant island changes, the island score changes, and you can check to see if there is anything on the shelves in Zhou Tu. After all, some of the things Zhou Tu had put on the shelves before were lower than the market price, and they were among the few places where you could find bargains. You just had to check on them from time to time. At the same time, you can also use these items to infer which island Zhou Tu went to and get some information about the top bosses, which is very important for surviving on the Sky Island. How many islands have you explored? What kind of miscellaneous things are there? There are women's clothes? Underwear, stockings. Did you go to the clothing store? No, you brought them back. Don't you want to collect them? FK, I have no clothes to wear. I was wearing shorts when I came here, but they got scratched while exploring the island. Now I am naked. Can you please give me a few more clothes? Black stockings will do too. Who in the family understands? There is a shrimp-headed man. He doesn't wear clothes, he has to wear stockings. Does the big guy have too much and can't use it, also he wants to share it? Lee Euro, I can't imagine how carefree the life of the big boss is. I wish I could be on the big boss island. Go away, you little loli, you are crazy about giving me a gift. Let's face the night wind disaster. I have personally experienced it in the past 2 days and it feels like the night wind is getting stronger and stronger. Face the wind. After finishing the arrangement, Zhou Tu let out a long sigh. There were too many supplies, and he put many of them on the shelves at roughly the same price. It seems that once I grow a little bit more, I will need some people to help me take care of the chores. There are too many supplies, so we need to build a large warehouse to store them and sort them into different categories. As the island owner, I should free up my hands to do what I need to do. The island master's heart reminds you that Zhang Yiwei has sent you a trade. You will receive 75,000 units of soil. Do you accept it? Zhou Tu opened the transaction and saw that Zhang Yiwei had sent him 75,000 units of soil. I knew that Zhang Yiwei was good at doing business. This time, Zhang Yiwei took the initiative to trade at the price of 1,500 that he would later sell the shovel for in the trading channel. Selling shovels on credit is equivalent to selling energy on credit. These shovels can be converted into supplies to upgrade the island, and then upgraded to gain energy again, forming a cycle. With the ability to see through information, a little energy can bring him enormous resources. Zhang Yiwei obviously realized this, so he took the initiative to raise the price. Zhou Tu felt that this transaction was a pleasant one. In the Sky Island world, the quality of trust is particularly important, and he also returned the mortgage. I secretly praised him, as expected of a big boss in real life, he is so courageous. He is indeed a trustworthy partner. Chapter 42. Zhang Yiwei then continued to send a long paragraph, which was a summary of survival in the floating island world, before landing on the island, take 4 STE. Chapter 43. Zhou Tu first took a look at the channel to collect information related to stone and soil materials. Why are there so few stone and soil materials for upgrading the island? Everyone wants to exchange other materials, such as stone and soil. This is the essence of the floating island's expansion, so naturally there is less of it. It's all Zhou Tu's fault. He raised the prices of the stones and soil in the channel. Wow, why is he like this? The island has been upgraded to more than 10 levels, and I haven't seen how much he has traded. I calculated that his island needs more than 8,000 soil at the first level. My god, it will take me 2 days to dig on this level of island. Soil and stone are gradually becoming the most basic trading currencies, everyone should pay attention to this. I want to upgrade the island at night. How can I be cautious when trading soil with those people on the trading channel? The quantity is not much. Zhou Tu quickly read the relevant news and came to a certain conclusion. 1. There is no currency in the sky, and it is basically a foregone conclusion that soil and stone will become the basic currency, because these are the basic materials that can make the island bigger, and there has always been a lack of them. Everything can be measured with units of soil and stone. 2. The entire material market fluctuates with time and the arrival of disasters. It is not static. Material prices are lower at night because all the soil and stone have been used to upgrade the island. By the evening, everyone in the channel, like me, wanted to deal with the supplies in hand and exchange them for materials for upgrades. Everyone has realized the importance of making the island bigger. Even though soil and stone are the most basic materials, they are in short supply now. Zhou Tu also found that some people were in urgent need of 3 or 4 units of soil materials for upgrading, and were forced to exchange soil materials for items of higher value. It's important to do the right thing at the right time. If you put it on the shelves early, you won't have to spend a lot of money. After understanding the market trends in the channel, Zhou Tu had a clear idea. Sent a message to Zhang Yiwei, a batch of engineer shovels will be put on the shelves soon. The price is very low. If you need them, you can trade them directly when the time comes. The transaction price is determined by supply and demand, but at night, people have very few basic materials. In order to exchange for the few remaining basic materials, the price needs to be lowered so that these people can afford it. Zhou Tu put all 130 shovels on the shelves and reduced the prices, directly discounting them in half. 50 engineer shovels could be exchanged for 600 pieces of soil, and 50 engineer shovels could be exchanged for 200 pieces of stone. Took out 30 shovels to trade for wind turbine materials and light prism tower materials. These materials are somewhat rare, but they also need to be planned in advance, at least to attract the attention of people in the channel. When they see these things, they can think that this is what Zhou Tu, the big boss in the channel, wants. However, no matter how much he sells this shovel, he will not lose money. The production of engineer shovels has formed a cycle, and the wool comes from the sheep. As long as there aren't a large number of shovels similar to the one in the blueprint in his hand, he can continue to do this business without losing money. There are only energy limitations and market saturation. The only way to convert these 100 shovels into soil and stone before the energy is refreshed, upgrade the island, and increase the energy limit of the island owner is to clear out the inventory. However, if he releases the product at such a low price, some people might question it and not understand it, and those who bought the product before might even scold him. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Tu thought that he wouldn't care about these comments, because he would have a large number of such items on the shelves every night in the future. Sooner or later these people will get used to it. It will definitely smell delicious by then. FK, what happened, big guy? Such a cheap engineer shovel? This seems to be a batch of engineer shovels made with the energy gained from the recent upgrade. 600 soil, isn't this price too affordable? I love you so much, Zhou Tuesday. The person ranked first finally did something human. It's so cheap, the price is so high during the day and so low at night, Zhou Tu, you are going to die. Those who bought the shovel before are now losing money. Don't you know that it's a good time to buy it? It's so cheap. Ha ha ha. There were people praising Zhou Tu before, but now they are shouting. Okay, so you're selling things this way, right? Look, I'll buy your things in the future, and I'll never make your floating island bigger. I'll provide some soil resources for Zhou Tu to upgrade the island. I'm a dog, everyone remember what I said today, my name is Zhang Yuz. So annoying, it's almost 1.3 million ratings, no sense of community at all, will it die if the price is lower? Looking at the avatar, he is a yellow man. Why doesn't he help the world when he is successful? What about tradition? What about virtue? Oh. Sister King He, boss Zhou Tu got scolded. The engineer shovel he sold is half the price during the day. Lowly Li Euro said, nudging Shen King He next to her. Shen King He's eyes were bright under the candlelight, quickly bring the soil from your island over so we can buy a shovel. Ah. Li Euro said, tilting her head, he has a bad reputation. Shen King He frowned. This little girl, who has no breasts and no brains, can only send gifts. Will she become a burden in the future? I'm not afraid of god-like opponents, I'm afraid of pig-like opponents. Now their two islands were connected together, like an H shape, advancing and retreating together. Li Euro quickly came over with a space backpack on her back. Shen King He breathed a sigh of relief. Never mind. Just listen to me. He explained, in Sky Island world, people buy things based on the price-performance ratio. What does it have to do with his reputation? If I say you don't buy it, there are people who will. Even if you sell everything you have, there will be people who will buy it at this price. Zhou Tu must be trying to upgrade the island as quickly as possible to obtain energy. This shovel has long been a trading cycle. If it weren't for the energy limit, he could supply the entire sky with one person. Oh. Lowly Li Euro nodded, not quite understanding, Zhou Tu is someone you know, so you know him so well. Looking at Li Euro's silly actions, Shen King He couldn't bear to be angry with Li Euro, I guess so. Open a trading channel. Look, there are only about 20 shovels left. These people cursed the most and showed no mercy when they attacked. Who knows, they might be laughing secretly somewhere. Because they can sell it at a higher price during the day. Li Euro said admiringly, Sister King He is so smart, brother Zhou Tu must love you very much, right? Shen King He's expression changed slightly. During the day, in order to improve her status, Shen King He said that she and Zhou Tu were college classmates, she was the campus belle, and Zhou Tu had a good impression of her. In fact, Zhou Tu was very cold to her because she was picking on him. She knew his reputation. She sent messages to Zhou Tu several times and found out that he had no feelings for her, otherwise he would have established a communication channel long ago. This was her test. Now that Li Euro had said this, it was undoubtedly a 9,999 critical hit to her. Could this be the master of Han-K? Shen King He took a deep breath, you are good at talking, don't say it again next time. After getting the shovel in the trade, Shen King He looked forward and saw the wind starting to blow. Chapter 44. In Shen King He's eyes, the sky was filled with wind and the sky was filled with storms, and nothing could be seen outside. The two men hid in a simple wooden house and closed the wooden door. Immediately, a rustling sound was heard outside, and grains of sand hit the door, like the whisper of a devil. Li Euro breathed a sigh of relief. If she were alone, she would have been like an ostrich. Fortunately, I have an sister who is in alliance. I am alone on an island, with strong winds raging at night, and the psychological pressure I have to bear is too great. Sister, you know, I'm alone at this time, and I can only watch the chat in the chat channel to distract myself. Seeing that I'm in the same area with the boss, you know how excited I am. In fact, I just want to survive. Shen King He lowered his eyes. Who wouldn't? Now it was a typhoon hit area, but it was hard to say what the next area would be. How long can you persist on this road to Sky Island? But the only advantage is that she and Zhou Tu were classmates before. Although their relationship was not that good, this is an advantage that others do not have. Sister, this sandstorm seems to be stronger than yesterday, and it seems to be mixed with some small stones. Shen Qinghe walked to the edge of the house with a serious expression. The sound of wind and sand hitting the house was getting louder. It had never been so loud before. Maybe in a few days, the simple wooden house won't be able to hold up. What should we do then? We can only explore and collect supplies to optimize the simple wooden house. Shen Qinghe said, opening the chat channel. Let's take a look at their situation first. Is it the same as ours? Are the wind disasters they are experiencing getting worse? Yesterday I felt that the wind was getting stronger, and now the feeling is very obvious. Before, I could barely move in the wind, but now the wind brings stones and people can't open their eyes. This simple wooden house lacks materials, and the cellar is not dug well. Can you guys give me some materials so I can build the house? Please, I'm almost blown away by the praise, at AE euro, at AE plus or minus ya superscript 1 superscript 3. What did you do during the day? You didn't work hard during the day, but you kneeled down to beg for help at night. But who knows if what you said is true? To survive, every piece of wood is an important supply. FK, are you guys really just going to watch me die without helping? If I die, you won't die well either. Haha, you watch someone in need and do nothing to help? That's so funny. You don't save yourself during the day, and you expect us to save you at night? You're even using moral blackmail. People like you should just die soon. It's disgusting. In the channel with big guys and big guys, there are still people who can't even build a house. There are all kinds of birds on the Sky Island. Shen Qinghe silently scrolled through the chat history. The wind disaster was indeed getting worse, and the simple wooden house also needed to be upgraded. According to the intensity of the wind, if the simple wooden house was not optimized and strengthened, it would be blown away in a few days. Then they will die of hypothermia. The cases of reselling cheap supplies found in trading channels are becoming less and less common. People grow up by suffering losses, become more and more cautious, and even start to haggle over a unit of soil. Only a big boss like Zhou Tu can do whatever he wants and clear out some supplies for the sake of energy. I wonder what the situation is like on Zhou Tu Island. Zhou Tu looked outside through the optimized house. The raging wind collided with the sand trapping facilities he had built, making a hissing sound, like the sound of lovers rubbing their ears. This sound is really nice. It's just that the storm that came today seems to be a little late. I wonder how much mud this storm can bring to me. Zhou Tu calmed down and waited for the storm to end. He also took a look at the supplies that had just been cleared out and the harvest he had gained. 50 engineer shovels were converted into cash in a very short time. Are there still many people in the channel who have stock? Zhou Tu looked at the 30,000 units of soil that had been cleared out, plus the remaining 35,000 units of soil, which could be used to upgrade the island a few levels. Unfortunately, it is already past midnight. We will have to wait for the wind to die down and collect the soil before upgrading. Open the chat and see how your good brothers are doing. He thought it was a good thing that Yumengli was injured and unable to move. He had already provided Yumengli with materials before, and Yumengli's house had been improved, so food, accommodation and clothing were no longer a problem. In the storm-hit area, if you don't sleep well at night, catch a cold, and get a debuff, your efficiency in exploring the island will be greatly reduced, and you'll enter a negative cycle. Yumengli doesn't have this kind of hidden danger. It would be ridiculous if he, an island owner with a million rating, couldn't protect one person. Zhou Tu asked, are you still alive? Say. Yumengli typed weakly, almost the same as the living dead. Living dead? I really want to try it. Get lost. You pervert. Zhou Tu, the unexpected match between the dead pervert and the living dead, at a yen%, the wind is getting stronger, please be safe. I need to take a break. I can't hold on any longer. Yumengli chattered on for a while, and then she was exhausted. Install. The test is completed, my good brother is in a very stable mood. Zhou Tu breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling in the sky world was too strong. Survivors faced death at any time, and there was endless loneliness. Nowadays, most people can only feel the presence of people like them through chatting, and many of them collapse. Zhang Yiwei sent a thank you letter, thank you Zhou Tu for speaking in advance. I have already bought some of them. There are more shovels, and there will be more resources for digging tomorrow. I bow to you. Zhou Tu passed by to chat. Zhang Yiwei attaches great importance to credibility, which is rare in the sky world. If there are benefits, these upright people should be notified in advance. It is also a good experience to train God-level team members to explore the sky together. Shi Yuren's brother and Yumengli's best friend both ran away for a little bit of benefit, which shows that people are extremely selfish in trying to survive on the Sky Island. I saw someone at him in the channel, more than once. Zhou Tu clicked in and took a look. Boss Zhou Tu, please give me some supplies. I'm going to die if the house isn't built. Zhou Tu, please give me some water and food. I have nothing to eat or drink, and I feel like I have lost several pounds in one day. Tsukyu, there are many online beggars in this world. Zhou Tu can easily avoid seeing those who pretend to be pitiful, use moral blackmail, and make threats. What do these people's lives have to do with me? This is already the fourth day. These people first acted as military advisors with grand speeches in the channel, then acted superior and pointed fingers at others, and now they have become online beggars. It really means that I have figured out how to use the keyboard. The fate of everything is predetermined. Even women like Shen Qinghe and Yu Mengli explored the island, so why can't these people seeking food do the same? It is fear of the unknown and fear of death. He had just arrived at the floating island, and his first reaction was to explore. Even if he didn't have the ability to see through the information, he still wanted to explore. To those who have not taken the first step, Zhou Tu only wants to say one thing: I will never tolerate cowardice. Zhou Tu closed the chat with an expressionless face. The island master's heart was already at level 76. Every 10 levels, a small bonus was unlocked. The flying bonus was still very useful. I hope I can unlock a good bonus this time. Zhou Tu couldn't wait to open the island owner's heart. Prompt. Chapter 45. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 70, the floating island's capabilities have increased, and the island owner's sleep quality has increased by 50%. Improve your sleep quality. Zhou Tu had some surprises, which was a very good bonus. In the world of Sky Isle survival, rest is very important. For him, the bonus of rest quality is very good. He can be full of energy every day, which is very helpful for him to explore the island and make decisions. It is midnight and the energy has been refreshed. The current level of the island master's heart is 76, and the energy is 86/86. The materials required for the next upgrade are 7,600 soil and 770 stone. Zhou Tu lay on the bed, thinking about how to use the energy. Now I have 86 energy points, which is a large amount of wealth. The soil collected after the storm is guaranteed to be 200,000. With this 30,000 soil, there are 230,000 soil in total. Then during the day, you can explore some resources, use energy to make supplies and sell some things, and you can easily reach the level 100 island without even having to exchange supplies. By then, the diameter of the island will reach 1/10 of the original diameter of the Elf Island. It is a milestone level improvement. In addition to upgrading the island during the day, I also need to find a water island. The treehouse the elf promised is a small matter. The most important thing is to let the elf cultivate the yellow fruit tree to enhance my attributes. As the island owner, in addition to expanding the area of a the floating island to increase tolerance for future disasters, you also need to be strong and have the ability to fight when encountering extraordinary creatures. By then, my floating island should. Zhou Tu lay on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The night owls in the channel are active. With a free loudspeaker and plenty of energy, it would be abnormal if they didn't say something. It's a new day again, why haven't the big guys put new stuff on the shelves yet? They put stuff on the shelves after the upgrade 2 days ago, why not now? Given your situation, can you afford it? All the resources have been used to upgrade the island. The materials for the storage device and identifier that the big guy wants to exchange look so high-end. What do you want them for? Why haven't I heard of this kind of material from anyone else? The big guys have a million ratings, and the things they encounter are beyond your imagination. If you can also encounter these things, you will be a big guy. If I find what the big boss wants, I should be able to get close to him. Now I am a level 10 island and cannot send a message to him. Isn't the big boss's limit too high? I must collect materials tomorrow to strengthen the house. This wind is freezing me to death. I finally made it to daytime. What disaster area do you think will happen next time? It can't be a typhoon area, right? I can't even pass this area, the next area will be even harder. I think I need to find someone to form an alliance with. At this moment, Hu Qunlin was already smiling from ear to ear. This time, after listening to Zhou Tu's information, he arranged the sand retaining wall. Although it was arranged in a hurry, it did have some effect. There were 2 wind disasters in total at night, and he only built a debris sand-proof wall on his level 20 island. Every time there was a wind disaster, he got nearly 5,000 units of soil for free, which means more than 10,000 units of soil in one night. Even if you dig 10,000 units for a whole day, you may not be able to get this much. Hu Qunlin laughed out loud, how cool. Open the leaderboard to see where you stand. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level 76, overall score 1579512. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level 32, comprehensive score 89,669. Island owner, Hu Qunlin, level 31, comprehensive score 88,257. Island owner, Jian Yuntian, level 30, comprehensive score 78,422. Island owner, Huang Yao, level 24, overall score 65,844. Island owner, Dan Cha, level 23, comprehensive score 50,019. Island owner, Li Zhongping, level 22, overall score 48,113. At a glance, Zhou Tu's rating is over 1 million, which is horrible. It was only 1 million yesterday afternoon, but after using up energy and supplies at night, it went straight to 2 million. The level has not changed, which proves that the sand blocked by Zhou Tu's sand retaining wall has not been used yet, and the score will increase by then. Hu Qunlin cursed inwardly, pervert. The materials for upgrading to level 4 are barely enough for Zhou Tu to upgrade one island to level 1. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing this? This is a world of idealism. As long as I don't see it, it's as if it doesn't exist. Hu Qunlin chose to ignore Zhou Tu's rating, which made Tycoon upset. Except for Zhou Tu, the second, third and fourth groups were all organized by them. They stepped hard on Huang Yao, a disloyal element, which made him feel better. As long as you use your brain, disasters can be turned into good things. The The big guy is really smart. If I got the water condenser, I would definitely sell it to water. But this big guy directly sold the water condenser to these people. I feel Zhou Tu is more suitable for business. Suddenly a message came. Huang Yao asked, how did you guys level up so quickly? Did you hold back on me when you divided the points? Every time there was a typhoon, everyone leveled up 4 or 5 levels. Hu Qunlin's good mood was ruined by this news. Now Huang Yao doesn't dare to question Zhang Yiwei because Zhang Yiwei divided the property fairly and Huang Yao has no right to speak. Seeing them being promoted, Huang Yao became jealous of being pulled down and went to find him. I, Hu Qunlin, am not as easy to talk to as Zhang Yiwei. He could have gained more, but Huang Yaofei split it for his own selfish reasons. Before, Zhang Yiwei told each of them to pay attention to the overall situation, but now he has no overall situation. He felt that he didn't need a big picture, he just wanted to be a villain. What's your business? You've already left, why are you still asking? Are you jealous? I thought you and your brothers would have such a good life. If things really don't work out, just come back. It's not shameful. Only by severely hitting Huang Yao's self-esteem can he know his own worth. Seeing that Huang Yao didn't reply to the message for a long time, Hu Qunlin knew that he had hurt Huang Yao's self-esteem. Not everyone can conquer the world like Zhou Tu's. Ordinary people should have some self-awareness. The right way is to unite and move forward together. My previous identity is useless here. I have to adapt to my current identity to go further. Ah. Zhou Tu stretched and sat up on the bed. There must be something to this addition. After this sleep, he felt refreshed, all the previous fatigue was swept away, and he was full of energy. Use your hand to press down the exposed and breathable pee. Opened the door and walked out. Start to take stock of the mud blocked by the windshield matrix. This is related to how many levels can be upgraded today, how much energy it brings, and the subsequent planning. Chapter 46. What you see is a thick layer of sand piled up next to the right angle of the sand trapping cross device, like the silt accumulation formed by water flowing over the river beach. There is more soil loaded at right angles to the wind, and less soil exposed to the wind. Zhou Tu took out the island master's heart and checked how many units there were in these piled up soil. The data given is 13,120 units of soil and 5 units of stone. As expected, we are on our own island. The inspection is so detailed that the wind can even blow in some small stone slag, which is an unexpected gain, but the stone can be ignored. But this much dirt is beyond his previous estimation. He had previously estimated it at 200,000 units, and now after testing with the island owner's heart, the amount of soil obtained this night was 267,104 units, a direct increase of 60,000 units of soil. Zhou Tu sighed, the power of heaven and earth is strong. With the more than 35,000 units of soil that were cleared out at night, the soil inventory on my island has reached more than 300,000. Limited manpower is no match for natural disasters. If we build the corresponding equipment, we can get 300,000 tons of soil in one go. We will become rich overnight. If people were to dig this 300,000 tons of soil, how long would it take? Zhou Tu shook his head. Since the island is large, they should make rational use of natural disasters and gain more. The current level of the island master's heart is 76, with energy, 86/86. The materials required for the next upgrade are 7,600 soil and 780 stone. Zhou Tu calculated that these soils could upgrade the island to level 108, which would require 303,600 units of soil and 30,690 units of stone. I originally thought that I could only break through level 100 by selling some things, but I didn't expect that the sand-blocking cross I built would be so powerful. Zhou Tu flew to a high point in the center of the island and had a panoramic view of the island. The black cow lay in the material pen, feeling much more at ease, leisurely chewing the plants that Bisha had stimulated to grow. 20 cross windshield devices stand on the floating island like bodyguards, which is a spectacular sight. To the east, there is a cluster of small trees, which stands out particularly against the yellow and white floating island after the storm. But there is also a problem. Visually, these buildings feel a bit crowded. Or maybe the island is not big enough. That's why I feel this way. Then let my island break through the 100th level. Zhou Tu said in a deep voice, the heart of the island master. Upgrade me. After receiving Zhou Tu's order, the whole island fell silent. Then, a sound like glass breaking was heard from inside the entire floating island. In just a moment, the soil and neatly stacked stone resources on the island were squeezed into the original island like bread being flattened. The original island expanded outward like dough, and the floating island grew rapidly. Boom. The entire floating island began to vibrate louder, and the trees began to tremble as well, dispersing some of the morning clouds outside. This upgrade is the one that increases the largest area at one time, and the movement is also huge. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The current level of the island owner's heart is 77, with energy, 87/87. The materials required for the next upgrade are 7,700 soil and 780 stone. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The current level of the island owner's heart is 78, with energy, 88/88. The materials required for the next upgrade are 7,800 soil and 790 stone. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The current level of the island owner's heart is 108, with energy, 118/118. The materials required for the next upgrade are 10,800 soil and 1,090 stone. The huge noise made the lying black cows stand up immediately, stretching their legs straight, and their eyes looked back and forth, as if asking, what happened? The elf Bisha quickly flew out of the woods in the east and came to Zhou Tu. She said excitedly, it's getting bigger again. Not bad. The edge of the woods to her east had expanded, and could give birth to many things. However, the only drawback was that the water vapor on the floating island had been almost drained out, making it difficult to give birth. At this rate, in a month, it will be almost as large as my original island. When Zhou Tu heard the elf say to grow bigger, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Who doesn't like to grow bigger? Now the soil on the floating island and the cross-shaped sand-blocking nets that were originally made have been consumed, and the entire floating island is not as crowded as before. There is currently a cluster of small trees on the east side of the island. As the island's area has increased, the low sea buckthorn trees that were originally in the outer circle have become the inner circle. The island looks like a large circle with a green concentric circle inside. Zhou Tu smiled and said, calm down, this is just the beginning. Now I am level 108. What does the level 108 Island Master's heart mean? This means the island's diameter is 118 meters. Starting from a floating island with a diameter of 10 meters, it gradually increased to 118 meters. This is a huge leap. The floating island of 80 square meters has reached 10,930 square meters. The entire floating island has expanded more than 100 times. The deck area of a the domestically produced Fujian ship is about 20,000 square meters, which means that the area of a his floating island is half of that of the Fujian ship. The floating island can be regarded as half of an aircraft carrier. Zhou Tu watched as the island master's heart in his hand changed from white to dark yellow. Something seems to have changed. This upgrade is from level 76 to level 108, an increase of 32 levels. According to the rules of the island owner's heart, there will be 3 small bonuses. Before he could check what was added, the channel was full of messages. His world chat, area chat, and private chat all had 999 plus unread messages. In the private chat channel, Yu Mengli sent a congratulatory message. What happened? A 100 level island was created. How did you do it? So fast? Your legs are not fully recovered yet. Seeing that you can explore the island, this is really a sad story. Why is it so big? I really want to go to your island and see how your island developed. Shi Yuan sent a congratulatory message. Big brother is awesome, are you still missing a pendant? Luckily I dug up a blueprint, it's a sentinel tower blueprint, it's useless, will you take it, boss? Zhang Yiwei sent a congratulatory message. It seems that Zhou Tu had a fruitful harvest last night. I am so envious that I am crying. I hope we can continue our pleasant cooperation. Shen Qinghe, congratulations, old classmate, the island has reached level 100, and has achieved glory again, come on. In addition to the congratulatory messages sent by acquaintances, some people who had no connection with him also sent private messages to congratulate him on the island upgrade, all wanting to become familiar with him. Little Wu, ranked 12th in points, says hello to the big boss. Tuju, you may not know that I was able to squeeze into the top 1000 of the island rankings because I stole your shovel. Now I come here to thank you at your invitation, and congratulate you on breaking through the 100th level of your floating island. Tuju, how do you upgrade? How can you upgrade so quickly? Please teach me. A poor, weak, helpless island owner congratulates the giant for breaking the island level 100. Can the giant establish a chat channel? I really have a lot of things I want to communicate with you. 100 level island is not just a symbol of high level and large area in the sky world. Instead, people saw hope. From more than 80 square meters to tens of thousands of square meters, the land was directly free. Even if there was a strong wind, it would take some time to blow people off the island. This full sense of security. The survival world lacks a sense of security, and Zhou Tu inadvertently gave everyone a shot in the arm. There is hope for survival on the floating island, and as long as you work hard, you can survive. For all those I didn't know before, as long as they were at the top of the island points ranking, most of them spent one grid of energy to chat with him privately, to show their presence and make themselves familiar. This is the face of the giant. After reading the private chat, Zhou Tu opened the world communication channel to see what these people were discussing. After all, he was also a human being and had a little vanity. Chapter 47. On the top of the island, proud of the world, as long as I have a great path, there will be heaven. I haven't seen Zhou trading any bulk materials in the trading channel, so how come its level has exceeded 100 in an instant? Ah. There is a bug in Sky World. Why can Zhou Tu level up so high without trading soil resources? Is there any justice or law? Can he dig up so much soil? Don't make a fuss. I am a fan of Zhou now. Please call me Tufan when you see me in the future. FK, without any noise, a big one came to Zhou, and it was upgraded to such a high level in a row, it's really against the sky. Speechless, my island is just level 5, and his island is level 100? The materials that Zhou needs to upgrade one level can help me upgrade more than 10 levels. Too strong, learn from Zhou. Zhou, please save the child. This island is too difficult to upgrade. If you are unlucky, all the islands you encounter are monster islands. There is no way to explore them. Why do those big guys on the leaderboard level up so quickly? Ask for upgrade instructions, the floating island is too small, I can't survive. He watched as people in the chat channel congratulated him while wailing that their island could not be upgraded. He had no supplies and was about to die, but someone kept adding him, asking for help. Zhou Tu was happy and then silent. Yes, don't look at the people on the leaderboard who have high levels, but there are so many people in the channel, and most of the islands have not been upgraded to level 10. It is generally level 5 or 6. This is the 4th day in the floating island world. How many people have an engineer shovel? How many people dare to step out and explore the unknown world? Most people use primitive shovels, which are very inefficient. An island can only produce more than 100 units of soil if it is dug with all its strength. Even if it is explored with all its strength for a day, how much soil can it harvest? Not to mention that after working hard, there is a possibility that the next island you encounter may be a monster island. What if it is? Not everyone has his ability to see through the information on the floating island. Survival in Sky World is complicated, and upgrading the island is not an easy task. It's just that he single-handedly promoted the development of the channel, and talents like Zhang Yiwei and Hu Qunlin are the normal development of bigwigs. Just like in real life, some people have fine clothes, delicious food, sports cars, and beautiful women, while some people can't even afford to eat. This is the reality, and the polarization is serious. I can't save these people even if I ask me to. Zhou Tu touched his chin, but if the population decreases rapidly, it won't be good for a leader like me. The population of the floating island world is in super negative growth. When meeting people of the same kind, there are trust issues. It is too difficult to give birth to new life, and now people can hardly protect themselves. Zhou Tu frowned. If these people die, who will I eat? I can't possibly go digging or quarrying, can I? If there are a million people exploring, even if they have bad luck, they will find more supplies than me. If each person digs 1 unit of soil, they will get more than me. There is a certain logic in the fact that the number of bases determines the superstructure. I have the ability to see through information, so I can reap these demographic dividends without fear of competition from others, and make it easy for the fruits of their labor to be transferred to my hands. Then I will make more advanced things to increase the productivity of these people, which will naturally reduce the difficulty of survival, and they will survive, so it will be a win-win situation. These people are useful and should be kept if possible. Alas. These people just need to shout in the channel that Zhou Tu is awesome, but as the first island owner, there are too many things to think about. Revealing the news to these people, allowing them to gain some benefits, helping them survive, and I can also profit from it, is the vision of the first island owner. Zhou Tu used the free loudspeaker to send a message in the world channel, build a sand blocking device on the floating island to block the sand brought by the wind disaster. Maybe someone had discovered this before, but it would definitely be different if someone who was not famous spoke to him. His 100-level island is the best marketing tool. After Zhou Tu sent the message in the world channel, the chat in the entire world channel stopped for a few seconds. His handsome face, combined with his words, seemed to conquer everyone. Big guy is awesome. 10010 FK, Zhou has spoken and explained the secret of why it can upgrade so quickly. Oh my god. Who is this person? Who did I see? How can he be so handsome? Gao CL. I have nothing to say, I can only say 2 words, awesome. First Island Master, you have revealed such a method. Aren't you developing secretly? I don't believe that Zhou Tu upgraded the island in this way. There is no sand left on my island. I said this in the channel before, but no one paid attention to me. The celebrity effect of Mr. Zhou Tu is really strong. By placing a few boards in a reasonable manner, you can collect a small amount of sand units. The specific amount depends on the size of the island and the size of the collection device. The gap between people is so huge. When the storm comes, we all hide in the house, while Zhou Tu is thinking about how to collect the sand in the wind. No wonder he is so awesome. I've learned it, I've learned it. From now on, if anyone says something bad about Zhou, I'll be the first to disagree. It turns out that you don't have to explore the island. You just need to build a sand barrier to make the island bigger. Seeing that everyone was attracted, Zhou Tu knew that this sentence worked and could help some island owners survive. Although it is a simple sentence, and someone will definitely notice this pattern, the weight it carries is different when it comes from his mouth. Identity determines weight. The first island owner used this method to obtain resources to upgrade the island. I wonder how many floating islands this star effect can save and how many floating islands can be given hope. If these people learn how to transform the sandstorms brought by natural disasters into resources, life on the floating island will gradually get better and these people will survive. People in the channel collect resources to develop. When the time comes, I will produce new important materials and tools. These people will use the soil resources they collect to exchange for the tools I make. My island can become bigger again. I make money. Not only did I save many people, the island also became bigger, and I gained morally, spiritually, materially, in reputation, and so on. Winning a lot is not enough to describe my gains. It's just like Qin Shi Huang eating peppercorns. I won so much. So with ideological guidance, how to spend the 118 points of energy today will come out naturally. Improving productivity is the first priority. First distribute a large number of shovels to allow some people to develop and become rich first, so that the rich can drive the poor to become rich. Zhou Tu turned off the chat and looked at the bonus brought by the upgrade. Chapter 48. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 80, the floating island's ability has increased, the island owner's area plant growth bonus function has been enabled, the bonus area is 100 square meters, the bonus energy consumption is 50/s, and the bonus efficiency is 10%. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has broken through level 90, the floating island's capabilities have increased, the island owner's area animal growth bonus function has been enabled, the bonus area is 100 square meters, the bonus energy consumption is 50/s, and the bonus efficiency is 10%. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 100, the floating island's ability has increased, and the floating island's rotation function has been unlocked. Plant growth and animal growth bonus. After a careful look, Zhou Tu understood. To put it bluntly, this is a regional buff. The island owner can control the energy of the island owner's heart, define a certain range, and add bonuses to the plants and animals within the range, allowing them to grow rapidly. I dare not say that these two functions are useful. I can only say that they are not very useful at present. They are still useless. The energy consumption is simply terrifying, 50 points of energy per second. Now his energy can only last for 2 seconds. Then Zhou Tu shook his head. It would be very useful if he could find more plants with added attributes like the yellow fruit tree and use this function to accelerate plant growth. This feature doesn't look good now, but it will be great later. It's only because of the spirit Bisha that I feel that this plant growth bonus is not good, but if Bisha is not there, this is undoubtedly a very strong ability of the island owner. The same principle applies to boosting animal growth. If we find some animals, or yesterday's biological eggs, we can speed up their hatching and make them native to the island. With more of these creatures, they will naturally become the island's biological defense system. Both abilities are good. The last thing to unlock is the island's rotation function. It's not a bonus. This surprised Zhou Tu. This function can use the island owner's crystal to control the island's rotation. It can rotate counterclockwise or clockwise, and you can rotate it as many degrees as you want without consuming any energy. What's the point of island rotation? Zhou Tu scratched his head in confusion. Control the floating island to spin like a gyroscope. What the hell, the floating island becomes a floating gyroscope. Why does unlocking this function feel so useless compared to the previous two abilities? Soon Zhou Tu felt that this function was good. If I build a prism tower on the west side of the floating island, when I want to explore the island on the east side, I can first use the island's rotation function to turn the prism tower to the east, and then activate the floating island to connect with it. In this way, even if there are extraordinary creatures on the opposite floating island, I can use the prism tower for defense. It can also avoid some disasters. If a storm comes from the front, I can turn the island around so that the house faces away from the storm. It looks useless, but it's actually very powerful. It's better to cooperate with me. Zhou Tu quickly looked at the functions unlocked by upgrading the island owner's heart and began to make an engineer shovel. Today he planned to leave 18 points of energy for exploration. 100 points to make a shovel, and by selling them, his island can be upgraded to dozens of levels without any problem. The remaining energy is more than enough for him to explore today, not to mention the task of finding a water island today, and it takes time to pump water. The minimum required time is 1 hour. This reserved energy is more than enough. The plan is complete. Zhou Tu started making engineer shovels. The steel cross windshield that was still standing on the floating island was melted away, and the engineer shovels were printed out one by one. All the energy is used to make engineer shovels, and 1,000 engineer shovels are made. These 1,000 shovels fall into the hands of 1,000 hard-working people, and they become 1,000 backbone forces and 1,000 plump leaks. When he grows up, he will definitely make a huge contribution to me. Because some people bought multiple shovels yesterday and some people were selling their shovels at high prices, Zhou Tu limited the purchase of one engineer shovel per person this time. Resolutely crack down on scalpers who resell at high prices. New shovels are available, buy them if you need them. Zhou Tu called Zhang Yiwei. To be on good terms with the organization, one must notify it in advance and give internal information. Although it is a simple thing, it reflects his importance and respect. Soon Zhang Yiwei sent a message, received, the gap in our engineer shovel is still large. Hu Qunlin soon received Zhang Yiwei's inside information and was somewhat puzzled, why doesn't he sell higher level items? I remember he has blueprints for water condensers, bows and arrows, etc. The means of production are limited, and only we have the materials. Others do not have the materials to buy such expensive things, just like there were not many families in the world who could come up with 50,000 yuan at once. Hu Qunlin suddenly realized that each of them was worth millions, but most of them were real estate. This is still in the early stages of exploration. Small level islands are easy to upgrade and the soil resources can be used quickly. 3 to 4,000, 5 to 6,000, these are not something that the grassroots can afford. If some people want to be a lick dog, they can buy these high-end goods released by Zhou Tuesday. Zhou Tu put the shovel on the trading channel. 500 engineer shovels in exchange for soil. 400 engineer shovels in exchange for stone. Exchange 100 engineer shovels for steel, keeping the shovel buying and selling cycle going. In exchange for stone resources, Zhou Tu lowered the price slightly. Even though stones are easy to pick up, one must encounter an island rich in stone. So many engineer shovels were exchanged for stone because the stone used to build the previous crosswind matrix facility had been used up by the island upgrade. Now, apart from wood and other materials and debris, the entire upgraded island seems a bit empty. However, with the island's rotation function, he does not need to build this kind of cross device that can block sand from all directions. You just need to use materials to divide the circular island into semicircles to form a crescent shape. When a storm comes, you can turn the concave surface of the crescent to where the wind blows. Such a device is more efficient in intercepting sand than a cross device because there are no gaps and it all depends on how much sand flow is brought by the wind. After placing the transaction, Zhou Tu looked at the time and realized how fast it passed. After completing the basic tasks, almost an hour had passed. As there was less time for exploration during the day, Zhou Tu focused his attention and looked forward to obtain information about the strange floating island. Then he took a deep breath. It's actually an island full of monsters. Chapter 49. You're increasing the difficulty as soon as I reach level 100. Or is it just my bad luck? Or is it that the island has become larger, and the probability of encountering a monster island has increased? I've encountered islands that I could choose from hundreds of times, and there were no monsters. Now there are monsters in all 6 directions. When reaching a certain level, the island owner will definitely encounter this situation. Zhou Tu frowned and looked at the information in front of him. Move the floating island forward. This is the territory of the hurricane eagles. If you stay quiet, you may be able to get away with it, but they have sharp eyes. Once they find you, they will attack. It is basically impossible for you to gain any advantage. Move the floating island to the left. There is a big-mouthed piranha plant here. If you encounter a piranha plant when you land on the island, you will be killed. This is a plant that can attack autonomously. Move the floating island to the right, the Sky Island Taipan Snake Island. These snakes are very poisonous. Even gods cannot save you if you are bitten by them. However, the snake meat is very fragrant and can increase your attributes. Moving backwards to the floating island, there are rioting robots. They have no consciousness, but are programmed to attack invaders at will. There are elementary robot design drawings inside. Move upward to the floating island, an island that has been unattended for a long time. A huge amount of toxins have bred on it, and poisonous explosive mosquitoes have been born. If you go up there without protective clothing, you will be courting death, but you can find some poisonous flowers on it. Move downward to the floating island, the poisonous bee island, which is very sensitive and will take action at the slightest sign of trouble. Of course, the honey they produce can increase the attributes of the island owner. He had already encountered the hurricane eagle in the information prompts, but this time it appeared in these directions again. People in the channel have encountered it, and some have been ripped apart alive. It is considered a relatively dangerous creature. The way to deal with the hurricane eagle is to be a turtle, stay in a strong enough house, and wait until the island contact time is up, then activate the island and leave. There is a way to survive. The method of observation, listening, questioning and palpation summarized by Zhang Yiwei is still very useful. The 2 islands behind are full of flying poisonous creatures. Anyone who comes into contact with them will die. There are no effective defense measures, so it is better not to contact such islands. The island with flying poisonous monsters was eliminated by Zhou Tu. The floating island on the left turned out to be a big-mouthed carnivorous plant. This was the first time he encountered one. Zhou Tu was not too surprised. It was the first time he encountered a succubus. If he did not have the ability to see through information, he might have spent hundreds of millions of efforts and ended up in ruin. It's not surprising to encounter strange things now. After all, this is a floating island world, and each time you choose to move forward, you are in a different dimension. There are fruits from trees with added attributes. After eating creatures with added attributes, man-eating big-mouthed flowers have appeared. This is normal. On the right is the poisonous snake island, which Zhou Tu also ruled out. He didn't want his island to be full of poisonous snakes after contact. If it is a non-venomous snake, you can consider it then. After all, it is a non-venomous snake and can be eaten and used. If worst comes to worst, you can kill it and sell it, which is very cost-effective, but it's a poisonous snake, so forget it for now. The robot island blueprint is good, but I don't have the strength to take it, so I rule it out. After eliminating all the options, Zhou Tu had 2 choices. Hurricane Eagle Island and Piranha Plant Island. He can activate the floating island and leave these 2 islands after staying there for a long enough time. There were no houses optimized for steel before, so dealing with these creatures was very difficult. Strengthening the island's defenses can avoid many dangers. Even a solid house can avoid many dangers. Finally, Zhou Tu chose the Piranha Island. Because the piranha plant can eat people, but it is a plant after all, and it does not have the ability to chase people and eat them. Plants have not yet broken through the limitation of being unable to move, so you can go to the Piranha Plant Island. He holds the initiative. Furthermore, Zhou Tu still had another hope in his heart, that is, the piranha plant can eat people, but it is a plant, and there are elves who cultivate plants on his island. If we drive over to the island and the elves are interested in the piranha plant, it would be great to transplant the piranha plant to our own island. This way, there will be creatures like the piranha plant on his island, which can serve as plant defense. Zhou Tu still had some thoughts in his mind. Elves have a great effect on plants, so we must use them well. According to the basic materials he had collected before, he divided the island into 3 parts in his plan. The land extending outward at 1208 degree from each part was the respective area. They are the mechanical area, the biological area, and the magic area. The area where the elves are located is the magic area, the area where Black Bull is located is the biological area, and where he is the mechanical area. When the materials are collected, the light prism tower will be built, which can also be regarded as a mechanical area. Now when you encounter a plant floating island, turn the magic area of a the floating island so that the edge of the island on the elf side can connect with the plant floating island. Anyway, elves can fly. No matter how powerful a creature like a piranha plant is, it can't eat elves. Zhou Tu walked to the magical area where the elves were. The island master finally decided to come to my place. Bataya said slowly. She worked hard to build a small forest in the east. The yellow fruit trees are growing well surrounded by circles of trees. She never comes to take a look. It is all thanks to her. The elf's tone was somewhat resentful. Zhou Tu knew in his heart that without encountering Mizushima, his development was a little slow. When he encountered Mizushima before, he had no choice and he was very sorry. Now that he encountered the Piranha Island, he still needed the elves to help him get through. Anyway, let's make the elves suffer first. That's right. You are indeed an elf born from plants. Our island is prosperous because of you. Zhou Tu painted a big picture without hesitation. Bisha, just know it in your heart. Yet. Zhou Tu nodded. Fortunately, the elf did not have the ability to read minds, otherwise it would have known his hypocrisy. Activate the island and begin approaching the floating island of the piranha plant. The island moves quickly, like a shuttle. Zhou Tu no longer had the feeling that the island might capsize at any time. As the island grew larger and more stable, his sense of security also increased. Soon the floating island of the piranha plant appeared in his eyes. The carnivorous plants on the island are as big as pot lids, opening and closing in the middle, with thick branches connected below and huge roots underneath, growing into a triangle as a support to support the huge head. When the wind blows, the carnivorous plants sway gently in the wind. Seeing this kind of creature for the first time, Zhou Tu was still a little surprised, and said to the elf, "We have encountered an island with special plants." The moment the elf saw the piranha plant, all his previous resentment disappeared. What a strange plant! If I can study it, I will have new abilities. Zhou Tu said, "I'm glad you are interested. In that case, why don't we transplant some of these plants to our island? Is that possible?" "Of course, I'm the king of plants, I can handle things like this." Bataya said arrogantly. "Okay, okay." Zhou Tu praised loudly, "I'll leave this island to you to explore. I have other things to do." "No problem, you are the owner of the island, a busy man." Bataya said as she flew towards the piranha plant island. Zhou Tu warned loudly, "Be careful, they seem to be able to eat people." "Don't worry, I'm not a human." Watching the elf disappear, Zhou Tu walked towards a tree on the side. The branches of the tree were protruding, and there was a place for people to sit. Zhou Tu smiled, "It seems that the elf also wants me to come and sit with him." He sat down on a branch, opened the world to chat and collect information. Chapter 50. The sand barrier has been built, and now I am actually looking forward to the sandstorm coming soon. Brothers, please be slow and wait for me. I will definitely get the engineer shovel from the Zhuhang transaction today. I encountered a monster island. I didn't dare to go on the island. Now I'm lying in the pile of materials, observing secretly. The boss only made one comment. "Are you too busy to even have the chance to check the channel? My cold is getting worse and I feel weak all over. Is there any kind-hearted person who can find some medicine? I am almost dying." The engineer shovel I snatched last night is so useful. It increases the digging efficiency tenfold. There are only 4 words to describe it: terrifying. Great, got a blueprint, take off. Congratulations, congratulations, a new boss has emerged, there is a blueprint, and he is another Zhou Tu giant. FK, I killed a big rat. After eating it, I feel refreshed. I think these animals have some benefits for the body. Zhou Tu quickly browsed the information passing through the channel. There are those who seek help, those who gain benefits and show off, and those who discover the highlights. After all, a big bird can grow in any forest. With this base number, some people also opened boxes and found blueprints, and explored islands to obtain blueprints. The effect of the blueprint is very strong. Even an ordinary tang sword blueprint can have a great effect. There are very few organized things in the floating world. Most of the explorations are of miscellaneous items, unless you come across a large island, where you will find things like motorcycles and water pumps. Or some basic supplies. His current blueprints: tang sword, bow and arrow, condenser, light prism tower, engineer shovel, hatchet and wind turbine blueprints. And the sentry tower blueprint that Shi Yuan traded. In general, the drop rate of blueprints is not very high. Having a blueprint is the basis for making items. First, collect all the materials required by the blueprint, and second, have energy to make it. If the island owner's heart is not upgraded, it will only have so much energy a day, the materials it can produce are limited, and once the blueprint is used by the island owner's heart, it cannot be traded. The island owner will not realize this in the early stage, and will randomly exchange materials without upgrading the island, which will result in production energy being stuck. If you can't balance this, you have no energy and can only watch. If you want to achieve the same barrier-free, infinite cycle as him, you must constantly draw supplies from external islands. So he was not afraid that these people would obtain the blueprint and develop and disturb him. On the contrary, he hopes that these people can obtain more blueprints, produce good things, and make the pie bigger together. Even if he could make 10,000 engineer shovels a day, facing billions of people, it would only be a drop in the ocean. Survival on the floating island is too difficult. Even before level 100, there must be an option to survive, but only a small number of people are lucky. The more things you make, the higher the chance of successfully exploring the island, and the higher the chance of survival. Zhou Tu also longs to buy good things made by others, which shows that the survival of the people in the sky has reached a new stage. Poll to the regional channel. Zhou Tu glanced at the person on the regional channel 9182/10,000. Not many people died after the merger, people are much more cautious in the face of death threats. Sometimes you can live better than most people just by lying down on a floating island. Someone at him in the channel. A person named Ruan Yujin sent a message, at €, I have a battery storage device and a control panel. When Zhou Tu saw the news, his face froze. Someone had the materials for a wind turbine. Materials needed for wind turbines, steel 100, wire 10, battery storage 1, control board 2. All he needed was a battery charger and a control panel. I sent out the demand last night and got the news now, which is quite efficient. Zhou Tu looked at the trading channel. The other party did not ask for any materials in the transaction, which was equivalent to a gift. If he accepts it, it would be like getting it for free. Zhou Tu did not choose to accept it immediately, but found Ruan Yujin to chat privately, and soon they established a stable conversation channel. Brother, what materials do you need to exchange the battery and control panel? My goal has been achieved. Zhou Tu was a little confused, but the goal was achieved once the channel was established. Ruan Yujin sent a message, actually I only need a friend position from the big guy. Although Ruan Yujin had no demand for it, Zhou Tu still gave Ruan Yujin a shovel, a bow, an arrow, and a water condenser, a gift package that combined development, attack, and life. He doesn't like to take advantage, and it's not worth it to owe others a favor for such a small thing. If we just wait, someone will definitely have these things, it's just a matter of time. With these two materials, he can make wind turbines, and the entire mechanical island will finally have some mechanical aspects. Ruan Yujin, thank you for the feed. He already knew what Ruan Yujin was planning. In real life, if he wanted to find someone to do something for him, he might not even be able to find the door. The Sky Island world is so big, how many friends does he have? Can be counted on one finger. He didn't communicate unless necessary. He didn't even set up a chat channel with his former classmates. Zhang Yiwei asked him to give Huang Yao a chance, but he ignored him. As for Shi who I added before, I would send him a message from time to time to say hello. There was no way he could delete Shi Yuran either. Sometimes when Shi Yuran asked a survival question, he might answer it while he was having a pleasant conversation with Yumengli. He saw that the information from the floating island absolutely crushed all the unorganized people. In the world of the Sky Island, a piece of information could determine a person's life or death. Then if he replied, Shi Yuran would make money. Obviously, this was Ruan Yujin's idea. Having a communication channel with him has already crushed many people in the Sky world, and the survival rate has been greatly improved. Ruan Yujin used these two materials in exchange for his communication channel. Even if he did not reciprocate, Ruan Yujin would definitely make a profit because Ruan Yujin obtained the information channel. What an old fox. But let's be honest, celebrities are really money-making machines. Many people directly post items in the trading channel and specify him, and directly give him items as gifts. He didn't collect any of them. There is always a reason for giving something, and he doesn't want to have so many constraints. After receiving it, after a while, the channel will show that he received the supplies but did not do anything. Some people say that once it is collected, it has been implemented. A simple transaction relationship is enough, don't make it complicated. Hehehe, island owner, thank you for fulfilling your mission. The elf bishop flew over, I brought back the piranha plant. Since you brought them back, you can plant them. Zhou Tu said, how many plants are there in total? 3. Zhou Tu, 3? 3 isn't enough. This piranha plant also needs a lot of moisture in the soil. Our island blows sand every day, so there is very little moisture. Too much moisture won't keep it alive. Zhou Tu's face was serious, I will definitely find Shuideo today and bring as much as I can in this hour. Just kidding, these piranha plants are the island's plant defense system. When he encounters some small animal islands in the future, he will directly rotate the island and connect the magic area to them, and the piranha plants will eat them with big mouthfuls. When you encounter an island with small land animals, there is no need to analyze or consider, just collide directly, find supplies if you can, and leave when the time is up and go to the next place if there are no supplies. If you encounter a super land creature that is too strong, you can also use the piranha plant as a blocking object to buy time to activate the floating island and leave. As long as there are many piranha plants, even if they cannot run rampant in the sky, they will have the capital to rush around recklessly. He could tell from the moment the wild boar pushed Yumengli that the difference between having defense and not having defense on the floating island was huge, just like the difference between having a sword in hand and not having a sword. Chapter 51. Seeing Zhou Tu so serious, he made a promise. The elf rolled his eyes, understood a little, and said playfully, I already know what you are planning, you must thank me later. Yet. Zhou Tu nodded. Anyway, he would do whatever he wanted in the future, and if he had nothing to do. I have nothing to do but watch the transactions and handle miscellaneous matters. Now it is no longer a question of whether the elves want to leave or not, seeing that his floating island has such great development potential. Even if you ask the elves to leave, they will never leave. Besides, there are new and interesting islands to explore with him. What's the point if the elves are still on the previous island, guarding their own island? Are there any yellow fruit trees on that island? Are there any big-mouthed flowers? They can't provide any major help to the elves, and can't help them grow. A few days passed, and the times on the floating island had changed. The elf was afraid that he no longer wanted her. 2 days ago he was afraid that the elves would run away when they encountered the big island. At this moment, offense and defense change. That's his charm. Island Master's heart TI. Chapter 52. Zhou Tu's primary goal today was very clear, which was to find a water island, and secondly to upgrade the island, upgrading it as much as possible in the storm-hit area. After all, if there is a storm-hit area, there must be the next area. Is there a way to increase the island size in the next area? There is a high probability that such a good thing will not happen again. Zhou Tu cannot be sure of the future, so he can only seize the present and make full preparations. The water island is very important. It is the basis for the development of the magic area. Flowers, plants, and trees all need water. The black cow has been thirsty for 2 days and is too lazy to move without a cow sheet. Fortunately, there is some moisture in the grass. The yellow fruit tree can only maintain basic growth here with the elves. Zhou Tu put together the information in front of him and found that there was no Mizushima. Move the floating island forward. This is the territory of the goblins. They are curious about the outside world. If an island approaches, they will land on the island to explore. Move the floating island to the left. There is a golden treasure chest here, but it is guarded by a tiger. If you want to get the treasure chest, you need to lure the tiger away. Move the floating island to the right. It is an abandoned island with some debris. Move back to the floating island, the copper mine island, which contains rich copper mines. Move up to the floating island, a forest island, where you can transplant plants and get some plants to enrich the island's plants. Move the floating island downwards, the floating flame mountain. Sure enough, the island we encountered this time was much more normal. There is a 1/3 chance that it is a monster island. It can't be that there are only monster islands coming here all the time, so how can ordinary people choose? It is naturally impossible to go to the Goblin Island. The Goblin territory is only populated by a group of goblins. Now he is not strong enough to fight against the goblins, so he is ruled out. But the treasure chest on the left can be seen. I remember that he once encountered a treasure chest guarded by a giant snake, but he didn't even look at it or think about it. Now you encounter a golden treasure chest guarded by a tiger. But the situation was different. His island had undergone tremendous changes. It now had a vast area and was covered with carnivorous plants. The most important thing is that he has the ability to float in the air, so there is no problem with his safety. Even if it doesn't have the ability to float, if the island is large enough, it will have a certain pulling ability. This also fully demonstrates that the area of a euro the island is the health bar. The larger the area, the more strategic depth it has, just like in the real world. We still have to keep expanding the island's area. Take the tiger out of the way and stop guarding the treasure chest. I'll go over and collect the treasure chest. There is only one way to get the treasure chest, and that is to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Zhou Tu first rotated the floating island, turned the magic area to the left, and then activated the moving function, and his floating island began to move to the left. The field of vision changed rapidly, and the time around the island seemed to be rapidly reversing. In an instant, an island with relatively dense forests appeared before my eyes. Zhou Tu stood on the tree created by the elves and looked over. A large cat with yellow spotted skin lies in front of a golden treasure chest. There is a king on his head. Seeing his floating island coming over, his bright big eyes clearly revealed a hint of human shock, and he stood up immediately. But this tiger was a little thin and looked like it hadn't eaten for a long time. Even its skin was wrinkled. This is actually a hungry tiger. The floating island world randomly grabs items from all the heavens and worlds and drops them in. If there is a tiger on an island with no other creatures, it does not constitute an ecosystem. Zhou Tu shook his head and put these messy thoughts behind him. The goal is to land on the island and get the treasure chest. Zhou Tu used his own strategy, luring the tiger away from the island, and he stood in a conspicuous place. Looking into the eyes of the tiger on the opposite side, he used the 3 methods of observation, smell, questioning and palpation. Come here. You come here. Zhou Tu hooked his finger. The tiger was immediately attracted by him, and a tiger roar came over. Zhou Tu only felt that the tiger was a little weak. But when the tiger saw him, his eyes still turned red. He is food. Although the tiger was very hungry, it was still a little angry and immediately ran towards him. When passing by the piranha bushes, Zhou Tu's eyes narrowed suddenly. This carnivorous plant didn't even react to eat the tiger. Don't you like eating? Opening your mouth wide is just for show. It seems that the piranha plant does have a fatal weakness. It usually cannot react to agile animals. Maybe it can eat zombies or something. It's completely useless against these highly agile animals and has some limitations. Zhou Tu disappeared from sight behind the trees. The tiger that rushed to Zhou Tu Island suddenly found that the person who provoked it was missing. It didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, it saw the black cow lying on the ground not far away, and its eyes brightened up again. It's something to eat. Seeing that the black bull had attracted the tiger's attention and the tiger was already walking towards the black bull, Zhou Tu walked out from behind a tree. The tiger was successfully taken off the island. To be honest, these black cows are still very useful. If a powerful creature comes, we can just hide and let it eat the black cows. There is a lot of black meat, so they are good targets. His original intention was to raise these black cattle for his own meat, but he didn't expect that they would have this function. It was really beyond his plan. It seems that there is a certain logic to biodiversity. Every organism will inadvertently present its own unique value. Quickly reach Tiger Island, collect the gold treasure chest, and return to the island. Zhou Tu saw a funny scene. The tiger's front paws were resting on the running black bull's butt. The black bull was running wildly, and the tiger's hind legs were jumping on the ground. A hungry tiger could not kill these black cows. Even the few remaining cows stood aside and watched the joke. After a while the tiger gave up hunting. The black bull in front turned his head, as if to say to the tiger, "What else can you do except leave some water on my butt?" Zhou Tu shook his head. The floating island received another large animal. The ecosystem completeness has increased. This tiger seems pretty good. I'll use it as a mount. I can ride on the tiger to get to a strange floating island even if there is no road. If there is no choice of roads, I can take any road. But I don't seem to be good at taming animals. I can only look forward to upgrading the island so that I can have abilities like animal affinity. Zhou Tu sighed. Take the gold treasure chest out of the backpack and open it directly. He is very busy, there is not so much ceremony. I just silently said in my heart, I am the European Emperor's blueprint, a high-level blueprint. Chapter 53. The Island Master's heart reminds you that you have obtained the Yggdrasil world tree species. Yggdrasil, the seed of the world tree. Zhou Tu held a fist-sized seed in his hand. The black lines on the seed were clearly visible. He inexplicably felt the surging vitality in his hand, as if he was holding a beating heart. Is this thing a world tree seed? Is it out of print? Or can other people get it from the golden treasure chest? Could it be that I am really a European emperor? With the ability to see the island's information clearly, he is not too obsessed with his luck, because no matter what, he can get a stable income. He was very unhappy that the blueprint was not developed, but the development of such a tall and noble world tree species seemed to have endless potential in the future. Not bad. Zhou Tu decided to train him. With such a good name, he should grow up to be good. Cultivate it and build a treehouse on the world tree, which is also a good choice. Zhou Tu collected the seeds and waited for the right opportunity to give them to Bataya. Bataya was under too much pressure now. The plants need to be stimulated to grow, and it took the elf a lot of effort to transplant the big-mouthed flower here today. After finding the water island, Bisha also needs to create a large island of supplies and plant herbs. Although he is a bit black-hearted, he has always adhered to sustainable development. He knows when to squeeze, he will squeeze, when to relax, he will relax. The only way to squeeze sustainably is to squeeze. Keep exploring. However, before Zhou Tu could move the island, suddenly, a very small island in the distance gradually appeared in front of him. When he was at level 10, the island was this big, with a small house on top. He could see the bottom at a glance and spot any hiding corners. Zhou Tu was a bit depressed. He was on his way to collect information and made a short stop, but he actually came to an island with people on it. Someone came here in such a short time. It's really a coincidence. Before, he would not choose any islands with humans he encountered, but now he encounters them passively. But there is nothing to guard against, his island ranks first in the world, and there are now black bulls and tigers on the island. These people can't even get past the animals on his island, so it's a good opportunity to see what the reaction will be when two human islands meet. Now Shi Chaoqiang, who was in the same channel as Zhou Tu, sighed when he saw the island in front of him. We encountered another desolate island, which seemed to have traces of life. By observing from a distance, he found that there seemed to be some animals on the island, as well as a small patch of dense forest, and something like a wall. He was not going to go up when he saw the animals. The animals on the floating island world had different personalities. Sometimes it would be bad to encounter an animal with a violent personality. It would be a pity to waste the energy this time. Safety is the most important thing. As long as there is energy and there are supplies on the island, there will definitely be a chance. Only by staying there can you live longer. At this time, Shi Kaoqiang's island master's heart suddenly sent a prompt, a similar floating island has been detected. The face-to-face coordinates of the island master's heart have been confirmed. A chat channel can be established for free. Do you want to establish contact with the other side? Shi Chaoqiang looked at the prompt from the island master's heart and was a little surprised for a moment. The floating island with people on it is bigger than a normal deserted island? His island is only a dozen levels high, how did this guy develop? And there are even black cows on this person's island. Most people in the channel were thinking about how to avoid creatures. How could this person's island already have animals living on it? This is definitely a big shot. Shi Chaoqiang made a judgment. Wrong. Judging from the diameter of this island, he is not an ordinary big shot. There are only two big shots in the channel, one is Li Jiangping and the other is Zhou Tu's. Li Jiangping's floating island is not that big, so there is only one truth. Then this island belongs to the giant Zhou Tuesday. Must establish a chat channel. Build it quickly. Shi Kaoqiang's tone was a little hurried. Knowing that this was the island of Big Boss Zhou Tu, he had no plan to land on the island, let alone rob it. He just stayed quietly on his island, waiting for a response to his friend's request. He could see Zhou Tu, and Zhou Tu could naturally see him as well. As for the discussion in the previous channel, if you encounter a stranger floating island, you can try to rob. The moment this thought came to his mind, he strangled it. Are you kidding? Is it normal to develop an island this big and face so many dangers in the sky? Is he a normal person? He went to rob? How many hundreds of lives does he have? He wouldn't dare to do that even if he had a gun. On the contrary, he wanted to directly hand over his island owner's heart and become an islander on Zhou Tu's island. By following the boss, at least his chances of survival would be greatly increased. Come and rob me, big shot. Take me with you, too. Face to face, can we directly create a chat channel? Zhou Tu looked at the message sent from the other side, stroked the dark yellow island owner crystal, and chose to agree. It is possible to add a friend without consuming energy. After all, when he is free, he can also watch how these people lick him, and these people also provide emotional value. Zhou, it's really you. Yours is too big, right? A smile appeared on Zhou Tu's lips. His little mouth was still pretty good. Average, world's best. Shi Chaoqiang took a breath of cold air. Is this the boss? This is so domineering and awesome. If he were an ordinary island owner, he would definitely be like, FK off, why is he pretending? But Zhou Tu is first in the points ranking. The first place is a cliff-like position, and the points have now reached more than 2.6 million, while the second place has less than a fraction of that. I heard that the second place is still an organization. An organization cannot defeat Zhou Tu alone, which shows how awesome Zhou Tu is. Big brother, you are awesome. Seeing you makes me feel that my sky is no longer gloomy. Big brother is like a beam of light shining into my heart. Even the regional typhoon disasters seem to be gentler to me. I would like to ask you timidly, is there any pendant missing on Big Brother Island? Zhou Tu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Shi Chaoqiang was quite interesting. After saying so much, I actually just want to join his island. His island does need people at this stage, but they need people who are more familiar. He was not familiar with Shi Chaoqiang, he just saw him say a few words in the regional channel. What are two men on an island? Currently not in short supply. Shi Chaoqiang looked at Zhou Tu's message, a trace of disappointment flashed through his heart. The big boss didn't want a pendant like him now, weak, pitiful J-page. Zhou Tu ignored Shi Chaoqiang. The minimum time for the island to meet had arrived. After analyzing the information obtained, he started to move the island. Shi Chaoqiang watched as the surrounding islands began to move. He knew that this was the time when the big boss was going to explore other islands, and he encountered the big boss's island without even seeing the big boss's real face. But he is already satisfied. Having a big boss as a friend is the biggest gain. This will also be something I can brag about in the channel in the future. Watching Zhou Tu Island leaving soon, Shi Chaoqiang saw a tiger walking out from behind a pile of materials. WOC, he must be running a zoo. Shi Chaoqiang shouted with the loudest voice in the world, Zhou Tu, if you meet me again in the future, remember to take me. There was no response, only a hint of yellow-green disappeared from his eyes, and finally gathered into a small dot, disappearing without a trace. Zhou Tu heard it but didn't reply, why do you feel it's changed? After choosing the direction several times, the energy went from the planned 18 points to 10 points. Zhou Tu's eyes suddenly lit up, Mizushima, you are finally here. Chapter 54. The weak tiger was kept in captivity by Zhou Tu. Since he had consumed all his energy chasing the black bull, he was unable to even catch up with Shi Chaoqiang from the island. However, in order to avoid any bad luck, he decided to keep him in captivity like the black bull. Now Hainiu is no longer averse to him, because every time he uses the floating skill, he comes to Hainiu to show his presence, and Hainiu becomes familiar with him. Everything is ready, and the floating island collides with the floating island with water on the opposite side. Zhou Tu felt some moisture coming towards him. It was totally unlike his island. There was no moisture in the space and it was rather dry. The probability of a water island appearing is not very high, but due to the accumulation of matches and directional choices, he still encountered an island with water. This is how he guarantees a stable income. Zhou Tu rode his bike and carried a backpack to bring the water pump that had been prepared long ago. Just as Zhou Tu started pumping water. In the regional chat, Shi Chaoqiang said proudly, you often say that you can't meet a big guy, but today I met one. Ha ha ha, laughing wildly. Let me tell you a piece of news. You can establish a chat channel for free face-to-face. Really? Did you really meet Zhou Tu? Damn it. Why didn't I meet him? With such good luck, why didn't I join Zhou Tu's island directly? His island is so big, I should be able to enter it. If you are willing to go, will people be willing to let you come? If your island is big, will you be willing to let others go? How is the giant's island developing? It must have turned yellow due to the storm, right? Is there anything special about the giant's island? You just know how to blow, you are Shi Chao. Many people asked Shi Chaoqiang questions out of curiosity, and were very curious about the development of the island with the highest points among island owners. Shi Chaoqiang remembered that when he was traveling before, there were tigers on the islands around him. Can you believe this? There is a tiger. If an ordinary person goes up to it, he will probably be caught and swallowed in an instant. Fortunately, he did not go to the island. It seems that not only the monster floating island is dangerous, but also the first island master's island is dangerous. He had no feelings towards Zhou Tu, but that didn't mean Zhou Tu had no feelings towards him. If the other party released a tiger and he was eaten, no one would believe it if he told others about it. The idea of a euro using it as a pendant was immediately shattered. He still remembered that on the World Channel, someone was deceived and taken to the other side's island, caught by the other side, and ate him before posting a message about cannibalism. Although this news is incredible, the world is so big that such a thing is still possible. Shi Chaoqiang originally didn't plan to say anything after he finished speaking. After all, he had limited energy. When he heard someone saying that he was bragging, he couldn't hold it in anymore. I'm bragging, on the giant island, materials are piled up into mountains, trees form forests, and there are animals such as tigers and black cows roaming around. Do I need to brag? The points are there. No, your exaggeration is too much. In this storm-affected area, not a single tree can survive on the island. It's only been a few days, and you see trees growing into a forest? Tiger, Black Bull, do you think I'll believe you? What the hell is a forest of trees? In the storm-hit area, saplings were planted on the first day, and the wind blew on the second day. By the time you get here, the trees have grown into a forest. It's only been a few days? They can't have grown this big, right? Believe it or not, you haven't seen the Big Boss's floating island, so you don't know what the Big Boss's floating island is like. I can only say that it is thousands of times better than your island of a few hundred square meters. Is it hard to explain and I start to believe it or not? Now there is no need to edit it, there is not even a picture at the beginning, just one sentence and then start bragging. Zhou Tu's brainless fans, 2 fans. Shi Chaoqiang was so angry that his blood boiled. He saw it with his own eyes. Then the other party asked him all kinds of questions, and he couldn't explain them. He was really speechless. He is still standing there without moving, but there is no island where Zhou Tu is. This chat channel only has emoticons and cannot send photos. If photos can be sent, he would throw a photo high and low to let these people open their eyes and take a good look. These people don't understand the island of the giants. The area of Zhou Tu's island is comparable to that of some small deserted islands. He discovered that the piled up materials were the sand retaining wall that Zhou Tu had discussed before. With such a large island and such a large sand retaining wall, the floating island can grow even if it is not moved. Thinking that Zhou Tu's island might develop into a mobile sky platform, Shi Chaoqiang looked at his own island of 100 square meters and became bored. The people in these channels are just sitting in a well and looking at the world from afar. Does the big boss need the approval of these people? No. One day, people in that channel will meet Zhou Tu, and then they will know. Shi Chaoqiang looked at the direction where Zhou Tu disappeared, and activated his floating island and rushed towards the place where Zhou Tu disappeared. He wanted to verify whether he could meet Zhou Tu again if he took the same route as Zhou Tuesday. The water pump pumps water from the pond to the floating island. Zhou Tu doesn't need to worry about what will happen to the water when it reaches the island, because the elves will take care of it. He has been preparing for the water elves for several days. Taking advantage of the time of loosening the market, Zhou Tu opened the trading channel. I clicked on it and saw the prices for basic items like water and food. 5 loaves of bread for 1 unit of soil. 10 bottles of water can be exchanged for 3 units of soil. The sky-high prices asked before are no longer the case. In a market worth tens of billions of dollars, if you don't sell, there are plenty of people who will. With extreme prices, ordinary materials cannot be sold. With the property backing of the upgraded island, a simple material like mud has become a trading currency. Only rare items can have a certain pricing power. Ultimately it is a question of supply and demand. Food and water are things that people will not be short of after a few days. The floating island world is actually a world rich in supplies. People mostly face dangers, and food becomes secondary. Most people want to use the engineer's shovel to improve the efficiency of obtaining soil resources, so he has the pricing power. If a large number of earth-moving equipment ever appear, shovels will no longer be available. Zhou Tu took a look and found that all the shovels were traded successfully. Being famous does have some benefits. Things just sell fast. 500 shovels at the price of 1,500 get 750,000 soil, 350 shovels at the price of 700 get 245,000 stone, 50 shovels have been successfully traded before. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 108, with energy, 10/118. The materials required for the next upgrade are 10,800 soil and 1,090 stone. The island can be upgraded directly to level 162, consuming 742,500 soil and 74,800 stone. The remaining stone is used to make sand-blocking stone walls. Zhou Tu was shocked when he saw this level, and then he felt relieved. This is the power of being ahead. Chapter 55. A virtuous cycle of island upgrades has been established, with more energy, and the ability to see through information and obtain rare bonus drawings, ultimately forming a winner-takes-all situation. Coupled with the construction of sand-proof walls, we undoubtedly gained an advantage. He transported the water pump back to avoid breaking the pipe when upgrading the island and disconnecting it from the opposite island. The water pump uses a DN50 pipe with a flow rate of 28.27 cubic meters per hour, and can transport about 28.27 tons of water per hour. This time, the pumping took less than an hour, and about 26 tons of water were pumped in, which directly lowered the water level in the pool on the water island. The pool prepared by the elves in the grove in the east is full and will be enough for the elves to use for a while. Zhou Tu didn't care about the water issue, but prepared to upgrade. He focused on increasing the size of the island. Increasing the area of the island was the main goal. Once there were materials, they would be upgraded quickly to expand the area. The sand retaining wall also needed to be changed at any time according to the area. It is not certain when a storm will hit, and if you miss one, it will be a huge loss. After all, disasters are also a kind of resource. If we cannot use them, it just means we lack the ability. The idea that man can conquer nature influenced him. The island is 1,000 meters in diameter, which is his short-term goal. Zhou Tu silently recited the upgrade. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the Island Master's Heart has increased in power. The Island Master's Heart is currently at level 109, with energy, 11/119. The materials needed for the next upgrade are 10,900 soil and 1,100 stone. The island area has been detected to have increased, and the island owner's heart has increased in power. The current level of the island owner's heart is 162, with energy, 65/172. The materials required for the next upgrade are 17,200 soil and 1,630 stone. Seeing that the amount of soil needed for the next upgrade was 17,000, Zhou Tu was slightly silent. The soil obtained by exchanging the previous 7 shovels can upgrade the island to a higher level. Now 11 shovels are upgraded to the next level. A little energy is not enough to upgrade something to a higher level, and the efficiency of converting a shovel into an island level is decreasing. By then, there will be more people selling shovels in the channel, and the price of exchanging shovels for soil resources will be lower. It's normal that upgrading is becoming more and more difficult. It's not easy to make the floating island bigger. I don't know if the bonus can bring good benefits. Zhou Tu calculated that the diameter of the island was 172 meters, the area of a the island is 23,173.8 square meters. The deck area of a the USS Ford aircraft carrier is about 19,000 square meters. And now my island is larger than 20,000 square meters. It can be called a real aerospace carrier, but it has almost no defense. Zhou Tu stood in the center of the floating island, activated his cooled down flying ability, and observed his floating island. The floating island is a circle. If you stand at the center, it's only 86 meters outside. It doesn't seem very big, but the actual area is quite large. It's just my visual illusion that it's not too big. In fact, it's already very big. If many floors were built on it, more people could live there. But this island is my island. It serves me all the time. It's planned in advance. Currently, among the 3 areas, only the magic area is developing rapidly. The magic area already has piranha plants and yellow fruit trees, and now with water resources, the elves will plant all the herbs in time, and the foundation is almost complete. By then, we will give the world tree seeds and let the elves cultivate them. The basic structure of the magic area will almost be established. In the mechanical area, the materials for the wind turbines are ready. When the time comes, they will be made using energy and used to power the already optimized house. This will be a small improvement, at least in a short period of time. The quality of life will be raised to the basic level of the original world. In the biological area, there are now black cattle and tigers, and the species are somewhat scarce. If you are familiar with the tiger, when you encounter an unfamiliar floating island with animals, let the tiger go and hunt on its own. He came back after hunting, but unfortunately he was not familiar with the tiger now. If the tiger went there, Zhou Tu was worried that it might not come back. After the island upgrade was completed, Zhou Tu rearranged all the stones. Place sand retaining wall. The storm-hit areas will be upgraded as much as possible. It was explained at the time that the current area was a typhoon disaster area, so there will be other disaster areas. I just hope that the next disaster area will not be too cruel. After half a circle of stones were put down, a high wall rose up on the west side of the entire island. Half of the circumference of the circular island was used to build a sand retaining wall. The sand retaining wall has been successfully built, and the only thing left is the storm. Afterwards, Zhou Tu flew to the area where the tigers were kept in captivity. The tiger saw some desire in his eyes and threw a few pieces of food to the tiger. When the tiger is eating, just fly down and touch its head. The tiger was so frightened that it almost jumped up, but when it saw Zhou Tu in the air, it could only roar a few times, feeling somewhat helpless and furious. The tiger couldn't help eating. Zhou Tu smiled and continued to touch it. After repeating this several times, the tiger got used to it and stopped roaring. The island owner's floating function is indeed a good function. Zhou Tu grinned. Open the island owner's heart panel. This time it was upgraded from level 108 to 162, spanning multiple levels, and gained 6 small ability bonuses. It has been detected that the area of a the island has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 110, the quality of the floating island has increased, and the time it takes for the floating island to dock with a strange floating island has increased by 1 hour. Currently, it can stay on a strange island for 2 hours. Not a bad bonus, but it's not very useful to me. Unless the resources on this island are very rich and the items are very valuable, it's worth wasting my time exploring. But it will be very useful in the later stages. My island will need minerals, so I will need to stay on it for a long time and connect to other floating islands to mine. It has been detected that the island area has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 120, the floating island's ability has increased, the resident island animals have increased their favorability towards the island owner, and their desire to attack the island owner has decreased. Resident animals are animals that have survived on the island for more than 5 days. This is a great feature. Zhou Tu was very satisfied with this function. This function obviously allowed the island owner to develop the species well. In the future, you don't have to worry too much about bringing dangerous animals to your island and being afraid that they will bite you back. He can even raise some poisonous creatures. The speed of a tiger becoming a mount will also be faster due to the bonus of this function. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 130, the floating island's ability has increased, and the island owner's movement speed has increased by 10%, currently 20%. This function is the same as the level 30 bonus, both his movement speed and flying speed are greatly increased. The floating island is large in area, so speed is indeed needed. As long as I keep upgrading the island, I might be able to fly around or even teleport on the island. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 140, and the floating island's capabilities have increased. The island owner is the core of the floating island. When the island owner's island is fatally damaged, the damage can be transferred, once a day. The island level is higher, the damage transfer function is enabled, and it's more difficult to kill me. If other players or monsters come to the island to fight, they will need to destroy the outer defenses of the island and then cause fatal damage to me twice before they can kill me. Survivability is greatly enhanced. Zhou Tu looked at the next one with a happy expression. Chapter 56. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 150, the floating island's capabilities have increased, and energy can be used to increase soil fertility, 50 energy per square meter. And also optimize the fertility of island soil. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. The soil that was traded and the soil brought by the storm were all ordinary soil. Only the black soil he dug on the herb island was considered fertile soil. It's just that the optimized land area is too small. If we plant the seeds of the world tree in the fortified land, and then cooperate with the elves' assistance and the island owner's bonus to plant growth, then the world tree will grow faster, and perhaps it won't be long before it grows tall and majestic. 50 energies per square meter was a lot in the past, but now it is not that much in the face of 172 energies. Zhou Tu continued to look at the next one. It has been detected that the island area has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 160, the floating island's ability has increased, and the island owner's floating time has increased by 10 minutes. The current floating time is 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. The floating time has been extended to 20 minutes, and the cooling time has been reduced from 3 hours to 2 hours. The bonus to the island owner is still very high. Although the upgrade cost hundreds of thousands of dirt, the bonus I get now completely matches the bonus I got when I upgraded the island. As the owner of an island, it is normal for the island to favor you. The most important thing is that the mass of the islands has increased and the time required to connect to other islands has increased. Can allow islands to stay on other islands for 2 hours. Although it only increases by 1 hour, the time for extracting resources increases, and on the water island, water resources will be extracted for 1 more hour. It means exploring more and gaining more. Daytime is limited. If you spend a long time on each island, it means that you can't explore many islands in a day, which means that while the risk of exploration is reduced, the possibility of exploration is weakened. Some people are absolutely too lazy to move once they are safe. But all in all, it is a good thing for most people, but I don't know how long it will take to upgrade an island of more than 100 levels. There is still a long way to go for the majority of island owners. Sweeping the woods to the east, Zhou Tu keenly discovered that the forest had become denser. After having water, the elf Bisha started to exert her strength. It seemed that the cultivation of yellow fruit trees would also be put on the agenda. When the time comes, eating yellow flower fruit should be able to increase the attributes. Zhou Tu opened the points ranking list and took a quick glance at it. He was far ahead. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level 162, overall score 365-9512. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level 41, comprehensive score 149,669. Island owner, Hu Qunlin, level 39, overall score 128,254. Island owner, Jian Yuntian, level 38, overall score 104,477. Island owner, Huang Yao, level 33, overall score 84,710. Island owner, Danka, level 33, comprehensive score 85,421. Island owner, Li Zhongping, level 30, comprehensive score 79,542. The second echelon is still Zhang Yiwei and his people, who consume the most 10 times efficient shovels. This can be seen from Zhang Yiwei's development. A group of people have developed, that's good. It still has some benefits for me. Zhang Yiwei sent a summary of the news. The Giant's island rating is so high. Judging from the area of a the island, it is almost the same size as an aircraft carrier. Congratulations. Now we have collected information about strange floating islands. In addition to forest islands, mineral islands, there are also many monster islands we have encountered, including zombie islands, robots, exploding creatures, and other monster islands. The creatures on these islands have a strong desire to attack. Unlike before when we just hid, the animals that took the initiative to attack caused us a lot of losses. Zhou Tu's eyes flickered. It was still useful to establish good relations with a large organization like Zhang Yiwei. The other party had an organization of tens of thousands of people, and the situation they encountered was very complicated. I just explore more frequently. Even if I see 6 pieces of information each time, I can't compare to the exploration efficiency of the other side who has more people. In general, I don't explore as many samples as the other side. It's not a loss to exchange information now. Zhang Yiwei's organization has strict regulations for exploring islands. With so many people exploring together, they encountered some unique islands that he had never encountered before. Such as, Zombie Island. He had never seen it, but he had seen almost all the others. But Zombie Island seems to be a good match for my piranha plant. I can try it out when the time comes. Zhou Tu now understood why the island owner's heart had a bonus to plant growth and soil optimization. It is still very useful to quickly iterate the biological weapons obtained on the island. Zhou Tu replied to Zhang Yiwei, I encountered an island with carnivorous plants that eat people. It is not ruled out that these carnivorous plants can eat zombies and dead bodies. I found the blueprints for building a light prism tower. This kind of defense tower can be built on a floating island, but the conditions are rather harsh. There are also sentry towers. Zhang Yiwei looked at the message sent by Zhou Tu. It's a bit surprising that such a special creature as the piranha plant appeared. Plants also became unusual. In this way, as the island becomes larger, defense becomes the top priority, and Zhou Tu has actually obtained the blueprints of the defense tower. As expected of the number 1 island owner, looking at the message Zhou Tu sent, Zhang Yiwei felt that the other party was preparing to build a defense tower. It seems that the island is mainly for exploration in the early stages, and later on it will be about collisions and plunder between the creatures on the floating island. The larger the floating island is, the greater the chance of having living creatures. If there is no defense, you will be robbed or die. There have been previous examples. The information provided by Zhou Tu is very useful. Zhang Yiwei was very grateful to Zhou Tu, but what he wanted to know most now was what bonuses would be brought by increasing the island level. I wonder if Zhou Tu will tell me. Zhang Yiwei pondered for a while before sending, Zhou Tu, my island has been upgraded to level 40. Now the island owner's personal attributes are enabled, increasing the island owner's mobility attribute by 10% and the stability of the floating island. Can you tell me about the future upgrade bonuses? He didn't know what Zhou Tu was thinking, and there was no way to hide the upgrade information. No one in the sky world is qualified to ask anyone else to do anything. But it is very important for him to know the bonus effect as soon as possible. He has a lot of subordinates. If the bonus is biased, they can divide the work and have the islands below specialize in one thing. In this way, the efficiency will be higher. Zhang Yiwei was still worried that Zhou Tu was hiding something, so he saw the message Zhou Tu sent. Chapter 57. Level 50 opens the blueprint synthesis function, level 60 increases the island owner's floating flight ability, level 70 enhances the island owner's rest recovery efficiency, level 80 can add plant growth, level 90 can add biological growth, level 100 opens the island rotation function. After reading the news, Zhang Yiwei just wanted to say that Zhou Tu really has the reasons to become a big shot. He is in charge of so many people. Some of them are willing to leave the organization for a shovel. Some of them will hide any good things they have, and most of them will hand over commonly used materials. People's selfishness gradually becomes stronger. It's rare to be so candid. Although this information can be known later, it will take several days according to his upgrade speed. Now that he knew the news, he could make plans. We can plan out the situation by dividing those islands into planting islands, those islands into breeding islands, and those islands into weapon building islands. Once the division of labor among islands is clear, islands with strong weapons may not have many limitations in the sky. Planting islands and breeding islands can serve as logistics islands to provide basic material support for weapon islands. By then, the efficiency of exploring the sky will be greatly increased, and survival will not be a big problem. The information Zhou Tu provided was very important and to a certain extent affected the organization's future infrastructure construction of the floating island group. If you don't know this information, you will have no development focus and no guidance for the future, and your development will undoubtedly be slow. Zhang Yiwei sent a sincere message, thank you Zhou Tu, it is very important to know this information in advance. Although I have not joined the organization, it will be of great benefit to me to be organized. I will not reject a win-win situation. In addition, I will announce the benefits of upgrading the island in the channel, and tentatively set the bonus for the first 100 levels. Zhang Yiwei looked at the message sent by Zhou Tu and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a grand plan. After Zhou Tu replied to the message, he folded his arms and floated around the machinery area to determine where to place the wind turbine. Zhang Yiwei will know about the island owner's bonus sooner or later, so there is no harm in telling him now. On the contrary, it allows Zhang Yiwei, a wise man, to make plans early. You can also do the other person a favor. Now his interests are intertwined with the other party, they are bound by favors, and their relationship is very good. Sharing some information is also beneficial to the development of the floating island. Although there is no alliance, it is closer than a pure alliance. Zhou Tu plans to announce these bonuses directly to the channel to increase the enthusiasm of people in the channel. This information is important to Zhang Yiwei and also to other people who are interested. Knowing it earlier could potentially bring huge benefits and save a group of people. Of course, Zhou Tu still has his original intention. From his perspective, he will naturally not let too many people die in the Sky Island world. Too much death would do him no good. A few words can increase a good reputation, possibly increase people's survival rate, and win the favor of people in the Sky Island world, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. After looking around, Zhou Tu made the wind turbine. A home-sized wind turbine with a height of 15 meters and 3 small blades was produced. A small wind turbine is a small wind turbine. The rusted wind turbines on the island were much larger than the ones that were produced. As expected of a small size. However, the moment the generator was lowered, the small generator started to turn briskly. The floating island lacks everything except the noisy wind. The wind turbines are in the right place. Zhou Tu came to the room and tried to turn on the light. The light bulb flashed twice, emitting a soft light. Life is finally a bit like modern life. Making a wind turbine consumes 15 points of energy. Making something big consumes a lot of energy. But it's still acceptable. The island owner's energy is now 40. There was not much time left during the day, so after some estimation, Zhou Tu used 30 points of energy to make an engineering shovel. Although the energy efficiency of the engineer shovel has been changing. But it is a hot selling product. The price is not too outrageous nowadays, and some people can find it if they do some digging. Put 300 engineer shovels on the trading channel. If nothing goes wrong, you can get 450,000 soil materials in the evening. If there is a wind disaster during the day, it will be easy to reach a level 200 island today. I just don't know what changes will happen to the floating island when you break through the level 200 island. Why hasn't the storm come yet? Zhou Tu looked at the light blue sky speechlessly. Now everything is ready, there will be no storm. Is it a good day today? Zhou Tu swiped to the channel page and took a peek at these people's conversation. He planned to expend some energy to send the bonus brought by the island upgrade to the channel to motivate the people in the channel to be positive. After all, the development of the floating island is still very good, at least it is your own land, and some people are really the shovel dancing class. Today I encountered an island with abundant food and obtained some supplies. If there had been no storm, I would have laid down. But why hasn't the storm come yet? My equipment is ready. The era of increasing the island area without doing anything has arrived. It's a pity that Zhou Tu suddenly announced it in the world chat. It would be great if we could say it in a channel. The price of stone is very high. Replacing the stone to build the sand-proof device will drive up the price of stone. Zhou is really a big shot. He can make the material price go up with just one sentence. It's scary. I really want to live on Zhou Tu giant island, I don't know if you will give me the face. Damn it, I met a group of dogs. They rushed to my island and stole my food. Is there any kind-hearted person here? Woohoo, big guys, I'm hungry for food. The big guy is using a shovel again. I plan to buy more at night. The big guy must have accumulated resources at night. At that time, in order to upgrade, he will definitely sell some of the discounted items. Zhou Tu silently swiped from the regional channel to the world channel. It must be said that with his presence in the regional channel, people there don't speak much and have learned to be cautious in what they say and do. There are still 9,000 people there, and since the merger of the channels, the survival capacity has been greatly increased. The big guys teach you how to survive, the giants are high and mighty, and inexplicably make people in the channel think twice before doing anything. There are invisible benefits to having several strong people in a channel. Most people have already seized the opportunity to build sand trapping devices, and the island area in the typhoon hit area will be expanded. If you stand in the wind, even a pig can fly. Zhou Tu spoke in the world channel, a Euro level 80 can increase plant growth, level 90 can increase creatures, and level 100 can activate the island rotation function. After I finished speaking, a few messages came in and the world channel exploded instantly. The island owners' points are growing rapidly, and the top-ranked boss is sharing in the chat channel what the bonus effects of the increase in level are. These words are like the Buddha's light shining everywhere. Chapter 58. Zhou Niu by A9527. No wonder Zhou is developing the island level at all costs. It turns out there is a bonus function. Wow, I should have saved up mud earlier. Mr. Zhou Tu, please slow down your development, look at people like you, and wait for us. Big bro, this really makes me cry. He actually announced the bonuses brought by the upgrade. This man is so handsome. You can tell he is a handsome guy just by looking at the photo. The big boss announced the sand retaining wall before, and now he announced the bonus of the upgraded level. What does this mean? Can a person be so kind? What is Zhou Tu's intention? This has made the already scarce soil resources even scarcer. Soil was difficult to replace in the first place, and now it is even harder to replace. When the island is upgraded to a certain level, the island owner actually has the ability to fly. This ability is too cool, I can hardly believe it. Zhou Tu had a smile on his face. It was quite interesting to chat in the group every day and output some valuable things, which would be of great benefit to the development of the islands of people in the sky world. As the island area becomes larger, there will be room to maneuver when encountering an island with monsters, and the island owner's ability to survive will be greatly increased. The island area is the island owner's tolerance. Zhou Tu was added to the regional chat. The people in the regional chat were similar, and a small number of people were posting follow the big guys. There was also a large number of people who did not speak, ready to use their energy for other purposes. Zhou Tu nodded silently. The people in the regional channel were already very clear in their minds and wanted to develop. And their levels are generally higher than those of outsiders. Having role models in front of people will have a positive impact on people in a region, just like the East Asian Monster House, the weakest country can defeat many countries in the world. Shi Yuran in the private chat channel sent a message, Big boss, do you have any medicine? Medicines to treat external injuries. My friend is injured and the situation is critical. There seems to be no strong medicine in the trading channel, and the medicine cannot coagulate the wound. Of course, I wonder if there is anyone who needs alloy? I use alloy to exchange for medicine. Zhou Tu took a look at Shi Yuran's chat. It was not surprising that a friend was injured. Yu Mengli was injured before, and a large number of people in the channel were also injured. Now that people have gradually overcome their fear of the unknown sky and are exploring the sky, casualties are inevitable. After searching so many islands, I saw a hospital building island and a herbal medicine island, followed by some small things, such as anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, and the like. Medical resources are indeed becoming increasingly scarce. Zhang Yiwei's organization must have encountered the medical island, but with so many people, it was naturally not enough to consume. But the medicine Shi Yuran found couldn't stop the bleeding. It seemed that Shi Yuran had encountered a special monster. Zhou Tu came to the magic area to look at the herbs. These herbs can stop bleeding, but he didn't know if they would be effective on the wounds caused by this special monster. The magic area, after 3 upgrades, was transformed and planted by the elves, and 3 layers of protective forest grew. The first layer of these 3 layers of shelter belts consists of trees with more branches, the second layer consists of trees with relatively even branches and leaves, and the third layer consists of trees with lush branches and leaves and low shrubs. Even if the sandstorm in the disaster area was strong, the wind would be so weak that it would be ignored when it reached the small medicinal field where the elves were. The medicine field is already full of medicinal herbs, and there is no sign of lethargy. Instead, a very fragrant smell wafts over. There really is something about the elves' farming. These herbs seem to be better than the ones we found on the island before. Bisha really put in a lot of effort. Zhou Tu nodded secretly. What a good elf. Only black soil and water are needed to support the cultivation of elves. It was just that the elf was in a bad state, a little listless, and spoke weakly. You're here. See how the crops are growing in the fields. Zhou Tu replied. The elves really tried their best today. Now it has become like this. It seems that planting so many plants at once and maintaining them is very costly. Zhou Tu thought of the world tree seeds that came out of the golden treasure. Do you want to make the elf Bisha suffer a little more? After all, the seeds of the world tree sound like a good thing, so the sooner you plant them, the better. I'll give it to the elves tomorrow and give them a surprise. It's been very hard today to plant the piranha plants, grow trees and maintain the medicinal fields. There is no need to rush. Don't worry, I'll take care of your yellow fruit tree alone. Bataya brought Zhou Tu to a separate fruit tree area. The yellow fruit tree was in front and was in good condition. The branches and leaves stretch out under the encouragement of the elves. How long will it take for the fruit to come out? What Zhou Tu cares most about is growing fruits to increase his attributes. Other things such as herbs are not as important as these things that make him stronger. If we try our best to induce labor, it will take about 5 days. Zhou Tu nodded without urging him, but picked a total of 10 plants of hemostatic grass and blood chi grass and traded them to Shi Yuran. This herb has a strong hemostatic effect. Ask your friend to try it and see if it works. Okay, big guy, I'll give you 5 units of alloy as a gift, please accept it. Zhou Tu took a look at the transaction and found that Shi Yuran actually traded 5 units of alloy. Alloy is the material for making light prism towers. Alloy is a rare material, but the other party directly traded such a precious material without seeing the efficacy of the medicine. It feels that the value is somewhat mismatched. But if his friend is really injured and can't find effective healing medicine in the channel, he can definitely use the alloy to exchange for my hemostatic grass. Compared to human life, these alloys are really nothing. On Shi Yuran's floating island, a girl had a bandage on her leg, but the wound did not heal and blood continued to seep out. The girl looked at the herbs Shi Yuran got with a pale face and said, "Is this the herbs Zhou Tu traded for? I thought it was some kind of chemical product, but it turned out to be a herbal medicine. It doesn't look like it can heal my wound. The herbs that the giant gave me should be useful. You trust him so much. There is no other choice, right?" Shi Yuran sighed as he looked at the fresh herbs. The people left in the Sky Island world are very afraid of death. Medicines are rare. These herbs are so fresh, they seem to be grown on the giant island around us. They are no longer ordinary people. SHH, it hurts. Just as Shi Yuran applied the herbs on the wound, the blood really stopped flowing. It really works. This island owner has so many good things, the girl said enviously. Shi Yuran, a giant is a giant, a level beyond the big boss. However, his island is planted with medicinal herbs, which is indeed extraordinary. The rating of millions is not exaggerated. Then you can maintain a good relationship with the big guy. Shi Yuran nodded, and then sent a message to Zhou Tu. What we encountered is a mutant lamprey. It can jump very high on land, and the wound caused by a bite is difficult to heal. Thank you, big boss, the herbs are very useful. Chapter 59. Shi Yuran is doing well now, and he often asks questions and gives feedback during chats. It can be said that those who are still alive now have certain abilities, and the information they reveal is still very useful. Can lampreys jump up on land and suck human blood? And they are poisonous. Zhou Tu frowned. When he was collecting information in the channel before, there was definitely no such strange monster jumping out. Invisibly, more and more monsters appeared, and they were getting stronger. For humans, the living environment in the sky is becoming cruel. Zhou Tu took a look at the chat. Shen King he still sends him some chat messages every day. It's good that I can see the information, but as an island owner, there are too many things to deal with. I can't handle everything myself. Zhang Yiwei's organization has its own information collection system, I need one too. Otherwise, even if you have a good brain, you may not be able to remember everything. In the Sky Island world, everyone has the same amount of time, so it is impossible for him to deal with too many trivial matters and affect the final island exploration. You always need someone to share the workload. Although Zhou Tu had a bad impression of Shen King he before, he also needs help in the Sky world now. Acquaintances are always better than future strangers, and Shen King he happens to be on the same channel as him. According to his exploration efficiency, the probability of meeting Shen King he is very high. Shen King he is a very selfish person. He is indeed a good candidate to be brought to my island. Zhou Tu plans to establish a contact channel with Shen King he tomorrow. If he can meet her, that would be the best. If not, he will look for her for a few more days. I have the ability to see through the information of the floating island. I can choose the island. In a channel, as long as the energy is enough, my probability of finding Shen King he is close to 100%. When the time comes, let Shen King he handle the search for rare materials, blueprints, transactions, and so on in the trading channel, similar to customer service. When encountering large orders and large transactions, I will make the final decision. I often spend my time on these trivial matters, which is a waste of my ability to see through information. In the typhoon hit area, upgrading the island level is the first priority, and exploring more unknowns is the second priority. The more you know, the easier it is to survive. Zhou Tu had a hunch that once they got out of the typhoon area, the island would suddenly grow larger and it would be very difficult. He continued to clarify his goal in his mind. He must not lose the ability to make progress just because he was far ahead in points. The island still needed to become bigger. Visible ahead all around. Move forward to the floating island, the poisonous bee island. The honey they produce can increase the attributes of the island owner. If you take good protection, the danger will be greatly reduced. When Zhou Tu looked towards the next island, the sky suddenly darkened. A sandstorm roared in the distance and the sky darkened. After a sunny day, the storm finally came in the afternoon. Zhou Tu adjusted the orientation of the island and placed the curved sand trapping net facing the strong wind. After scanning the island and finding nothing to prepare, Zhou Tu entered the house and began to take shelter from the wind. Crackling. Like rain hitting banana leaves. Zhou Tu could vaguely hear the sound of blades spinning at full speed outside. The daytime storm had finally arrived. This has been a long time coming. The wind turbine is made of steel, so it should last for a long time. How much soil can this storm bring me? And how much can it upgrade the islands of the people in the channel? Zhou Tu shook his head and began to write down the monsters he had collected in the past few days. From now on, these things will be left to Shen King He. Some of the monster islands we have encountered so far are biological monster islands, some are mechanical monster islands, and some are zombie monster islands, plant monster islands. In anticipation of the possible appearance of an enemy, Zhou Tu made a certain assessment of his current overall strength. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. My island is currently quite large. As long as I don't encounter any special islands or islands with strong monsters, I can try to explore them. I can even try the poisonous bee island I just saw. I still want the honey that can increase properties. The yellow fruit tree still needs a certain amount of time to grow and has a certain cycle. The poison bee island is actually very fragrant and very cost effective. It also adds nice defense to the bio area. Bees can fly and are part of the air force. Bringing the poisonous bees to the island is a good choice as the floating island has both land and air defenses. Without seeing the information about the next few islands, Zhou Tu was inclined to go to the island with poisonous bees. However, the problem is how to get the poisonous bees to the island. At this moment, the channel was in a frenzy. The storm is coming, the storm has finally come. My sand retaining wall has been ready for a long time, but the storm has just come. Now I can see that my sand retaining wall is retaining the sand. Thank you for sharing your experience in sand blocking. The sand block this time may increase the area of a my island by several levels. Praise Zhou Tu, thank Zhou Tu. In fact, you should not view this typhoon as a disaster, but if you look at it from another perspective, it can also increase the area of a the island. If Zhou Tu hadn't said it, maybe not so many people would have paid attention to it. Tu also said that increasing the island level can gain bonuses, so our island can be upgraded quickly. From now on, the crow will take off on a plane. The world channel was in the same situation as the regional channel. Because of his influence, the previous depressed atmosphere in the channel disappeared. Tu, if we can meet one day, I can offer you my butt. With the guidance of Big Brother Zhou Tu, my island can finally grow on its own. Great. The island has grown up. Praise Tu, praise Tushan. Is it okay to call Zhou Tu Dad? If I can meet you in the future, I will enter the island directly. Zhou Tu's mouth corners raised. There is no doubt that when a disaster can bring benefits and advantages, human beings will no longer be afraid of such disasters, and will begin to face difficulties and reap huge benefits from them. The regional chat was actually heavy most of the time, but now it has become a carnival. However, after this carnival, the island area of a these people will increase differently. Wind disasters are indeed the best fertilizer for the growth of sky-floating islands. These people's islands need to grow quickly to help me. Zhou Tu looked out the window, it was pitch black, let the wind blow even harder. Chapter 60. At this time, Yu Mengli, who had not sent any message, sent a message. Xiao Tu, I found a protective suit blueprint, but I think it's useless, so I'll trade it to you. Zhou Tu looked at the protective suit drawings he had traded and fell into deep thought. Yu Mengli couldn't stand the loneliness anymore, so she went out to explore. She didn't listen to what I told her before. But Zhou Tu didn't care. In the sky world, danger could occur at any time, but there were also many opportunities, and everyone had their own ideas. I am equal to Yu Mengli, and there should be no ordering or restricting between us. Collecting the dangerous information, giving it to Yu Mengli, and providing the corresponding equipment and weapons is the most comprehensive preparation for the childhood sweetheart. It is a good choice to treat Yu Mengli as a treasure hunter. This protective suit is a good thing. Give it to me. The value of this creation is extremely high. Yu Mengli said, some things can only play the greatest value in your hands. They are not very useful in my hands. Just make one and give me one. No problem. What Yu Mengli said was indeed correct. With high-level blueprints, he could maximize the output of these blueprints. Yu Mengli's island is not very big and the supplies are not abundant, so it is best for him to take the blueprint. Besides, Yu Mengli is also a person who likes to explore, not to develop, so it is best for him to take it. There are some special islands that you can enter wearing protective clothing, such as the Bee Island and the Explosive Mosquito Island. I have to say that the protective clothing that you Mengli traded for came at a very timely moment. It was somewhat unexpected that you announced the high-level bonuses, which immediately aroused the enthusiasm of the people in the channel to upgrade their islands. The enthusiasm was greater than the despair. When did you become so selfless? Yu Mengli grew up with Zhou Tu and has some understanding of Zhou Tu's habits. Zhou Tu, before, as a low-level person, I didn't have many choices. Now that I'm the first island owner, I have a bigger picture. You make me feel strange. Yu Mengli replied with a frown. She took a look at Zhou Tu's speech, which not only exposed the effect of the island bonus in the channel, but also called on people to build sand blocking nets in the channel. If it were her, she would never share so generously with the people in the channel. She has a strong possessiveness. Good things will only be shared with those closest to her. Even if she kills a rabbit and has the blueprint, she wants to share some with Zhou Tu's day. Zhou Tu laughed. It was normal that Yu Mengli didn't stand in his perspective and couldn't understand some of his actions. Sky Island World, everyone is good, that's really good. The storm gradually subsided. From the time the wind started to blow until the end, Zhou Tu found that the people in the channel never stopped talking. The island was upgraded in the early stage and had energy. When the storm came, there was a lot of speech during this idle time. Some people calculated the approximate amount of soil they had obtained even before the storm had completely dissipated. In this natural disaster, we obtained 2,000 units of soil. Thank you, Mr. Zhou Tu, for sharing the method of upgrading the island. I upgraded the island level without doing anything. Oh my god, please blow it again. It comes so fast and leaves so fast, I haven't collected enough yet. Thank God, thank the floating island, thank myself, this storm has given me 6,000 units of soil, which can be exchanged for a shovel, and form sustainable development. The floating island has been upgraded, 5 levels in a row. Zhou Tu, you are awesome, I love you so much. Use the information Zhou Tu gave me to build a sand retaining wall, and then exchange the retained soil for Zhou Tu's shovel. Damn, this is free stuff. It feels so good to get Zhou Tu's stuff for free. It feels so good. Free, cool. Anyway, I'd like to thank Zhou Tu in the channel. I've upgraded to level 6 this time. I've used a little energy to speak. It's not extravagant, and I don't want Zhou Tu to see it, but it's okay to leave a souvenir. Zhou Tu peeked at the screen calmly. This wave really made the people in the sky rich, and there were endless messages of gratitude coming from the channel. This made him very successful. The soil material needed to upgrade the floating island in the past was very little. There were many people in the channel who complained every day that the floating island was too small. Now, as long as these people were more diligent, they could at least upgrade the floating island to a few levels. The living space is no longer so narrow, which is conducive to future survival. He has done some good things. It has received so much praise and united so many people. Win-win. Win-win. I'm doing a good job of helping the poor get richer. Zhou Tu evaluated himself, give it 94 points, and don't give up the remaining 6 points, so as not to be proud. The soil these people obtained was either used to upgrade the island or consumed. And right now, the things I sell are the most popular in the trading channel. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel, which was not surprising. The upgraded shovels that had been made before were just accumulated with mud after the storm, and the people who became rich instantly bought them all in one go. This was what he had thought of from the beginning, and now it has come true. 1,500 units of soil are not cheap. Now that the people of the sky world have the soil, they immediately start buying it. Zhou Tu nodded. The envisioned plan has been realized. All I have to do is upgrade the island, exchange it for steel, make shovels, and then buy and sell them to form a cycle. And then get free S*X from people in the channel. Cool. This kind of situation, where he kills 2 birds with 1 stone and no one loses, is what he hopes to see. Brothers who have a blueprint should be able to make a lot of money in the storm-stricken areas. But Zhou Tu was not worried, as he had a lot of blueprints, both useful and useless. Not panicking at all. No one in Sky Island world upgrades more frequently than me. Make such a huge cake, eat it together, grow together, and then we will be calmer when facing disasters. I have inherited traditional culture well. Zhou Tu sighed and walked quickly outside. He also wanted to know how much mud his sand retaining wall had captured. What you see is a yellow slope formed at the sand retaining wall of the floating island. The soil piled up like a beach. Zhou Tu estimated it using the island owner's heart. The amount of soil obtained this time is 452,431 units. Last time, 2 windstorms brought in about 240,000 tons of soil in one night, but now just 1 windstorm brought in so much soil. Make big money, make special money, make a lot of money. The bigger the floating island, the more you will gain. Even if you tell the players in the chat channel the way to get rich, the first mover still has an absolute advantage. Even if you give these people another month, they won't be able to catch up with me. Zhou Tu calculated it, and after using all the shovels, the value of the soil he obtained this time directly reached 900,000. The 200 level island breakthrough is a sure thing. Chapter 61. The current level of the island master's heart is 162, energy, 9/172, the materials required for the next upgrade are soil 17,200 and stone 1,630. 900,000 dirt may seem like a lot, but now more and more dirt is needed for upgrading. To upgrade a level 200 island, 20,000 soils are required. Seeing the huge demand for soil, others simply gave up digging and became desperate. But it was okay for him. Perhaps more advanced digging tools will appear in the future, such as buckets, machines, excavators, etc. 900,000 dirt can upgrade the island to level 210. Zhou Tu chose to upgrade. The current level of the island master's heart is 210, energy, 56/220, the materials required for the next upgrade are 21,000 soil and 2,200 stone. Zhou Tu was quite satisfied seeing that the island had grown larger. Finally, the radius of the floating island reached more than 100 meters, and the diameter reached 210, which was equivalent to 1/5 of the Elves' Island at that time. These are just a few short days. The typhoon hit area is really a good area, which is completely increasing the inhabitable area of a the island. Although everyone in the channel has upgraded their islands, I have upgraded more islands. Just as Zhou Tu predicted, there was a chorus of wailing in the channel when they saw him reach level 200. My island is only level 20, and Zhou Tu is level 210? Hey? It takes more than 20,000 muds to upgrade one level. I'm dumbfounded. The most important thing is that he doesn't upgrade one level at a time, but dozens of levels at a time. Too awesome. Zhou Tu is worthy of being the number one human in the sky world. The speed at which this island is expanding is so fast that the rest of us can't catch up even if we flatter him. After this comparison, I feel that my floating island is no longer so attractive. Invincible, the big guy is so lucky, if I could come across the blueprint, I would definitely be better than him. I'm in a daze, Zhou Tu is too strong, I'm so envious, I can't take it anymore, I have to go dig the dirt. Can Zhou Tu reveal the bonus from level 100 to level 200? They can all fly, and the bonuses after that should be even more powerful. Zhou Tu walked towards the edge of the island while looking at the small bonuses brought by the upgrade. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 170, the floating island's capabilities have increased, and the island owner's recovery efficiency has increased by 60% when resting. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 180, the floating island's ability has increased, the island owner's area plant growth bonus function has been enabled, the bonus area is 100 square meters, the bonus energy consumption is 60/s, and the bonus efficiency is 20%. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 190, the floating island's capabilities have increased, the island owner's area animal growth bonus function has been enabled, the bonus area is 100 square meters, the bonus energy consumption is 60/s, and the bonus efficiency is 20%. From 170 to 190, the original bonus capacity has been improved and the efficiency has been increased. It can be seen from the upgrade that with the upgrade, the bonus becomes more powerful. As for exposing this information now, it is totally unnecessary. Most people's islands have not yet reached level 20, and the bonus of level 200 is too far away for them. Only by releasing the bonus effect bit by bit can you demonstrate your selflessness. It is also a way to increase your fame. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 200, the floating island's capabilities have increased, the attribute surge function has been unlocked, and the island owner's attributes have been temporarily increased by 10 points, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. Increase all attributes by 10 points. Only once a day. The level 200 Dakin increases the island owner's combat capability. Zhou Tu nodded. The area of the island was getting bigger and bigger, and it had reached 34,618.5. With such a large area, the islands would naturally get bigger and bigger. The larger the island, the larger the area of the island you encounter. Moreover, monsters usually appear on resource islands, so the attributes of the island owner become particularly important. Zhou Tu opened the property panel and looked at it. Island owner, Zhou Tu, age 24, strength, 7 stamina, 6.04 agility, 6 charm, 8 observation, 10. The attributes have hardly increased, but now we have learned from the upgrade that the attributes of the island owner are very important. Otherwise, the attributes of the island owner will not be increased. However, we still need to experiment carefully to see what the effect of adding 10 points of attributes is. Open. Zhou Tu said without much hesitation. When it was turned on, Zhou Tu felt that his whole state had undergone new changes. The strength attribute increased to 17 points. Zhou Tu felt that he could kill a black bull with one punch. His speed and endurance also increased, which made him feel extremely energetic. Take a step and feel like you are moving very fast. It took only a few seconds to reach the forest planted by the elves, and Zhou Tu picked a small tree. The diameter is 6 or 7 centimeters, which is his test of strength. He punched him. The small tree broke with a snap. If he had the strength before, he could definitely break a small tree with one punch, but now with the attribute bonus, it is easy for him to do it. I don't know when the elf appeared on another treetop. If you destroy trees, you will be punished by finding Mizushima. Ah, looking for Mizushima again. Yes, now the island has grown in size, and the area I manage has grown in size, so I need water. The water you pumped back is only enough for me to use for 2 days. The elf turned around and continued, all the black cows you raise over there, come over and drink water. Water is very scarce during the growth of the forest, and water is needed for a long time. Zhou Tu scratched his head. It would cost a huge price to cultivate a forest. If the forest is to grow and there is evaporation, it will still require a lot of water. It is not easy to grow a forest on a floating island. Zhou Tu didn't expect that he was not short of water, but the forest was very short of water. It seems that if you encounter a water island in the future, you should try to go there. The most important thing is to find the blueprint. All kinds of blueprints are needed. Blueprints can be obtained by trading with other people or by exploring islands. The thought of being dragged down by all sorts of things. Zhou Tu felt that he needed to find Shen Qinghe as soon as possible and have her serve as his secretary as the island owner, so that he could handle these chores and free himself up. He needs to concentrate on exploring the world. At this moment, Shen Qinghe's floating island. Shen Qinghe watched the chat silently. She sent messages to Zhou Tu and had been sending messages to him since the first day she found him. But Zhou Tu never responded. Someone previously revealed that they had seen Zhou Tu's floating island. This means that floating islands can meet each other. At this time, a floating island slowly appeared. Li Euro screamed, "It's a human floating island." Shen Qinghe's thoughts were interrupted. The one coming is Li Jiangping's island. Li Jiangping had been on the floating island rankings for a while before and was considered a small player. Li Jiangping had seen Shen Qinghe speak in the channel before, and invited her, "So it's the beautiful Qinghe. How about joining my floating island?" Li Euro was excited and pulled Shen Qinghe's arm with both hands. "Boss, Li Jiangping's island is not small, sister, let's go over there." Chapter 62. Shen Qinghe was a little hesitant. There were more and more monsters in the floating island world, and many people had a hard time on the island. There are many monsters encountered and many people die every day. Even if it is a channel like Zhou Tu, casualties cannot be avoided if people are very cautious. If Zhou Tu hadn't sent inspiring messages in the world chat channel, most of the comments in the world would be negative. Some people also stir up emotions to sell useless things. The opposition between good and bad is obvious. Unity is necessary. Forming an alliance on a strange floating island and exploring it is also done with 2 or more people. If one person is injured, there will be rescue, so the tolerance for mistakes is greater. Of course, the main reason for her hesitation was that Zhou Tu did not give her any feedback and she saw no hope. Li Jiangping invited them to join rather than to form an alliance. Joining meant losing the island owner's crystal and having to obey the island owner. From then on, he would have no dominance, which in a sense meant losing his personal freedom. How could she trust a stranger? Joining a stranger's island means becoming their plaything. She is not just a simple lowly Li Euro. Li Jiangping's island is very big, but is it bigger than Zhou Tu's island? Is it as cool as Zhou Tu's island? It hasn't fallen off the rankings yet. If you are self-interest centered, you should still choose Zhou Tu. If you can meet each other through the same chat channels, it means you are destined to be together. No matter what, Zhou Tu and I have a foundation of trust. After thinking for a while, Shen Qinghe said, "Zhou Tu and I are classmates. I am waiting for Zhou Tu to come over. I will not join your island." Li Euro next to her frowned and said, "I'll listen to my sister." Shen Qinghe's tone was very tough, and he even mentioned Zhou Tu's day. Li Jiangping's expression was no longer as enthusiastic as before. He glanced at the shovel in Shen Qinghe's hand, and then laughed, "Good luck to you. The shortest docking time for the floating island is coming, and the people with Li Jiangping are a little anxious. Brother, the 2 girls have great figures, and their faces seem to be deliberately dirty. It's not easy to meet people in this floating island world, especially women. The sky conditions on this island are complicated, and having them here will add a lot of fun," the man said with a somewhat lewd smile. Li Jiangping twisted his neck and said, "Do you remember what this woman said when she came into the channel?" "How can I remember what a stranger said?" the man said, "but when she started talking, the group became a little quiet, which was completely different from you giving advice." Li Jiangping nodded, "Yes. The first thing she said when she came was that energy is precious, and everyone should stop talking. And once she started talking, the group would become silent most of the time. Man, what does that matter? Maybe she is trying to highlight herself and attract attention." Li Jiangping said, before she confiscated her island master's heart, even if she didn't know Zhou Tu, she could still post a disgusting message in the channel. The man was speechless. Being in the same channel with the big guys has its advantages and risks. This time Zhou Tu announced the bonus after the island upgrade and suggested people to build sand blocking devices. He seemed very decent. If someone really posts messages in the channel that are unfavorable to others, it would be very difficult to meet them in the future. The probability of meeting them in a channel is very high. Watching the person on the other side disappear, Shen Qinghe slammed his head onto Li Euro's skull. "You almost interfered with my judgment just now." Li Euro said with a wronged look on her face, "They seem like good people. The guy named Li Jiangping is quite decent in the channel." Shen Qinghe shook her head. This little girl was a little naive, but she knew how to curry favor with others. The first time she saw that she and Zhou Tu were on the same channel, she wanted to give it to him. Now we see that Li Jiangping is also very impulsive, and his desire to curry favor with others has never faded, which can be regarded as him not forgetting his original intention. "If you don't choose me, I'll let you go," Shen Qinghe said calmly. "In the channel, it's just a matter of waiting time. I have to be Zhou Tu in this channel." "Sister, you think so highly of brother Zhou Tu?" Li Euro looked curious, "But when the time comes, when I see brother Zhou Tu, I hope you won't be jealous, right?" Shen Qinghe's head exploded again, and there was a crisp bang on Li Euro's head. After the storm, Zhou Tu looked at all the location information. There was nothing good on these floating islands, and there were some monsters. He couldn't go up, so he finally decided to choose the Poison Bee Island. First, poisonous bee honey can increase properties. Second, the poisonous bees can exist as their own island air force. As long as they stay on the island for 5 days, they can become local to the island and stop attacking the island owner. At that time, the poisonous bees will become the island's protective air force. Third, Mengli gave protective clothing, which provided space for manipulating the poisonous bees and the prerequisite for exploration. Now we just need to search for materials for protective clothing in the channel, make a protective clothing, and then land on the opposite island. Protective clothing, cyan, carbon fiber 10, cloth 10, filter element 1, glass 1, zipper 1. The materials used in protective clothing are not very rare, but they are far inferior to those used in wind turbines. Zhou Tu had been to the island clothing store before, and there were zippers, carbon fiber, fabrics, and glass collected. After checking the material, I found that the filter element was missing, which is an uncommon material. At present, the sundries have piled up in several rooms, and there is no warehouse to classify them. Zhou Tu still wastes a lot of time looking for these small things. After searching for a while, Zhou Tu found the supplies and remembered the news that many supplies were missing from the International Space Station. It's such a small space, and the supplies going up couldn't be found. It's really a management chaos. This further confirmed Zhou Tu's idea of a finding someone to manage the materials and set up warehouses with different categories. The island was big, so he went there frequently and collected a lot of rare materials, but his backpack was limited and the construction of a warehouse was imminent, otherwise it would be very chaotic to find things. The logistics system must be efficient. In the trading system, a little material was exchanged for the filter element, and the materials for the protective clothing were complete. Zhou Tu used the energy of the island owner's heart, and soon a protective suit with a mask appeared. A protective suit consumes 1 point of energy, while 1 point of energy can make 10 tang swords. The energy required for the items varies greatly in size. The current level of the island master's heart is 210, with energy, 55/220. If you go to the Poison Bee Island, 1 energy grid will be consumed, leaving 54 energy points. Wind disasters, pumping water, handling chores, managing floating islands, making supplies, snooping on channels, Zhou Tu felt like a spinning top, with a lot of work to do. Time passed quickly and it was almost dusk, but he didn't even notice the passage of time. With 50 points of energy, Zhou Tu immediately made 500 shovels. The day was almost over and everyone was calculating their remaining energy and supplies. Zhou Tu felt that the shovel was not selling well at the current price. But he didn't have much time to think. After hanging 300 for soil, 100 for stone and 100 for steel, they chose a direction, put on protective clothing and started island. Docking. Chapter 63. With protective clothing in hand, Zhou Tu felt much more confident. No matter how strong these poisonous bees were, he would be safe as long as he had means of protection. Knowing that the opposite side is a bee island, we can make targeted defenses and then land to avoid danger. If a normal person encounters a poisonous bee island, he will not be able to obtain honey at all, but may suffer great harm instead. If I have the information, I can find a way to target the bees in advance. You just need to find the right beehive to dig out the honey, but you need some tricks to collect the bees. He had seen some videos about collecting bees before, so he prepared protective clothing, bags, and exchanged them for a small net on the channel. This time he will play a bee collector. Feng Island quickly appeared in the field of vision. It was not very big, about 500 meters in diameter, with many flowers and plants and undulating terrain. His island now has a diameter of 200, and the part of the elf magic area is connected to the edge of the bee island, causing a collision, and both islands trembled slightly. Zhou Tu, wearing protective clothing, watched as many bees took off not far away, apparently startled by the noise of the connection between islands. When the island was shaking, Zhou Tu could see clearly that the place where the bees took off should be the hive. In addition to being able to see through the supplies and dangerous information on the floating island, he has also mastered the 4 skills of observation, listening, questioning and palpation, used for daily exploration of floating islands. He remembered the first time his island encountered a floating island, his island was almost blown away, and the island on the opposite side did not react at all. Things are different now than in the past, there are movements on both sides of the floating island. If it is a small island, connected to the other side's small island, no sound can be made, and without information, no one would probably notice that there are poisonous bees on this island. If you fail to collect effective information, you may get injured if you rush to the island. Zhou Tu memorized the location on the ground where the bees emerged and began to move forward. The protective suit was a bit heavy and it was not very easy to move while wearing it, but the place was not very far away. Arrive at the designated location. Zhou Tu saw a small hole under the ground. After observing it for a while, he saw black bees the size of a little finger coming in and out. There were sharp needles on their tails. The beehive was there. Zhou Tu took out a small net and covered the hole on top. Violent construction began below. What he wants is honey, what he wants is bees, in a word, he wants them all. He wants to move the beehive. After finding the right position and digging a few times with a shovel, the beehive was exposed. The bees were already enraged, and many of them lay on his body and began to sting him crazily, but because of the protective clothing, these bees were doing nothing. Success was just around the corner, and Zhou Tu was delighted. He was not a professional bee collector, so his work was a bit rough. But as long as you put these beehives on your own island and make sure the queen bee is on your island, the other bees will naturally follow knowing that the queen bee is on his island. He dug open the beehive and saw a larger bee, obviously a queen bee. When it was about to come out, Zhou Tu simply covered it with a bag. The rest of the beehives were moved down abruptly. A small piece of beehive covered with honey was put into his space backpack, and the others were put into his pockets as he headed for his island. A swarm of bees followed behind him, dancing in an incomprehensible dance, and his protective suit was covered with bees. Zhou Tu ignored it and soon arrived at his island. He naturally had a plan on where to put these poisonous bees. Currently, only the magic area has strong defense. Generally, the magic area is connected to strange islands, so he naturally places the hive opposite the magic area. We can't let these poisonous bees run to the new island all at once. I came to the biological area and dug a hole under the sea buckthorn that the elves had previously helped to grow. I put down the wooden box I had exchanged for it to ensure that it would not be blown away by the wind. I put the beehive in and took a look. There were many white bee pupae in the beehive. Zhou Tu's mind moved, and he remembered the bonus from the previous island upgrade. The regional biological growth bonus is huge for these creatures that can be quickly hatched in a short period of time. As long as there is enough energy and food, I can create a large number of bee colonies. Although the bonus only lasts for a few seconds, my floating island will be upgraded later, and the bonus time will be longer. This ability will become stronger and more cost-effective. It just seems very weak now, only a few seconds. A small hole is left on the lid of the box to ensure the entry and exit of the poisonous bees and complete the transfer of the poisonous bees. He walked away and shook his protective suit to shake off the poisonous bees. These bees can't do anything except bite me a few times. Zhou Tu stood aside and began to observe the situation of the bees on the island. As expected, when he put down the beehive, some bees from the opposite island flew towards his island. This proved that the bees he brought had a mother bee, and the message she left behind attracted those bees. Zhou Tu felt relieved. There is an air force on the island. It's great that we have completed some construction on the island. Communicate with the island owner, disconnect. The island on the opposite side slowly disappears, and the bees are still flying around the box. After the bees were gone, Zhou Tu walked into the house and took off his protective suit. He took out a piece of honeycomb from his backpack, which contained golden honey. Is this the honey that can increase properties? Zhou Tu took a bite and found the texture very delicate and soft. It felt like liquid satin in the mouth, sliding across the tip of the tongue giving a perfect sense of fluidity. Information tips can increase a person's attributes. Let's see if the attributes on the attribute panel increase tomorrow. But when Yumengli ate the rabbit, she felt that she became stronger, but I didn't feel anything special. This shows that Yumengli is very sensitive to her body. Zhou Tu took a share of the honey, rebottled some of it, and traded it to Yumengli. Then asked Yumengli about her feelings. If Yumengli is very sensitive to attribute growth, maybe it's some kind of talent. Bisha flew over and saw Zhou Tu bringing back bees from the opposite island and placing them in the biological area. She asked, why don't you put the bees in my area, but far away from the magic area? I think putting them in the forest where I gave birth is the best choice. Zhou Tu explained why the bees were placed far away, and then said, bees need flowers to make honey, and this still requires you to promote the growth of plants. Honey can increase attributes, and the yellow fruit tree can increase attributes. Having just experienced the attribute bonus of breaking a tree with one punch, Zhou Tu is eager to increase his own attributes. Bisha flew around Zhou Tu, raised her hands and shook them twice, and said playfully, my good island owner, there is no problem in promoting the growth of plants, but they need enough water. Zhou Tu glanced at Pitaya suspiciously. He felt that the real purpose of the elf coming here was to ask for water, and asking about the bees was just an excuse. Pitaya couldn't control the creatures. He also found that Betha had gotten better and more energetic after getting out of the woods, and was no longer tired as before. During these many visits to the island, the elves always hid in the woods to rest, so they recovered so quickly. After thinking about it, Zhou Tu took out the world tree seed. A strong elf means a strong island owner. This thing needs to be given to the plant expert Pitaya to plant. Bisha was delighted, you finally found this seed. You knew that? Bisha nodded, I felt it the moment you came out of the box. After all, I can feel the specialness of the yellow fruit tree. The vitality of the seed is so strong. It's not far from me, so I can naturally feel it. Zhou Tu, then you don't want it. This is what you, the island master, found. This precious thing belongs to you. I can only take it if you give it to me. If you don't give it to me, I can't take it. Even I am yours. I am a resident of the floating island of the island owner. Chapter 64. Zhou Tu was a little dazed, and even his heart was hooked by the elf. He frantically suppressed his happiness. He was very happy in his heart, but he couldn't help laughing. The fact that the elf could say such words proved that she had completely stood by herself, that they had common interests and great prospects, and the probability of them continuing to move forward together was too great. As the island's god of plant growth, the elf has shown great power these days. Even if the island master's heart boosts plant growth, that will only happen in the later stages. It is still a long way from the current elf's exclusive ability to promote plant growth. Now elves are still the main force in promoting plant growth. The more trees there are in the forest, the stronger your abilities will be. Zhou Tu asked. Bisha nodded, that's right. The more plants and trees there are, and the more complex their types are, the greater the improvement will be for me. Of course, I will reach my limit at a certain point, and then it will depend on my understanding. Zhou Tu knew why the elves were so keen on farming. He needed the elves to promote the growth of plants. The island needed plants to protect it, and the elves needed the island to provide land for planting trees. This was a win-win situation. The elf came to the middle of a row of houses and said, how about planting the seeds here? Zhou Tu nodded. The first house he built was in the center of the island. With each additional level of the floating island, every meter was the outermost circle of derived land. So no matter how big the island gets, his first house will always be the center of the island. Now the world tree is planted in the center of the floating island, and he approves of it. This tree serves as a symbol of the center of the floating island. Zhou Tu, I wonder how fast it will grow. I'll come over to look after it when I'm free. I'll build the tree house I promised you on this tree. Zhou Tu, I hope this world tree doesn't grow too slowly. I will try my best. After all, it will be good for me. I also want to see the potential of this seed. After planting the world tree, Zhou Tu looked towards the magic area. With water resources and under Bataya's management, the trees here had grown. One of the plots of land was surrounded by trees. The dense leaves of the trees formed a greenhouse, where medicinal herbs were planted. We just provided basic support, but the magic area has already been effective. Well done. Bisha flew forward and said, you can always trust Bisha. Zhou Tu clearly felt that the environment in the magic area had changed a lot. The air is very fresh, but not as dry as on the treeless islands. Zhou Tu discovered that these trees grew in layers. First on the periphery were sea buckthorns, then shrubs, then short trees, and finally big trees. The carnivorous plants were hidden among them. The magic area was already quite large. Obviously this is the work of the elves. These trees grow as resources and provide timber. Zhou Tu discovered that some poisonous bees have come to the woods to investigate. The medicinal material, the yellow fruit tree, provides different pollen. Will the honey produced have special effects? Bisha, it's possible. The yellow fruit tree increases its properties, and the honey also increases its properties, so isn't that a superposition of the two? Thinking about miscellaneous things, Zhou Tu opened the island points ranking. There were so many valuable things, he wanted to check the points ranking list to see how many points he had. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level, 210, overall score, 543-9533. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level, 61, overall score, 582,669. Island owner, Hu Qunlin, level, 57, overall score, 468,877. Island owner, Qian Yuntian, level, 56, overall score, 435,626. Island owner, KGAEI, level, 54, overall score, 373,563. Island owner, Zhuang Ziao, level, 53, overall score, 353,421. Island owner, Fang Zhenghong, level, 52, overall score, 324,432. Zhou Tu glanced at the rankings and found that the rankings had changed dramatically this time. There are a lot of unfamiliar faces. However, the top 4 remained the same without much change, sitting firmly on the Diao Yute, and even opened up a gap of more than 10 levels ahead of the 5th. The first mover advantage is indeed huge. The news was revealed to Zhang Yiwei before, and Zhang Yiwei reaped the benefits, as the area of a euro the island increased rapidly. The sand retaining wall built can make a big difference in one wave. Zhang Yiwei now has 6,100 units of soil to upgrade to the first level, and the consumption has also increased. The score is so high, it should be because they concentrated their resources on the head Zhang Yiwei, so the score is very high. After refreshing, his score jumped up a few points. The forest maintained by the elves is growing all the time. Although cultivating forests consumes a lot of resources, the benefits are also huge. The endless wood can also conserve water and change the air in a certain area on the island. The forest is also the basis for animal activities. Now Black Bull goes to the forest from time to chew on some trees and drink water. His life is much better than when he first arrived on the island and faced the storm. These animals are also integral in their growth. There were also inexplicable mosquitoes, flies and other animals that he had not even collected, secretly invading his island. The ecological base has inexplicably become richer. As long as the elves expand the forest, I won't have to deliberately look for animals from the other islands. These animals will naturally be attracted. Zhou Tu was very satisfied with the elf's work, and he was worthy of being the head of the magic area. Opened the chat channel and took a look at the regional chat channel. Now the number of people in the channel has fallen below 9,000. It has been detected that the number of people in this channel has remained above 9,000 for a long time and has fallen below 9,000 for the first time. People will be drawn from other channels to fill the channel and increase it to 10,000 people. Zhou Tu looked at the prompt and expressed his understanding. When the number of people in the previous channel dropped to a certain level, other channels were directly merged to maintain 10,000 people. Now that the number of people has remained high for a long time, it is reasonable to draw people from other channels to fill the gap. But if this happens, there will be more and more experts in the entire channel. I wonder if the experts in the regional chat channel will be transferred to other channels in the future. There is a greater probability of meeting people in a channel, but it is difficult to meet people in the world channel. The probability of Shen Qinghe and Yu Mengli meeting is as high as heaven and as low as earth. After the announcement, people quickly joined the channel. Li Yu, Zhang Huoyu, Yao Baibei, Qian Tiao, joined the channel. The number of people in the channel has reached 10,000 again. As soon as Zhang Huoyu saw that he had arrived at a new channel, he immediately said in the channel, I am a level 25 boss, but no one welcomes me in the channel? Aren't the people in this channel too ignorant? Previously, he was the only one on the level 25 island in his channel, so he was the well-deserved number 1. Many people don't know how to survive and die quickly. He is a level 25 boss, and many people are supporting him. Some people even want to join his floating island. He also met many honest people, and he cheated them of many gifts to strengthen himself. He planned to build up his reputation in this unfamiliar channel first, gain a head start, and establish himself as a big boss so that it would be easier to deceive people. When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. Anyway, these people will die soon, and then we can move to the next channel, so we should cheat if we can. The newcomer didn't know the situation clearly, and before he had time to check the channel personnel information, he typed, Level 25 boss, awesome. Chapter 65. In our channel, the level 25 boss died due to some unknown reason, and only a few level 20 bosses are left. Zhou Tu boss is really powerful. He came to this channel, so he should be the boss with the highest level in this channel. Big Brother 666. A few congratulations passed by. A smile appeared on Zhang Huo's face. These people are so easy to deceive, so in this way, the identity of the big boss can be created. When the time comes, just state the demand, let these people trade the goods first, and then you can sign for them. In the sky world, you don't necessarily need to go out and dig the soil, you can also eat your own food. When Zhang Huo was preparing to continue promoting himself, there is a new message in the channel. There is a level 25 clown here, ha 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 ha, so funny. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will become king. Level 25 makes you a big shot? Am I a giant at level 28? All of you here are garbage. What kind of people are calling themselves big shots here? I don't even dare to speak loudly in this channel, for fear of disturbing the gods. Zhang Huo clicked on the avatars of these mocking people with an expressionless face to check their levels. If these people's levels were not higher than his, he would definitely mock them harshly. How dare they mock him? He is a level 25 boss. Levels 27, 26, 28, and 26. Is this the channel where I met some big guys? Everyone is higher than level 25. Zhang Huo had a blank look on his face. The lowest level was 26. Are the people in this channel so terrifying? Shi Chaoqiang, watching the show, level 25 little Camilla said she is a big boss in the channel, funny. Zhang Huo's face turned hot, he felt like he was splashed with boiling water on his face, it was terribly burning. Click on the portrait of the person who made the comment. Shi Chaoqiang, level 30. What the hell? What channel is this? Did you mess with the boss? The levels of these people who are speaking are so high, are all people in this channel experts? There is actually a level 30 big guy in this channel. Please guide me, I am a universal pendant and can be hung anywhere. It is indeed a bit rude to call someone level 25 here. I just came to the channel and saw such a funny joke. My family members are laughing so hard. Someone in the old channel sent a message, look at what the god in the channel is saying, be careful when speaking in this channel. This left newcomers who had just arrived at the channel confused. Is there a god in the channel? Is this person at level 30 called a god? Is this channel so awesome? How to be careful when speaking? One channel, still need to be careful? The newcomer clicked on the channel with doubt and read the information of everyone in it. Although Zhang Huo's face turned red, he also consciously looked at the information of each person. The people in the channel were sorted alphabetically. Anan, level 20. Levels 25, 26, and 28. These people are so exaggerated. Before he could look down, the newcomer in the channel started to send a message and shouted, this is to just channel, my god, level 210, this is god. Oh my god, this is Zhou Tu's channel. No wonder everyone's level is so high. Outrageous, it turns out that Tushan is in the chat channel. No wonder the boss came out to remind us to be careful when chatting. I'll pay attention right away. At EuroCN, please take me in, please protect me. I can give you the first cup of milk tea in autumn. My luck finally got better, I came across Zhou Tu's channel, take off. What does a 5 million rating look like now? Zhang Huo only felt his heartbeat accelerating, and now it was estimated to be over 120. I found Zhou Tu's profile picture, clicked on it, and the level was stamped on his face like a brand. Level 210. One level up is enough for him to reach level 8 or so. Why was I assigned to Zhou Tu's channel? Zhang Huo only felt his face burning, how ugly he was. Luckily, I was just pretending and didn't do anything excessive. Zhang Huo typed with a guilty conscience, sorry to all the big guys, giants, and Tushan, I admit that I spoke too loudly just now. Please let me go, I'm weak and I bow, expressions, funny. LOL. The clown is actually you. Zhou Tu shook his head and closed the chat channel. He was a big boss before, then a giant boss, and now he has evolved into a god. The title changes so quickly. This time when the channels were merged, a funny person came in and brought some joy to the channel. This person was asked to apologize just for a name. I don't know what he is afraid of. The Sky World level is indeed a business card of strength. Many people have encountered this, and even in external channels, we often see people robbing each other and exposing the island where people kill people. If you talk online, you may actually encounter it offline. Both sides often go to the island to fight and plunder. There are no laws or national laws here. If you can't do anything about it, it's normal to disappear. In this case, Zhang Huo's apology does make sense. The level of the island is one aspect, but island defense is also very important. The light prism tower lacks stable voltage and alloys, which need to be collected immediately and then built on the floating island as a defense for the mechanical area. In this way, there are defense facilities in all 3 areas. There are piranha plants in the magic area. Bioregion, black bull, tiger, poisonous bee. There is a light prism tower in the mechanical area. Each area has its own defense, and when you see the information, it won't just be the magic area that's being connected. If we really fight offline, these people won't even be able to get onto my island. After reading a lot of information, he knew that almost no one was building floating island defenses. Most of the floating island infrastructure is being built. There is still 1 hour left and 4 energy points. If you use up the energy quickly, it will be dark. By then, we will sort out the supplies, put them up for sale, upgrade the floating island, replace the stones, fill in the gaps in the stones used for the previous upgrade, and repair the sand retaining wall. Today's work will basically be done. Zhou Tu quickly made a plan and looked ahead to collect information. Move forward to the floating island. Here is an abandoned supermarket with some electronic equipment inside. Floating island moving left, Arashima. Move to the right, floating island, volcanic island, erupting. Move the floating island backwards, there is a golden treasure chest 100 meters deep, there is no danger. Moving upwards, the floating island is a mass grave with a steady stream of skeletons swaying in groups. They are very sensitive to the presence of life and are extremely dangerous. Move down the floating island, the boulder island, the entire island is a huge stone, it seems to be nurturing something and cannot be connected. Zhou Tu looked at the information about the island with a slightly narrowed gaze. Chapter 66. Volcanic Island? I really don't understand how this volcano erupted. The floating island is a cone-shaped land floating in the sky. How can a volcano be generated? Perhaps some magical substances gathered together and collided, causing the eruption. That means there may be magical items, but they are obviously not something I can access right now. Zhou Tu speculated, will there be something similar in the future? Will it be possible to create a volcano on your own island? Change the topography of the island. Of course, the premise is that the island is big enough. A mass grave with skeletons indicates that it is very dangerous. It seems that even if I put the piranha plants in the magic area in front, they can't withstand these skeletons. Even the buffaloes and tigers in the biological area will be killed by these skeletons. What else is the boulder pregnant with? A monkey or a stone man? It was impossible to dock, and even unable to board. Zhou Tu couldn't help but sigh, the sky is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. I still need to work harder. After thinking about it, Zhou Tu felt that these islands seem to be islands related to magic. So, the defense of my floating island is still too weak. It can defend a floating island that is also inhabited by humans, but it will be useless when it encounters islands with special creatures. If only I could fuse them together, I could command the skeletons. Zhou Tu had a beautiful idea. After reviewing the current defense situation of the island, we concluded that the defense is still too weak, so there are restrictions everywhere and we dare not go to some islands. Perhaps there are other aggressive plants besides the piranha plant. You can try to collect them by exploring more islands. Other areas also need to strengthen their defenses and continuously build defensive measures, otherwise it would be a joke that my neighbors are hoarding guns while I am hoarding food. While thinking, Zhou Tu stepped into the abandoned supermarket. There were some electronic devices inside, and this was the information he saw. Now that we have wind turbines, electricity, and electronic devices that can be used, it would be very useful to find more electronic devices to improve the quality of life. With electricity, the floating island has light. An island without light, floating in the empty sky in darkness, feels very lonely. Zhou Tu rode his motorcycle directly into the scrap supermarket. The shelves in the supermarket were already worn out, and some of the supplies inside looked old. Picking up the Coke, Zhou Tu took a look and saw it was from 1982. It's really an old thing from the past. Most of the supplies in this supermarket have expired, and Zhou Tu collects supplies at random. Now he collects supplies just as he pleases. Island Master's Heart Reminder, get incandescent light bulb +1 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get rusty iron pot +1 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get rusty kitchen knife +1 Island Owner's Heart Reminder, get lead battery +1, there are too many items to fit in the backpack. Although they can be stacked, different types, such as animals, cannot be placed in it, which also reflects certain limitations. The sundries collected this time include light bulbs, iron pots, knives, batteries, expired milk, plug boards, expired salt, expired soy sauce, 1982 Coke, handheld game consoles. Electronic products are not very common in the world channel, but they are still there. The most important thing is that there is a shortage of electricity in the Sky Island world. There are no power plants, few batteries, and most electronic equipment cannot be used. Even in the real world, other countries do not necessarily have many electronic devices that are short of power. Therefore, electronic products are in the trading channel and the prices are low. Zhou Tu felt that he could build a few more wind turbines in the future to form an industry, and then start a charging business and charge fees. Or you can directly collect a large amount of electronic products and stockpile them now, and then make a fortune when people find batteries to release the electronic products. In order to save time, Zhou Tu placed a box in the magic area of €1 the floating island. Every time after exploring an island with little gain, he could put the things in his backpack directly into this temporary storage box and continue to explore the next island. Of course, Zhou Tu thought that the supplies he harvested were not worth harvesting, but in the eyes of others, they were very precious. These expired foods were also hot selling on the trading platform. If you put a can of Coke from 1982 on it, people will still buy it to calm their nerves. In general, supplies are still very scarce. People are always striving to pursue a higher quality of life. After the exploration was completed, Zhou Tu began a new round of information collection. However, before disconnecting from the floating island on the opposite side, Zhou Tu discovered that some poisonous bees had flown to the opposite side to explore. Although the poisonous bees have been placed on one side of the island, the diameter of the island is only 210 meters, so it is normal for the poisonous bees to fly to the other side for detection. Of course, Zhou Tu would not waste time for a few poisonous bees. As long as the queen bee was on the island, losing a few poisonous bees was no big deal. If the connection is disconnected and these poisonous bees do not come back, they will be lost forever on the opposite island. Just as Zhou Tu expected, the beehives were placed at a long distance, but some poisonous bees still got lost. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and he began to collect information about the island. Move the floating island forward. This is the territory of the hurricane eagles. They have sharp eyes and will attack once they find you. It is basically impossible for you to gain any advantage. Move the floating island to the left. This is an open pit coal mine island. You can go to the island to mine coal. Move the floating island to the right. This is the hare island. These rabbits are very fierce. If they are forced into a corner, they can jump up and bite people. You can increase your attributes a little bit. Move back to the floating island, water island. There is a lot of water, but there are swamp puppies crocodiles in the water, they are lurking in the water waiting for prey, it is very dangerous. Improved moving floating island, desert island. Move downwards to the floating island, the poisonous ant island. This is the world of poisonous ants. Staying here for a long time will cause poisonous ants to invade the floating island, which is dangerous. 2 of the islands we encountered were harmless, and 4 had animals. The danger level of the island is increasing, but as my island continues to grow, the threat posed by some animals to me is also decreasing. Zhou Tu chose the rabbit island. Rabbits are so cute, they should come to my island and become food. Needless to say, these rabbits can slightly increase their attributes, and they should be the same kind of rabbits that you mentally encountered. Now when Zhou Tu sees the increased attributes, his eyes light up. But the problem is how to drive the rabbits to their own island. Soon Zhou Tu remembered the fire attack, which was how he threatened the elves at that time. Turning the island, he aligned the mechanical area with the docking location. Soon, an island with low shrubs and a diameter of about 800 meters appeared in front of Zhou Tu's day nice island, perfect for me to ride my bike, place the wood, sprinkle some oil, and that's it. Zhou Tu rode his bike around twice, one circle to take out the wood from the backpack, and one circle to pour oil. There were many holes on the ground. Some brave rabbits poked their heads out of the holes and looked at the strangers. Zhou Tu smiled lightly. He was not afraid of these rabbits as long as he had a vehicle. Plan the passage for the rabbit to come over, and Zhou Tu will light the fire on the side. As the flames burst into life, Zhou Tu rode his bike back to his island. Chapter 67. Flames rose into the sky, with green grass below and wood and oil collected all around above. The entire island was instantly filled with thick smoke. There were many rabbit holes on the ground, but the wind still blew the smoke in. Perhaps some rabbits could not bear to come out, but these rabbits would lose a lot of food on the island. But more of them, just as Zhou Tu had planned, jumped towards his island. 1, 3, 10. There weren't many plants in the mechanical area, so the rabbits came to his island and collectively turned to the magic area next to it. Zhou Tu's eyes flickered. From now on, we can eat spicy rabbit heads. The elf was on the treetop, watching the rabbit running towards him, and thought to himself, we must be careful about these little animals stealing the herbs in the future. The island owner's medicine and trees must be cultivated carefully. The fire grew bigger and bigger, illuminating half the sky, and even Zhou Tu could smell some smoke. The floating island that was full of vitality just now has turned charred. He destroyed a lush rabbit island. If this happened in real life, I would probably end up in jail for life. Zhou Tu said to himself. The island is almost burnt down. The rabbits that should have come over have already come over. Those that didn't come over may have been suffocated to death or are still hiding. Zhou Tu didn't force it. The 56 rabbits that came this time are already a lot. In some countries, a few rabbits can multiply to hundreds of millions. Similarly, there are currently no natural enemies of rabbits on his island, so these rabbits that have come here are enough. After disconnecting the connection, Zhou Tu used up the last 2 points of energy to obtain some sundries and a kettle blueprint, and the sky darkened today. It was dark, but the surrounding islands were not dark. There is a wind turbine, although it is small, it is enough to produce a little light on the floating island. Coming to this world, even lighting has become a luxury. Most people on the island are now lit by candles and oil lamps. Zhou Tu felt that it had reached the level of the original world and was doing okay. He turned his head to look at the forest where the elves were and discovered that there were fluorescent lights flying in the magic area. Ah! There are fireflies on the island. He didn't notice that after docking so many islands, other small animals had already landed on the islands. In the magic area, there are dense trees, fluorescent lights flying, and there is an elf inside. It seems that the magic area is much more romantic than the mechanical area. Zhou Tu shook his head and walked into his room. The mechanical area is still in its early stages. When the time comes, it will be modernized, have a technological feel, and use synthetic materials. It will be no worse than the magic area. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel to see how his shovel was selling. At that time, he exchanged 300 for soil, 100 for stone, and 100 for steel. Mud successfully completed 50 transactions with a total transaction volume of 75,000. The stone successfully traded 20 pieces with a turnover of 16,000. Steel successfully completed 10 transactions with a turnover of 1,000. As night falls, people's control over transactions increases significantly, and they hold soil and other materials in their hands, waiting to sell them cheaply. Now everyone knows the effect of energy on the big guys with blueprints. Then he began to wait for the price to rise. The transaction at night is more like an auction, and this auction is not about which big boss bids the highest, but which big boss bids the lowest. Because most people know that the boss wants to convert the materials in his hands into soil to upgrade the island and obtain energy to promote his own buying and selling cycle. This gives most people the right to wait and see. The price of shovels is a bit high now, but Zhou Tu decided to cash in these shovels to increase the area of a euro the island. For every meter his island grew, he gained a lot of soil. A shovel is a cost-free business, so if you can cash it in today, you can't wait until tomorrow and you have to sell it at a bargain price. This is the best way to maximize energy utilization. He didn't wait until the end, because after these shovels were sold, his island would grow again and he would have another batch of shovels to put on the shelves. If you want to sell it quickly, don't delay. Discounted price, start selling. Of course, another reason is that other people also have the shovel blueprint, and the competition in the shovel business has increased. Zhou Tu sneaked into the chat channel to peek. After the merged channel and a clown jumped out of the chat channel and contributed a joke, the chat channel is now much more normal. Most of it is transaction information. There are tens of thousands of messages in the world chat channel per second, which makes it impossible to have effective communication. Unless celebrities speak, there will be pauses. Private chat and communication in regional channels become the best options. The boss has lowered the price, the boss is selling off upgrades at night. This shovel is really delicious. I have been holding back from upgrading the accumulated dirt just for this period of time. 600 dirt for a shovel. Boss, you are a bit supermodel today. Zhang Yu's, I grabbed 2 shovels and plan to sell them tomorrow. I'll make a lot of money. Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't buy the boss's stuff? Why are you changing your attitude now? Isn't it delicious? I have never seen such a shameless person. You are the number 2 clown in the channel. Zhang Yu's expression remained unchanged. Anyway, the people in the channel couldn't see his status. What happened to the clown? Did he eat your rice? Today he saw some people also found the blueprint of a shovel that has a bonus for digging, but the price was too high to even consider. If it weren't for Zhou Tu's shovel on top, these people's shovels would cost 3,000 yuan each. There is no shortage of people in the channel, but not all of them are suckers. These people are really black and their eating habits are ugly. If you can grab it, you must give a shovel. Relatively speaking, Zhou Tu's shovel is the most normal. Now that he is profiting from it, he naturally says it is great. Compared with the space for the island to become bigger, face is not worth mentioning. A clown is a clown. There is no shortage of clowns in the channel anyway. Zhou Tu looked at the system prompt silently. Your engineer shovel was exchanged for 600 units of soil. It was successful. Your engineer shovel was exchanged for 400 units of stone. It was successful. Your engineer shovel has been exchanged for 5 units of steel. It has been successfully exchanged. Selling at a bargain price, the materials were transformed into resources not long after they were put on the shelves. Yesterday's big sale of supplies really left a deep impression on these people. Suddenly Yumengli sent a message. I killed someone. Zhou Tu's eyes narrowed. Yumengli, a girl, actually killed someone. He thought Yumengli was giving him feedback about the increase in attributes after eating honey, but he didn't expect it to be this. Very fierce. Are you not hurt? Zhou Tu asked. No. That's good. Feeling that Zhou Tu's reply was too short, Yumengli couldn't help but ask, don't you ask who is right or wrong? He didn't even do anything, but I killed him. Zhou Tu felt that Yumengli would encounter this day. But we arrived a little early. Yumengli's reaction after killing someone was very normal. It is normal for a person in the real world to feel nervous when killing someone for the first time, and it is right for her to seek comfort from her childhood sweetheart. But does the end of the world need to distinguish right from wrong? There are many saintly people who died in the channel. Does he need to choose between King Mei and the stranger? He simply stood on Yumengli's side without thinking. He didn't need to know anything about the matter. Right or wrong didn't matter. Feeling that Yumengli felt a little uncomfortable because it was her first time killing someone, Zhou Tu really wanted to say that she just needed to practice more. But it was obviously inappropriate now, so he made a joke. After being pushed by a wild boar, do you know that it is better to strike first? Please give me some free gifts, the author is starving. Chapter 67. Flames rose into the sky, with green grass below and wood and oil collected all around above. The entire island was instantly filled with thick smoke. There were many rabbit holes on the ground, but the wind still blew the smoke in. Perhaps some rabbits could not bear to come out, but these rabbits would lose a lot of food on the island. But more of them, just as Zhou Tu had planned, jumped towards his island. 1, 3, 10. There weren't many plants in the mechanical area, so the rabbits came to his island and collectively turned to the magic area next to it. Zhou Tu's eyes flickered. From now on, we can eat spicy rabbit heads. The elf was on the treetop, watching the rabbit running towards him, and thought to himself, we must be careful about these little animals stealing the herbs in the future. The island owner's medicine and trees must be cultivated carefully. The fire grew bigger and bigger, illuminating half the sky, and even Zhou Tu could smell some smoke. The floating island that was full of vitality just now has turned charred. He destroyed a lush rabbit island. If this happened in real life, I would probably end up in jail for life. Zhou Tu said to himself. The island is almost burnt down. The rabbits that should have come over have already come over. Those that didn't come over may have been suffocated to death or are still hiding. Zhou Tu didn't force it. The 56 rabbits that came this time are already a lot. In some countries, a few rabbits can multiply to hundreds of millions. Similarly, there are currently no natural enemies of rabbits on his island, so these rabbits that have come here are enough. After disconnecting the connection, Zhou Tu used up the last 2 points of energy to obtain some sundries and a kettle blueprint, and the sky darkened today. It was dark, but the surrounding islands were not dark. There is a wind turbine, although it is small, it is enough to produce a little light on the floating island. Coming to this world, even lighting has become a luxury. Most people on the island are now lit by candles and oil lamps. Zhou Tu felt that it had reached the level of the original world and was doing okay. He turned his head to look at the forest where the elves were and discovered that there were fluorescent lights flying in the magic area. Ah! There are fireflies on the island. He didn't notice that after docking so many islands, other small animals had already landed on the islands. In the magic area, there are dense trees, fluorescent lights flying, and there is an elf inside. It seems that the magic area is much more romantic than the mechanical area. Zhou Tu shook his head and walked into his room. The mechanical area is still in its early stages. When the time comes, it will be modernized, have a technological feel, and use synthetic materials. It will be no worse than the magic area. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel to see how his shovel was selling. At that time, he exchanged 300 for soil, 100 for stone, and 100 for steel. Mud successfully completed 50 transactions with a total transaction volume of 75,000. The stone successfully traded 20 pieces with a turnover of 16,000. Steel successfully completed 10 transactions with a turnover of 1,000. As night falls, people's control over transactions increases significantly, and they hold soil and other materials in their hands, waiting to sell them cheaply. Now everyone knows the effect of energy on the big guys with blueprints. Then he began to wait for the price to rise. The transaction at night is more like an auction, and this auction is not about which big boss bids the highest, but which big boss bids the lowest. Because most people know that the boss wants to convert the materials in his hands into soil to upgrade the island and obtain energy to promote his own buying and selling cycle. This gives most people the right to wait and see. The price of shovels is a bit high now, but Zhou Tu decided to cash in these shovels to increase the area of a euro the island. For every meter his island grew, he gained a lot of soil. A shovel is a cost-free business, so if you can cash it in today, you can't wait until tomorrow and you have to sell it at a bargain price. This is the best way to maximize energy utilization. He didn't wait until the end, because after these shovels were sold, his island would grow again and he would have another batch of shovels to put on the shelves. If you want to sell, sell it quickly, don't delay. Discounted price, start selling. Of course, another reason is that other people also have the shovel blueprint, and the competition in the shovel business has increased. Zhou Tu sneaked into the chat channel to peek. After the merged channel and a clown jumped out of the chat channel and contributed a joke, the chat channel is now much more normal. Most of it is transaction information. There are tens of thousands of messages in the world chat channel per second, which makes it impossible to have effective communication. Unless celebrities speak, there will be pauses. Private chat and communication in regional channels become the best options. The boss has lowered the price, the boss is selling off upgrades at night, this shovel is really delicious. I have been holding back from upgrading the accumulated dirt just for this period of time 600 dirt for a shovel. Boss, you are a bit supermodel today. Zhang Yu's, I grabbed 2 shovels and plan to sell them tomorrow. I'll make a lot of money. Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't buy the boss's stuff? Why are you changing your attitude now? Isn't it delicious? I have never seen such a shameless person. You are the number 2 clown in the channel. Zhang Yu's expression remained unchanged. Anyway, the people in the channel couldn't see his status. What happened to the clown? Did he eat your rice? Today he saw some people also found the blueprint of a shovel that has a bonus for digging, but the price was too high to even consider. If it weren't for Zhou Tu's shovel on top, these people's shovels would cost 3,000 yuan each. There is no shortage of people in the channel, but not all of them are suckers. These people are really black and their eating habits are ugly. If you can grab it, you must give a shovel. Relatively speaking, Zhou Tu's shovel is the most normal. Now that he is profiting from it, he naturally says it is great. Compared with the space for the island to become bigger, face is not worth mentioning. A clown is a clown. There is no shortage of clowns in the channel anyway. Zhou Tu looked at the system prompt silently. Your engineer shovel was exchanged for 600 units of soil. It was successful. Your engineer shovel was exchanged for 400 units of stone. It was successful. Your engineer shovel has been exchanged for 5 units of steel. It has been successfully exchanged. Selling at a bargain price, the materials were transformed into resources not long after they were put on the shelves. Yesterday's big sale of supplies really left a deep impression on these people. Suddenly Yu Mengli sent a message. I killed someone. Zhou Tu's eyes narrowed. Yu Mengli, a girl, actually killed someone. He thought Yu Mengli was giving him feedback about the increase in attributes after eating honey, but he didn't expect it to be this. Very fierce. Are you not hurt? Zhou Tu asked. No. That's good. Feeling that Zhou Tu's reply was too short, Yu Mengli couldn't help but ask, don't you ask who is right or wrong. He didn't even do anything, but I killed him. Zhou Tu felt that Yu Mengli would encounter this day. But we arrived a little early. Yu Mengli's reaction after killing someone was very normal. It is normal for a person in the real world to feel nervous when killing someone for the first time, and it is right for her to seek comfort from her childhood sweetheart. But does the end of the world need to distinguish right from wrong? There are many saintly people who died in the channel. Does he need to choose between King Mei and the stranger? He simply stood on Yu Mengli's side without thinking. He didn't need to know anything about the matter. Right or wrong didn't matter. Feeling that Yu Mengli felt a little uncomfortable because it was her first time killing someone, Zhou Tu really wanted to say that she just needed to practice more. But it was obviously inappropriate now, so he made a joke. After being pushed by a wild boar, do you know that it is better to strike first? Please give me some free gifts, the author is starving. Chapter 68. Looking at the message sent by Zhou Tu, Yu Mengli only felt that Zhou Tu's straight man attributes exploded. The discomfort and uneasiness from killing someone just now were instantly replaced by other emotions in my heart. You can't stand this meme, right? There's no meme, but you're creating one here, right? I'm so angry. Would this man laugh at her? It's not like she had never made a sneak attack before, so how could he insult someone's innocence out of thin air? Zhou Tu smiled lightly and made a trembling expression, trembling. It was enough to irritate Yu Mengli and make her have other emotions. Just as he thought, Yu Mengli immediately diverted her attention. This shows that I hold a very high position in Yu Mengli's heart, otherwise Yu Mengli would not have such a reaction. Yu Mengli's attributes will increase in the future, so having this mentality will make you safe to a certain extent. But it's a good thing that Yu Mengli can take the initiative now. Her life as an orphan since childhood has given Yu Mengli a strong heart. She firmly stands on the side of her own people and has the initiative to eliminate those who pose a threat in advance. In a sense, he is the same person as me. The possibility of training it to be a treasure-hunting rat outside has greatly increased. Zhou Tu didn't ask for Yu Mengli's great achievements, he just wanted to stay alive. After all, she was his only anchor in this world, and nothing else mattered. Zhou Tu began to gather the materials he had just sold. 150,000 pieces of soil plus the previous 75,000 pieces and a small amount of soil left over during the day, as well as a little bit of debris dealt with. Now there are a little over 310,000 pieces of soil on hand, and 32,000 pieces of stone plus 16,000 pieces, which is 48,000 units in total. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 210, energy, 0/220, and the materials required for the next upgrade are 21,000 soil and 2,200 stone. These soils can upgrade the island to level 224, consuming 300,000 units of soil and 30,000 units of stone. Upgrade the floating island all around. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 224, energy, 14/234. The materials required for the next upgrade are soil 22,400 and stone 2,340. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel again. I searched for some shovel-related tools and found more than a dozen. Luoyang shovel, spade, weeding shovel, flat shovel. Most of them are hanging in the channel. Shovels were not selling well. On the one hand, it was nighttime and people were waiting for a good price to buy them. On the other hand, a large number of low-priced substitute items appeared. Finally, people were not efficient in digging and there was not much soil. The yellow blueprint and low competitiveness have been exposed. The material of the shovel is not so scarce, it can be made with steel or iron. The engineer shovel increases digging efficiency, but the price is too high. There are many other shovels available, so no one will buy it if the price is too high. The buyer will not lose his own interests just because I am the first island owner. But in general, the life cycle of the engineer shovel is much longer than that of the tang sword. The digging efficiency of the engineer shovel determines that it is still highly competitive among shovel-type tools. Zhou Tu thinks it would be most appropriate to reduce the price of the engineer shovel to 1,000, and he will keep this price during the day and he does not plan to reduce it further. Continue to convert 14 points of energy into 140 engineer shovels and put them on the shelves. 130 in exchange for soil. Exchange 10 for stone. Get 78,000 units of dirt and 4,000 units of stone. I have to say, the price was raised to a very high level first, and then it was lowered, and the sale was very fast. His operation is similar to the Double 11 incident. He raised the price in advance and then lowered it when the time came. In fact, he made no loss either way. This little bit of soil is enough to upgrade to level 3, and there is enough stone too, so Zhou Tu chose to upgrade. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 227, energy, 3/237. The materials required for the next upgrade are soil 22,700 and stone 2,370. Use 3 points of energy to make shovels and exchange them for soil to get 30 shovels, sell them and get 18,000 soil. 18,000 units of soil plus the remaining units can be upgraded to the next level. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 228, energy, 1/238. The materials required for the next upgrade are soil 22,800 and stone 2,380. The level of the island owner's heart reached 228, with a little energy left. Even if this energy was exchanged for soil, it would not be able to upgrade the island, so Zhou Tu changed it to stone. Previously, selling one shovel could upgrade the island by several levels, but now selling 10 shovels will not even upgrade the island by one level. The conversion of shovel buying and selling into an energy cycle is a quadratic function, rising first and then falling. The Tang sword is the best example. The reason why the shovel was not eliminated so quickly was that as the island grew larger, there was a need to dig the soil, which was a rigid demand. Zhou Tu took the remaining stones, activated the flying function and came to the floating island. The barrier wall he had built previously needed some slight adjustments. As the island grew in size, the edge of the sand retaining wall was already more than 10 meters away from the outside and could no longer block the flow. The wall was not long enough. Zhou Tu worked as a wall repairman, but the materials were insufficient, so he only built a low wall. After the repairs were completed, they flew around the island again. The black bull roosted at the edge of the magic area, the tiger lay in the circle he had built, and the bees also went out at night. Inside the magic area, he found several rabbits gently moving their three-lobed mouths, and more had already hidden. The animal has been stabilized. When they arrived at the magic area, Zhou Tu reminded Bisha, be sure to take good care of the herbs and don't let the rabbits eat them. I've already taken precautions, said Bitaya. After walking around, Zhou Tu found some vines growing around the medicinal field. The elves would go there at the slightest sign of trouble. Nice method. Herbs are part of a business, and as has been proven with the lampreys, his herbs are very useful. Herb trading does not require energy. That is to say, as my island's infrastructure improves, I can grow crops and trade herbs to get a huge amount of supplies, leaving energy for other things. With the elves and the fields, other island owners can't compare to me. In this world, I am the only one who can farm on a large scale. The owners of other islands can't farm at all. Even if I use energy in the same way as everyone else, the development of my island cannot be matched by other island owners. Zhou Tu slowly returned to the house and lay down, looking at the bonus effects brought by the upgrade. On Zhang Yiwei's floating island, Zhang Yiwei was chatting with several high-ranking officials in the organization. They had a huge disagreement over whether to quickly deal with the supplies in their hands. Zhang Yiwei, I think we should sell the supplies in our hands at low prices like Zhou Tu did, in order to immediately exchange them for resources to upgrade the island, expand the island, and maximize the island's energy. Qian Yuntian retorted, I think we should wait a while. It's just getting dark now. These people have supplies. They will buy our supplies soon. Chapter 69. Hu Qunlin's viewpoint is the same as Qian Yuntian's. Zhou Tu's shovel can be sold at a bargain price, but our shovels and the like cannot. Our resources belong to our brothers below, and we want to maximize profits. Zhang Yiwei scratched his head. Being a boss is really a headache. We upgrade the island, increase energy, consume energy to make and sell materials to form a cycle. We lose 1/3 or even 1/2 of the original profit in exchange for the island to expand. We will still make money when the energy is fully replenished tomorrow. It is not a loss at all. Zhang Yiwei added, the supplies are sitting in our hands and cannot be sold, and we cannot exchange them for the expansion of the island, resulting in a huge loss. It's just that we have a lot of mud on our heads, but there are not many people in the channel who have hoarded thousands of mud. They can upgrade the island with just a few thousand mud. The later it is, the less mud people have, and by then no one will want it. Oh. Boss, just wait a bit. It's just getting dark now. It's not a loss anyway. There are still people buying it. Zhang Yiwei rubbed his temples. The organization was good, and individuals had their own freedom. He wanted to have the final say, but with so many people, a one-man show of power would easily lead to a huge rift in the relationship between people with weak trust. We are all kings, princes, generals, and ministers, how can we be considered different species? Some people shouted, I have the final say over my means of production. It is easy to weaken the organization and make people leave. Zhang Yiwei shook his head helplessly. It was really difficult to be the head of an organization. The gap between online and offline communication was too huge. It was just like taking an online class. He had no idea what was going on below and the previous bond was very fragile. He envied Zhou Tu a little, the #1 island owner is so cool. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 220, the floating island's capabilities have increased, the animal domination function has been enabled, and a resident animal on the island has been selected to take over the animal's actions, consuming 10 energy points per hour. Animals of all sizes, intelligent animals, and humans are excluded. The function unlocked at level 220 is surprisingly useful. At level 120, the favorability of resident animals increases, and at level 220, the island owner can directly control the animals by consuming energy. This kind of taking over of the animal's actions is like my consciousness possessing the animal's body, and I can command the animal's actions during the possession period. Zhou Tu was very satisfied with this. The function of possessing an animal's perspective and commanding its actions was quite good. If you have more energy, you can even see from all the animals' perspectives. Pulling down is a bonus that I didn't see in the previous upgrade week. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 210, the floating island's ability has increased, and the island owner's movement speed has increased by 10%, currently 30%. The rewards for level 210 are not that good, but the movement speed is increased by 10% on the original basis. Zhou Tu stood up and felt as if he had become much lighter. The island master's heart is indeed powerful. It increased the speed without making any sound. As the island grows in size, we really need the ability to run maps. But this ability can only be used on your own floating island. It will be ineffective on other floating islands. The island owner is indeed the owner of his own island. If you want to become more powerful, you need to increase the area of a the island while improving your own attributes to achieve a double increase. Zhou Tu looked outside. There was only one storm during the day and it was short. It should come again in the evening. By then, we should be able to upgrade the floating island. Zhou Tu lay on the bed, picked up the cooked food and started eating, then opened the chat channel and collected information. He wanted to see how many people were injured. I was bitten by a snake, I don't know what kind of snake it was, my vision is blurry, please give me some serum, I'm about to see *M, woo. Who has cold medicine? I'm dying, seriously, poor kid, please give me some cold medicine. The wound is inflamed, who has anti-inflammatory medicine, please help. Bandages, who has bandages? Disinfectant, alcohol is fine too. I'm going to be attacked by animals on the opposite island even if I don't land on it. Damn it. No one offered a helping hand on the first day of my injury. I sent a message on the second day, but still no one offered a helping hand. Today is the third day, and still no one has offered a helping hand. This world must be sick. Why are there so few effective medicines in this world? Please, kind people, give me some medicine. I am a scientist. I can't live, but I can't die. I am a spark. At €AA 1/2, please save me. Really, believe me. At €, I am a doctor. I have been bitten by an unknown creature and am seriously injured. Please save me, sir. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous. Zhou Tu searched the world chat channel and found that many people were injured. Many people at him every day, but he rarely reads them. But tonight, when I searched, I found so many people placing their hope of life on him. He didn't have much pressure, but he had to think about a problem. It doesn't matter if one or two people ask for help, but with so many people, it's impossible that they are all fake. There may really be some high-end talents among them. What benefits can these people bring in the future? How will it help the development of the floating island? What can scientists develop? Does a world with a blueprint need scientists to conduct research and development? If he were an ordinary island owner, he would definitely not consider these things, because he does not have the ability and cannot think so far, so he cannot do it even if he wants to. But he is now the first island owner, and he has obtained tens of thousands of medicinal herbs, and the floating island is still expanding. Now the area is larger than that of an aircraft carrier, but except for him, everyone else on the island is an animal. In the future, the area of €, the floating island will continue to increase. Humans are social animals. Does it make sense for one person to own a huge island? With the help of the elves, the forest continues to expand, the herbs continue to grow, and the defenses on the entire island are also increasing rapidly. But there are also many unknowns to face, such as unknown stones that reject connection, strange succubus, zombies, they are all challenges. In the sky world, many people form alliances and unite to survive together. When multiple people face risks at the same time, the difficulty is reduced. After careful consideration, Zhou Tu felt that he could invest in the future. He can't take care of everything. For example, if a wind turbine breaks down, it needs to be repaired. It's impossible to use energy to rebuild it. When wind turbines become arrays and the charging business starts, people will be needed to operate them. Once the medicinal field is established, it still needs people to manage it. Honey also needs people to collect. The rabbit also needs to be roasted. As an island owner who can see through the island's information, he feels that he can explore even at night. The island is defended, and the danger at night is no reason to stop him. The island will move day and night. Based on the above, I concluded that the island will need people in the future. Zhou Tu looked through the glass window into the dark distance, and the sand hitting the glass made a rustling sound. This is the rumbling sound of the island growing larger, and also the sound of dawn breaking through the darkness. Chapter 70. The sound of rain can help me sleep, but I didn't expect that the sound of sand can also help me sleep. It was probably the expectation for the future and the confidence in his own strength that allowed Zhou Tu to sleep peacefully in such an environment. Today's sand is going to blow until the early morning. I'm speechless. Why does it take so long? The shovel is on sale at a broken price. Take a look. The price is very low now, why are you selling it off? All the soil has been used up, and you are selling it off. What the hell? The sale price is even higher than Zhou Tu's, I'm eating shit. I've upgraded. Never mind. Damn, these guys only know how to suck our blood. They didn't sell off the stock long ago, but now they are selling off. Sigh, I'm using the dirt I collected to upgrade. I'll collect the blueprints tomorrow and kill them. A broken shovel, priced higher than Zhou Tu's shovel, what the hell? Do you have to use a shovel? I'll just use a dustpan. The people in the channel were cursing and swearing, and many of them didn't have much soil, so after exchanging materials at the price in their minds, they stopped trading. Changed to screen peeking, watching other people's what to do. At this moment, Jian Yuntian and Hu Qunlin were both jumping with anxiety. Boss, think of a solution quickly. How should we deal with this thing? We have all the money in our hands, and the wind won't stop. If it stops, maybe it will eat some dirt. Jian Yuntian had already lowered the price to a very low level, but still no one was willing to pay. They would be reluctant to lower the price any further. Boss Wei, how can these people be so cheap? The cheaper it is, the less they buy it. This is broken to the bone, and they still want to watch. Hu Qunlin and Jian Yuntian sent messages to Zhang Yiwei. Zhang Yiwei's face was as wrinkled as an old man on the subway, and now these two people have become the king of hurry. Jian Yuntian and Hu Qunlin thought the people in the channel were too naive. They all know the energy cost of upgrading the island and it will be refreshed tomorrow, how could the people in the channel not know? Can upgrading to a higher level and establishing a chat channel with a person, making the chat more convenient, bring more benefits? The answer is yes if you choose the right partner. No one will save soil resources for the last moment, so getting a head start is the best option. Wei Ji, I was really wrong. I will strictly follow your instructions from now on. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Zhou Tu ran away really fast, and sold out all the items ahead of time. His shovel is so good, and he ran away at the beginning. He is really courageous. What do you think we should do now? Zhang Yiwei said, continue the 50% discount. Ah. If you beat me anymore, I'll turn it into bone foam. This is simply a cheap sale. Boss, I feel like even if you were throwing it away, you wouldn't sell it like this. Zhang Yiwei was speechless. He had always said that he would listen to him, but now he immediately started to question it. What is the difference between throwing it away directly and capitalists in some countries pouring milk into the river without distributing it to people? By selling the supplies, these people will have the tools and physical strength to dig the soil, and the feedback will be in return, which is still a profit. Everyone wants to sell at a high price, and when the bottom level dies out, the middle level will suffer. Obtaining blueprints and consuming energy is actually plundering the soil in the hands of those who don't have blueprints. In other words, it is plundering the fruits of labor. Drawing blood without giving it to the other party, when did this bad habit develop? Zhang Yiwei still holds his previous point of view. He thinks that the two of them are still not broad enough, and as the head island, they don't think clearly enough. By increasing the island's area, they only obtained some supplies. By surviving on the floating island, they only improved their quality of life. Land is the foundation of everything. Maybe one day you will meet people with small islands, and you can harvest the younger brothers on your own islands, and you will be reluctant to give up your supplies and make a huge profit on the big islands. You can choose for yourself. If you care about immediate benefits, you will suffer greater losses. Zhang Yiwei looked at the island owner's crystal in his hand. Although I got very little tonight, after this incident, the boss should listen to me. If you want to develop quickly, you must unite. Even if there is a wall in front of you, you must rush up to it as fast as possible and hit it. Then you will know when to turn back and save time. Zhou Tu opened his eyes. The rest efficiency boosted by the island master's heart was really good. His spirits were now fully restored. When the bonus is higher in the future, maybe I will only need 1 hour of rest time a day. I glanced at the time. It was almost dawn and the sandstorm hadn't stopped yet. When Zhou Tu opened the door, a gust of wind and sand blew in his face, making it impossible for him to open his eyes or get out. It seems that the soil below can only be upgraded until the next day. But how much sand would such a strong wind bring? Millions? Zhou Tu was looking forward to the sandstorm stopping so that he could upgrade the island. We should be able to break through to level 300 island today. 10 minutes later, it was early morning. The current level of the island master's heart is 228, with energy, 238/238. The materials required for the next upgrade are 22,800 soil and 2,380 stone. 238 energy points have been replenished. The free speaker has been refreshed. Zhou Tu likes free speakers the most, free ones are the best. Before he sent a message to Shen Qinghe sent him a message. Old classmates, let's establish a chat channel. We have a foundation of trust. Shen Qinghe's speech is now normal, without the previous exaggeration and arrogance. From being high and mighty on the first day, it became a conversation at a lower level. He worships the strong. The impression of this woman in his mind has not changed much from before. She will do anything to achieve her own interests. Zhou Tu sighed, surviving on a floating island, the environment changes a person very quickly. Use the free loudspeaker to contact Shen Qinghe and establish a stable communication channel. Replied, yes, we have a foundation of trust. On Shen Qinghe's floating island, she stood up suddenly and almost knocked over the little lowly Li Euro who was leaning next to her. Li Euro asked with a puzzled look, sister, what's wrong with you? Hi, happy. Shen Qinghe was at a loss for words at the moment. Zhou Tu sent him a message, and after a few days he finally got a response. After coming from Li Jiangping's island, she has been thinking about one question, what should she do if she encounters other people's islands in the future? Are you still holding up Zhou Tu's banner? But after a long time, will others believe it? Now this man said, we have a foundation of trust. It is undoubtedly a strong backing and has greatly increased her confidence. Whenever I meet strangers on the floating island in the future, I can confidently say that I am from Big Boss Zhou Tuesday. After thinking for a while, Shen Qinghe's mood improved. Zhou Tu must have read the message I sent before. Since he hasn't replied for so many days, he must have other things to do. Replying now proves that you care about her, old classmate. I am very happy to hear from you, really. Chapter 71. I think we'll meet in a few days. Can you come to my island then? But there are many things to do. Think about it carefully. Zhou Tu sent an invitation. He did not hide the fact that he needed people. Shen Qinghe sent him this message because she wanted to come to his island. However, he still explained his request. After all, his island would not keep idle people. You come here to work and handle chores. I can. A smile appeared on Zhou Tu's face. As expected, few people could refuse the invitation from the first island master. Besides, Shen Qinghe also wanted to come over, so they just went in both directions. This result is the best. On the other side, Shen Qinghe pulled up Li Euro next to her. Zhou Tu asked me to be ready so that I can go to the island when I meet him. Ah. Master Zhou Tu wants us to go to the island. Li Yuro was surprised and patted her chest. Fortunately, she did not rush to other islands. This side was the right one. He's talking about me. Shen Qinghe said lightly. Ah. Sister, why don't you tell me? Li Yuro grabbed Shen Qinghe, looking nervous, hurry up and ask Zhou Tu if I can go up there. Shen Qinghe looked at the nervous loli and laughed in her heart. If she brought a man with her, then she would have no chance of going to Zhou Tu's island. But if it comes to bringing a legal loli, Zhou Tu is likely to agree. This is based on his experience in raising fish and his judgment of human nature. I also have a little loli here, the one in the previous channel. Zhou Tu looked at the news. Shen Qinghe actually allied with a little loli Li Yuro. As for what Li Yuro said in the channel before, he didn't care about so many messages. There were too many people at him. Although he set a threshold, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of others. It can be said that most of the people in the channel want to go to his island, and this is no joke. But it wouldn't be a big deal if Shen Qinghe brought one more person. Zhou Tu felt that he was not too hypocritical, follow the heart, and accept the women first. When the island is big enough, you can build hospitals, factories, power plants, collection rooms, etc. on it, and then introduce male teammates. By then, we will form an industrial cluster by collecting herbs, producing medicines, electricity, animal husbandry, etc. and transform the resources produced on the island into island area, thus forming a cycle. Even without using energy, the island can enter a positive cycle and its area will continue to grow. By then, the energy saved can be used to breed rare animals and plants and research-related technologies, and we will be far ahead. So he had only one goal, which was to increase the area of A the island. The area of A the floating island is the health bar and the basis of everything. His purpose of collecting earth and stone resources will not change for 10,000 years. Only when the island becomes bigger, carries more things, and becomes more functional, will we be able to find solutions to any problems we encounter. This was also his idea of A dividing the island into 3 areas. He always felt that there was a restrained relationship between the 3. In this way, it is possible to carry out talent reserve in advance, which is a consideration for going further. Zhou Tu responded to Shen Qinghe, if you listen, I will take you with me. What does the boss say? Li Yuro looked at Shen Qinghe with sparkling eyes. Shen Qinghe grabbed Li Yuro's cheeks with both hands and shook her 2 ponytails swung. Zhou Tu said he could take you with him. Li Yuro jumped up, yet. It is true that if you keep thinking about something, there will be a response. She has already expressed her intention in the channel. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to meet Shen Qinghe, this sister actually knew the top brother on the list. This is where I have to flatter myself. Although I was a little hesitant, I listened to my sister. I am such a lucky guy. The weak who want to survive just need to find good older brothers and sisters. As for what the older brothers and sisters think, that is their business to consider. Seeing Li Yuro's innocent look, Shen Qinghe's face became serious, but don't be happy too soon. Once you get to Zhou Tu's island, you must first listen to him and then listen to me. Li Yuro nodded cutely, I will definitely listen to my sister. Dealt with the matter with Shen Qinghe. Zhou Tu found that the wind outside had stopped, so he naturally went out to collect sand. There is no regular pattern to wind disasters. What if it comes again? The sand has been blocked under the sand retaining wall. If the accumulated sand is not cleaned up in time, the efficiency of sand retaining will be poor, or even greatly reduced. The night is very quiet. Zhou Tu floated in the air, dotted with electric lights and firefly lights. The floating island seemed to have some life, and Zhou Tu felt that the island was developing quite well. Next, in addition to expanding the scope of the island, you need to collect various island defense weapons. To increase the defense of the island, even island troops need to be organized. There is a reminder message. Some good things can't be obtained even though you see them. It's very sad if you can't obtain them. For example, robot blueprints, golden treasure chests hidden deep in the center of monsters, rare blueprints protected by monsters, etc. Although the island currently has some self-protection functions, it is difficult to get good things from other islands. Even if we see useful things, we can't reach out to help. If there is a robot army, or an animal army, or offensive plants, it is not impossible to train them to attack the opposite island. More than enough to protect ourselves, but not enough to plunder. After briefly evaluating the current condition of the island, Zhou Tu used his flying ability to check the condition of the sand. By scanning directly in the air with the island owner's heart, he could estimate the number of sand units. At this moment, Zhou Tu discovered a green light approaching him. The elves will glow. It was the elf Bisha who flew over. The change in the elves' surface state must be due to the elves' growth. There were not so many species of plants on the elves' island before. When I came to his island, I saw countless plants and many animals after visiting so many islands. It is normal for elves to learn and improve, and they have become stronger in a short period of time. My Lord Island Master, you shouldn't rest so late. Why are you still out fighting for the island? She remembered that Zhou Tu was very tired before and needed a long sleep, but he didn't need that now. There are very few good island owners like me who devote themselves to making the island bigger. Of course, all this is to fulfill the promise I made to you. While estimating the sand, Zhou Tu did not forget to gain the favor of the elves. Bisha smiled and flew beside Zhou Tu. This stone, island owner, is actually used to block sand, right? Zhou Tu took a breath of the fresh air emitted from the elf's body. Do elves also have body fragrance? Then he nodded slightly and saw what the elf wanted to say. I discovered some species of bamboo that can normally grow 20 meters in 2 months, but with my help, they can grow to more than 10 meters in 1 or 2 days. Plant a few rows of them, and then plant tree species with more leaves, and they can replace the roll of stone and form a sand-blocking forest. Zhou Tu asked without hesitation, what are the conditions? I need water. I need lots of water, plenty of water. As Zhou Tu expected, dozens of tons of water were not enough to maintain a forest. It was far from enough. As the island grows, all the elves need water to grow trees, and water shortage will become the main theme in the storm-hit area. In order for the elves to become stronger, they may need to grow a large amount of plants, but as the owner of the island, his interests are the same as those of the elves. He also needed the vegetation on his island to grow lush and accommodate more animals so that he could prepare for the animal army. I promise you, I'll pump water when I come across a water island. After getting Zhou Tu's promise, the elf was in a good mood and flew with Zhou Tu all over the island, acting as a night light. After Zhou Tu finished counting the soil, the elf asked with concern, how much soil did the wind bring this time? The amount of soil obtained is affected by factors such as the efficiency of the sand retaining wall, the wind carrying the soil, and time. This time, 1.83 million units of soil were obtained. Chapter 72. Then the island can become very big again, said Bisha. Yes. Zhou Tu nodded. This time the island will be much larger and its level will be increased a lot, to about level 69, consuming about 180,000 units of stone. Upgrading will use up all the stones on the sand retaining wall, and it will no longer be able to block the sand when a storm comes. It is unclear when the next storm will come in the second half of the night or during the day, so we cannot upgrade now. The sand retaining wall cannot be moved. The energy refreshed today must be processed and exchanged for new stone materials for upgrading. You also need to find a water island and help the elves build a sand-proof forest. When the sand-proof forest is built, the sand-proof wall made of stone cannot move too much. You can borrow it but you must make up for it. The current level of the island master's heart is 228, and the energy is 238/238. Zhou Tu took a look at his blueprint and decided which kind of supplies to sell. Bows and arrows, condensers, prism towers, sentry towers, engineer shovels, hatchets, protective clothing, kitchen knives, wind turbine blueprints, shower blueprints, etc. There are many blueprints, but in terms of energy conversion efficiency, the engineer shovel has the highest conversion efficiency. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel and searched for high prices. Bow and arrow, priced at 6,000 dirt. P92 pistol, priced at 12,000 dirt, without bullets. Defense vest, priced 10,000 dirt. People in the channel have discovered a lot of things through exploration, but no one wants to buy the soil that is marked so high. The floating island world is really surprising. Someone even found a gun. It seems I have to pay attention to it too. Zhou Tu was alert. One person really can't match the exploration efficiency of billions of people. But with such a high price, why no one buys it? After all, the people of the floating island world have only been here for a few days and are still in the development stage. A few thousand soils were needed to upgrade the island. At that time, the condenser cost about 6,000 soils, and only one person named Wu Yong bought it. A water condenser made with 1 energy point can be exchanged for 6,000 soil. An engineer shovel made with 1 point of energy can be exchanged for 10,000 to 15,000 pieces of soil. The difference in the area of a euro the floating island converted from energy is immediately apparent. The price of the condenser is a bit low, but even if I raise it to 10,000 or 15,000, it's basically impossible to sell it at this price. In the early stages of the floating island's development, 2 to 3,000 pieces of soil are needed to upgrade the island, and the island owner's purchase of large items consumes a lot of development potential. Although the condenser is good, it becomes useless when encountering a water island and a large amount of water is released at one time. Although making a lot of condensers can make a long-term business, the condensers that work during the day are not very advanced and need time to look after. I simply can't do this kind of time-consuming business. Perhaps what works well for others may not work well for me. The most correct thing is to develop a route that is suitable for the development of the island. There are thousands of empty islands, and each island has a different situation. At each stage, there is a period where people sell things that far exceed current productivity. Although the things are good, they do not make any money. At present, some of people's islands are around level 20, and 2,000 units of soil are upgraded, so the engineer shovel is still a hot seller. After researching the market, Zhou Tu decided to start by selling items like engineer shovels, which have a high cost-performance ratio and can be quickly converted into cash. It's worthwhile to follow people in exploring the laws of development. Use 100 energy points to make 1,000 shovels, and there will be 138 energy left. This time the main thing being replaced is stone, so the proportion of shovels used in replacing stone is large. 300 for soil. 600 for changing stone. 100 for steel. Zhou Tu puts on the engineer shovel. When all the shovels are traded, the island will be upgraded during the day and the level of the entire island will exceed level 300. When the island reaches level 100, the rotation function is unlocked. When the island reaches level 200, the attribute surge function is unlocked. Both functions are very useful. I wonder what kind of functions will be unlocked when I reach level 300. Bisha interrupted Zhou Tu's thoughts and asked, when will the island owner upgrade the island? She was a little surprised that Zhou Tu could bear to explore the soil and then gather it into piles without upgrading it. Upgrade during the day. Afraid the wind will come again, no way to block it. Okay. Bisha changed the subject, the air over there is fresh, if you have time, you can come over and sit with me. Also, I've observed that the world tree grows very slowly. The treehouse in the sky I promised you may not be completed in a short time, but there is a cabin in the woods. Zhou Tu raised his eyebrows slightly, Ms. Bisha, you really win my heart. I like the cabin in the woods very much. Bataya smiled gently, feeling that the island owner was very interesting and spoke in a way that was very appealing. Zhou Tu looked up at the dark sky. He wanted to see if there was any danger in the dark so that he could rest more efficiently and wouldn't have to rest for such a long time. Consider moving the island at night. Move forward to the floating island, it's an abandoned prison, you can find some weapons. Move the floating island to the left. There are some dangerous pea plants here. Their seeds are spread by catapulting into the unknown sky and growing on strange floating islands. The catapulting speed is extremely fast and the seeds that are ejected are like small cannonballs, which are dangerous. Move to the right floating island, the locust floating island. There are huge numbers of locusts here. They eat all plants and can even eat animals when they are extremely hungry. Move back to the floating island, you will find an abandoned chainsaw manufacturing workshop with a chainsaw manufacturing blueprint. Move upward to the floating island, iceberg island, extreme cold, the cold air emitted can kill most of the animals on your island that are not kept warm. Move downwards to the floating islands and explosive mosquito islands. They are very sensitive. When they encounter an enemy, they will not only suck blood, but will also explode if they are defeated. The island owner wants to explore the strange floating island at night. Bataya looked at Zhou Tu and knew that Zhou Tu had determined the direction of the floating island in his mind. Zhou Tu, yes. I can accompany you. That's great. It's nice to have elves accompanying you in your own light source. This time we encountered danger in 6 directions, and 4 of them were dangerous. It doesn't seem to be much different from daytime. But it was night, and the pitch black night was the protective color of the strange island, a veil covering the island, hiding unknown dangers. It directly wiped out people's hope of exploring the floating island, and people's observation ability was almost useless. The unknown is dangerous. If other island owners encounter these islands at night, the animals are very small and cannot be observed, and the island owners will not know how they died. Moreover, the terrain of the floating islands is complex and it is easy to get injured. The suggestion at the beginning not to explore the floating island at night was very correct. But these restrictions have been greatly reduced for me. What limits the efficiency of exploring the floating island is my energy, the defense strength of the strange floating island opposite, and the degree of biological danger. If all the floating islands have strong and dangerous information, we can only explore them during the day. However, he had a hard time choosing between going to the abandoned prison to get weapons or going to get the chainsaw blueprint. Chapter 73. There are people in the channel with pistols, and they look very powerful. But in reality, the threat to him is very low. In addition to the damage transfer and life-saving skills, he also has a movement speed bonus and can fly. The island is so large that it would be difficult for others to shoot accurately with a gun. Not to mention there are animals on the island. The advantages brought by the large island are now evident. The chainsaw is a developmental blueprint. In the floating island world, soil needs to be dug, stone can be picked up or mined, but wood needs to be cut down by trees, or some things can be dismantled. Nowadays, people use axes to cut down trees. This blueprint is something that adds foundation for development. After thinking about it, Zhou Tu decided to go to the prison to look for weapons. It is necessary to arm yourself. Chainsaws are good, but digging soil to expand islands is the mainstream now. There is no use having too much wood. Weapons can be found in the prison. These weapons may be guns or something like that. As long as guns are found, Zhou Tu feels that bows and arrows are of no use. Bows and arrows can't even shoot black bull from a long distance. But it would be nice if I could find a gun blueprint someday and just make a gun. If you have a gun, it's also a good idea to charge to other islands with it. You don't need to outsmart some animals, you can just charge straight ahead. The strength of your weapons determines whether you can get supplies from the opposite island. It is important to be able to reach out to the opposite island. After weighing the pros and cons and broadening his vision, the choice became clear. Zhou Tu activated the floating island and moved towards the abandoned prison island, deciding to obtain weapons. The world chat channel is as lively as ever. This storm brought a lot of benefits, making many people's islands much larger. At least after upgrading the island, there are a few more bars of energy, so even if there is no blueprint production, you can say a few more words. Thanks to Tushan, the island is now level 21, but I haven't actually explored much of the island. The island is now 30 meters in diameter and 700 square meters in area. I feel that it is enough for me to survive. I will no longer explore the island. I was so busy working that I didn't notice Zhou Tu's words and missed the first typhoon. How pitiful. I was so busy working that I didn't look up to see the road. Sometimes the information given by the big guys in the channel is too important. I will refresh the chat history for an hour every day from now on. Brothers, here's an advertisement. I made a handmade water condenser. It only costs 3,000 pieces of soil, which is not expensive and has decent efficiency. It's no problem to drink a few sips of clean water a day. The guy above is also a craftsman. Who has a filter? I came across a muddy floating island, the accumulated water is muddy, please help me with the filter. The soil has been collected, and I just upgraded to level 3. I am very satisfied. But why don't you upgrade? Wait and see the island rankings. A marmot came to the island and refused to leave. What should I do? Eat it. Why can't I sell the shovels and other items in the trading channel? Didn't you just collect the dirt? What's wrong with buying some things at a premium? Be careful when forming an alliance. We said we would form an alliance, but he came up and opened his heart to me, and killed the idiot who came to the island. I was also injured, please give me medicine to heal my wounds. Yu Mengli was silently scrolling through the chat history. She was a little touched when she saw people forming alliances and talking about killing people in return. She had also killed someone not long ago. But she felt that this world was all around her. Zhou Tu is too famous. Whenever you browse the channel, you can see people discussing Zhou Tu's day. Zhou Tu's outstanding ability is the topic of conversation for everyone in the channel. Even the chat channel she was in was discussing Zhou Tu's day. Is it impossible to buy Tushin's shovel? Wouldn't it be nice to increase the island's area? It's dangerous outside, so I'll lie down and live on the mud brought by the wind every day. When the time comes, I can just pick up some stones and upgrade the island, and that's it. If you want to develop and buy things, Zhou Tu's things are pretty good, much better than those of some unscrupulous merchants. If you have soil, save it and wait for Zhou Tu, or you can. Is there anyone in our channel who knows Mr. Zhou Tu? If so, please introduce him to me. I really want to add him as my friend. I want to go to Zhou Tu. After reading this part of the chat record, Yu Mengli's expression turned cold. Clicking on the avatars of these two women, one has a foxy face, and the other has a seductive face. Looks like a technician from the previous world entertainment venue. What kind of vixen are you? Zhou Tu is not even in this channel. Why are you being so naughty here? Yu Mengli was a little overwhelmed. How could a woman like this still be alive? Trying to seduce a man out of thin air is really too much. But is Zhou Tu really that attractive? Why don't I think so? Yu Mengli was a little puzzled and turned her eyes away from the women's remarks, but she always felt that the remarks of these foxes were somewhat offensive. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she couldn't argue with these people on the channel. It was too cheap. These people didn't have Zhou Tu's contact information, but she did. No matter what, Zhou Tu and I are childhood sweethearts, so I have an absolute advantage. Will Zhou Tu give honey to other people? Will he give bows and arrows, knives, water condensers, and other things? Let's first check whether my own attributes have increased. Only when I am strong can I be truly strong. I will try my best to give Zhou Tu some feedback in the future. The attribute panel of the level 20 island has been opened, and Yu Mengli's island has already reached level 20. Among the materials obtained through exploration, only rabbits can increase attributes. Now Zhou Tu said that honey may increase attributes. Yu Mengli opened the panel and began to compare it with the previous attributes. Strength increased by 0.1, agility increased by 0.1, and endurance also increased slightly. It really can increase attributes. Everything given by the first island master is good. Yu Mengli sighed. She had a very strong childhood sweetheart and didn't know how she could lose in this world. Send it to Zhou Tu first to explain the situation. Honey has effects, it increases my attributes. If you have the conditions, collect more honey and eat more, also, be safe. You didn't collect honey to make the protective suit, did you? Zhou Tu naturally had no time to look at these things. He was now searching for supplies in the abandoned prison with the elves. There were some traces left by the prison, as if a fight had taken place here, and there were also bullet holes. He had currently collected 2 rifles, a small pistol, and 15 rounds of ammunition from the scattered ground. Bisha saw what Zhou Tu had collected and asked curiously, what is that long, round, black thing called? It seems to be able to shoot out something. Zhou Tu's men paused, we call it a rifle here. In the darkness, Bisha said leisurely, it seems that I need to learn some knowledge about you humans in the future to understand you better. Zhou Tu, it's time to learn more about it. The expression is so interesting. Chapter 74. After exploring the prison floating island with the elves, Zhou Tu returned to the floating island in the dark. This time we got guns, 5 assault rifles, 3 pistols, 15 9mm bullets, 25 5.8mm bullets, batons, shields, forks, helmets. Although we have guns, the ammunition is ridiculously scarce. If we land on the island, we'll be killed before we can even fire a few shots. We have guns but no bullets. Without ammunition depots, these guns could only be used as island defense weapons. Moreover, the guns you get in the future may not have the same caliber of bullets, so the guns on the floating island are made in various countries. When the island becomes bigger, we will build an arsenal in the mechanical area. Only then will the mechanical area be considered a real mechanical area. Although bullets are scarce, it's great to find a gun. The difference between having a gun and not having one is huge. Prisoners are captured by the barrel of a gun. If there is a gun, the other party will not be able to speak too loudly, and it is enough to be used as a deterrent. If Yu Mengli had a gun, these people with ulterior motives would immediately put on smiling faces. A gun without enough bullets won't do me much good, but it's a good choice for Yu Mengli to defend herself. The reputation of the first island master is well deserved. Just when Zhou Tu was sorting out the things he brought, there was a sudden loud noise from the sand pile in the distance, and with a puff, something hit his floating body. In the dark night, this sound is particularly abrupt. Zhou Tu rushed over and saw a hole made by something in the sand pile. He took out a shovel and dug twice. A fist-sized green seed appeared in my hand, with a brown embryo on the round surface. This. Bisha, this looks like a seed. The previous wind disaster brought sea buckthorn seeds, and now this seed is flying over here. The sky is really full of miracles. Zhou Tu understood in his mind that this should be the seed on the Pea Island that he had seen information about before. The mature seeds were ejected through the unknown sky and came to my floating island. But this seed is quite large, very different from the peas in the previous world. Eating one should be enough to fill you up. The way sky plants spread their seeds is amazing. However, according to previous information, the seeds shot out have the power of small cannonballs, so the pea shooter should be gone. Another kind of seeds I've never seen before. Bataya said with a smile as she looked at the seeds in Zhou Tu's hand. Yes. Since these seeds can be shot from other strange islands to our floating island, their power should be quite good. He didn't say it too clearly, because he had to hide the information about the floating island. When Bisha cultivates it, she will know what this plant is. The pea shooter is still a bit powerful in the sky world, as he can launch his seeds from another area. Zhou Tu handed the pea seeds to the elf, grow them well. Since these peas can fly so far and make such a big noise, it shouldn't be a problem for them to become offensive plants on the island. Bisha took the green seed and looked at it repeatedly. Thank you Zhou Tu for bringing me so many plants in the sky. If I can get some more plant samples, I may understand something. I will cultivate the seed well. Zhou Tu's expression was calm. The elves were constantly identifying plant species and cultivating them to become stronger. The defense of the magic area was also becoming stronger and stronger. With the pea shooter, once you cultivate thousands of pea shooters, you can then directly shoot at some small islands to obtain supplies, and the magic area will become stronger and stronger. The night can't stop me from exploring the strange floating island. Just seeing the floating island is enough. The elf nodded obediently. It's dangerous at night. I can accompany the island owner to explore and contribute a little light. Zhou Tu was still looking forward to the elf comprehending something. Right now the elf only showed the ability to stimulate plant growth. It would be even better if it could directly control the plants and become a great druid. After talking to the elf, Zhou Tu opened the trading channel to look at the things he had hung. Didn't sell much. When night came, they exchanged for a wave of supplies, and when the sandstorm came, the level increased a few levels. Few of the island owners had extra food. The stone is not replaced with a shovel. These people should be like me, using stone to make anti-sand measures and don't want to dismantle it. Regional chat channels, at EUR/CN, can I exchange the shovel for other materials other than soil and stone? Are other materials such as iron, copper, gold, and silver accepted? This soil and stone are necessary materials for everyone to upgrade the island. With Zhou Tu collecting materials in this way, everyone in the channel started to pay attention to it. Yes. Soil and stone are becoming hard currency, and they are all being taken seriously. I just got the shovel blueprint. Soil and stone can expand living space. People have realized their importance in the past few days. Some things of poor quality cannot be exchanged for soil and stone at all, and can only be traded for other things. The island owners in the sky world are becoming more and more stingy. Tushan, I have a blueprint and want to exchange supplies with you. Collected information about soil in regional channels. Zhou Tu scratched his head. As the first island owner, his every move was watched by everyone. He collected a large amount of soil, and everyone paid attention to it. Everyone started to pay attention to the transactions of foundation soil and stone. After taking a look at the world channel, most people also suggested exchanging other items for the engineer shovel. It takes 1,000 tons of soil each time, and then you have to dig a whole day's worth of soil for nothing. Who can bear it? Zhou Tu can understand. Indeed, as time goes by, it becomes increasingly difficult to collect soil and stone from people, which is the basis for the island to become larger, unless the initiative is given up and it joins other islands. The price of the engineer shovel has been reduced. It's just not selling well now. It should still be easy to sell during the day. As for these people's proposal to exchange minerals such as gold, silver, and copper for shovels. After a little thought, I gave up. The mechanical area might use special materials later, but now is not the time. Bring Shen Qinghe to the island and let her collect special materials. The light prism tower in the mechanical area needs to be built, and now the mechanical area has no effective defense. It would be great if I could come across the excavator drawings. Then I could make the excavator directly, sign a contract with Zhang Yiwei, and dig him out. Between thoughts, Zhou Tu opened the chat with Yumengli and took a quick glance, feeling a little surprised. Yumengli ate honey, and her attributes increased so much. Open your own properties panel. Island owner, Zhou Tu age 24 strength, 7.1 stamina, 6.1 agility, 6.01 charm 8 observation, 10 strength, endurance and agility are all increased. The honey that increases properties is still very powerful. After looking at the attribute increase, Zhou Tu concluded, Yumengli is just better at sensing her body's subtle strengthening, and her physique is slightly better than mine. But as long as I keep taking things that increase my attributes, my strength attribute will increase to more than 10. Even without attribute amplification, I can break a tree with one punch. In this way, the value of the poisonous bee is still increasing. In addition, the yellow fruit tree bears fruit too slowly. But it is not too urgent. It is quite good to be able to eat food with enhanced properties now. Some people in the channel are hungry one day and full the next. The properties have increased to a certain level, I wonder if it can resist bullets. Is there a limit to the attribute increase that can be achieved by eating honey? Whether there is one or not, if you see an island with increased attributes in the future, you need to go and explore it. The higher the attribute, the better. Compared with other people's islands, I can collect these animals and plants with added attributes to continuously strengthen myself. Yu Mengli was lucky enough to catch a rabbit, but there was no follow-up. The fundamental reason was that the island was too small to breed rabbits. You can't see anything in the beginning, but later on, the bigger the island is, the more species there are. Even if you add a little attribute to each thing, the advantage will be infinitely expanded. Chapter 75. If the island has enough energy, the owner can use the energy to stimulate the growth of animals. When the island owner's heart breaks through level 190, the animal growth bonus function in the island owner's area is enabled. The bonus area is 100 square meters, the bonus energy consumption is 60/s, and the bonus efficiency is 20%. Although this bonus consumes a lot of energy, if it is added to poisonous bees in the future, it will increase the honey production. Substituting the same amount will increase the attributes of the island owner. The energy is exchanged for the island owner becoming stronger, which is a profit. The island owner is destined to become stronger and stronger in the sky. My goal is not wrong, but what happens when a floating island grows to a certain size? The stars. Then I am the lord of one star. The Chinese people's ambition to cultivate the stars and the sea has not changed in me. Zhou Tu put his ambition aside and looked into the distance. No matter how good the future is, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Move the floating island forward. This is a small floating island for humans. You are a huge danger to it. Move the floating island to the left. This is a small floating island for people. You are in great danger to it. Move the floating island to the right and you will encounter dark night bats. You cannot fight against them now. They have extremely strong bloodthirsty ability at night. Move back to the floating islands, the feathered serpent islands, which guard the ancient temples. There are ancient powers hidden in the temple. They are extremely hostile to incoming creatures. 10 minutes is enough to kill you. Move upwards to the floating island, and the swamp island will make it difficult to move. Move down floating island, deserted island. It was unexpected to encounter an island with two people, as it had always been just one. But the message given is too funny. I am a good person, I will not offend others unless they offend me, so there is no danger at all. This information is pure slander. The other islands are too dangerous, so I'll just meet strangers. I met other people passively before, but now I'll take the initiative to meet some people, so that some people won't say they can't see him. Showing your face is still a good publicity. Zhou Tu turned the floating island and the mechanical area moved forward. There was no defense in the mechanical area except him. It's good to cover up the magic area and the creature area, so as not to be really scary at night. Zhang Yu's was on the floating island, checking the chat channel. It was getting late, if he didn't sleep he would have to wait until daytime. Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came into the hut in the distance. What is this? You can come here from the floating island at night. Zhang Yu's looked at the huge island with light and found it hard to understand. There are bright lights on this floating island, one is white light, and the other is fluorescent light, which are spread all over the other side of the island and look like a forest. What's going on? I've only heard of strange floating islands waiting to be explored, but I've never heard anyone say that strange floating islands came by themselves. I reflexively prepared for defense. At this time, the island owner's crystal sent a message. Island GAN B10086 is detected approaching, coordinates have been constructed, do you want to establish a friend relationship? Zhang Yu's was shocked to find that it was a floating island that people were exploring at night. This guy is so awesome, isn't he afraid of death? Wait, isn't this the island number of Master Zhou Tu? The number of Master Zhou Tu was very interesting, and he remembered it after taking a look at it. Tushan is also moving and exploring at night? This is too scary. Click reflexively to establish friendship. He felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head, and he remembered his previous behavior as a clown in the channel. Tushan shouldn't care. But what if you care? It's better to be safe than sorry. With such a big island, Zhou Tu must have other means to easily deal with an ordinary island owner. Although he is a clown, he is not stupid. He is a really nice clown. What should I do? If Zhou Tu is a little more cautious, he might kill me. Zhang Yu's was a little panicked. The only way was to talk more in the channel to prove his existence. If the number of people in the channel decreases, it means Zhou Tu killed me. Zhang Yu's never thought that one day he would be able to save his life by speaking in the channel. I met Tushan. There is electricity and trees on Tushan's island. It's awesome. Tushan directly entered the electrical age. I still light an oil lamp. Excited, so excited, I added the master as my friend. The master also moved the floating island to explore at night. He is worthy of being the first person to explore the island. God is indeed God, unstoppable day or night, so cool. I must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of blessings. Some people wonder, are you exploring the island at night? Are you so brave? You clown number 2, why are you so talkative tonight? Are you scared to death of meeting a big guy? So you are talking like crazy in the channel. Did you really meet Tushan at night? Zhang Yu's breathed a sigh of relief. You are damn right. You are frantically trying to show off your existence because you are afraid of death. So many people in the channel know that Zhou Tu and I met, and so many people are talking about it, I'm probably safe. Zhou Tu shouldn't kill me. However, Zhou Tu had already agreed to establish a chat channel, so Zhang Yu's immediately sent a message, hello, sir. You are still exploring the island at night and making contributions to the entire sky. That's great. Tushan, it is my honor to have you as my chat friend. Hello. Zhou Tu responded indifferently. When Zhang Yu saw the response, he knew it was safe. Boss Zhou Tu didn't have a strong desire to kill him, so he waited on the island for Zhou Tu to appear. But Zhou Tu did not show up. Then I saw Zhou Tu leaving the floating island. Zhang Yu was speechless. This guy is too lazy to even look at me. The distrust in the channel made me feel nervous when I saw Zhou Tu, and I was afraid that Zhou Tu would attack me. My island is compared to his island as a billionaire is compared to a pauper. Zhou Tu, the #1 master of Sky Island, was too lazy to even look at me. However, a chat channel was established and Zhou Tu also showed goodwill, which shows that Zhou Tu is a good person. Zhou Tu looked at the chat records and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it necessary to be so scared? After thinking about it, Zhou Tu suddenly realized, to the people in the channel, I am indeed a bit dangerous. The upper suppression caused by super high level. The island is still driven and explored at night, giving these people a sense of mystery and plunder. Who dares to explore recklessly at night? I'm afraid I'm the only one. In addition, I was aloof and didn't talk much, so these people were indeed worried that I would plunder the islands of my fellow humans like others did. This way I am indeed dangerous to other strange island owners. Chapter 76. Many people on the floating island are wary of me. When they really face me, they don't even dare to go to the island. Even when Shen King he brought up my name, it was enough to intimidate Li Zhongping so that he dared not make any unnecessary moves. It was obvious. The reputation of the first island master is indeed terrifying. 5 times of collecting information passed by in a flash. Zhou Tu and the elf didn't gain much when they landed on the island. They went to an abandoned gas station and found some gasoline and diesel. A deserted island, a mineral island, an island with dilapidated houses, a collection of sundries, and a diesel generator. It was already dawn. Zhou Tu is most concerned about how his shovel sells, as this is related to the breakthrough of the 300-level island. According to the previous rules of unlocking 100 levels, it is very likely that a very useful function will be unlocked. This is what he really expected. In the trading channel, the number of shovels is slowly decreasing. Someone is exchanging resources to exchange his shovel, but it has not been completed yet. It will probably take another hour. Chat channel. Is Zhou Tu really exploring the floating island at night? Most of the people who explored the floating island at night before were dead. What is Zhou Tu thinking? What are you questioning? Can't Zhou Tu do what others can't? How high is his level? How big is the area? Do you need to doubt it? Zhang Yu's vowed in the channel. You must have been scared by Zhou Tu's island. I remember you said before that you shouldn't go to Zhou Tu to buy things. Why did you become a Tu fan now? If you haven't seen Tushan's island, don't use your little brain to guess the size of the great god's island. Shi Chaoqiang, what clown number 2 said should be true. When I first saw Tushan's island during the day, there were already trees on it. You just don't believe it. Zhou Tu scrolled through the chat history and found that these people had spread the news of his nighttime exploration of the floating island. Even people in the outside world channel were debating whether it was feasible to explore the floating island at night. Zhou Tu silently closed the chat. There is a huge amount of information in the chat channel. Once you get addicted, there are people who spend half a day reading the chat records. The chat records here are not thousands or tens of thousands, but start from millions. It would be better to explore the island and dig up the soil to increase its area. Visually ahead. Information appeared in Zhou Tu's eyes. Move the floating island forward. There is a 10-meter square pond on the island. There is a copper treasure chest in it, but be careful, there are some turtles pressing it down, so it is not easy to get. After reading several other pieces of information, Zhou Tu planned to move the floating island forward. Naturally, he was eyeing the water in the pond. He didn't care if the treasure chest wasn't golden. You won't get anything good from this treasure chest, but the copper material is pretty good. But he was not very satisfied when he pumped water last time. A pump pumped out water, and the water level in the water island pool dropped a little, but only a little. The root cause is that the pumping speed is not fast enough, the efficiency is not high, and the time is too short. Level 300 and above should be able to increase the stay time to 3 hours, which is barely enough now. First send a message to Zhang Yiwei to see if their people have found the water pump and trade it to him for use. Soon Zhang Yiwei responded, yes, we found a few water pumps here, how many do you want for Tushan? Zhou Tu, are there 3? Yes. You can get it on the channel in 5 minutes. Zhang Yiwei was very happy, and then asked curiously, Tushan, is it true that you can move around the island to explore at night? Real. Exploring at night is very dangerous, right? Do you think I can explore at night? No, there are strange creatures. The island is too small to have no defense. We need measures to prevent cold, fire, and attacks from high-level creatures. With these, we can barely give it a try, but there is a high probability of death. After collecting information dozens of times at night, he had a certain assessment of the danger in his mind, and had certain countermeasures in mind about what kind of defense was needed, so he was also adept at revealing some information. He got 3 water pumps, which were borrowed. Zhang Yiwei directly handed them over without even asking when they would be returned. That's trust. There aren't many people who trust each other like this in the channel. The advantage of a large organization is that it has a wide variety of supplies, useful and useless, and the main focus is on collection. By organizing so many people, someone will eventually need them. Of course, the organization's mortality and injury rates were also high, and Zhang Yiwei got a lot of herbs from him. The first transaction of 50 shovels has laid a foundation of trust with Zhang Yiwei's organization. Later on, transactions became very frequent and he also disclosed some information appropriately, which was a complementary relationship. Although I am not a member of the organization, I have done close business with it. In a sense, the organization is my logistics. Zhou Tu realized that if there was no limit to chatting, survival would not be a problem for these originally organized people, but rather a material transaction. He even saw in the channel that some people could trick others into giving away everything without doing anything, which was simply outrageous. In the survival world, in one sentence, the man gave me supplies, which has been staged before. The water pumps and water pipes are ready, and the connection to the island is underway. Water is the most important, forest growth, construction of anti-sand tree walls, growth of medicinal herbs. An island with a small hill appeared before his eyes, and below it was a pond with green water and rippling waves. It is a small square pond about 10 meters long. There is water, it's a water island. Bataya floated on the branch in front of her with a look of joy on her face. In this sandstorm, water is very important for developing islands. Water is the foundation for the growth of plants on floating islands. In a sense, it is the foundation of my strength. The more water I get, the more plants I can grow, and the greater my ability will be. At that time, the limitation of water only gave rise to some low grass, which was not enough for defense. Now with the blessing of Zhou Tu floating island, you can give birth as you wish. Bataya watched Zhou Tu ride his motorcycle to the edge of the pond, prepare the water pump, and start pumping water. Once again, I made sure that I had not followed the wrong person. Zhou Tu came to the edge of the pool. He wanted the water, he also wanted to eat the turtle, and he also wanted to open the treasure chest. In short, I want them all. I took a branch to test the depth of the pond, which was about 3 meters. Zhou Tu knew what was going on. The water volume of this pond is 300 cubic meters. The density of water is about 1 ton/cubic meter, and the pond contains about 300 tons of water. Pump water. If the 4 water pumps are running at full capacity, they should be able to pump about 240 tons in 2 hours. Then you can catch the turtle with a net. Now you can take a look at the black cows. They have become permanent residents on the island. Let's see the effect. Chapter 77. Zhou Tu came to the black bulls. These black bulls were now lazy and had adapted to the life on the floating island. With the damage transfer, he was not afraid of the black bulls butting him. Zhou Tu chose a black cow and walked over. The black bull was too lazy to do anything but turn its head to glance at him, chewing the cud in its big mouth. I haven't had breakfast yet, you're eating so deliciously. After the contact, it was found that these black cows really had no ill will towards him. When he arrived on the island, these cows were very wary of him. Good. If he encounters other dangerous animals on the island in the future, he can go directly to the place where these black cows are and use these black cows to resist them. As for the ability to control animals, he did not use it. He had 10 points of energy and could not afford it now. When Zhou Tu came to the tiger, he found that the tiger was much more alert to him, took a defensive posture and even roared. The most important thing is that there is a rabbit hair next to the tiger. I have kept them in captivity, and yet there are rabbits that slip through the cracks and run into this tiger enclosure to die. Zhou Tu was speechless. In ancient times, people waited for rabbits by the tree stump, but nowadays, tigers waited for rabbits by the pen. These rabbits had no natural enemies on their original island. They came to my island and must have strayed into a tiger enclosure while exploring and got caught. I haven't eaten it yet, but now the tiger is eating it. Wild tigers are very aggressive. Zhou Tu stood outside the circle, took out a straight pole from his backpack, and hit the tiger's head twice. The tiger was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Zhou Tu threw down a few pieces of food and left. Giving a sweet date after a few beatings is also very practical for animals. Black Bull became a permanent animal, but if he wanted to directly command Black Bull, he could only cultivate familiarity unless he used his ability to dominate. The same is true for tigers, which have not yet become permanent residents. The transaction was opened and Yumengli was given a rifle and a pistol, each with 5 bullets. In the private chat, Yumengli had already sent a concerned greeting, and had obviously noticed the news about his night exploration in the World Channel. Is it true that the World Channel said you were exploring at night? Really, Zhou Tu replied, bullets are limited, don't shoot lightly, if you leave it out in the open, no one will have any malicious thoughts. You even found a gun, awesome. Yumengli replied. But this gun may not kill wild boars. Yumengli was so angry that she said, get lost. Zhou Tu never turned back and came to the magic area forest. The pumped water had already flowed into the pool that the elves had prepared. This pond is surrounded by trees growing together. The elves built a hut in the forest for him, with a wooden bed growing out of it. There was a small green branch sticking out from the wooden table, which became a green plant on the wooden table, decorating it, and there was also a wooden stool. A wooden bookshelf, on which were the books that Zhou Tu had collected last night that seemed of little use to him. Apparently Bataya had modeled her room after his to some extent, and even her bookshelves after his. The elves have grown a lot since coming to my island, and they've grown very fast. He is very satisfied with this cabin in the woods. Zhou Tu felt that if the elf continued to grow, it would be able to control plants. The original idea was not wrong, the magic area should be managed by the elves. Master Island Master, there seemed to be some creatures in the water source of the opposite island. Zhou Tu knew that the water level was getting shallower and the turtle could no longer hide. There are many turtles in shallow water. Zhou Tu counted them and found that there were about 30 turtles of various sizes. They took out the scoop net and scooped out all the turtles, transporting them back to the island, and the treasure chest was also salvaged. About 240 tons of water were pumped this time, but there was silt under the pool and it could not be pumped out, so the estimate was somewhat inaccurate. In addition to these, Zhou Tu also found some brightly colored mushrooms on the hill, including several varieties of red, white, and blue, which he did not recognize. After collecting them, Zhou Tu threw them directly into the magic area. After a few days, these brightly colored mushrooms would probably grow in the woods. By then, if mushroom professionals come to the island, we can make delicious mushroom soup. At the end of the week, we took a quick tour around Shuidao Island and got everything we needed on the island. It was a good harvest. Back on the island, Zhou Tu started watching the trading channel. All the shovel transactions were successful, which was just as he expected. The efficiency of the shovel is a hot selling item in the whole world. After exploring the floating island during the day, these people will immediately exchange all the remaining shovels. Exchange 300 pieces for soil, and you will get 300,000 pieces of soil. Exchange 600 knives for stones, and get 360,000 stones. The storm brought 1.83 million tons of soil that night. The shovel got 300,000 tons of soil, plus various other things in exchange. Now the total is 2.15 million tons of soil. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 228, energy, 119/238, and the materials required for the next upgrade are 22,800 soil and 2,380 stone. It takes more than 20,000 tons of soil to upgrade to a higher level, and it consumes a lot of materials, but the area of a the floating island is also very large. The area of a the outer circle added now is simply incomparable to the original area. Without hesitation, Zhou Tu chose to upgrade the floating island. The island area has been detected to be increasing. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 229, energy, 120/239. The materials required for the next upgrade are 22,900 soil and 2,390 stone. This time the island's area has increased unprecedentedly, expanding directly outward by 80 meters. The noise was even louder than before. Zhou Tu activated his floating flight ability and stood in the air to observe. The moment the island was upgraded, the sand and soil accumulated at night were integrated into the floating island, along with the stones that were traded. On the periphery, circles of soil condensed, and the area of a the floating island expanded outward rapidly. The white clouds in the distance were directly shattered by the extended soil. All the creatures on the island stood up. Zhou Tu saw a few rabbits standing in the grass with their hind legs stretched out, their ears erect, looking towards the periphery of the floating island with a look of surprise and doubt on their faces. Bisha accompanied Zhou Tu and said slowly, "This time the floating island has been upgraded to nearly double its area." The floating island continued to grow, collecting plants and animals, which was an experience Bisha had never had before. Turning to look at Zhou Tu, she found that Zhou Tu's eyes were deep. The island area has been detected to be increasing. The current level of the Island Master's Heart is 308, energy, 199/318, and the materials required for the next upgrade are 30,800 soil and 3,180 stone. Zhou Tu looked around and found that the diameter of the floating island was 318 meters. The newly born land was yellow and had no vegetation. The area of the entire floating island has grown to 79,520.5 square meters, which is approximately equivalent to the area of a 10 standard football fields. The previous island was only 44,000 square meters. The area of a standard football field is calculated as 7,140 square meters. The area of the island is now much larger than the water cube. The black bull had already rushed to the land where he was born and was having fun, raising a lot of dust. Only a few black dots could be seen moving quickly in the yellow sand. It seemed that he was happier than the island owner. After breaking through level 300, Zhou Tu ignored everything else and immediately looked at the new abilities unlocked at level 300. It has been detected that the area of the island has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 300, the floating island's ability has increased, and the island's internal water circulation has been activated. The island owner can designate any place on the island and use energy to activate the floating island's spring. It can be activated by consuming 50 energy points. The island owner can regard the floating island as a small biosphere. The island owner can use spring water on the island with extremely low consumption. Excessive consumption of water for use outside the island will cause the island's water resources to be depleted. It can be destroyed and redeveloped with energy. Zhou Tu smiled and said, "A spring on the floating island in the end times. Awesome. Where?" Chapter 78. The placement of the spring is critical. If you want to change it, it will cost 50 energy points, so you need to be cautious. After a moment, Zhou Tu determined where the spring water was. The cabin in the woods is the most suitable place. The spring water flows out from the cabin, then passes through the woods to the biological area, providing water for the black bull and tiger. In the future, when he has free time, he can enjoy the flowers and make tea here. The fresh water from the source is perfect. According to the extended interpretation, these animals are also part of the floating island biosphere. As long as we don't sell the water directly and circulate it around the island, there won't be too much waste. After all, the cow has eaten and drunk, but is still on the floating island. Most of the water absorbed by trees is also on the floating island, so the consumption is indeed very small. Arriving at the cabin in the forest, Zhou Tu began to use energy. Zhou Tu aimed at an open space next to the wooden table in the cabin to build a spring. Suddenly, he seemed to feel that the moisture in the air on the floating island seemed to squeeze into the soil, and then the ground cracked and stones emerged. In the middle of the crevice of the stone, a spring of water slowly emerged, and a stream of water as thick as a thumb spurted up an inch high. The spring water was clear and colorless, not at all like the turbid water in the pond he had drawn before. Zhou Tu walked over, scooped up a handful of spring water with both hands, took a sip, and it was dry and cold. The spring water on the floating island is actually like mountain spring water. This reminded Zhou Tu of the natural water that flowed out of the cracks in the rocks in the mountains when he was traveling. The elf followed suit and said after drinking, the water of the floating island seems to be purified. Zhou Tu stood up and shook his hands. Indeed, the floating island is like a huge filter, pressing the water on the island into the land. The land is like a filter plug, and after filtering and compressing it, it forms spring water. No wonder the prompt can be seen as a small ecosystem. It turns out to be like this. Can I continue to use this spring water to grow plants? The elf asked with sparkling eyes. Yes. The plants that are induced to grow are also part of the island's ecosystem. The water in the plants interacts with the floating island, and the consumption is very small. You can induce them to grow at will. Bisha walked around the spring and said, in this case, the bamboo sand-proof wall that we promised to the island owner will be built faster. Let's first grow some grass on the newly formed yellow sand areas to solidify them. I'm afraid of where all this sand came from and how it will go. It would be funny if the strong wind failed to bring sand but instead took away the sand on his island. Elf, I'll go now. It's my duty to expand the island's greening rate. Zhou Tu shook his head. The elves were indeed the chosen ones of heaven. After reading the previous books, he learned some new things. Some professional terms can be mentioned. The island master's heart reminds you that the spring has been successfully opened, and the water circulation value is 50. If this value drops to 0, the water resources will be exhausted. Zhou Tu looked at the indicators in front of him and understood that the higher the water circulation value, the better. In general, the spring water given at level 300 is so powerful that the entire floating island can be regarded as a small biosphere. Everything can be cycled. Flowers, plants, trees, and animals are given tremendous vitality by the spring water, forming an internal circulation that is endless. Zhou Tu fixed his eyes on the thumb-sized spring. At this moment, the water gushing out of the spring was like a headless fly, starting to look for its own way out. But it didn't go far before it seeped into the ground. Water with a source would not give in easily and it was still looking for its own way. Zhou Tu didn't take care of the spring water, so he let the elves take care of it. Taking a look at the water tank that the elves had surrounded before, the water level was dropping rapidly, and it was far above the horizon of the floating island. It has been slowly absorbed by the floating island and transformed into clear spring water. In the process, the muddy water has been purified and becomes edible and drinkable directly. The turtle inside was once again faced with the embarrassing situation of there being no water in the pond. It should be no problem for a thumb-sized spring to flow out into a small stream on the floating island. At that time, these turtles will be kept in the creek. Now everything focuses on the development of the floating island. As for the future, digging a lake and raising fish on the floating island is a matter for the future. Zhou Tu feels that the current floating island is still too small. In the next few days, I will focus on finding Shen Qinghe in the channel. If you are lucky, you can find it in 1 day. If you are unlucky, you should be able to find it in 2 or 3 days. Zhou Tu estimated in his mind that the probability of encountering people during these days of moving the floating island was still relatively high. Now that I'm moving the floating island day and night, the probability is even higher. The stones used for upgrading are 220,000, and the shovel is exchanged for 360,000 stones. There are 140,000 pieces of stone left. Now the island has become larger, and the sand-proof wall is the arc that does not intersect on both sides of the circle. What Zhou Tu needs to do now is to readjust this arc and extend both sides to the edge of the floating island. The bamboo sand-proof wall that the elves are going to build will begin to grow along the edge of the current floating island. The island can grow every day, and the sand-proof wall must be in a dynamic transformation state to adapt to the larger floating island environment. However, the next time the sand control wall intercepts mud brought by the wind, it should be able to double. The island has become larger. In addition to the sand-proof wall, the trees where the elves live can also block a little wind and sand. Even if there is no deliberate collection, a lot of sand will remain on the island. Now the island is nearly 80,000 square meters. Even if there is no deliberate sand blocking, the amount of sand blocked is still more than some small islands. That's the advantage of a large island. As for exchanging large amounts of soil in the channel, Zhou Tu felt that it was the contradiction between the backward digging efficiency and the rapid increase in the island's area. In reality, people don't have much money, but relevant experts advocate increasing consumption. He and other big island owners like Zhang Yiwei are facing the same situation. They have things but cannot sell them on the trading channel. What's more, soil and stone are the basic materials for upgrading the island, which is even more precious. Everyone has started to hold on to their own soil and stone. Zhou Tu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. His goal was to find Shen Qinghe and Li Yuro and have them come over to work. There were too many items to explore, so he could trade them one by one, so there was basically no need to explore. Just when Zhou Tu activated the floating island, the channel was in an uproar, and those who followed Zhou Tu discovered that Zhou Tu's upgrade was to level 80. What does level 80 mean? Millions of dirt, all I can do is look up to them. I thought it would get harder and harder to upgrade later, but I didn't expect Zhou Tu Zhu Lao's upgrades to be as fast as a rocket. Now Master Zhou Tu needs about 30,000 units of soil to upgrade an island. Oh my god, this level is enough for me to upgrade to level 10. The area of a boss Zhou Tu's island is now about 80,000 square meters. Wow, it takes several minutes to walk more than 300 meters on such a large island. I envy clown number 2, who was lucky enough to meet the Master Zhou Tu, and has a private chat channel with the Master. Chapter 79. No, why did Tushan's island score exceed 10 million? How did it grow so fast? The score is still increasing, hundreds or even thousands of points per second, which is awesome. Oh my god, boss, please recruit me. Won't I be lonely on such a big floating island? Aren't you lonely? At EUROCN, I'm a little boy, look at me. Please, big guy, please accept me. I will never talk about the girl who gave gifts in the channel again, because I also want to give gifts now. People in the channel couldn't understand why Zhou Tu's island rating increased so quickly. If this growth trend continues, the second island owner's points will reach 10 million. The island owner's points reflect the development of the island to a certain extent. All the materials, animals, and plants above can be converted into points on the ranking list. This shows that the supplies on Zhou Tu's floating island are extremely abundant. Seeing that there is nothing on their floating island, many people want to go and live on the great god's floating island. After a few days of hardship, they were even a little impatient. Shi Chaoqiang, there are forests on the great god island, growing every moment, and breaking through 10 million points is not a problem, it's normal. I don't know what you are shouting. But since you guys called me, I'll also say this, God, please accept me when you see me again. Whoa, what's wrong with you? You're all like this, can't you develop your own island? At Tushan, look at me, if you see me, you must accept me. I surpassed the second place by so many points. I don't know what the real island has become like now. When Tushan saw me, he asked me to go to the island. I am a teacher in real life. Zhou Tu was picking up some garbage on the island. The island was not rich in supplies, but he found some women's products. Thinking of Shen Qinghe and Li Euro coming, he brought these white angels back. I feel so warm. Zhou Tu exclaimed. As the area of a euro the floating island increased, the heart of the island owner became stronger and stronger, changing from white to yellow and then to green. Now the color of the heart of the island owner in his hand has turned blue. The island master's heart has become extraordinary. It can be integrated into the body, driven by thoughts, and can communicate faster. This is a new ability brought by the level 240 island master's heart. He had seen what these people in the channel had said, but what they were saying now was a little outrageous. Xiaonanyang and others come to test his sexual interests. It's really a bit laughable. Now these people speak in the channel just to become familiar faces, express their own side, become familiar faces in front of him, and make their own positions clear. When I meet them in the future, at least they will be people I am familiar with, not easy to rob or kill. As for wanting to come over, it should be the truth. It is better to rely on the big guys than to develop your own island. Zhou Tu could understand these people's feelings. The island owner's points were too high now, especially after breaking through the 300 level barrier. With the water spring, water can circulate around the floating island and drive the rapid growth of organic matter on the entire island. There is also the elf who loves farming, which causes his supplies to increase exponentially. In fact, everyone can quickly increase their island points when they reach level 300, but even at this level, no one's island development speed is as fast as his. Rapid development has now also caused problems. The strange floating islands have also become larger. In the past, we could encounter floating islands that were 100 meters in size, but now the diameter of the strange floating islands we encounter is generally at least 300 meters. The level 250 island owner's heart adds another hour of stay on a strange island. Now you can stay on a strange island for 3 hours, giving the island owner time to take away important supplies from the opposite island. But the large area of a euro the strange island on the opposite side means that the resources are relatively abundant and there are more creatures. It is no longer a lone wolf creature, but a group of creatures. Just now, he saw the information that there were creatures on the 5 islands that the colonies could not deal with, so he had to choose the island with the scrap supermarket to explore. Although the island has grown, we still need to be cautious. The overall strengthening of island defense also needs to be put on the agenda. With the water fountain, we have more supplies. We can consume some of them to exchange for buildings or weapons that can arm the floating island. At this moment, Zhang Yiwei looked at the water pump returned by Zhou Tu and his rapidly increasing points, and was silent for a moment. Zhou Tu is so fierce, beyond anyone's imagination. If he wasn't the head of an organization, he would also want to go to the surrounding islands. 80,000 square meters, such a huge area, according to the national character, must be cultivated. It would be a sin to see such a large piece of land lying barren. The first thing to do after bringing back soil from the moon is to study whether vegetables can be grown on the moon. Now that he has become the owner of the floating island, it would be unreasonable for Zhou Tu not to farm such a large area. But he couldn't figure out how Zhou Tu farmed. His men had already divided the islands for farming, and the feedback they had received was that planting trees was very difficult. After all, if you plant a tree during a storm, it may be blown away if you don't bury it deep enough. Zhou Tu has such a high score, obviously he has planted a lot of plants, why did it grow so fast in the strong wind? This is the puzzling part. Zhang Yiwei was very envious when Zhou Tu borrowed a water pump from him. The place was big and the water pumping was crazy. One water pump was not enough. With this water, Zhou Tu's plants grew faster. Zhang Yiwei, what new abilities have been added to the level 300 island? Are you so powerful? You can open a spring on the island. When the island develops to a certain level, it can actually open up a spring. But it needs to be level 300. Zhang Yiwei was a little speechless. It will take me forever to reach level 300. No wonder the points increased so much. Zhang Yiwei continued to ask, will the bonus for level 200 islands be announced in the World Channel today? Zhou Tu frowned slightly. At level 140, the damage transfer function is unlocked. Level 200 unlocks the attribute surge function. These two abilities are bonuses to the island owner himself. One is to ensure that the island owner is not harmed, and the other is to conquer by force. What kind of people came to the island? Those who cannot develop their own island. Is there any ulterior motive? Maybe. People are complex and their hearts change over time. The secret of strengthening oneself will not be announced. The island master will know when his level reaches a certain level. It doesn't matter if everyone knows the other irrelevant ones. Tu Shenyu. I thought so too. Zhang Yiwei said, someone here brought some stone slabs from the floating island of ruins. There are some words on them, and there are also drawings of flying elf-like creatures. Take a look. Zhou Tu paused. Records about elves? Will it help the elves who are currently in a bottleneck? Chapter 80. If the elves can really be upgraded, the development of the island will be improved again. The information Zhang Yiwei provided this time is of very high value. He revealed that level 300 can open up springs on the island, and Zhang Yiwei encountered abnormal islands. Very reasonable. Zhou Tu immediately thought, in the future, we must also build our own intelligence system and practice two-legged warfare. Soon Zhang Yiwei traded the slate. Zhou Tu looked at the image on the stone slab and found that it was indeed somewhat similar to an elf. However, the elf on the stone slab was much bigger than Bataya, and Bataya looked more like a child compared to it. There's hope. When we arrived at the cabin in the woods, Bataya was already on the floating island, taking a walk around. He looked very tired, but his eyes were sparkling. Tired and happy. Zhou Tu laughed inwardly and took the stone tablet to show the elf what was going on. Bisha looked at the slate for a while before saying, it records some things about the elves, but it's useless to me. Perhaps I can only gain something by seeing what's on the floating island. But generally speaking, I have found the direction of evolution. I may evolve to this size in the future, and my ability to produce plants will be even greater. Bataya said, pointing to the eight-winged elf on the stone slab. Zhou Tu was a little disappointed, but he was relieved in a moment. If ordinary people could find something to help elves grow, wouldn't it be too easy? If he hadn't seen the hint at that time, he wouldn't have been able to find Bethia even if he went to the island. The stone tablet was not completely useless. At least it gave the elves a goal and allowed Bataya to become stronger. Now Bisha is like a wild elf, it's good to have a target. The unknown in the sky is both dangerous and a treasure, and every floating island is a mine. Now that we know that there are relics of the elves in the sky floating island world, we should just keep exploring. So Zhou Tu started to make a big promise, don't worry, we will encounter relics of elves sooner or later when we explore the sky. As a good island owner, you must always remember to motivate every islander. Working hard and being urged to work are two different concepts of efficiency. Bataya's face was firm, I believe in the island owner. If the island owner says to find a water island, then he will find a water island. If he says to find plants for Bataya, then he will find plants. Bataya is very happy. Zhou Tu stood up. He felt a little guilty when he thought about the fact that he met Mizushima but didn't go in. He said with concern, remember to rest while promoting plant growth. Thank you for your concern, island owner. Zhou Tu walked out of the treehouse and came to the medicinal field. The spring water was guided by the elves across the medicinal field. The spring had a small flow, but its source was continuous, and under the drainage of the elves it soon took on its desired shape. After carefully observing the medicinal field, I found that many of the herbs in the field had already bloomed, and poisonous bees were already flying over the herbs. These flowering herbs are the herbs that had previously formed buds. There is a huge market for medicinal herbs in the sky. The world's pharmaceutical industry used to make huge profits, and people in the sky continue to encounter strange creatures. Apart from him, no one else can predict and avoid danger in advance. Even if one is extremely cautious, injuries during exploration are common. As a result, the demand is even greater. Bisha was very proud of her achievements, which were much better than the weeds she had grown on her island before. She reminded, some herbs can be harvested when they are ripe. Planting them here will take up space. This soil is for medicinal purposes. Zhou Tu walked to the direction of the herbs Bataya reminded him of and took a look. Some of the herbs were indeed mature, with thick roots and stems and full of juice. With the blessing of the elves, some herbs that were about to mature are now mature. The bonus that elves give to plant growth is incomparable to the ability given by my current island master's heart. There are many mature medicinal herbs. Zhou Tu pinched his chin and thought that these mature herbs could be transformed into the necessary resources in the channel. These are supplies on your own island, and you can exchange them for resources from other island owners without any energy. And with the endorsement of my reputation and the scarcity of herbs, I don't have to worry about sales at all. The most important thing is that these herbs can be sold continuously. There is soil from the medicinal fields, elves, and water sources. As long as the seeds are kept well, a cycle can be formed, and resources from other island owners can be continuously collected. The most important thing is that it does not require energy. But at present, only the specific effect of one hemostatic grass is known, and the others can only judge the approximate effect based on the names recognized by the island master's heart, so it is impossible to prescribe the right medicine for the people in the channel. Zhou Tu is not professional in identifying medicinal herbs, and the large medicinal fields require medical talents. I am not the omnipotent god as claimed in the channel. Zhou Tu reflected on himself and decided that although he was already very strong, he should not be too proud. The most important thing was to know himself correctly. Now that the herbs are ripe, let's build a few houses to store them. After Zhou Tu finished speaking to Bethia, he opened the original construction template, used wood to build 5 simple rooms next to it, and then made some boxes and classified them. These rooms are located next to the medicinal fields and are specifically used to store medicinal materials. They are not afraid of wind disasters because there are protective forests planted by the elves. Every time the island expands, the elves give priority to cultivating forests in their own magical areas, and now it is layered and well organized. Some of the soil blocked by trees has formed a wave-like arch, greatly reducing wind damage. Let's put these mature herbs here first. If you don't have time to classify them, forget it. Now they are growing in the herb field, and it's very hard for you to grow so many plants. Although Zhou Tu said this, he still hoped that the elves could pick out the herbs. He had no time. I am really a man who says one thing and means another. Bisha was touched by Zhou Tu's concern and said, I don't need to sleep like the island owner. I will harvest these mature herbs and replant other collected herb seeds. This will also benefit me. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Tuxin said loudly, what a good employee. The island has not developed because of my incompetence. Surpassing other island owners' island points by tens of millions is just the basics. It will be normal to surpass hundreds of millions of points in the future. The yellow fruit trees have finally started to produce small green beans, which have just borne fruit. It's developing pretty well. The world tree seed has just sprouted. I've tried my best. Bethia was a little frustrated. She felt that the vitality of the world tree seed was very strong, but despite her efforts to stimulate its growth, it didn't have much effect. It's okay. Zhou Tu comforted, maybe the world tree is accumulating energy. Just do your best. He didn't have to make the world tree seed grow immediately. Compared with medicinal herbs, the yellow fruit tree developed much more slowly. What does it mean that the world tree develops slower than the yellow fruit tree? This shows that the world tree is of high value, so it grows so slowly. There is a reason why it grows slowly. The yellow fruit tree can increase attributes, and I don't know what effect the fruit grown by the world tree has. The sky world is still long, there is plenty of time for the world tree to grow. When the level is higher, the two effects of biological regional growth bonus and elf spawning are superimposed. Will the world tree grow faster? The growth bonus of the island master's heart shouldn't overlap with the growth bonus of the elf plants, right? Zhou Tu plans to wait and see first. Then he opened the bonus gained from the upgrade and looked at the new bonus carefully. The energy consumption of the biological area bonus was very high, so he looked to see if it had been reduced during this upgrade. Chapter 81. It has been detected that the island area has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 260, the floating island's ability has increased, and the island owner's floating time has increased. The current floating time is 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 270, the floating island's capabilities have increased, and the mutation rate of plants on the island towards a higher level has increased by 0.1%. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 280, the floating island's ability has increased, the island owner's area plant growth bonus function has been enabled, the bonus area is 100 square meters, the bonus energy consumption is 60/s, and the bonus efficiency is 30%. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 290, the floating island's capabilities have increased, the island owner's area animal growth bonus function has been enabled, the bonus area is 100 square meters, the bonus energy consumption is 60/s, and the bonus efficiency is 30%. Level 260, level 280, and level 290 are all expansions of previous bonuses. The cooling time of 260 floating islands is reduced to 1 hour, and the daily floating time is greatly increased. The growth bonus of plants and animals at levels 280 and 290 has reached 30%. The energy consumed by the bonus remains unchanged, but the efficiency is increased. That means that in the future, the growth bonus may only increase efficiency when upgrading, and the energy will remain unchanged. Zhou Tu was a little disappointed. This late stage ability was too late. It couldn't last 3 seconds before, but now it can only last 6 seconds. Actually, short ones are cute too, aren't they? As the level of the island master's heart increases, the bonus time and efficiency will naturally increase. In the end, Zhou Tu defined this function as a late stage bonus. After all, it can replace the skills of the elves. Even if the elves leave in the future, Zhou Tu feels that this skill can maintain the growth of special plants on the island. Of course, he doesn't think the elves will leave, this is just a future idea. Level 270 increases the efficiency of plant mutation towards higher levels. It is the efficiency of mutation in a good direction. Although this efficiency is very low, there are tens of thousands of plants on the island. By then, there will be more than tens of millions of plants on the island. Given this base number, the probability is not low. If it just mutates in a good direction, can it mutate into a plant that is a natural treasure and can add human attributes? Zhou Tu was a little confused, the specific effect of the mutation still needs to be seen in the future, and we can only determine it after we find the mutant plants. But it's reassuring that they're mutating in a good direction. If we can mutate into plants with enhanced properties in the future, we'll make a fortune. I believe that as the island continues to grow, the probability of this mutation will increase. It would be great if high-level materials with added properties appeared on my island by then. The current level of the island master's heart is 308, with energy, 198/318. The materials required for the next upgrade are 30,800 soil and 3,180 stone. Looking at the remaining energy, Zhou Tu opened the trading channel. Exchange the flat shovel for 800 units of soil. Exchange iron shovel for 200 units of stone. The Luoyang shovel for 1,000 units of soil. The engineer shovel is exchanged for 1,000 units of soil. The prices of many shovels are very low. As for the Luoyang shovel, its digging efficiency is not low, and it also has a bonus for digging, reaching 9. There's so much business in the shovel business. Zhou Tu sighed. Anyone can do this kind of business as long as they find the blueprint. Under the impact of this mechanism, everything that can be made with energy may become ubiquitous. Not unique. Anyone can make them and sell them. Everyone is a businessman. Everyone has to consider whether these things are worth so much soil and stone. Opening the world channel, Zhou Tu searched for relevant shovel comments. Li Yundi, what grade of shovel do you have that you dare to sell it at the same price as the Tushan shovel? Hey. I'm buying NM for 1,500. Their shovels are more efficient than yours. Why are you selling them at this price? They already have shovels worth 200. Do they need you? Do you think you are the god of trade? So awesome? Take a look at what is in the trading channel now. The market will teach you a lesson. Big sale on shovels, digging efficiency is almost the same as that of the Tushan shovel, only 500, only 500. Ha ha ha, I finally collected the blueprints for the shovel, I'm going to be rich. I was so lucky to find a boiler shovel, which has a bigger shovel head. For soft soil, it is even more efficient than Tushan's engineer shovel. Although it is not universal, it is very targeted. Zhou Tu silently opened the transaction for other materials. Tang swords, bows and arrows, and water condensers all appeared on the market. Especially the knife, which has been rolled into 20 grams of mud, but is still hanging there and no one buys it. The island master's heart is a really good thing. As long as there is enough energy, a blueprint, and materials, anything can be done. Especially these low-level blueprints, which have increased in number over time. Even if others cannot see the information, there are too many people and the drawings are piled up. If drawings are not unique, it will lead to an overflow of drawing products. Can I sell wind turbines? The answer is yes. But the materials are hard to come by, and even if they were sold, no one would be able to afford them. It takes 15 points of energy to make a wind turbine. The energy used to make a shovel can be converted into 150 shovels, which can be sold for 150,000 pieces of soil. A wind turbine costs 150,000 tons of soil. Can anyone in the channel afford it now? What's more, this wind turbine also requires rare materials, control panels, and battery storage. The basic materials of this thing were obtained by him through favors, and there are not many of them even in the channel. Ruan Yuchen also asked some questions from time to time, which were all hidden costs. The trade of things made from energy has its limits when it develops to a certain point. This is what I thought before. When it develops to a certain extent, the trading channel will highlight fairness. There are too many people, so they can't monopolize the platform. Transactions will appear fair, and everyone has a scale in their hearts. Although I can still sell shovels now, 30 shovels in exchange for a level of upgraded soil is not profitable. How should we develop now and maximize our energy? The moment Zhou Tu saw the medicinal fields and springs, he already had the answer in his mind. There needs to be a focus on how energy is distributed. The energy is used to increase the richness of the island's materials by trading in machinery and materials. The soil obtained is greater than the soil obtained by directly making materials with the island owner's heart. The energy is used to make wind turbines, which are then sold as electricity, and the energy is used to make water pumps, which are used to pump water across the island for purification, and then sell the water. Even using bonuses to cultivate special plants and animals, it wouldn't be too much to sell an item with added properties for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, right? Simply put, in order to build a material system for your own island and achieve the goal of making a huge profit, you can maximize energy efficiency instead of simply using energy to make things. The previous stage of using the island owner's heart to make things in exchange for material development has passed. What Zhou Tu needs to do now is to use the energy for fundamental purposes and convert it into assets of the island itself, which is the most profitable. We need to transform from a manufacturer of island owners' hearts to a manufacturer of island supplies. Of course, this is something that only an island owner as large as mine can do. For other small island owners, you should just use energy to make things in peace. So now we have a goal on how to use the 198 points of energy. Today. Chapter 82. First, find someone valuable, someone you trust, and free your hands. In this way, you can continue to explore strange floating islands. Zhou Tu is not hypocritical. He has one more restriction: find a woman first. There are attribute panels, and there are plants and animals that increase attributes, which means that with continuous development, personal combat power will be greatly improved. Men have stronger ambitions. Zhou Tu remembers that when he was in college, his classmates in the dormitory talked about national affairs, some of which would be punishable by death in ancient times if disclosed to others. Let's set a small goal first, raise the attribute to 15 and then make plans. Although there is damage transfer and attribute surge, this is intermittent. A blacksmith must be strong himself. After all, this is a violent world. Zhou Tu does not intend to take risks before he has the absolute power to violence others. The team must be strong itself. With the accumulation of resources, the strong will always be strong. The second thing is of course high-quality blueprints and plants and animals with related attributes, take them if you can. Today I have 198 energy points and I have been using it until night. I can view information about 6 islands at a time. Based on 100 points, I can view information about 600 islands. Stay on each island for an average of 10 minutes, only take what is useful, and never be greedy. You can complete the exploration in 17 hours and earn 100 energy points until night. In the vast sky, Zhou Tu felt that he should be able to meet quite a few people. He hoped that with better luck he could meet Shen Qinghe. The sooner you find the 2 people, the faster the island will develop. If you find them in advance and have a lot of remaining energy, you can directly make it and put it on the shelf with one click. There was a bit of a pain period from making the island owner's heart to making island supplies, but Zhou Tu felt that was acceptable. What's more, transactions in the trading channel have become fairer, and the premium on ordinary blueprint materials is not very realistic. The most important thing is to make a good basic transformation. Visible ahead all around. Move the floating island forward. The island is a venomous snake island with a golden treasure chest on it. However, the venomous snakes have been longing for a new floating island for a long time. You may hold on for a while, but you will eventually lose your snake mouth. Move the floating island to the left. This island is ruled by giant mechanical eagles, which are guardians created by an ancient mechanical civilization. These giant eagles have sharp metal claws and powerful energy weapons. You are vulnerable in front of them. If you defeat them you will get the blueprint for the mechanical giant eagle, which can be used to craft them. Move right to the floating island, the Flying Dragon Volcanic Island. The flying dragons are powerful flying creatures that hover over the volcanic island in search of food. The lava and hot air on the volcanic island provide an ideal living environment for dragons. By exploring the volcanic island, you can obtain fire energy stones, provided that you can get close to the volcanic island. Moving back to the floating island, this island is a highly automated drone base, and the island is full of various surveillance and defense drones. Defeated drones can be reprogrammed for exploration and resource gathering. Move upwards to the floating island, where there are many mutated dogs. They crave new things and are curious about the strange island. Once you are discovered by the dogs, your chances of death will greatly increase. This island has plants that can survive, provided you can pick them. Moving down to the floating island, Mangrove Swamp Island, this island is covered with dense mangroves, providing a habitat for many fish, birds, and reptiles. You can find some special energy-containing stones that can replenish the energy of the island owner's heart, provided that you can get through the swamp. Zhou Tu looked at the 6 messages and his expression changed slightly. I just broke through the level 300 island, explored it only twice, and encountered such a difficult island? As expected, as the island became larger, there were more creatures on the island, and there were creatures on almost every island. These creatures are also very dangerous, but of course the benefits are also very rich. Zhou Tu fell into deep thought. Shen Qinghe floating island. Sister, isn't it too extravagant for us to wash our faces with plain water, said the little lowly Li Yuro. Usually they lived frugally and didn't wash their faces or feet, they just wiped them. In the morning, Shen Qinghe was extremely happy when he received the gun that Zhou Tu traded for him. I had no intention of exploring the island and just started focusing on myself. I brushed and battered my clothes again and again until they were all hairy. Shen Qinghe said calmly, Zhou Tu is the first island owner. You have to pay attention to your image and go to the island cleanly. Just think of it as getting married. Oh. Come and tie up your hair for me, and comb it properly, so it doesn't look unsightly. Shen Qinghe instructed the little Loli. These days she has been ordering Loli to do things and training her obedience. It requires training through words and instructing through actions, in simple terms, it is Pua. Li Yuro gently loosened Shen Qinghe's hair and braided it carefully. Sister, when you went to the boss's island, did you call him your old classmate? Yes. What should I call you then? Shen Qinghe turned around and glanced at Li Yuro, who had a round face, flat cheeks, short legs, and 2 ponytails on both sides. Just call me brother. Li Yuro quickly combed her hair with her hands and said, everyone in the channel calls Zhou Tu the big brother, the giant, the god, etc. It's not appropriate for me to call him that. If you really call him that, you might become a marginal figure in the future. A special name represents a special meaning. If everyone calls him that, what advantage do you have? Then Shen Qinghe continued, it's up to you. As long as you follow me, you will have a good time. I will protect you and you won't suffer any loss anyway. Chapter 83. I will definitely follow my sister. Li Ye said softly, I wonder what the island with over 10 million ratings is like for brother Zhou Tu now. People in the channel said there are forests, lakes, and mountains. Shen Qinghe was silent for a moment. Before, someone had said that there were forests, but then for some reason, it became that there were forests, mountains, and lakes on the islands around. Anyway, the rumor is getting more and more mysterious. Is there a lake on Zhou Tu's floating island? The probability is that there is no lake. You'll know when you get there. I don't know if I could take a shower in the past. I feel like I'm covered in dirt. It should be possible. Shen Qinghe was still full of confidence in Zhou Tu. No matter what, the situation would not be more embarrassing than her island. Zhou Tu took the initiative to contact her and explained that his supplies had reached a certain level and he needed help to deal with them, so he should not be so short of water resources. What are you best at? Cooking. It's just that I can't show off my cooking skills in this Sky Island world. I have talked about this ability in my previous channel. Li Euro was a little frustrated. Her hobby is cooking. Who knew that when they came here, they even had problems drinking water, let alone a platform for them to show off their cooking skills. It's good to have a specialty. Shen King he praised, I'm just afraid that I won't know anything. If she doesn't have any special skills, it would be awkward if Zhou Tu asked her what Li Euro could do and she didn't know anything. The Sky World also looks at a person's value. It is absolutely impossible for Li Euro to get something for free just by relying on her physique. After all, she would be responsible if she brought people up there. But Tian Kong knows cooking, which seems useless. Li Euro pouted, feeling that the skill derived from her hobby was a useless skill. It's okay, I'll let you cook it when the time comes. Just make sure the food you cook doesn't poison us to death. Li Euro shook her head, that's absolutely not possible. At this moment, Zhou Tu was thinking about the information he saw. Move the floating island forward. The island is a venomous snake island with a golden treasure chest on it. However, the venomous snakes have been longing for a new floating island for a long time. You may hold on for a while, but you will eventually lose your snake mouth. An island of venomous snakes, if the fangs are pulled out, is still a hot selling product on Sky Channel because it can be eaten and used. There are also people who are looking for novelty in the sky, and this niche market is still very hidden. Zhou Tu shook his head, how can I know this group of LSBs so well? The message prompt is that if you connect to it, the snake on the other side will come over and say, although I can float in the air, there is a time limit and cooldown, and I will have to fall down at that time. Then you will die in the mouth of a poisonous snake. Now it is an island with a diameter of 300 meters. When encountering the invasion of creatures from the opposite side of the island, I finally had no place to stand. The snake island opposite was still very scary. It seems that the island is too small. If it were a continent, any creature that invaded would be able to get food. Move the floating island to the left. This island is ruled by giant mechanical eagles, which are guardians created by an ancient mechanical civilization. These giant eagles have sharp metal claws and powerful energy weapons. The island is vulnerable in front of them. If you defeat them, you will get the blueprint of the mechanical giant eagle and can make them. The floating island ruled by the giant mechanical eagle has a very large area judging from the word ruler. A guardian made by an ancient mechanical civilization. If we land on this island, we should get a huge harvest, but these giant eagles have sharp metal claws and powerful energy weapons. When I think of the hummingbirds on my island serving as air force, it seems a bit ridiculous compared to these giant mechanical eagles. The crystallization of ancient mechanical civilization, it's not something I can touch now. Move right to the floating island, the flying dragon volcanic island. The flying dragons are powerful flying creatures that hover over the volcanic island in search of food. The lava and hot air on the volcanic island provide an ideal living environment for dragons. By exploring the volcanic island, you can obtain fire energy stones, provided that you can get close to it. The same Filong volcano island. Zhou Tu was a little unsure whether these flying dragons were magical creatures or flesh and blood creatures. However, according to the information, there are fire attribute energy stones, and Zhou Tu tends to think that these flying dragons are energy creatures. These fire attribute energy stones are food for these flying dragons. As the island grows, the danger level is also increasing rapidly. The information about this island doesn't mention any danger, so it should be fine as long as you don't land on it. However, it would be difficult to obtain energy stones. Moving back to the floating island, this island is a highly automated drone base, and the island is full of various surveillance and defense drones. Defeating these drones will allow them to be reprogrammed for exploration and resource gathering. Unmanned aerial vehicle base. Zhou Tu was very envious, as this was something he was familiar with. In his original world, drones were also used in various fields. If we can defeat these drones, gain control of them, and reprogram them, we should be able to form a robot army. If you have a drone, when you encounter a strange floating island, you can let the drone fly around it first, and the terrain map will appear. The floating flying ability of the island owner's heart does not work on other islands. This is when a flying drone comes in very handy. Drones should be considered strategic weapons in the sky, equivalent to an eye, and their exploration efficiency will be greatly increased. It can also reduce the injury rate during exploration. Very fragrant. But now I can only watch. Move upwards to the floating island, where there are many mutated dogs. They crave new things and are curious about strange islands. Once you are discovered by the dogs, your chance of death will greatly increase. There are plants with special properties that can survive on this island, provided that you can pick them. Mutant dog. Mutated animals. Zhou Tu looked at the information and remembered the mutant creatures he had unlocked before. Is it possible to unlock animal mutations as the island is upgraded? Make animals stronger. There are plants with special properties living on this island. Did these dogs eat these plants with special properties and thus mutate? Zhou Tu had a question mark in his mind about these mutant dogs. Move down to the floating island, the mangrove swamp island. This island is covered with dense mangroves, providing a habitat for many fish, birds, and reptiles. You can find some special energy-containing stones that can replenish the energy of the island owner's heart, provided that you can get through the swamp. Swamp Island. Very novel island, with fish, birds, and reptiles. The most important thing is that there are stones with special energy that can replenish the energy of the island owner's heart. This is the first time that I have encountered something in the sky that can replenish the energy of the island owner's heart. Chapter 84. I can't go through, but the elves can. Zhou Tu made up his mind. Elves can fly, and in a sense, they are also the air force of the island. However, the elves have to take care of the forest on the island and help explore the strange island. It's really hard for the elves. The energy stone is a good thing. Now that we have encountered it and there is not much danger on this island, we must get it back if we can. The swamp can restrict me, but it cannot restrict the elves flying in the sky. It seems that we will still need some special equipment to deal with these special islands, such as cotton-padded clothes to resist the cold and heat-proof radiation clothing to resist the heat. Individual flying devices can fly to other islands after leaving their own islands, and small manned aircraft can also do so. There are more and more things we need. Zhou Tu sighed. This time, the island revealed too much information, which had never been revealed by Zhang Yiwei or anyone else in the channel. There are 3 reasons why this was not disclosed. One is that they don't want to disclose it, the second is that the island owner who discovered this information has died, and the third is that they have never encountered such a large island. From the comments of people in the channel, it can be seen that it is very likely that they have never encountered such a large island. As the island level increases, the islands become larger, which does increase the chance of encountering large islands. How could little Camilla, who used to live on a 200-meter island, encounter such an island? She had never seen it before. Most of the island owners in the channel were in the early stages of exploration. There is a world of difference between an island that can be visited in an hour and one that may not be visited in 3 hours. Maybe in the future, even if you see the information, you may not be able to find the good things mentioned in the prompt within a certain period of time. The area is too large and difficult to find. Zhou Tu scratched his head. The large area of a the floating island opposite really became a problem. Moreover, all the information this time contained very good things. To be honest, if he could defeat them, he would want to visit every island. Basically everything has greatly improved his floating island. Previously, the things I found on those low-level and small floating islands were of limited value, but now after seeing the feedback from these floating islands, they are basically all good things. This means that obtaining advanced materials and blueprints requires fighting. Good things don't come easy. Zhou Tu recalled the blueprints he had obtained. The highest quality blueprints were only purple, which was the light prism tower. I must have been lucky to find this. Of course, it was also because I could see the information. With 6 choices, I could always pick up a good one. However, judging from the islands we have encountered so far, the probability of getting good stuff is low. There has only been one purple island in such a long time. However, islands with monsters often have good supplies. Only by defeating these monsters can we obtain better supplies and advanced blueprints as rewards. Zhou Tu sighed. He keenly felt that the floating island was getting bigger and bigger. If he wanted to get better things, he would need to fight. He couldn't get any good things for free. While he was thinking, the floating island had arrived at the mangrove swamp island. This is a huge floating island. The land is rich in resources, with fiery red mangroves illuminating half the sky. There are undulating hills and lush aquatic plants on the islands. He also saw water flowing down from the edge of the island and being absorbed by the tail space below the floating island, forming a cycle. It seems that the floating island in the sky can form its own cycle to a certain extent. It is not the only function of my island level upgrade. Zhou Tu estimated the diameter of the island, which started at 5 kilometers, but the diameter of the Elf's island was only 1 kilometer. The area of a 5,000 meter circle is about 25 times larger than that of a 1,000 meter circle. The island has grown bigger, and the time it takes to dock with the island has increased. If it used to take an hour, then we could only look at such a big island. But 3 hours is still very tight for such a big island. Zhou Tu secretly warned himself to pay attention to the time of landing on the island and to explore. If he was confused by the things on the island and became greedy, he would still get lost on the island. This is a hidden danger. If you fail to calculate the time of return accurately, you may get lost. Some details that you did not pay attention to before may also cause you to get lost now. I had planned to stay on an island for 10 minutes, but I didn't expect that I would be unable to walk once the door opened. Zhou Tu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The unknown of the sky brought too many surprises. He had planned everything well in his mind, but he didn't expect that he would have to explore now. Even if I don't go to the island, it may take more than 10 minutes for the elves to go to the island and search for the energy stone. You can't just ignore the energy stone that can charge the island master's heart and go find Shen King He. Although I really want to find Shen King He's value at the moment is still not as great as the energy stone. The energy stone I find can be used to charge the island master's heart, and it can also be used to directly make an engineer shovel and sell it. The value of Shen King He alone cannot compare to the energy stone at present. Bisha flew over and said in surprise, such a big island. It's full of lush grass and water. It's much bigger than the island I was on before. Yet. Are you moved? Zhou Tu said pretending to be sad. No, I enjoy exploring the unknown of the island together and the sense of accomplishment in building the island together. I will only stay on your island. A smile appeared on Zhou Tu's face. If any intelligent creature betrayed him in the future, he would destroy it directly when he met it again after he grew up. He could not accept betrayal. This island has abundant aquatic plants and vegetation, as well as these mangroves, which we have never seen before. This should be of great help to you. However, this place seems to be a swamp with many puddles. I can't go to the center, so you go explore the center. Zhou Tu said as he took out the heart of the island owner and waved it nonchalantly beside the elf. He added, there may be other valuable things, keep an eye out. He took out the island owner's heart in order to give the elf some memories and let the elf recall the moment when the island owner's heart was charged. The energy stone can charge the island owner's heart, so it should have some similarities with the island owner's heart. If you can't get on the island, you can only rely on the elves. Anyway, it can stay connected for 3 hours, which should be enough time for the elves to find energy stones. There must be good things on such a big island. The elf looked eager to try, such a big island, with so many plant species, if I cultivate them, I can make progress. Go. Zhou Tu said. What a good elf. He can farm, explore, and endure hardships. He is a perfect islander. I opened the chat system and borrowed a water pump from Zhang Yiwei. Although there was a swamp across the street, he could still do it by building wooden boards on the edge and pumping some water. By increasing the water circulation value, Zhou Tu feels that the spring runoff on the island should be increased. The more water there is on the island, the larger the water that comes out of the spring. The larger the water, the higher the circulation efficiency and the more abundant the supplies. The conclusion is that the more water there is, the more supplies there are. Chapter 85. The answer will be revealed soon. Zhou Tu watched the water pump that was delivered continuously pumping water from the swamp, as well as some mud, which could be considered soil. Now the pumped water is directly sprinkled on the land. Zhou Tu paid attention to the circulation value. With the 4 water pumps continuously pumping water, 10 minutes later, Zhou Tu found that the water circulation value had risen by 0.02 and reached 59.82. The island is relatively small, and the water circulation is relatively fast. Some water has circulated in after just 10 minutes. It seems that water resources are indeed the foundation and the source of life in the world of floating islands. In this way, if we encounter a water island, we need to go up. Zhou Tu's eyes fell on the yellow and green land on the island, and his brows furrowed slightly. The fruits of the elves' labor are good. If there were more water, these fast-growing grasses would cover a wider area. With my exploration efficiency, I need my own water pump and can't always use the one organized by Zhang Yiwei. Moreover, it takes a long time to pump water from the water islands I encounter. With such a large organization and so many people exploring, the probability of encountering water islands is not low. I need to take risks if I borrow the water pumps from the organization. It is also necessary to strengthen the infrastructure of the island on which you live. Sometimes you will encounter water islands in the sky, and water pumps can be considered basic tools. It seems that water pumps may become hot-selling products in the future. While the elf had not returned yet, Zhou Tu collected information about the water pump in the channel. I found an oil pump, but I didn't find the oil. Is the oil in the channel so precious? An electric pump was opened, but it has no power. We haven't found a water island for so long. What's the point of this water pump? I found the blueprint for the water pump, but it requires steel and blades. These materials cannot be used to make the final product, and there is not enough diesel. With this series of restrictions, it still requires 5 energy points to make it, which is a bit useless at this stage. It's too difficult without the matching equipment. This sky world is really too difficult. Only large organizations can use water pumps. You can't use the drawings just by having them. Some of them are too rubbish at this stage. After collecting the information, Zhou Tu found that with such a large base, there were many people who had water pumps. But there are almost few people who can use it. The power of one person is too small to be sufficient, which is the prerequisite for the water pump to work. The oil pump needs oil, and the electric pump needs electricity. In the past, the world had everything and it was very convenient. When we arrived at the sky world, it was difficult to use because there were no matching facilities. It's like he found a weapon, but he can only use it a few times. Only through continuous exploration and selection can you collect the basic materials to activate these stepped items. These people can only explore a few times a day, so it is naturally difficult to use. This is also the reason why there are only a few water pumps in Zhang Yiwei's organization. The probability of encountering a water island is not high, so the water pumps can be exchanged. Even if there are drawings, there is no need to build them, saving energy for other things. I can use an electric pump or an oil pump. The wind turbine generates electricity continuously and stores it in the battery. I also found a diesel generator that can also generate electricity. I can use the electric pump at will. There is gas, too. I've been to a gas station before. Zhou Tu contacted 2 people who sold blueprints. He planned to buy one blueprint for both the electric pump and the oil pump. When encountering a large island, water will be pumped out intensively, raising the island's water circulation value. His name was very famous, and the 2 men replied immediately. Zhao Fan, FK, Zhou Tu, if you want the blueprint, I can sell it to you. Although this blueprint is not very useful, it is still a blueprint. There are not many people in the channel who have blueprints. How about 20,000 soil? Gong Miao Tong, Tu, selling a water pump blueprint can actually attract your attention, that's great, you can just give me something. I don't have any supporting facilities now, and I only have a few points of energy, so my development is very weak. I can't find all the materials needed to make a water pump. By the way, Tu, I'm a girl, do you collect angels? It's too difficult for us girls to survive in the sky, and we have menstrual periods. He was somewhat disdainful of people like Zhao Fan who always talked about price in every word. He asked for a huge amount of money, more than 20,000 pieces of soil. All the soil items hanging at such a high height in the channel were hung there. Some people make pretty good things and put them on the trading channel, but no one buys them, and then they get stuck. There are a lot of people like this. Regardless of the current market situation, a sapper can only dig about 10,000 tons of soil a day. There are thousands of upgraded islands. Instead of upgrading and expanding the territory, why buy something that is not very practical? Zhou Tu passed Zhao Fan and just used up some energy to establish a chat channel with the garbage. He is still very optimistic about Gong Miao Tong. Give it to me as you see fit. He felt comfortable hearing this. He had the resources, but he didn't buy just for the sake of buying. It has nothing to do with gender. If Gong Miao Tong was like Zhao Fan, he would still find someone else. With the strategic shift, purposeful energy chats become much freer. You are a smart man, I really have this thing. Originally, this thing was prepared for Shen Qinghe and Li Yuro, but I didn't expect to meet a seller who wanted this thing. To be honest, if you can find the blueprint for making little angels, it will be a good business in the sky world. There would never be any mantis legs on such a green island. Zhou Tu thought about it and went back to the house and smoked about 10 packs of little angels. He used the energy to make a water condenser and traded the engineer shovel. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. He won't give you food, so you have to be self-reliant. Gong Miao Tong, thank you, big guy. I got the blueprint of the electric pump, and it turned out that the blade material of the electric pump was plastic blade. Plastic 5, steel 3, wire 5, submersible motor 1. You can also collect submersible motors or motor blueprints in the channel. Before Zhou Tu could move, the elf's voice came. Master Island Master, I'm back. Batia flew over from a distance holding a few of Bai Jingjing's things. Her voice had arrived before her spirit arrived. It's good that you're back. We can go to the next floating island. Zhou Tu tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth. What Batia was holding in her hand was the energy stone. He could feel that this crystal stone had some connection with the energy of the island master's heart, just like the white island master's crystal at that time. If these energy stones could replenish the energy of the island master's heart, he wouldn't have any weak period of transformation and could still use the engineer shovel. I feel like these stones have the same energy as the one you gave me with the island master's heart. They should be useful to you, the island master. Then it should be useful to you too. Zhou Tu asked doubtfully. The energy here is a bit mixed. The elf gave the 3 pieces of energy to Zhou Tu and said, it's not as pure as the one you, the island master, brought over. Besides, it's not good for me to absorb the energy directly. It's not conducive to my growth. It's better for me to absorb it slowly by myself. Zhou Tu nodded, took the energy block, and took one out and brought it close to the island owner's crystal. He wanted to see how much energy this energy block could increase the island owner's heart. Chapter 86. The island master's heart sent a prompt, energy crystal detected, which can restore 100 points of energy to the island master's heart. Do you want to absorb it and use it? Restore 100 energy points at a time. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. The energy crystal is very powerful. The island master's heart is currently at level 308, with an energy limit of 318 points, and can recover 100 points at a time. The 3 energy crystals found this time are equivalent to directly bringing 1 day's energy. Bethia, when you were looking for energy crystals, did you find any other energy blocks? Zhou Tu asked. It wasn't that he was greedy, but it was too efficient to gain 300 energy points in one exploration. If you get more of these energy crystals, even if they are made by the island master's heart, they will directly spiral into the air on the spot. If you sell all 3 energy stones for an engineer shovel, you can get 3 million units of soil, which is more soil than the last storm brought. Of course, now that the island has grown to 80,000 square meters, the efficiency of making tools with 300 energy points of the island owner's heart is not as high as that brought by the storm. But he remembered the mechanical giant eagle island he saw at that time. These giant eagles could use energy to attack. Are these giant eagles driven by these crystals? With energy crystals as the energy source, it shouldn't be a problem to drive these ancient technological giant eagles. If they are really driven by these energy stones, then both their attack power and endurance are unparalleled. I can only take a detour. Bishop confirmed, these are all we found, nothing else. Zhou Tu nodded slightly. He had used energy to give birth to plants and animals before. If he collected enough energy crystals, he could indeed give birth to them at any cost. When encountering the Fire Dragon Island, the Fire Dragon is also guarding a fire attribute energy crystal, which proves that the energy stone may be a high energy mine in the sky. Fire dragons should be energy type creatures like elves, and are classified as magic in his opinion. Energy crystals can exist as mines, but they are somewhat rare. You can't go to the islands of these advanced creatures, you can only watch, especially the modern robot islands. If you can get robots, the mechanical area will be built. The inner loop is built, offensive weapons and defensive measures also need to be developed. With effective offense and defense, you can try to deal with the creatures on the island to obtain more advanced blueprints and supplies. At least we can get something with increased attributes by conquering the mutated dog island. The floating island requires attack and defense to increase the probability of successful looting. Playing with the 3 energy crystals, Zhou Tu planned to use them up early. There was no use keeping the energy in his hands, and it would also be a loss to turn it into the energy of the island owner's heart to stimulate life and plants. Converting it into island area is the most reassuring. Since we can encounter energy crystals on the swamp island, we will be able to encounter them in the future as well. As long as we explore enough floating islands, energy crystals will be no problem. Glancing at the time, Zhou Tu felt that he had not done anything today. It was almost 12 o'clock. The people in the sky world had been exploring the island for several hours and had some surplus food, which could be exchanged for a wave. Around 100 energy points is enough to explore non-stop from now until night. What to make? Naturally, an engineer shovel. Now the material transactions in the channel are becoming fairer, and all small items sold are almost the same. Now the energy of the island master's heart is 191, plus 3 energy crystals, the available energy reaches 491. Zhou Tu finally decided to leave 91 points of energy for exploration. 400 points of energy can directly produce 4,000 engineering shovels. When it comes to changing things, Zhou Tu prefers stone. The sand-blocking forest has not been built yet, so the stone forest is still needed. If a storm comes, we can collect millions of tons of soil, but where will we get the stone to upgrade? Now the proportion of stone that Zhou Tu exchanges for is greater than that of soil. 1,500 engineer shovels in exchange for soil. 2,000 engineer shovels in exchange for stone. 500 in exchange for steel. If there were someone on the island who specifically managed the transactions, he could naturally exchange more energies, but this was the only way now as he had limited time. He informed Zhang Yiwei first. He was not sure whether Zhang Yiwei still wanted the shovel. Zhang Yiwei had always bought his shovel from the beginning. Over the past few days, the big organization also had its own shovel drawings. From upgrading the Island Master's heart to level 300, the Island Master's heart is integrated into the body, allowing direct consciousness communication and observing the chat channel, which is undoubtedly very convenient. Now, he can change the picture with just a thought, and Zhou Tu can even watch the channel chat while doing other things. No, how come boss Zhou Tu put so many shovels on the shelves in an instant? This directly suppressed the shovel market. I think Tushan has thousands of shovels on the shelves. Do they have that much energy? Does Tushan only sell shovels? Doesn't he have so many blueprints? I need a water condenser now, and I have already collected the soil. Shouldn't I put this up for sale? I want to know now, the bonus after level 100, can at EUR announce it? There are still smart people in this channel. A quick glance at the transaction revealed that there were too many shovels on the shelves. More than 10 pages were all his. Even an island owner's heart of several hundred levels could not have so much energy to produce them. But as long as I don't tell them, these people can only guess. Then Zhou Tu took a look at the bonus effect from level 100 to level 200. You can select the unimportant ones and announce them. This is planned long ago, just hide the damage transfer and attribute surge. These two abilities are the unspoken secret of the big island owner. Maybe he can even catch the Icelanders with bad intentions on the fishing island. Editor Zhou Tu's words, level 110, the docking time of the floating island increases by 1 hour, level 120, the desire of the resident animals to attack the island owner is reduced, level 130, the floating ability is increased, and you will know when you reach level 140. After making a speech in the channel, on the one hand, it increases one's own prestige in the channel, and on the other hand, it indirectly promotes the shovels that have just been put on the shelves, so that these shovels can be shipped quickly. Even though they are the same kind of shovels, his shovels sell better than those of others. This is the recognition of him by the people in the sky world. Publicizing 100 levels and hiding 100 levels is very popular among the people. Zhou Tu is very angry, but why do you say that you will know the bonuses after you upgrade to level 140 and 200? I am itching to know if you don't tell me about these two bonuses. Tushan is really the real boss of the sky. As expected of a great master who is far ahead, he is responsible and has a vision. After seeing this information released by the great master, I don't want to go to other people's islands anymore. I want to develop my own island. In a world where everyone has lost trust, it is great that Tushan did this. Although I have not yet reached level 40, he has already thought about how to develop to level 120 and pointed out the development path for me. Just because of this noble point, even if the things sold by Tushan are a bit more expensive, I will buy them. Zhou Tu smiled. By announcing the island level bonus to increase its popularity, shovels were being bought quickly. This can also be considered another marketing method. There was no wind disaster this morning, so it is very necessary to be able to ship goods quickly and convert them into soil and stone resources. Here is the Island Master's Heart bonus from level 110 to level 200. This chapter has 2,700 words, and the bonus does not count towards the main text. You can skip it if you don't want to read it. It has been detected that the area of a euro the island has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 110, the quality of the floating island has increased, and the time it takes to connect to the floating island has increased by 1 hour, currently 2 hours. It has been detected that the island area has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 120, the resident island animals have increased their favorability towards the island owner, and their desire to attack the island owner has decreased. Resident animals are animals that have survived on the island for more than 5 days. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 130, the island owner's movement speed has increased by 10%, and the current bonus is 20%. The island area has been detected to have increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 140, and the floating island's energy has increased. The island owner is the core of the floating island. When the island owner suffers fatal damage on his island, damage transfer can be performed, once a day. The island area has been detected to have increased. The island owner's heart has exceeded level 150 and energy can be used to increase soil fertility, 50 energy per square meter. The island area has been detected to have increased. The island owner's heart has exceeded level 160, and the island owner's floating time has increased by 10 minutes. The current floating time is 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. The island area has been detected to have increased. The island owner's heart has exceeded level 170, and the island owner's recovery efficiency has increased by 60% when resting. The island area has been detected to have increased. The island owner's heart has exceeded level 180. The plant growth bonus function in the island owner's area has been enabled. The bonus area is 100 square meters. The bonus energy consumption is 60/s, and the bonus efficiency is 20%. The island area has been detected to have increased. The island owner's heart has exceeded level 190. The animal growth bonus function in the island owner's area has been enabled. The bonus area is 100 square meters. The bonus energy consumption is 60/s, and the bonus efficiency is 20%. The island area has been detected to have increased. The island owner's heart has exceeded level 200. The attribute search function has been unlocked, and the island owner's attributes have been temporarily increased by 10 points, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. Chapter 87. Looking at the prompt sound, Zhou Tu found that in this short period of time, about 1/3 of the engineer shovels had been sold. The celebrity effect is so scary. Looking at the rapidly scrolling messages in the world chat channel, Tu Shen is awesome, Tu Shen is very powerful. Zhou Tu has become immune to it. To be honest, if anyone in the channel saw the sand retaining wall he announced before and had some brains, they could make it even without the stone. Building more houses can hold back a lot of mud, and it's easy to hold back thousands of mud. In terms of the entire sky world, Zhou Tu feels that he is doing the right thing and his contribution is much greater than that of others. To Zhu, all previous bonuses have been announced, why not announce all bonuses before level 300? All the big island owners of the floating islands should learn from Zhou Tu and stop being so selfish. The birth rate in the sky is negative. Once those of us at the bottom die, only you selfish ghosts will be left. If the world gives a little love, the whole sky will become a beautiful world. Zhou Tu shook his head. People are always so unsatisfied. The 100 level bonus is announced, and then they want a 200 level bonus. The 200 level bonus is announced, and then they want a 300 level bonus. When will it end? The information he releases is all targeted, and the information he releases now has some targeting purpose. After checking both the world channel and the regional channel, Zhou Tu switched to the private chat channel. Now his chat friends can be counted on one hand, including Zhang Yiwei, Shi Yuran, Zhao Fan, some of whom he has met before, and some of whom he has traded goods with. A bunch of friends sent congratulatory messages, and the tone and meaning of their words were almost all praising Tushan for being so great. In fact, whenever he made a big move, these people would send a message and come to congratulate him. Showing my existence in front of him seems like he will forget about me. Zhao Fan directly sent several messages, which were connected together. It was obvious that he had seen his speech in the channel. Big boss, I opened my mouth too wide before. Now I'm leaving 10,000 pieces of dirt. Big boss, what do you think? Big brother, you are a man of high moral character. I was rude before. I was wrong. Tushan is awesome, I don't want this blueprint anymore. Anyway, I have already designated the blueprint for you. Tushan, can you accept it? It's free. Tushan, I was really wrong. Please accept this blueprint. Zhou Tu looked at the message and said, from trying to blackmail me before, to praising me, and then directly sending me the blueprint, Zhao Fan's attitude has changed 180 degrees. The additional effects of fame are very obvious. Of course, Zhou Tu felt that this was the result of the island's level and its own strength. It was too famous and too high in level. Just by adding a friend and not saying anything, he could bring tremendous pressure to the other side. At this moment, Zhao Fan was just as Zhou Tu expected, chatting over and over again with the heart of the island master. He is very irritable. Logically speaking, in the sky world, separated by an unknown distance, he should not be afraid of Zhou Tu. But Zhou Tu only posted about the bonuses brought by the upgrade in the channel. Everyone in the channel began to praise Zhou Tu. He was afraid that Zhou Tu would say something like, when buying a blueprint, he would meet someone with a big request and expose him. There are many scammers in the channel, and many people have been exposed, but few of them have made any waves. But Zhou Tu is too famous, ranking first on the island. As long as you watch the channel, you can see the words Zhou Tu in the speeches. Moreover, as soon as Zhou Tu spoke, it was as if red envelopes were distributed in the channel. There are hundreds of thousands of congratulations. If you want to see what Zhou Tu said, you have to look at the previous records or search. With such a strong prestige, it is very easy to target someone in the channel, just kill him with words. There are too many people trying to curry favor with Zhou Tu. It's nothing if other people threaten you online, but one word from Zhou Tu can really lead to cyber violence in the sky world. I shouldn't be greedy for the soil. Zhao Fan felt that Zhou Tu was stupid when he proposed such a transaction, so he proposed such transaction conditions. Zhao Fan swiped the transaction again and found that the blueprint was still there. The other party did not accept it, so he begged again, Tu Shen, just accept the blueprint. Kneel down. He felt uneasy because Zhou Tu didn't accept the blueprint. Zhou Tu didn't care about Zhao Fan's affairs. He didn't have time to care about such little episodes in life. This person is not even considered little Camilla. Someone in the channel directly designated him to give something as a gift. There are many people like this. There were some good things among them, but he didn't accept any of them. The main reason is that it is troublesome. If you accept something, it will create a bond. If Shen King he came, he could start accepting gifts. He should accept what he should accept. Since these people thought of giving him gifts, some of them should be smart people. They are good human resources, and there are also people who at him asking for help in the channel. Zhou Tu plans to select real talents from them. Talent reserve. Zhou Tu's face was a little dark. After several explorations and collections of island information, he didn't gain much. The biggest reason for the lack of gains was that the good things were guarded by strong monsters, and he did not provoke these big islands. I searched the island I could reach and found 2 bronze treasure chests and some sundries. These sundries are considered sundries in Zhou Tu's eyes because he has explored too many islands. After a round of exploration, his backpack has 20 slots, so he can take a lot of things at random. Basic daily necessities that are not useful are all called sundries by Zhou Tu's day. Low-level treasure chests such as bronze treasure chests are still commonly encountered. Zhou Tu took out 2 bronze treasure chests. The bronze treasure chest obtained from the previous exploration did not contain any good things, mostly some materials and food. I hope to open a blueprint this time. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Zhou Tu looked at the 2 treasure chests with his mind focused and said softly, open. Tips from the island owner's heart, get 15 brass. Looking at the brass, Zhou Tu felt a little dizzy. Brass appeared in the bronze treasure chest. It was really a treasure trove of copper. But the second hint made his eyes light up. Island owner's heart tip, get the electronic kettle blueprint, cyan, not bad. A kettle was found in the bronze treasure chest. Zhou Tu was quite satisfied with this picture. This kettle was exactly the kind of glass kettle. As long as it is a blueprint, you can make money. He can get materials and food, most of which he has. The blueprint has the highest cost effectiveness. Just right for making tea. I haven't had hot water for a long time since I came to the Sky World. In the Sky World, many people get sick because of drinking unclean water. Water filters and kettles still have prospects in the future. Unfortunately, this kettle requires electricity, which is another object that requires prerequisites. Opening the trading channel, common items like shovels were sold out quickly due to his promotion. Chapter 88. 1,500 engineer shovels for 1.5 million units of soil. 2,000 engineer shovels in exchange for 1.2 million units of stone. The materials come quickly, this is the advantage of being the first island owner. Zhou Tu gathered the materials and looked at their current levels. The current level of the island master's heart is 308, with energy, 85/318. The materials required for the next upgrade are 30,800 soil and 3,180 stone. Although the incremental efficiency of soil is 100, as the level increases, the quantity also increases. The calculation is repeated every time an upgrade is made, and the accumulated amount is very terrifying. How many days will it take to dig 30,000 tons of soil? The digging efficiency is a bit too low. Zhou Tu now feels that the upgrade has slowed down a bit. When he brought the elves here, he promised to develop the island to a diameter of 1,000 meters. It is only 300 meters in diameter now, which is still a long way to go. But when it reaches level 1000, the soil materials needed for the island will be more than 100,000. I wonder if the island owner's heart can directly devour small islands by then. Some information is unknown and can only be guessed. Zhou Tu planned to pay attention to whether there were any tools to improve the efficiency of digging when he got information in the future. He wanted to improve the digging efficiency of Sky Island. These people were too low in level. Some people are not lazy, but they just have bad luck. Once they explore a monster island, before their wounds have healed, they encounter another monster island. They really have no way to develop. With such a bad start, how can the future development be better? He now doesn't even dare to look at the people he asked for help. If the method of blocking sand and soil had not been made clear in the channel, a group of people would have really been waiting to die. There aren't enough bottom floors, and if nothing special intervenes, the top floors won't be able to get very high. Zhou Tu frowned, not everyone can see through the information and seek benefits and avoid harm. The first island owner has the responsibility of the first island owner. Expanding the sky cake is something that must be considered. There are only a few alloys that the light prism tower wants to trade, and there is still a shortage of rare materials. I can't eat well, I can't wear warm clothes, and I can't sleep well. The little island owner can't explore a few islands and can't create much value. Zhou Tu sighed and opened the island water circulation value. 58.3 euro. After some water was extracted from the swamp island, the water circulation value rose to 58.3. Extracting water from the island to replenish one's own island can indeed increase the island's water circulation value. The height of the fountain in the forest hut is a little higher, and the water flow is indeed a little stronger. The water flowing out of the spring has been drained by the elves, flowing all the way to the edge of the floating island and seeping into the ground and disappearing. The reason he observed the springs was to see if the spring runoff would change as the island got bigger. After the observation, start upgrading. The island area has been detected to be increasing. The current level of the island master's heart is 309, energy, 86/319, and the materials required for the next upgrade are 30,900 soil and 3,190 stone. The island area has been detected to be increasing. The current level of the island master's heart is 354, with energy, 131/364. The materials required for the next upgrade are 35,400 soil and 3,640 stone. The diameter of the island is 364 meters and the area is 104,042 square meters. This area is equivalent to half the area of a the National Stadium Bird's Nest, which can accommodate more than 90,000 people. Now he is the only one on his floating island, along with rabbits, tigers, poisonous bees, black cows, and other animals. At present, the floating island in the sky is already very large compared to other human islands. If it were not for the fast-growing trees, the entire island would look very empty. With the fast-growing trees, Bishop planted trees and grass. Now his island, like the strange island with abundant resources he encountered in the beginning, has trees, water, and animals. If I had seen an island with tigers and poisonous bees in the past, I would not have considered going there to explore. The island is 364 meters in diameter. If I didn't have the speed bonus from the island master's heart, it would take me about 4 minutes to walk 364 meters at a normal speed. After the upgrade, Zhou Tu found that the flow of the spring water in front of him became smaller and the spray was lower. The water circulation value dropped to 39.6. As the island gets bigger, if the water level before the island is constant, this value will indeed get smaller. As soon as the island grew bigger, the elves began to plant trees on the edge and now came to the cabin in the woods to find Zhou Tuesday. Seeing the spring water getting smaller, Bishop pouted and said, "Island master, it's a good thing that the island has become bigger, but there is still not enough water. Moreover, as the island grows, the protective forests that were originally planted have all become the inner perimeter, and new protective forests need to be planted on the outer perimeter. The planned protective forests have not grown well." Zhou Tu didn't say anything. When he saw the spring water disappear halfway, he knew there was not enough water. There is also a more intuitive water circulation value, which is not even over 100. Now as the island becomes larger, the water circulation value is decreasing, proving that water is even less sufficient. You did a great job. Once we find the water island, we will pump water. He will definitely support the elf's work. As the island grew bigger, Bataya kept growing protective forests on the outermost layer. Now the protective forests were like water waves, spreading outward layer by layer on the island. The outermost circle was the largest, and the distance it spread depended on how many levels it upgraded at a time. The shelter belt can intercept sand and soil in layers and increase the greening rate of the island. As for water shortage, he already has a solution. He can make a few more water pumps, and then he can use dozens of them together to pump water. The island owner's heart broke through level 354, adding another hour of time. Now the time to connect to the strange island has reached 4 hours. Encounter Dashui Island, draw 4 hours. By then, those who do basic water business such as filling spring water and selling it can make a lot of money in the channel. If he doesn't like a few people doing water business in the channel, he can directly fire them. With the spring, it is directly reduced to attacking small items such as condensers, water collectors, and filters. At his stage of development, it wasn't really a big problem for water to be focused on finding the water island. The bottleneck of the island's development now lies in weapons, equipment, and defense. He cannot obtain good things when he encounters them, and the monsters he encounters are somewhat strong, so his biggest problem is that he cannot reach them. There is no time to waste. The most important thing is to continue exploring to find people and large weapons. If there is a chance, you can also find an excavation artifact to change the efficiency of the underlying excavation. He was not pitying the little island owner, but as long as the little island owner was alive he could create value, it was just a matter of how much. Visible ahead all around. Chapter 89. After the upgrade, I have 131 energy points, which is enough to find someone today. Most of the daytime has passed. Although we can explore at night, it is troublesome and too dangerous. It would be best to find someone during the day. Except for the energy crystals, there shouldn't be much else that can attract me. After all, I have everything I need. Zhou Tu planned silently, and then went full speed to connect in the shortest time. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Tu took a look and saw the bonus from 310 to 350. Only the abilities unlocked at level 350 are considered good abilities, and the others are just supplements to previous abilities. It has been detected that the area of a the island has increased, and the island owner's heart has exceeded level 350. The ability of the island owner's heart has increased, and the ability to receive and send information from other island owners' hearts can be blocked on this island. Block the ability of other people's island owners' heart to send and receive information? That's a nice ability. As expected, there are good things when you keep upgrading. It would not be surprising if one day the ability to swallow up the other party's floating island is unlocked. Zhou Tu focused his attention on docking the island. Today, efficiency must be emphasized. There isn't much good stuff in the information prompts. He usually docks and leaves immediately when the time is up to save time. Move backwards, there is a human island, which is not dangerous to you. You can choose to plunder it and get its supplies. This is the 25th time I've been notified of someone on the island. I hope it's Shen King He. Move the island around. As the island approached, Zhou Tu found a man standing in surprise on the edge of his own island, seemingly swiping the island owner's heart to see the information inside. Zhou Tu was a little disappointed. The probability of meeting someone he knew in a channel was so small. In this vast sea of a people, the probability of meeting Yu Mengli was even smaller. At this moment, Su Qingfeng was reading the information in the channel. Suddenly, many people appeared in the channel and said that they had encountered Zhou Tu's island. A discussion immediately broke out about the situation on Zhou Tu Julao Island. The presence of trees and generators immediately attracted him. In reality, he has a fortune of millions, but now his island is at level 10, and he has nothing. He is envious of Zhou Tu's island development. I came across the island where Zhou Tu was. Zhou Tu's island is really big, and there are many trees on it. If I hadn't established a friendship with Zhou Tu, I would have thought that this island was a strange floating island. I encountered this too, but Zhou Tu wouldn't let me go. I wish I were 10 years younger. It's really too big, with so much land. There are wind turbines on the giant islands around. They have entered the electrical age. I'm so envious, but Tushan won't let me in. I want to scold him in the channel, but I'm afraid of being blacklisted again. I really envy you for being able to meet Zhou Tu. But it's different for me. Not only did I meet Zhou Tu, I also made a deal with him. Overall, it was a very pleasant transaction. If I met him, I would definitely be able to convince Zhou Tu to let me go up, but unfortunately I didn't meet him. Shi Qingfeng also followed suit and said, I am so envious, why didn't this guy meet me? If I did, I would go to the island at all costs. At this moment, a floating island came from afar. The island was covered with lush trees, just like the islands rich in resources that he usually encountered. Shi Qingfeng was confused, an island with a diameter of more than 300 meters automatically found me? Now a strange floating island can find people by itself. Then he immediately saw the prompt from the island master's heart. The coordinates of the floating island are detected. Do you want to establish a friend relationship? This is Zhou Tu's floating island. Shi Qingfeng was ecstatic. He had just seen the news about these people in the channel meeting Zhou Tu, and he had some assumptions in his mind. What would he do if he met Zhou Tu? In his opinion, those people in the channel who met Zhou Tu and said that Zhou Tu didn't need them were all too timid and could get to the island as long as they were shameless. Since Zhou Tu can send messages in the channel to express his concern about the development of the island, he also informed the bonus of upgrading the island owner's heart. That means Zhou Tu is actually a good person in his heart. Just grasp the point because he is kind. You can go to the island. Wouldn't it be enough for him to disguise himself as a fanatical fan of Zhou Tu and use this identity to land on the island? Besides, he just went to the island and stayed on Zhou Tu's island to make a living. This big island should be able to accommodate me alone. Zhou Tu, I am your fan, please allow me to worship you. Su Qingfeng shouted loudly, then bowed hypocritically. Zhou Tu, can I go to the island and take a look? Zhou Tu saw Su Qingfeng's actions through the gaps between the trees. There is indeed such a group of people in the channel. As his fans, one reason is to see that his island owner points are in the tens of millions, and the other is to admire him for sharing information. Regardless of the purpose of this group of people, they have been saying good things in the channel. He couldn't face it with a cold face. Our meeting was just an accident. The docking time is very tight. When the time is up, I will leave. You'd better not come on board. The island does not need anyone at the moment. He didn't want to meet these island masters who were only at level 10 or 10, and he felt that Su Qingfeng was a bit hypocritical. Su Qingfeng's face turned gloomy as he looked at the message sent by Zhou Tu. I looked around Zhou Tu's island. There were too many trees on it. Zhou Tu was watching me from somewhere, but he didn't come out to see me. He heard what I said, and even after sending a message, he still didn't want me to come up. Su Qingfeng was a little unhappy. In reality, he was a small boss worth millions. What was Zhou Tu's reality? The island has grown so big because of the soil plundered from the people in the channel? It has grown so big because of the hard work and sweat of the island owners at the bottom. They are still refusing to go to the island. Are they trying to create a Lolita island in the end times by only allowing women to go to the island and not men? He must go to this island today. Zhou Tu, please give me some face. My island is too small and I can't survive on it. Please let me go to the island. I am your fan. Zhou Tu's expression turned slightly colder, he had met a fake fan. I just stopped pretending and didn't even call him by his name. He warned again, sorry, the island doesn't need people, please don't come over. Su Qingfeng looked at the message Zhou Tu sent and snorted in his heart, don't come over yet. Do you think you can scare me by raising a few black cows on the island? I bet you're good, the black cow is lying over there. We can just go to the woods over there when the time comes. These black bulls are very powerful, but the trees in the woods on the other side are so lush that the black bulls cannot rush in. You didn't expect that, Zhou Tu? Raising black cattle and planting forests isn't this asking me to hide there? You are a good developer, but it's still a bit hard for you to handle a rogue like me. Zhou Tu really wanted to issue a warning at his own risk, but Su Qingfeng had already arrived at his island. Do you want to block the information emitted by the other island owner's crystal? Zhou Tu, blocked. Chapter 90. This kid's ability to send messages was blocked, so that he wouldn't continue to whine before he died and destroy his image. The shortest time for docking has arrived, and Zhou Tu directly activates the floating island disconnection to look for a new island. Su Qingfeng felt happy as he watched his island slowly moving away. No one else can go to the islands around here, but now I can. I'm so awesome. The reason why those people in the channel can't get on is because they are too timid. This world has always been a place where the brave die of overeating and the timid die of starvation. Warning, warning, the island owner's heart is far away from the native island. Once it disappears, the island owner will lose the support of the native island. Unless the crystal authority of the new island owner is obtained, the island owner's heart can reopen functions such as chat and trading. Su Qingfeng's face darkened. Without the original floating island, the island owner's heart became a prismatic crystal with no other use. But we'll talk about it later after we get to Zhou Tu's island. At this moment, the black cow, who was standing on the side eating grass, discovered the new person who came up. This is a stranger on the island. It wasn't the man on the island. Several black bulls rushed over immediately. Su Qingfeng, who sneaked onto the island, was startled. This black bull has such a bad temper. Luckily I had a plan. Su Qingfeng had already set his eyes on that cluster of dense trees, as the dense trees there were just right for Tibetans. Maybe Zhou Tu is in that woods. But to be honest, Zhou Tu is really awesome. I don't know how this island has so many trees. Looking at this, no wonder he has a rating of over 10 million. He is indeed the #1 island owner. Zhou Tu stood in a patch of grass and watched the fun. I have a gun. But I don't use it. Oh, just play. There are all kinds of people when there are so many people. Everyone who met him before was very respectful to him. Now, finally, there is a weirdo among so many people. The more you meet, the more you'll see. This Su Qingfeng is such a weirdo. He has no idea what is going on in Su Qingfeng's mind. The cluster of woods where Su Qingfeng ran was naturally where the big-mouthed flower was. Being so dense must be useful, and naturally it is to protect and hide the big-mouthed flowers. Whether the big-mouthed flower can eat humans depends on this one move. Your kind have run to your island. Bisha said, floating on the upper right side of Zhou Tu's shoulder. It looks like they are going to run to the big-mouthed flower. Anyone who lands on the island other than me is an enemy. Zhou Tu said. You explored the island so quickly today and didn't even pump water when you encountered the water island behind you. Is it just to look for your companions? Bataya also noticed Zhou Tu's abnormality. Zhou Tu coughed dryly. How could he not hear that Bataya was expressing her doubts and slight dissatisfaction? The elves were very observant, but it was obvious that they only went to so many islands for a tour or just docked without going up to explore. Yes, the island is too big, and one person cannot manage so many supplies. Zhou Tu sighed. Although he had the heart of an island owner and the abilities given by him, the island was too big and would need to be expanded in the future. Even if you teleport to every corner of the island, you still won't be able to handle it unless you have a clone. I need companions. I am your companion and islander, the elf said in an inexplicable tone, and sat directly on Zhou Tu's right shoulder. Zhou Tu's heart skipped a beat. His previous relationship with the elves was just clapping hands. Now the elf actually sat directly on the shoulder. Looking at the elf's snow-white calves, Zhou Tu fell into a brief thought. In fact, from the very beginning when the elf came to the island, the elf felt that I seemed to have a certain ability to seek benefits and avoid harm. While looking for the elf, he pointed out that she was injured and threatened her. Now see, I don't stop looking for islands. The elf probably thought I was looking for a companion like her. It turns out that they are afraid of being divided into planting areas. I thought it was something else. Zhou Tu thought so, and then explained, don't worry, I'm looking for human companions, and you can still plant the land on the island. They don't have abilities like you. You are irreplaceable on our island. Oh. Bataya let out a long tone without saying anything. The two of them watched the black bull chasing Su Qingfeng. At this moment, Su Qingfeng wanted to curse Zhou Tu. Why are you raising cattle for no reason? Bullhead man. Then he thought, maybe this is a test set by Zhou Tu. As long as I can survive this, I can become Zhou Tu's companion. Zhou Tu didn't come out just to test my courage. As the bushes got closer, Su Qingfeng smiled more and more. As long as he crosses the grass, the trees on both sides will block him, Black Bull, and he will be safe. The test should be passed. Seeing that the bull's horns were about to hit him, Su Qingfeng suddenly jumped over the grass more than 1 meter high and landed behind the grass. Su Qingfeng stood by some trees and yelled at the black cow outside, stupid cow. Without paying any attention, the plant with its mouth wide open seemed to feel the breath of life. Crack. There was a sound of bones crackling. Ah. What the hell is that? What's this? Zhou Tu, help me, I know you are watching from behind. Zhou Tu watched the big-mouthed flower eat Su Qingfeng in one bite and nodded. The big-mouthed flower was still useful. The big-mouthed flower is not like Plants vs Zombies, where you can just put it on the grass. The big-mouthed flower here is not very effective against animals with high agility and strong awareness. The first time Black Bull saw the big-mouthed flower, he seldom came here after being bitten. Now he has become aware of the fact that it is very difficult to eat the big-mouthed flower. Su Qingfeng was not familiar with the terrain and stopped to taunt He Nu, so it was normal for him to be eaten by the big-mouthed flower hiding behind the dense grass. After Yu Mengli got the first blood, Kog'Maw got the first blood again. Congratulations! This is the benefit of having defenses. I don't even have to do anything. Foreign invaders can be captured directly and become food for the island. I wonder if the big-mouthed flower will undergo new changes after eating a human. Su Qingfeng wailed and found himself in a huge plant. There were huge shark tooth-like thorns on the 2 large curved leaves, and his legs were pierced by these thorns. FK, isn't this a big-mouthed flower? Why didn't Zhou Tu tell me that there are such plants in this world? He kept something in reserve. Zhou Tu, come out quickly. I'm about to be eaten by this monster. Su Qingfeng shouted, is there such a way to test people? I am a human being, and you let me be eaten like this. Do you have any humanity? Do you have any morals? Where is justice? Where is the law? Where is virtue? Zhou Tu slowly walked out from behind the tree, with the elf sitting on his shoulder. My island, am I not the justice of heaven and the law of the king? Su Qingfeng saw Zhou Tu through the thorns of the big-mouthed flower, a handsome young man, and a creature similar to an elf in real life sitting on Zhou Tu's shoulder. Just like the children of this forest. He was choked by Zhou Tu's words, you. No wonder you grow so fast. At this moment, Su Qingfeng understood everything. Stop testing me and put me down. Zhou Tu frowned. This guy has a really weird train of thought, when did I ever test you? You. Su Qingfeng's face turned pale, and he quickly said, hurry up and let this plant spit me out, or I'll post the news that you have a spirit on the channel. Zhou Tu signaled with his eyes, and a green light appeared at the root of the big-mouthed flower in the elf's hand. He didn't have much time to play with the clown. Since he was looking for death, he might as well die. His purpose in coming here was to take away the heart of the island owner. Crack! The wooden spikes on the big-mouthed flower's mouth closed tightly, and half of Su Qingfeng's legs were exposed outside the big-mouthed flower. As the wooden spikes closed, there was a sound of broken bones. Half of the calf, covered in mud, fell from the dirty trouser leg to the base of the big-mouthed flower with a popping sound. Ah! As if a sound came out of a jar, Zhou Tu. Chapter 91. Island Master's Heart Prompts. A new Island Master's heart has been detected. Do you want to bind it as the Deputy Island Master's heart? Zhou Tu looked at the White Island Master's heart, which was integrated into his Island Master's heart and then separated, and was obviously bound. Island Owner's Heart TI. Chapter 92. Sister, what is that? Li Yuro widened her eyes. As the other side got closer, she saw that the beam of light was not emitted by one lamp, but by more than 10 lamps. It was just that it was too far away before and it felt like a ball of light. Shen Qinghe had been very calm, but at this moment she couldn't help but feel excited. From the moment she saw Zhou Tu and him on the same channel, she had been changing herself and said in a brisk tone, it must be him. No one in the channel can control the floating island at night to explore the sky recklessly. In a sense, as long as the island itself is strong enough, it cannot be prevented from exploring the island at night. Only the island owner, the first Zhou Tu, has such ability. At this moment, Li Yuro's Island Master's heart also sent a message to establish a chat channel. The coordinates of the floating island are detected. Do you want to establish a friend relationship? Li Yuro was so happy that she almost jumped up. It is indeed brother Zhou Tu. He is still looking for us at this late hour. I am so excited. I received a confirmation from my Island Master heart that we have established a friendship. Then build it quickly. Zhou Tu was so proactive that he actually found her within a day. This shows that if someone provokes Zhou Tu in the channel, he can really be dealt with by Zhou Tu offline. His prestige in the sky is too high, and people in the regional channel are basically respectful to Zhou Tu. At Zhou Tu's level, no one in the channel dares to speak loudly to him. Of course, there are exceptions. There are too many people, and there are always some people who want to be different. There are many people in the outside world channel who speak rudely to Zhou Tu. It seems necessary to create a blacklist and record these people. If Zhou Tu wants to kill someone, he can just target the people on the blacklist. Shen Qinghe was secretly thinking about his work. Li Yuro was still sighing, brother Zhou Tu's island is too big, there are really lights, and there are some fluorescent lights in the forest in the distance, are they fireflies? Zhou Tu's floating island was getting closer and closer, but the wind was also getting stronger. The sand particles were accelerated by the strong wind and hit Shen Qinghe's face painfully. He could hardly hear Li Yuro's voice beside him. The wind is too strong, let's go to the island quickly. Don't bring useless things. Shen Qinghe received the message from Zhou Tu. At this moment, the island finally collided with their floating island. In the strong wind, the two small islands were hit and swayed in the wind. The two of them almost lost their balance. The small island was explored by crashing into it on its own. Now an island that is 10 times larger than its own island is crashing into it on its own initiative. Shen Qinghe feels that his level 26 island is going to be knocked away by the wind. Li Yuro was still terrified, brother is too big, ours is too small. Shen Qinghe ignored all this and grabbed Li Yuro's hand, saying loudly, let's go to the island. With such a strong wind, the connection point of the floating island is too narrow. Li Yuro was a little worried. There is no wind today, and the wind will be even stronger later. If we don't go up now, there will be too much sand later and we may not be able to walk on the road. Shen Qinghe pulled Li Yuro and ran quickly towards the docking station. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the floating island. He was wearing protective clothing and floating above the island. In front of the light, it looks brilliant. Come over here. Zhou Tu shouted. The wind was really strong today, so he needed to be careful to control himself when flying in the air. When he saw the two small islands connected together, he knew who it was. Shen Qinghe held Li Yuro in shock for a moment, and Zhou Tu suddenly appeared, a little dazzling. Then Shen Qinghe leaped hard in the strong wind and landed on Zhou Tu's island. Li Yuro had short legs and fell directly on the edge of the floating island. Before Li Yuro could call out, hold me tight, both of you, a male voice came over. Li Yuro felt herself being pulled up. It was Zhou Tu's day. Shen Qinghe quickly buried her face in Zhou Tu's chest and hugged Zhou Tu's waist with both hands. Li Yuro felt an arm around her. She turned her head to look at her sister and immediately followed suit. Zhou Tu is a lowly in one hand and a mature lady in the other. The wind is too strong and the two women have no protection, so it is better for them to do it themselves. If anything unexpected happens, these nearly 100 points of energy will be wasted. We came to his island to work for him, and we can't let anything unexpected happen because of the storm. Take off. Zhou Tu used the island's floating function and flew quickly towards the house. Li Yuro squinted her eyes and looked downward. It's so huge. Brother Zhou Tu's island is so big. Their island is just a few steps away. Brother Zhou Tu's island has trees, lights, and big houses. And I can experience Brother Zhou Tu's guidance right after I arrive, which is great. My dream of clinging to someone powerful has finally come true. In the woods, a pair of eyes watched the three people until they disappeared into the house. The room was brightly lit, and Zhou Tu took off his protective suit, revealing his handsome face. Hello, old classmate. Shen Qinghe said generously, thank you for picking me up. Arriving at Zhou Tu's island, she finally felt relieved. Li Yuro intertwined her two index fingers and said shyly, hello, brother Zhou Tu. I had already thought about how to say hello, but when I saw Zhou Tu for a moment, I was still a little nervous. I didn't expect that brother Zhou Tu was as handsome as he looked in the photo. Hello. I've heard about your specialties from my old classmates. Zhou Tu said to Hefaloli, from now on, the breakfast, lunch and dinner for the three of us will be left to you. It's not a big deal to eat instant noodles and puffed foods every day. Since Li Yuro can cook, he arranged the work directly. There are actually quite a lot of ingredients on the floating island, including rabbits, turtles, bamboo shoots, herbs, mushrooms. The kitchen utensils have also been collected, and he also collected the seasonings when he roasted the rabbit before. He pays great attention to food. Since there are items with added attributes in this world, they must be cooked well. Li Yuro looked confident, don't worry, brother. Very good, you two should get familiar with the suite first. Qinghe, you two should get familiar with the suite first. The outermost room is the kitchen. We will prepare hot pot later. Let's have a meal first to get closer. Shen Qinghe's matters will be arranged later. Okay, old classmate. Give me the island owner's heart first, and I'll grant you the permissions. The two handed over the island owner's heart. Use whatever you want in the kitchen, don't save. Zhou Tu didn't waste any words. He was very pressed for time. He still had 15 points of energy left. It was almost dawn, so he needed to replenish his energy. Chapter 93. It was windy outside the window. There had been no wind all day. Zhou Tu estimated that this wind would last for a long time. If it blows for a long time, it means there is too much mud. 1.2 million units of stone were exchanged before, and the unused sand was used to strengthen the sand-proof wall. The harvest must be far greater than before. Zhou Tu decided to convert 15 points of energy into stone. At his level, the amount of stone needed for upgrading is not small, so he stockpiles it in advance. He had been expecting a storm to arrive during the day and raise the level of another wave of floating islands, but he did not expect the storm to come until night, and the storm anticipated his prediction. Looking at the extent of the storm, it's going to be unstoppable. But it doesn't matter. Once the storm stops, we'll have a good harvest. If the storm is big enough, the mud that my reinforced sand control wall will block will be huge, and maybe I will actually make a profit in the end. Shen Qinghe and Li Yuro came to the kitchen. Li Yuro said in surprise, wow. There are so many things. More than the seasonings I had in real life before. It seems that Zhou Tu has emptied out the supermarket and spice shop. Shen Qinghe said. But seeing these things piled up in a mess and not cleaned up, it seems that there is no time. If this thing was placed on their island, there would be no place to put it. The house was big enough, and I don't know how much material was used. I could only vaguely hear the rustling sound of sand hitting the wall outside. Even though they had certain expectations in mind, when they arrived at Zhou Tu, it was still a little beyond their understanding. This environment was already the same as the original world. But Zhou Tu has only survived here for a few days? Most people in the channel complain every day that they don't have enough food, and some even chew on tree bark. Zhou Tu has already skipped this stage and entered the modern stage directly. It's worthy of being the island of the first island owner. It has so many things. Shen Qinghe exclaimed. Li Yuro reached out and touched the pot. Sister, this pot seems to have never been used. Shen Qinghe came over to take a look and indeed felt that it had never been used. This shows that Zhou Tu bought these things but did not have time to use them. No wonder we have to find someone. There are so many things on Zhou Tu that we never have time to use them all. The same is true for the pots here, and the same should be true for other things. This shows that I am very trusted by Zhou Tu, otherwise I should have been invited to the island long ago after meeting so many people during the day. Shen Qinghe looked at Li Yuro and said, you win if you catch your brother's stomach. Li Yuro nodded obediently, there are a lot of ingredients here, enough for me to show off. I will definitely show off my talent as a young chef. Soon the two of them became familiar with the kitchen environment and a pot of hot pot was already cooked. The two were very excited. On your own island, you have to use water sparingly. When you come to Zhou Tu, you will see boxes of water placed in the corner of the room for you to use at will. If you have not experienced life these days, you don't know how scarce water and food are. Even though there are islands to explore, not everyone is so lucky. Only the big guys, the brave guys, and the ones with strong military power are qualified to enjoy the sky world. The cowardly, hesitant, and timid people can only live a hard life. Shen Qinghe looked at the boiling hot pot and knew in her heart that the gift of fate had already been marked with a price. She had already prepared herself mentally for this. Don't even look at how cute Li Yuro is, she already has the plan in mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't speak like that in the channel. Shen King, he said, go and call Zhou Tu for dinner. Li Yuro pushed open the door and said softly, brother, you can eat now. Zhou Tu stood up. He had just put on the engineer shovel in exchange for stone. This caused a group of people in the channel to howl. Tiju, why is there no sale today, and no cheap supplies? I waited and waited, but this is what I got. Disappointment. Today, Tu Shen didn't want me to go to the island. I am really heartbroken. When can I catch Zhou Tuju's eye? One more person won't be too much for an island as big as Tuju. Alas, I didn't find any good food today, so I can only eat hard steamed buns. The wind is really strong tonight. I feel like my house needs some improvement. The walls are too thin and it makes a lot of noise. It has become much more convenient to integrate the island owner's heart into the body. I can check the chat status at any time, which has greatly improved my efficiency. Zhou Tu came to the kitchen and looked at the electric cooker on the table. The ingredients had already been put in and the red-hot pot base was bubbling in the pot. The two girls were standing nearby. When they saw Zhou Tu coming in, they bent their bodies slightly and said, old classmates, it's time to eat. Brother, eat. Zhou Tu smiled lightly. Why did they do this? They just brought up the emotional value. Good. It was not in vain that I searched for these two people. If the lowly wore a maid outfit and Shen King he wore a senior outfit, the atmosphere would be even better. But generally speaking, the floating island now feels like a home. Call me Zhou Tu from now on, old classmate, but old classmate doesn't sound right. Humans are social animals after all. We should do whatever makes us feel comfortable together. It is most important to be happy when there are few people. But when there are many people, we naturally need to make corresponding plans and formulate management measures. This is your island owner's crystal. Zhou Tu gave the island owner's crystal to the two of them. Level 100 permissions, what Zhou Tu unlocked is similar to that of the elf. But Shen King he's is bigger, private chat is open, and transactions are also open. Selfish, snobbish woman should be more aware of her situation. You should also know why she went to the island. Although she doesn't have as deep a relationship with you mentally, Shen King he should be very aware of her situation. After the island master's heart absorbed the island master's hearts of the two people, it was equivalent to the data in these crystals being recorded. There is no secret from him about Shen King he and Li Yuro's desire to be the island masters. The heart of the deputy island master has lost the support of the original floating island and can no longer collect energy on his floating island. It can only be him who controls his island master crystal to give energy to these deputy island master crystals. Shen King he and Li Yuro took over their island master's hearts, and seeing that the chat was still available, they said in unison, thank you, island master. Let's eat. Zhou Tu announced. After the meal, the relationship between the three became closer. Li Yuro's eyes were red from eating. After enduring so much hardship for so many days, she finally had a bite of hot food and was so moved that she almost cried. After eating hot pot, Shen King he suggested that today was a good day and she wanted to sing to celebrate this good day. Zhou Tu readily agreed. Shen King he first sang the old song Friends and then sang Unforgettable Tonight, a meaningful song that everyone can sing. The three of them ate hot pot and sang songs. The lonely atmosphere in the sky was dispelled by the hot boiling water and loud singing. After eating, drinking, and singing, we cleaned up. The two girls came to Zhou Tu's room and asked, what should we do next? Zhou Tu, go to sleep. Ah. Chapter 94. Li Loli cried out in surprise, her fingers tangled together, her face flushed, her heart pounding like a deer. This. So fast? Although the channel said that this was the result, isn't it too fast? And there is also a sister, which is really hard to accept. An idiom emerged in her mind. Two phoenixes playing with a pearl. Is this how your brother plays? Shen King he stood there in a daze for a moment, brainstorming. When one is well fed and warm, one thinks of lust. That's not impossible. They all survived in the sky. If we do it together, we should be able to overcome it. After doing it many times, we should get used to it. They are all gifts from fate, and it is not good to be too artificial. Li Loli was about to say something, but before she could even utter the word Zhou Tu interrupted her, go to sleep separately, what are you two doing standing there? It's almost 2 o'clock. Aren't there 2 beds in room 2? What? Are you interested in my bed? Zhou Tu said as he patted the side of the bed. The 3 houses are connected together. Zhou Tu's room is number 1. The interiors are connected and each has its own door leading to the outside. Li Yuro was embarrassed, oh, I got it wrong. Actually, I'm not that kind of person. It's all my brother's fault for being so ambiguous. Shen King he turned his forward leg and said with a smile, then Island Master, have a good rest. You are tired after a long day. Good night. Li Yuro also stammered, good night, then took Shen King he's hand and jumped into room number 2. Watching the 2 people close the door, Zhou Tu pulled the quilt and slowly closed his eyes. He explored from evening to night yesterday. It can be said that he spent the whole day either upgrading the island or exploring the island. If you come across some shops, you can also use the backpack to collect some things. If you can get them in the shortest time, you will make a profit. He didn't want to waste this time for docking, in fact, it was Tun Rat's personality that was causing trouble. Walking and riding a bike back and forth all day is very tiring, but I only relied on the previous plan to support me and persevere with enthusiasm. Once you find the right person, you can start a profitable transaction and maximize energy efficiency. We just had dinner together and sang a song. I felt relaxed and happy, but then fatigue started to overtake me. The island master's heart increases the recovery efficiency, not that he doesn't need to rest. Zhou Tu murmured before closing his eyes, actually, it's not impossible for us to sleep together. In room 2, Li Yuro buried her head in the quilt like an ostrich, not daring to look Shen Qinghe in the eye. Shen Qinghe said with some amusement, no, someone said that in the channel before. Ah. A voice came from under the quilt, sister, stop talking. Even if this is real, how can it be like this after just meeting and eating hot pot? Shen Qinghe smiled and shook her head, I saw a news report before, about a girl who met her online friend on a plane, ate a spicy hot pot meal, and was screwed all night. It seems like you can't do it either. Shen Qinghe spoke in a mocking tone, but in fact her heart was beating wildly. This damn Zhou Tu really spoke like a domineering president seducing people. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, stopped my feet, said good night, and easily resolved the embarrassment. Go to sleep. Sister, can you hold me and sleep with me like we did on our island before? Shen Qinghe chuckled, why? You want to rehearse now? Ouch. The little girl stuck her head out from under the quilt, her face flushed, sister, what are you doing? The soundproofing in this house is so good, I feel a little unreal coming here, so I still want to sleep with my sister. Also, I feel like you've become a different person since you came here, sister. Shen Qinghe sighed, in the sky world, I am actually under a lot of pressure. When I met Li Zhongping and the others before, I was also under a lot of pressure. I am not familiar with the place. The sky is full of malice, and it's so good to have a familiar and handsome classmate, I can only force myself to do this. Li Yuro, sister, you are suffering too. Shen Qinghe nodded. As a selfish woman, she was very sure about what she was doing. With Zhou Tu, her value was maximized. There will be many people on the islands around you in the future, and you will meet many people, including many competitors. She has the first mover advantage. With so many people, she is assigned to one channel, and now she has occupied a position on Zhou Tu's island. As long as I don't act too pretentiously in front of Zhou Tu, who can touch me? Seeing Li Yuro coming over, Shen Qinghe pulled her into bed, if you don't practice, I will. Let me go. Woo. The world channel was in turmoil. Now most people's islands have been upgraded, and the island owners have some spare space at home. I have more room to speak, and the free loudspeaker was refreshed not long ago, so world news comes one after another. The world channel is now discussing Zhou Tu's floating island. Discussing surrounding islands has become a common practice in the floating island world. Zhou Tu met too many people on the floating island yesterday. People in many regional channels saw some of the situations on Zhou Tu's floating island, and some people couldn't help but tell others about it. Now there is a craze to discuss what kind of development the surrounding islands have become. There are trees and animals on it, what's so incredible about that? If the number 1 island can't develop like this, then why don't you just not be the number 1? Are you kidding me with the 13 million rating? I don't believe in the things on Tushan Island at my level, no wonder everyone seems to be around level 20. I'm fed up with you people, who always brag about Zhou Tu as big brother, Zhou Tu giant, Zhou Tu god. You brag so much, but you haven't even met him on the same channel, and you're just basing your assumptions on it. I tell you, bootlickers won't get houses. A small level 30 island can't even make it onto the rankings, and you're here to slander the number 1 island owner. Sky World, let the comprehensive score of the island speak for itself. Don't you look at your own weight? I tell you that Zhou Tu herbs can always provide fresh ones. Dujui is here again. Can you be quiet in the world channel for a while? Is your energy useless? Just use it to chat? Don't regret it during the day and not control your mouth at night. The wind was howling, and it hadn't stopped since last night until now, past 4 o'clock. Brothers, I was forced to collect soil, but the floating island was too small and there was no room for error, so I was blown down. Don't collect soil during a storm. Brother, your death is valuable, we will remember you. Please accept my condolences. Death can be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather, you are heavier than a floating island. Good grief, one less island owner to compete with, ha 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 ha. People without brains should die more. The wind was too strong, I lost my balance and was blown into the wall. Wow, those who had previously longed for a storm now began to feel regretful because the sand control walls were full and could no longer collect soil. The heavens are targeting me. I just upgraded and used up the few stones I had, and now a storm has come. The heavens are harming me. Why doesn't the wind stop? How can I collect the dirt if it keeps blowing? At least give it a break so I can collect the dirt. Does anyone want to bet on how many levels Zhou Tu's floating island can reach after this storm? Chapter 95. After waking up, Zhou Tu looked at the time. It was past 8 o'clock. With the bonus of the island owner's heart, he slept for nearly 6 hours. This indirectly shows that he was really tired yesterday. He had just woken up and walked outside and heard 2 women talking. Shen Qinghe, yesterday's wind disaster was very severe, bringing a lot of mud. I wonder how high the storm will get this time. I didn't expect the storm to be so severe. Isn't the sand control wall on brother Zhou Tu's island too high? Such a high sand control wall, I see it is filled with mud and sand brought by the storm. How many units of soil are needed? You're up. Brother, you're awake. The 2 of them had just gotten up and seemed to have just been outside. Zhou Tu stretched lazily, how was your rest last night? The rest efficiency bonus of the island master's heart is only unlocked at level 70. Shen Qinghe and Li Euro came to the island and received this bonus. Shen Qinghe said, I slept very well. After you mentioned this bonus last night, I felt full this morning. Me too, said Li Euro. Zhou Tu glanced at Li Euro and felt that what Li Euro said was a little unnatural, but he didn't want to explore it too much. Today has today's tasks. First, the island must be upgraded. Secondly, the two girls must be familiar with the island to prevent them from mistakenly entering the woods and being eaten by the big-mouthed carnivorous plants hiding inside. Finally, work must be arranged for the two small organizations on the island need to operate quickly and efficiently. When did the storm stop yesterday? Zhou Tu asked. He was really tired yesterday and slept until he woke up naturally. If he hadn't had more stones and could have built a wall to block the mud brought by the two storms, he wouldn't have been able to sleep so soundly. We stopped at around 4 o'clock. Shen Qinghe said. She had just rested for 2 hours after Zhou Tu shared his recovery efficiency. Fatigue is greatly reduced. As soon as the storm stops, you can tell by the lights outside the light-transmitting windows. The bonus of level 100 is really good. She tried it just now and her speed has increased a bit, which is very good. There is nothing wrong in choosing to follow Zhou Tu wholeheartedly. Zhou Tu calculated the time. This storm lasted for more than 6 hours. This typhoon is the largest and longest typhoon in the world. Zhou Tu was a little excited and took off directly from the spot. Wait a moment now, don't run around. There are some dangerous animals on the island. I'm going to upgrade the floating island. Come to the sky. Zhou Tu saw that there was sand under the sand control wall, and the entire sand and sand control wall formed a slope. If you don't look at the other side of the wall, it looks like a small hill. There was indeed more mud this time than before. It takes a long time and there is a lot of sand. What a great harvest. What a great harvest. Zhou Tu sighed. It would be great if every wind disaster had such a high sand content. And after such a strong sandstorm, people in the channel should be better off. Coming to the other side of the sandproof wall, this is a plant-based sandproof wall planted by the elves. There are some bamboos and shrubs, and the bamboos are more than 6 meters high. Large-leafed shrubs and grasses mixed together to form a protective wall. The bottom was filled with soil, which formed small mounds. Some of the small mounds even have tiny bamboo shoots, with a small tip poking out of the sand. Yes, the efficiency of the elves is still very high. Originally, it was difficult for two different species to live together, but with the help of the elves, they still did it. Multiple tree species were combined into one and grew together. Looking at these small mounds of earth, an idea suddenly flashed through Zhou Tu's mind. It's not good to have only flat land on the island. The 3000 volts voltage required by Zhou Guangling Tower is a problem. But if we build a high mountain on the island and put the spring water on it, we should be able to generate hydroelectric power. This would not require us to go to other islands to mine, we could do it on our own island. By utilizing the mechanism, we can generate a steady supply of electricity, all green energy. Looking around, Zhou Tu put the thought at ease in his heart. It was just a thought that popped up. The floating island is still too small. If it were bigger, various operations could be carried out. But the operating conditions are not yet mature. After a round, Zhou Tu collected and calculated all the soil brought by the storm on the island. The amount of soil this time is 3.953 million, almost reaching 4 million. Looking at this number, Zhou Tu thought to himself that it was not bad. The amount of soil brought by the previous wind disaster was less than 2 million, but this time it doubled. Zhou Tu glanced at the soil obtained by the people in the channel. Many are only a few thousand, and some are even a few hundred. The strong will always be strong, and the first mover advantage is fully demonstrated. The advantage of an island is so obvious. Because of its large area, it can intercept more soil. The more soil it has, the faster it can upgrade, and the larger the area. It is concluded that the larger the area of a the floating island, the larger the area of a the floating island. The current level of the island master's heart is 354, with energy, 364/364. The materials required for the next upgrade are 35,400 soil and 3,640 stone. After taking a look at the upgraded soil, Zhou Tu felt that the soil brought by the storm was still a little too little. Now it takes 30,000 units to upgrade one level of soil, instead of a few thousand. Zhou Tu did a simple calculation. This soil is enough for him to upgrade to level 452, and the total stone required is 400,000. This has actually been upgraded to nearly 100 levels. Without hesitation, Zhou Tu made his choice. He couldn't wait any longer. Upgrade. This will be the most upgrades you will get on the island, and it will also be the upgrade that will get you the largest island area. He thought that reaching dozens of levels was already a record-breaking feat, but he didn't expect that after completing the basic work, he would be even more impressive. Sure enough, the power brought by God is overwhelming, bringing such a harvest in one go. Whether in the previous world or in this world, the power of nature is beyond human reach. If we use the old power properly, it is equivalent to mastering the rules. Boom! A huge noise came from the edge of the island, and the noise was even louder than the previous upgrade. Now, with every additional meter, the island becomes much larger, and of course the consumption is also greater. I originally thought that as the island grew larger, its stability would increase, and there wouldn't be much movement on the island in the future. But because he had upgraded so many levels, he still felt that the entire floating island was shaking. Zhou Tu saw that many poisonous bees flew out of the beehive where it had been placed before and were dancing in the air. When he first got the bees, he buried the beehives at the outermost part of the island. Now, as the island continues to expand, the bees are now located at a location about half the radius of the island. The place where the tigers were kept in captivity gradually moved to the center of the floating island. The original location remains the same, but the island has become larger. As the island grows bigger, these marks become witnesses to the history of the floating island. The island area has been detected to be increasing. The current level of the island master's heart is 452, with energy, 462/462. The materials required for the next upgrade are 45,200 soil and 4,620 stone. Looking around, the area of A the entire floating island has increased to 167,000 square meters. When it was level 354, the area was only a little over 100,000 square meters. Although both are level 100, the area of A the later upgraded levels increases exponentially compared to the previous upgraded levels. It's worth paying for all the stone and soil. This area is almost catching up with the bird's nest. If converted into fertile farmland, the area of A the floating island is equivalent to 250 acres. In ancient times, they were very wealthy landlords. It's just that now there is an island owner, but there are still a few Icelanders. Chapter 96. Zhou Tu took a look at the level 400 island and saw the benefits of the level. The island area has been detected to have increased. The island owner's heart has exceeded level 400. The floating island's ability has increased. The island owner's floating island can capture satellite islands. The diameter of the satellite island does not exceed 1/10 of the diameter of the main island. Currently, the number of islands that can be captured is 1. Each capture consumes 100 island owner's heart energy. New islands can be exiled and recaptured. There is no limit to the type of islands, and human islands are also acceptable. At this moment, the island owner's heart has completely changed into another color, which undoubtedly marks that the island owner's heart has entered a new stage. Zhou Tu's eyes lit up when he saw the new abilities that had been unlocked. This capability is quite good. As a satellite island of the main island, the diameter of the island does not exceed 1/10 of the main island, that is, the diameter does not exceed 46 meters. A circle with a diameter of 40 meters has an area of A 1,256 square meters. The area of A 1,256 square meters is not small. If there are any polluting industries on the main island in the future, or other operations, they can all be carried out on the small island. Then, when you have used up the island, you can proceed to exile. Moreover, the current number of captures is 1, which means that the area of A the island will increase in the future, and the island can capture new satellite islands. A floating island can have multiple satellite islands. Great ability. An island that can capture people. What level are most people on the island in the channel now? Zhou Tu took a look at the channel first. After this storm, there were almost as many islands in the channel. FK, the big brother on the heavenly ranking has an island of over 400 levels, and I'm only level 28. How much soil did he harvest in one night? I am level 25 on a small island and dare not speak loudly. The sky world is pretty good. I have my own island in the sky. The 900 square meter island is bigger than most people's land in reality. If this is a game, I don't want to go back and work like a slave. A 400 level island, I can't imagine, this is not open. Regional channel, Tushin asked me to go to the island. I can't stay on the level 32 island. I can give everything, including my Pianzi. After looking around, I found that, most people's islands are between level 20-30. That means that if I meet most people, I can grab them and refine them in an instant. There's no need to consider the rules of their alliance at all. Even if the supplies are not abundant, you can capture the opponent and turn it into a satellite island, and then go forward to dig up the resources there. Upgrading is everything. Zhou Tu opened the island owner rankings. The island points ranking list is now called the heavenly ranking by people in the channel. He is called Brother Tianyi, Zhou Tianyi, Tushin, and a series of other names. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level, 452, overall score, 192432242. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level, 96, overall score, 1026619. Island owner, Hu Qinlin, level, 84, comprehensive score, 903,068. Island owner, Qian Yuntian, level, 82, comprehensive score, 895,606. Island owner, KGAEI, level, 72, overall score, 783,563. Island owner, Zhuangziao, level, 71, overall score, 693,421. Island owner, Fang Zhenghong, level, 70, overall score, 684,491. No 99, Island owner, Bayet, level 47, overall score 432,329. Number 100, Island owner, Dan Cha, level, 46, overall score, 421,110. Zhou Tu took a look at the island points ranking, and sure enough, as his level got higher, he could widen the gap with these people. I can't capture these guys on the heavenly ranking. But I can grab this 100th rank T and refine it in an instant. The development speed is too slow. I want to take you in. It has nothing to do with you. It just depends on my mood. Zhou Tu still remembers that this Dan Cha was on the list together with him. This single T encountered a water island at the very beginning. It developed rapidly in the early stage, but now it has dropped to the 100th place. There are too many strong people on the leaderboard. I still need to develop quickly. Zhou Tu sighed. Zhang Yiwei is still very powerful. He is almost level 100 now. If you want to take him in, I need to be level 1,000. But I'm still growing, so I can only think about it. In the center of the island, Li Yuro and Shen Qinghe were the ones who most directly felt the island's enlargement. They stood in the center, and as the island upgraded, a rumbling sound was heard. Looking in the distance, a large area of a euro yellow land suddenly appeared, just like a large desert suddenly appeared in front of you after crossing the mountain, a vast expanse of yellow. The island will grow bigger, and they didn't expect it to grow so big. Their island was upgraded meter by meter, and I have never seen Zhou Tu upgrade it like that. Sister, brother, Zhou Tu's island has become bigger. Li Yuro felt the movement coming from under her feet, and directly moved a stool out of the house and stood on it to watch. Yes, with a diameter of 462 meters and 167,000 square meters, it is the largest in the entire sky. Shen Qinghe was excited. The ancient kings loved the land, but in the world of floating islands in the sky, who doesn't love the land? This is where we live. The larger the island area, the stronger the operability and the higher the resource output rate. The forest in the distance for Zhou Tu is a resource. Others may still be worrying about wood, but Zhou Tu just needs to go there and cut it. That's the gap. Although the newly emerged land is like a desert, looking at the small woods around us, there is a way. In the sky, every piece of wood is a resource. She remembered that she didn't take good care of the stockings at first and wanted to exchange them with Zhou Tu, but she didn't expect them to be blown away by the wind. The island is too small to hold anything. Suddenly, dark shadows appeared in the distance, running and moving quickly. What is that? Shen Qinghe said, it looks like a black bull, right? It should have come out from under those trees. Li Yuro smacked her lips, thinking of yesterday's hot pot, and said, brother's island actually has black beef. Shen Qinghe smiled gently, I think you just want to eat your brother's cow. A chef is a chef. Everything he sees is an ingredient. Li Yuro is qualified to be a senior chef. We didn't see any animals on Zhou Tu island at night. When Zhou Tu was leaving just now, he warned them not to run around. It turned out that there were dangerous animals like bison. Li Yuro smiled awkwardly. It was a bit inappropriate to want to eat beef just after arriving on the island. Besides, the number of black beef was limited, so it was obviously not possible to eat it now. I can only eat if my brother gives me food. He continued, these black bulls look a little crazy, jumping around on the island and protecting it. Brother Zhou Tu is really strong. He can even bring such large animals to the island. Otherwise how can I call Tian the big brother? Shen Qinghe said with a smile. She was collecting information on the island, but no one could raise large animals on the island. They simply didn't have the ability to do that. Chapter 97. Let me take you to familiarize yourself with the island first. Zhou Tu's voice sounded from behind the two of them. When the two of them arrived, they had to quickly familiarize themselves with the island and then get to work. The bonus has been given, and the bonus efficiency and speed have also been given. Now that we have come to such a good environment, we should contribute to this newly expanded island. The two turned around and saw Zhou Tu behind them. Brother Zhou Tu, how come you are so fast that we didn't even notice you? The little girl turned around and asked in surprise. You certainly can't compare to my level 400 bonus. Zhou Tu said with a smile. Although it can only increase a little every 10 levels, at level 400, the bonus effect will naturally go up. If Shen Qinghe and Li Yuro want to have such a big bonus, they will have to build a level 400 island in the future to get the same bonus as he does now, namely the island owner's heart. Now, sorry, it's impossible for Zhang Yiwei to come to his island alone, and he will also get this bonus. Shen Qinghe followed Zhou Tu and said, your island rating is almost 20 million. Don't be surprised. It will be 20 million soon. There are living things on the island, which are constantly growing and increasing the score all the time. It can be said that the larger the area and the richer the resources, the greater the gap between us and them. Also, don't say mine in the future, say ours. Zhou Tu corrected. When we come to an island, we naturally need to have closer relationships. Yours and mine are too unfamiliar. Okay. The three of them came to the cabin in the woods, but Zhou Tu did not see Bethia. Where did the elves go? There is a spring here. The little girl was a little surprised. It was great to have water flowing out. Shen Qinghe, it's just a little small. Zhou Tu took a look at the spring water. Now the spring water was no longer gushing out, and it was not even a trickle. The water circulation value decreased as the island area increased, reaching 5.23 directly. If it drops any lower, it will dry up. It takes too much water to grow a large area of a euro forest, and the floating island is still expanding rapidly, and the large land dilutes the original water. Zhou Tu arranged the work. Qinghe, look for materials for the water pump in the channel. Just send a message to me if you want to trade. The warehouse is opposite where we live. You can trade after I review it. Zhou Tu said as he copied the materials needed for the blueprint and sent them to Shen Qinghe's heart as the deputy island master. In addition, you can collect the blueprints in the channel to make blueprints for byproducts, such as soy milk machines, bread machines, and sausage making machines. The water pump needs to be made as soon as possible. Shen Qinghe nodded to show that she understood. She understood what Zhou Tu wanted as soon as he said it. Zhou Tu wants to build a lucrative business on the island. Getting rid of the previous dependence on energy and achieving no energy can also ensure the rapid growth of the island level. I understand what you mean. Shen King he said. Zhou Tu praised, it's good that you understand, you are very smart. Following a smart person will make you smarter, and I am yours now. Shen King he said seriously, yes, I am an islander. Li Yuro bit her lip slightly while sitting on a wooden stool that grew nearby. I am still a little bit behind my sister. What Icelanders are you talking about? You are clearly talking about my brother's people. Li Yuro sat on a wooden chair that grew out of a tree and asked, Brother Zhou Tu, can you control the growth of plants in here? Is the island master's heart so powerful after upgrading? Shen King he was also a little curious. She didn't expect that there was such a strange forest hut in the woods. Moreover, the environment of the cottage looks very good, and there is a spring flowing out of the house in the middle. Very poetic. Zhou Tu did not answer. He just saw the location of the island master's heart elf and this guy hid and refused to come out. Vidya, come out. Meet the other Icelanders. Shen King he's heart tightened. Is there someone else on the island? There were other women there before I came? Li Yuro, are there other women on my brother's island? After hearing Zhou Tu's shout, Vidya flew out from behind some tree. In the air, a four-winged, clothed elf appeared. Zhou Tu was a little surprised. The elves actually learned to wear clothes. Are these clothes created by illusion? The elf came out and flew over to stand on Zhou Tu's shoulder. Zhou Tu was somewhat emotional. When did this elf become so clingy? Although he was a little confused, Zhou Tu introduced, this is the elf, Bisha. From now on, you are all island residents and deputy island owners. Let's get to know each other first. We will need your cooperation on some things. Li Yuro looked silly and cute, hello, Sister Bitaya. Hello Bitaya. Bisha nodded, hello. At this moment, Shen King He's heart was filled with huge waves. There were actually elves on the island around them, and they were so close. No wonder the forest here is so dense. It turns out that there are elves growing plants here, a species that I have never heard of on the channel. A large island does not necessarily mean rapid development, as a result, a barrier to development speed is formed on the island. The silly look on Li Yuro's face seemed to be stunned. I didn't expect that there was an elf hiding in my brother's woods. It's amazing that my brother can even find the elves. He is indeed worthy of being the strongest man in the sky. Zhou Tu introduced Bitaya, this is Li Yuro and Shen King He. Bisha also didn't see what was special about these two people. Why did Zhou Tu look for them? Bitaya was a little confused. Okay, you guys are now acquainted. Zhou Tu clapped his hands and said, Bisha, take her and the other two to look at the man-eating giant-mouthed flower and the tiger, and point out the area where the black bull and the poisonous bee are. Shen King He, what is a man-eating giant flower? Li Yuro, big-mouthed flower. Is there such a species? Seeing Zhou Tu turn around and leave, Bitaya immediately said, wait, Island Master, I have something else to say. Don't tell me yet, let me guess. Zhou Tu said, water, lots of water, right? The elf folded his arms, looking like he knew what was going on. Zhou Tu smiled. Now he was no longer the person he had not chosen when he saw Mizushima before. The water circulation value was in single digits, and he was anxious because he was now the owner of Jiji Island. Chapter 98. If this continues, the springs on the island will dry up. Currently, the island can only open one spring. If the water is too little, the open spring will still not produce water. As the island grows larger, it naturally needs water resources to match it, otherwise the forests on the island will not be able to grow. Why isn't it raining? There has only been one type of disaster in the storm-hit area so far. Zhou Tu sighed. If it rains, an island as big as mine can receive a lot of rainwater. There is no need to even go to other islands to pump water. As long as it rains, with the blessing of the elves, these yellow lands will immediately be painted green. He could also try to dig soil on the island to create a large pond. Aquaculture was started. At that time, the heart of the island owner suggested that a lake could be built on the floating island. Now, with the increase of the island, it is no longer a false statement. The island now covers an area of a euro more than 160,000 square meters, and you can make a rough draft in your mind to build a pond to raise fish. Of course, the prerequisite is that there is a lot of water. The island owner's heart is allocated to the upgraded bonus. Zhou Tu noticed a new feature. It has been detected that the island area has increased, the island owner's heart has exceeded level 410, the island owner's heart ability has increased, and the island owner can switch regional channels once a day for free. The other functions are the superposition and optimization of previous additions. For example, the speed, rapid energy addition of plant and animal areas, and the island mutation efficiency of plants and animals. Change regional channels once for free. That's really great. Now, every time the regional channel drops below 9,000 people, it is necessary to draw people from other areas that can't support it to join the channel to maintain the number of 10,000 people. But now, as the island area increases, the regional channel can be changed once a day. The channel switching function does not provide any additional benefits to the island. But it was of great benefit to him. When looking for someone, you don't have to be so passive and can take the initiative to go to other channels. If you meet someone worth investing in the future, if you are lucky, you can find him in other channels and bring him directly to the island to become a labor force. Of course, it is also very useful for finding good brother Umingli. Open Yumengle's private chat. Yumengle was also paying attention to his situation. After upgrading to level 400, people in the channel are going crazy. It was hard for Yumengle not to notice him. A 452 level island, you have a huge first mover advantage. A rating of 200 million is already very livable, right, brother Tianyi? Very livable. Zhou Tu replied to the message. The fact is, his island is not habitable, whose island is habitable? I see that many big island owners in the channel have started to recruit people on their islands. Have you recruited anyone? Yumengle said. Zhou Tu fell silent. This was just a normal communication. But he felt that he needed to be cautious in his answer this time. A bad answer may cause a slight emotional rift. There are definitely people on the island, there is no need to hide it. Recruited. Male or female? Yumengle answered quickly, as if it was a normal question. Yumengle, holding the island owner's crystal, was very nervous. She was a little scared that Zhou Tu would tell her the answer in her mind. If they really took some women to the island, it goes without saying what would happen if they spent more time together. As an independent woman, she has some definition of her own character and she is a very strong person. Zhou Tu smiled, caring so much about men and women, my island only accepts useful people. As for whether the people he collected are useful and how to use them, it is up to him to decide. Give up Yumengle? He didn't want to make a choice, and still followed the rules of exploring the island, wanting it all, but this was not realistic. If you are the boss of Tianyi and cannot do whatever you want, then you are a failure. What is the point of Tianyi then? Needless to say, in the real world, some people have already done this. It is impossible for him to go against his own conscience and give up Yumengle, who occupies an important position in his heart. Because he had seen many people sighing about not being with their childhood sweetheart when chatting. He just wanted to retort to these people, but what had he done before? Instead of sighing here, he might as well take action immediately. He didn't want to do anything he would regret later. He would definitely regret it if he missed it, and his fragile mind could not accept such an outcome. Your answer is very slippery. Zhou Tu smiled and said, I am Tianyi, so I naturally need useful people. Not everyone can come to my island. Can you guess what function this upgrade has? I can guess where I found you. Sky positioning. Almost. You can switch the regional channels of Sky. There are too many Sky channels, and you may not be able to find me. You are questioning my ability. As long as there is a possibility, it is an infinite probability in my eyes. It is just a matter of time. I trust you. Zhou Tu turned off the chat. Looking into the distance, information about the distant Sky Island emerged. Zhou Tu began to organize the information. Move the floating island forward. This is a huge floating island with many bloodthirsty worms on it. If you stay there for a long time, they can drill into your floating island and devour all living things. Move the floating island to the left. This is a desert floating island rich in sand and gravel. Move to the right of the floating island. There are some myriapods here. They have venom glands that can spray and dissolve the body. Move back to the floating island, the supply island, which has medicine-making recipes. Move upwards to the floating island. There are experimental subjects here. They are very powerful. They can tear steel apart with their bare hands. They can destroy and see all living things. Move down the floating island, it's empty. There are so many different kinds of monsters in the sky. There are all kinds of monsters that can fly, hide, or swim. It seems that all factors must be taken into consideration when building island buildings. As for the choice, Zhou Tu naturally chose the formula. The formula for making medicine came at the right time. He went to so many islands yesterday but didn't find anything useful. I have collected a lot of miscellaneous items, as well as some idle and useless blueprints. Now that we have the formula for making medicine, the medicines that have been planted in the fields for a long time can be put to use. I hope the recipe is the herbs from the medicine field. The herbs were harvested at that time. 1,523 strains of hemostatic grass, 1,252 strains of Yanhuang grass, 521 strains of Huangji grass, 681 strains of Qixu grass. 21 species, a total of 10,824 herbs. These herbs are planted in the medicine garden. Under the cultivation of the elves, some of them have become very large, and some have even grown small. It's amazing to have elves. The island was rotating, and Zhou Tu still used the magic area to connect to the strange island. More than 400 levels, now you can stay for 5 hours. Don't rush, there is plenty of time. When Shen Qinghe arrived in front of a row of houses that had been built previously for sundries, he was already busy. Sort the items into categories and trade them to complete the tasks he gave me. There were already several blueprints on the table next to Shen Qinghe. Good efficiency. Zhou Tu walked over, took the blueprint and praised. The work efficiency of 3 people has arrived. Shen Qinghe pointed at the motor next to him and said, the materials you asked for have been exchanged. Zhou Tu nodded. When Shen Qinghe exchanged supplies, she would tell him what supplies needed to be exchanged and he would decide. He would handle it based on his mind as the island master. Chapter 99. With the materials exchanged by Shen Qinghe, the motor can be made into an electric pump to pump water. Zhou Tu directly used 20 energy points to make 5 water pumps. He continued to urge Shen Qinghe to collect materials for making water pumps, as 5 units were still a little too few. We have to pump a lot of water today, and we have to pay attention to efficiency. Looking at Li Yuro who was still sorting supplies, Zhou Tu pushed the motorcycle out of the wooden house, waved his hand and said, Euro, come to the island with me. The island we just docked seems to be the supply island. I want to go to the island. Li Euro paused. She didn't expect that brother Zhou Tu would take her to the island for the first time. However, when she thought about the fact that brother Zhou Tu was number 1 on the heavenly ranking, she was not so resistant to going to the island. Zhou Tu had spent a lot of energy to find her and her sister, so it was impossible for them to be in danger. Sister, you go and do your work first. Li Euro took out a backpack from the house, got on the back of Zhou Tu's motorcycle, and hugged Zhou Tu's waist with both hands. The little girl turned her head and looked at Shen Qinghe who was sorting out the supplies, and recalled the scene of her sister in the cabin in the woods. I suddenly thought, I'm sitting in my brother's car, sister, you won't be jealous, right? Shen Qinghe raised his head without saying anything, but made a dragon claw hand gesture. Li Euro shrank her head in fear. She is a flat-chested loli. Last night, her sister helped her to get a lot of breasts, and now she is feeling a dull pain. Zhou Tu took Li Euro to the island. Brother, are all the islands you encounter this big? She and Shen Qinghe had only encountered small islands and had never seen an island that was several thousand meters in size, and one that had so many buildings on it. My brother is worthy of being Tianyi. There are tigers, black bulls, poisonous bees, and all kinds of things on the island. Even the island we encountered is so big. The bigger the island, the bigger the strange floating islands you will encounter, and of course the more dangers there will be. Zhou Tu explained. Go up and take whatever you see, but try to take anything useful. We have limited time, and I hope to finish the exploration within 15 minutes. The little girl was a little confused. Why was it so short? But she remembered her sister's advice to watch more, do more, and ask less. Just shut up. If you act like a noisy loli, brother Zhou Tu might get angry. While she was still in a daze, she saw Zhou Tu come to a room and go in. It turns out that my brother is so decisive. Li Euro ran to catch up. Zhou Tu explored quickly, after all, he had a clear goal, which was the drug formula. This island seems to be a herbal medicine research institute. Zhou Tu explored along the way and found some seeds that smelled very fragrant in a house. These seeds might also be medicinal herbs. He would ask the elves to plant them and see their quality. In an office named Professor Li, he saw the draft on the desk. Reminder from the island master's heart, obtain the formula for instant burst of strength attribute. Zhou Tu quickly looked at the effect of the formula. 5 grams of qi and blood, 3 grams of huang qi, boil them into medicinal juice, and taking it can stimulate potential, temporarily and significantly increase strength, which lasts for 10 minutes, and then make you weak for half an hour, with no other side effects. It's actually a formula for increasing strength. What I want most is a formula for colds, fevers, and inflammation. However, a short-term and significant increase in strength is also good, and it is a good thing for people who like to explore. In times of danger, the bonus of great strength to a person is very useful. Especially for Zhang Yiwei's organization, this is a miracle drug. What are those people's identities? Strengthen your attack power, take the initiative to attack, and when you encounter a single animal, just defeat it with explosive power. If you can't defeat them, you can also activate the floating island and leave. Greatly increased fall tolerance. There are still many rooms that have not been explored, and Zhou Tu is already outside calling Li Euro to leave. Brother, there are still a lot of supplies that we haven't taken. Li Euro couldn't help but said. She had been frugal these days, and when had she ever seen so many supplies? There were so many things that she didn't know how to choose. The backpack is too small. How can one island owner's heart only be bound to one backpack? Damn it. It would be a waste of resources to leave these supplies here and not take them. If you want to take it here. I'm leaving now, and you will be lost in this floating island. Zhou Tu said coldly. You must cultivate the decisiveness to collect supplies. If you can't move forward when you see good supplies, you may get lost on the island without knowing when if you hesitate. Zhang Yiwei told him that one of his men was lost on a strange floating island. It would be a huge loss for him to find someone he spent so much money on, and then suddenly get lost. Li Euro thought of Shen Qinghe's words. The first thing she did when she got to the island was to listen to Zhou Tu, and the second was to listen to her. Brother, let's go. Li Euro hurriedly came up and hugged his waist. Just be obedient. Taking Li Euro away from Shen Qinghe is to correct Li Euro. The island owner's words will not be disobeyed. If you disobey again after being given a chance, he will punish you severely. This kind of punishment does not rule out death. Of course, he is still very tolerant of the little loli. After all, she is still young and has room to grow. Li Euro looked at the backpack full of boxes and felt like crying but had no tears. There were too many things and she forgot to bring some of them. Now sitting on her brother Zhou Tu's motorcycle, she really wanted to take them all with her, but she didn't dare. Li Euro was furious. Next time I will definitely get valuable supplies. I never thought that one day I would have difficulty making choices. After returning to his island, Zhou Tu brought the little loli to the medicine garden. Use the island owner's heart to record the recipe and send it to Li Euro. Look for the corresponding herbs in the medicine garden. Now that we have the recipe, Li Euro can try to make the medicine. Li Euro is originally a chef, and now she is asked to make medicine, which can be considered as a professional match. In addition to the herbs found the first time, there are some other herbs in the recipe, but he has them all. The elves are crazy about collecting plants. Now their work is effective. They collect new plants when they see them, and herbs are no exception. Now there are a lot of medicinal herbs in his medicine garden, and it has become large scale. There is no problem with the basic cultivation of medicinal herbs. Now we just need to find a formula. When we find more in the future, we will form an industrial chain and industrial clusters. Brother, all these things have been found. Li Yuro picked out the herbs. You are the future pharmacist of the little girl. Zhou Tu patted the little girl's shoulder and said, maybe you will be the pharmacist of the entire Sky Island. Go and boil the medicine according to the recipe. Zhou Tu said. This formula is a reagent formula similar to that of traditional Chinese medicine, with the focus on the ratio. The conditions on the island are suitable for making medicine. Let Li Yuro try it with a clay pot first, and then get a big pot after the experiment is over. By then, the production line of the formula for instant burst of strength attributes will be ready. Chapter 100. Brother, can I do it? Li Yuro was a little skeptical because she used to be a chef. Zhou Tu curved his lips and said, if I say you can do it, you have to do it, even if you can't. He had already thought of entrusting him with an important task. Li Yuro said in a low voice, I'll try my best. This is just like cooking. Just do it boldly. The materials on the island are enough for you to make mistakes. Make the herbs and try them on those black cows first. Zhou Tu encouraged him and started drawing the pancakes. Once the potion is ready, those cows will be good experimental subjects. Although it is not the island master's idea, Li Yuro still feels a little guilty about this being an amateur production. Watching Li Yuro tinkering with it, Zhou Tu breathed a sigh of relief. The prototype of the island's first medicinal material production line had already taken shape. However, the effect of this strength enhancement attribute formula does not specify how much strength it will increase. We need to try it out after we make it to see how much strength it will increase. In a sense, this is a simplified version of the attribute surge. The final surge in strength attribute should not be higher than the bonus from the island owner's heart. However, whether the two bonuses can be superimposed is a question. Zhou Tu glanced at the channel and searched for keywords to see the market situation of potions with explosive attribute increases. I met two wolves, but I can't beat them both. I've been sitting in the office for so long, I'm too degraded. Didn't someone get the materials that increase the attributes? How do I increase the attributes? I wasn't a Euro trademark T strong enough, and a little deer knocked me over. I regret not exercising. We can't a Euro trademark T keep retreating when we encounter monsters, otherwise how can we make progress? I was almost able to kill the damn monster, but my physical fitness is not good enough. A Euro, there is a strong market for strength boosting potions, and they are very useful for those who like to explore. There is a market, but how much will it sell for? Zhou Tu looked at Shen Qinghe and exchanged materials for several water pumps. He continued to make them. There were now 10 water pumps on his island. To be honest, if several people use energy, the energy will be depleted very quickly. A total of 50 energy points were used to make the water pump, energy was allocated to Shen Qinghe, 50 energy points were used to add friends, and a lot of energy was consumed for communication, not to mention the energy he used for exploration. Because I have so many friends, I can exchange materials at such a high speed. There is always a shortage of supplies in the sky. The friends added by the Deputy Island Master are still communicated under the name of Shen Qinghe, which is equivalent to his vest. Very good. These friends are equivalent to buyer resources, and the resources on his island are in great excess. The sky lacks everything. It's easy to sell small items as long as it's not a large transaction at one time. In the animal area, a large part of the soil has accumulated. There are already 50,000 units of soil, which is the result of Shen Qinghe's labor. Shen Qinghe is not directly involved in production, but relying on the materials on the island, he can obtain a lot of soil by transforming the means of production in the channel. Before, he didn't have time and just sold things casually, but now with Shen Qinghe, he is freed up and can focus on exploring the island. Shen Qinghe was busy. He first put the larger supplies into his backpack and then put them in other places. When he saw him, he stopped, smiled and said, "The island master is here." She was still very willing to do the work given by Zhou Tu, especially since he directly gave her energy and allowed her to choose the transaction partner independently to a certain extent. It also shows that Zhou Tu trusts her very much, but Xiaoro does not have such great authority and can only watch the chat. And she has almost all permissions enabled. Except that the island master's heart cannot be upgraded to expand its energy capacity, there is no significant difference. Next, pay attention to whether there is any information about the recipe in the channel, so that you can consume more resources in exchange. Zhou Tu said, especially the materials of the light prism tower, which also need some attention. The materials needed for the light prism tower are too advanced and not easy to obtain. Even if one has the ability to see through information, it is difficult to collect them and one can only rely on the large number of Sky Island masters. Shen Qinghe nodded and said, "Okay." Zhou Tu nodded. Shen Qinghe was very useful as a secretary and had strong working ability. Especially before coming, the island owner already had 50 or 60 friends in his heart. These established friend chat channels are equivalent to resources. Zhou Tu brought all 10 water pumps to the edge of the magic area and built a house at the edge of the magic area. Bring the batteries, run wires to connect the generator, and be prepared to land on the water island if you encounter one. If the water circulation is above a certain value, spring water will be continuously flowing out and the water can also be sold. Some companies can become one of the Fortune 500 just by selling water. There will always be a market for human necessities. With the spring water on the island, the price is lower, which can not only make money, but also help the bottom island owners survive and increase the survival rate of the bottom. Zhou Tu plans not to sell it too expensively. A chirp. A few bird calls were heard, and Zhou Tu turned around suddenly, and saw a few birds flying through the woods. There are already birds on the floating island. He felt happier because there was nothing on the floating island before, not even a tree. It has developed into small flies, elves, black cows, trees, and now there are birds. He had never deliberately captured small animals like birds, and now, with the island being connected, they flew directly to the island. From the perspective of survival, floating islands have become attractive. It can attract animals from other islands to the island. This is a huge progress. The island was previously deserted, but now it is visited by birds. I guess many small insects have been born in secret. This was an exciting piece of news for him. He did not pay attention to these subtle details, but the long-term and continuous development of the floating island gave him feedback. Aerial hard work pays off. The 16 floating island dockings passed quickly, and after collecting a bunch of miscellaneous things, he finally saw the water island. Move forward the floating island, a huge desert island, where you can dig up a lot of soil. Move the floating island to the left. This is a huge pond, but there are more than a dozen crocodiles in it. They are in the spawning period. If you are brave, you can get a lot of water and crocodile eggs, as well as some water plants. Move the floating island to the right. There is a golden treasure chest on the island. There are groups of antelopes. The meat of these antelopes is delicious and can improve attributes. But there are also leopards. Through long-term hunting of antelopes, the leopard's attributes are very strong. Move the floating island backwards. There is a valley between two mountains. There are a lot of gold mines in the valley. You will be rich if you mine them. Move upwards to the floating island, the floating beach island, where you can find some shells and other things, but they are not worth much. Move down the floating island and encounter a succubus. She will negotiate a business worth hundreds of millions with you, and then suck you dry. Zhou Tu? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.